Life should be savored to the fullest. Do not let the golden goblet face the moon empty. In the bustling metropolis of Shencheng, Chen Yang, a weary wage slave, has endured years of hardship alongside his flight attendant girlfriend, scraping together funds to purchase a home. Yet, upon reckoning their finances, they discover that it will take them an insufferable 2 centuries to afford property. Understanding his plight, his girlfriend makes the heart-wrenching decision to leave him, fearing the burdens he carries. In life, amidst fleeting decades, it is better to revel in youth and indulgence than to be shackled by endless toil. At that moment, a luxurious indulgence system awakens within Chen Yang. The more he indulges, the wealthier and happier he becomes. From that point onward, the trajectory of Chen Yang's life undergoes a profound transformation. Chapter 1. Departure. Shencheng, Xiaowan Community. Inside Chen Yang's apartment. I am leaving. Do you have anything to say? He inquired, cigarette in mouth, gazing at his flight attendant girlfriend. After a moment of silence, he extinguished the cigarette and murmured, "One more time?" Giraud, biting her lip, pondered briefly before nodding. With a sudden motion, Chen Yang swept Giraud into his arms and onto the bed. "Everything is my fault. If you have grievances or anger, feel free to unleash it all. No matter how you treat me, it hitting, scolding, or tormenting, I will hold no resentment." "I'm sorry." Chen Yang. 2 hours later, disheveled and weary, Giraud dragged her suitcase from Chen Yang's apartment. They had met during university, their relationship blossoming from a chance encounter at a campus event. They studied and strived together. After graduation, Giraud, blessed with beauty and grace, became a flight attendant, while Chen Yang found employment at a foreign enterprise, earning a decent monthly salary. Their combined income exceeded 20,000, a respectable sum, but in the extravagant Shencheng, it barely sufficed for their living expenses. Initially, they dreamt of a future together, believing in the possibility of success. Yet, after 2 or 3 years post-graduation, they faced the harsh reality that their lives seemed irrevocably stagnant, a fate seemingly set in stone. Giraud calculated that, based on their current earnings, purchasing a home in Shencheng would take at least 2 centuries, and even then, only in the suburbs. When they reached this conclusion, silence enveloped them, and Chen Yang understood that their relationship had reached a definitive end. There were no arguments, no infidelities, just an unremarkable parting. Before leaving, Giraud meticulously organized everything, paying 3 months' rent, marking items, and providing instructions on their use. Then, she departed. Leaning against the wall, Chen Yang inhaled the smoke from a cigarette. To be candid, he had exerted himself to the utmost. In his professional life, he had not faltered. He worked diligently, striving for promotions and raises, often embracing the grueling 996 schedule and working late into the night. In just a few years, he had risen to the position of deputy team leader, even driving for ride-sharing services during his off hours. But it was still insufficient, truly inadequate. The notion of being a resident of Shencheng had become a bitter joke. "I am weary." Chen Yang gazed at the sky, the only thought resonating in his mind. After years of suffocating existence, it was time to indulge. His gaze fell upon a large foot massage parlor downstairs, and he extinguished his cigarette, determination igniting within him. In a flurry of excitement, he ordered a high-end desktop computer, the i9149K4090 model, for 30,000 yuan, successfully placing the order. Finally, a sense of comfort enveloped him. This computer had lingered in his shopping cart for ages, overshadowed by thoughts of homeownership. Now, he reveled in the release of financial pressure. After treating himself with a few coveted games, Elden Ring, The Witcher 3, Sekiro, Red Dead Redemption, lay back on his bed, a smile breaking across his face. The joy of spending was exhilarating. At that moment, a chilling voice pierced the atmosphere. The indulgence system has been activated upon detecting the host's extravagant consumption. The principle of this system is, life should be savored to the fullest. Do not let the golden goblet face the moon empty. If one does not live for oneself, what meaning does life hold? Chen Yang was still grappling with the situation when more icy announcements followed. The host has successfully completed an indulgent purchase reward, 220,000 yuan. The host has successfully completed an indulgent purchase reward, 10,000 yuan. The host has successfully completed an indulgent purchase reward, 10,000 yuan. A cascade of notifications flooded his phone. Opening his device, he was met with a series of messages. Your account ending in 3302, Huaxia Bank deposit, 220 legitimate source. Your account ending in 3302, Huaxia Bank deposit, 10 legitimate source. Your account ending in 3302, Huaxia Bank deposit, 10 legitimate source. This sequence of alerts finally illuminated the reality for Chen Yang. This was no illusion. The system had indeed activated. Having immersed himself in various novels for over 2 decades, Chen Yang was well acquainted with the concept of systems. Finally, after all these years, the system had arrived. Calmly, he began to analyze the situation. The first sum was likely from the computer purchase, while the subsequent amounts derived from his game acquisitions. The greater the indulgence, the more substantial the rewards. Chen Yang experimented with a few more games. Only the initial purchases granted rewards, further attempts yielded no additional benefits. This indicated that the system was designed to prevent exploitation, limiting repeated rewards for similar expenditures. Chapter 2. Shopping. The more one indulges, the wealthier one becomes. This seemed straightforward enough. A glimmer of excitement danced in Chen Yang's eyes. In Shencheng, Coco Shopping Mall stood as the largest retail complex, a haven for luxury brands, one of the city's most notorious shopping paradises. It was also a splendid place to indulge. Upon arriving at Coco, Chen Yang was greeted by a plethora of high-end boutiques. Hermes, Chanel, Versace, Valentino, Givenchy, an endless array of global luxury brands awaited him. He casually entered a Gucci flagship store, where an attractive sales associate promptly approached him. "Sir, how may I assist you today?" The sales associate's face radiated a professional smile, a testament to her training. Chen Yang, having grown up without exposure to luxury goods, was unfamiliar with the high-priced garments that often cost thousands. But did he need to understand? With the system at his disposal, indulgence was the only requirement. Chen Yang casually selected garments, effortlessly picking those that exuded charm, and handed them to the sales assistant without a second thought regarding the price. After a thorough selection, he had chosen 10 outfits. Upon reaching the checkout, the sales assistant calculated the total and smiled. "Sir, your expenditure amounts to approximately 320,000. 320,000, precisely equal to Chen Yang's entire savings." To err on the side of caution, Chen Yang first settled the bill for one outfit costing over 30,000, and shortly thereafter, a notification chimed on his phone. Detected that the host has successfully completed an indulgent purchase, earning a reward of 150,000. Indeed, it was effective. With this in mind, Chen Yang wasted no time. He purchased all 10 designer outfits, totaling over 300,000. Detected that the host has successfully completed an indulgent purchase, earning a reward of 140,000. Detected that the host has successfully completed an indulgent purchase, earning a reward of 130,000. A series of reward notifications followed. From this single indulgent purchase, Chen Yang had garnered over 1 million in rewards, which was truly delightful. "Sir, would you like us to deliver your purchases?" The sales assistant inquired. Chen Yang was still inclined to continue his shopping spree. Delivery would indeed be the most convenient option. He provided his address and changed into a designer outfit worth over 30,000. His demeanor instantly transformed, exuding an elevated charm. "What do you think?" Chen Yang asked the sales assistant as he admired his handsome and distinguished reflection in the mirror. "Handsome, absolutely stunning," she replied earnestly. "Your looks are truly exceptional among the men I know." Her praise was genuine. Chen Yang was inherently handsome after all. He had successfully courted Zhou, a flight attendant of remarkable beauty. However, in recent years, his dedication to work had left him somewhat haggard and unkempt. Now, having refreshed his appearance, he looked quite impressive. Content with his transformation, Chen Yang smiled at the sales assistant and requested, "Could you take a photo for me?" This was not an act of vanity, rather. He wished to assess the system's efficacy. Since it was an indulgent system, it seemed only fitting to flaunt his newfound wealth. Without a display of opulence, the concept of indulgence would lose its significance. Thus, he intended to share a photograph on his social media to gauge the reaction. Of course, the sales assistant readily agreed and captured a photo of Chen Yang. After reviewing the image, he found it satisfactory and expressed his gratitude. Just as he was about to leave, the sales assistant approached him with a smile. "Sir, Having spent $300,000 in our store, you are now considered a VIP customer. I would like to add you on WeChat. Should you have any questions in the future, feel free to reach out. Although Chen Yang had never purchased luxury items before, he was well-versed in the world of high fashion through his online explorations. $300,000 was not a staggering amount in a luxury boutique. The sales assistant's intent to connect on WeChat seemed rather strategic. Chen Yang observed her physique and appearance were commendable, easily scoring above 85, accentuated by her professional attire that highlighted her curves. However, she paled in comparison to Giraud. In the past, Chen Yang would have promptly declined, maintaining boundaries while in a relationship. However, circumstances had changed. He accepted her WeChat invitation. Pao Fu, a rather appealing online moniker. Afterward, Chen Yang departed from the Gucci flagship store and ventured to the next destination. Merely possessing clothing was insufficient. One must also acquire accessories. What constitutes accessories? Tailored suits, ties, leather shoes, belts, wallets, lighters, watches, and glasses, all essential components. Only with a complete array of accessories can one elevate their style, commonly referred to as possessing an aura of sophistication. However, this is relative in places like Shencheng. Many entrepreneurs don casual shorts and flip-flops. Chen Yang certainly could not present himself that way. Since he intended to indulge, he was determined to make purchases. First and foremost on his list was a suit. Naturally, such a suit would come at a considerable price, ranging from over $100,000 to more than $200,000. Coco Shopping Plaza featured a high-end bespoke suit store. Chen Yang conveyed his specifications, ordering approximately 4 tailored suits, 2 for winter and 2 for summer. The winter suits would be crafted from flannel, while the summer ones would utilize English fabric. Each suit was priced around $150,000. For 4 suits, the total amounted to $600,000, with a deposit of $300,000 required, and the suits would be ready within a week. Chen Yang made the deposit. Simultaneously, the system notified him, detected that the host has completed an indulgent purchase, earning a reward of $1 million. He had received nearly $400,000 in rewards. This task was indeed most gratifying. Having completed his expenditures on everyday attire and suits, Chen Yang proceeded to acquire leather shoes, belts, lighters, and similar items, which were relatively affordable, totaling around $100,000, and he earned over $300,000 in rewards. Finally, only the watch remained. The watch must also be of high caliber, and he intended to splurge. However, Coco Shopping Plaza lacked top-tier watch brands, and, as time was pressing, Chen Yang decided to postpone the purchase until the following day. Chapter 3 Lemon Sauce. Fortunately, he had a friend who sold Jaeger LeCoultre. He decided to visit her tomorrow. After leaving the shopping plaza, Chen Yang found that the balance on his card had exceeded $1 million, a figure he had never even dared to imagine before. Yet, with the system in place, it had taken less than a few hours to acquire such wealth. The system was indeed formidable. Sitting on a bench at the entrance of a shopping plaza, Chen Yang took out his phone and opened WeChat, intending to post on his moments to test whether his conjecture would prove true. However, before posting, he clicked on a specific WeChat contact. This account was named Sakura Under the Tree, with an avatar of the adorable Nini from Crayon Shencheng. Chen Yang had chosen this avatar himself. Now, this WeChat account belonged to Giraud, and he did not send her a message, but instead opened her moments. As expected, there was only a single line left. Giraud had blocked him. This was quite normal. Chen Yang understood Giraud. She was not the type to be overly sentimental. When it came to parting ways, she would ensure it was a clean break. From the moment she left, she would no longer have any connection with him. Nevertheless, Chen Yang was not one to dwell on the past. An ending was an ending, and there was no need for excessive attachment. He gathered his emotions and posted all the photos he had just taken to his moments. Chen Yang was not typically one to share on moments, especially after starting his relationship with Giraud, during which he hardly ever opened the app. Today, however, his post garnered quite a bit of attention. Within moments, there were numerous likes and comments. Wow, Chen Ji's daily outfit is so stylish. I almost thought he was a celebrity. If I saw him in real life, I would compliment him on his looks, but online, I can only say it's average. Chen Yang Ji's outfit is fantastic. This ensemble must cost at least $100,000, right? Most of the comments came from Chen Yang's colleagues and friends. They were mostly ordinary working-class individuals, unable to discern the value of Chen Yang's attire. Only one comment, from a girl named Lemon Sauce, immediately recognized the considerable worth of his outfit. Chen Yang no lemon sauce. She was a junior of his named Shencheng, a sweet and charming girl who had been quite popular during their university days, a renowned socialite. Their relationship had been rather good, but once Chen Yang became involved with Giraud, their connection had essentially severed. Judging by the timeline, she was likely still in her third year of university. Chen Yang did not dwell on this and patiently awaited further developments. As anticipated, the system's voice soon chimed in. Host has completed an act of indulgent boasting, gaining substantial attention. Reward of 220,000. Another 220,000 at his disposal. It appeared that this indulgence system was not merely about indulgence. One had to reap rewards after such acts. After all, if one spent so much on extravagant items, what was the point of not showcasing them? Chen Yang smiled slightly. Since that was the case, he would not hold back. After years of being a corporate drone, it was time to change his ways. What should he eat? Lobster, of course. While Chen Yang was contemplating his future indulgent lifestyle, a message arrived. Lemon sauce. Chen Yang, how have you been lately? That was quick, he thought. Muyang, not bad, how about you? Lemon sauce. I'm doing well too. About to enter my senior year and head out for study soon. How's Giraud? Is she doing okay? Muyang. She's doing fine, but I broke up with her. So I don't know her specific situation anymore. Lemon sauce. Oh? You broke up? I'm really sorry to hear that. Back in school, everyone said you two were a match made in heaven. Muyang. There is no such thing as a match made in heaven. We're just ordinary people. Lemon sauce. So, Chen Yang, you're currently single? Young? Yes. At this point, Chen Yang paused before sending another message. Lemon sauce. Then, Chen Yang, since you just broke up and must not be feeling great, tonight a few junior sisters and I are at the Rose cocktail party. Would you like to join us to unwind? After sending the message, she attached a photo. In the picture, there were two girls, one dressed in black and the other in white. The girl in black was, of course, Chen Yang, who had only grown more beautiful over the years. Her delicate and charming features had matured, exuding a certain allure, though she still retained a youthful innocence. She wore a black shirt paired with a black pleated skirt, complemented by black stockings, creating an overall stunning appearance. The other girl, Chen Yang, did not recognize well. She appeared much younger than Shencheng, exuding a purity that made her strikingly beautiful, perhaps even surpassing Shencheng in looks. Her attire contrasted sharply with Shencheng's, consisting of a white shirt and a white short skirt, along with white stockings. What stood out most about her was her ample figure, truly eye-catching. Chen Yang observed the black and white duo without much desire. After all, he had already experienced everything with Giraud. In the past, he would have outright declined. But now, the Rose cocktail party was a large and upscale event in Deep City, which seemed to align perfectly with the system's indulgence requirements. Chen Yang had been pondering where to go to earn rewards that evening, and this opportunity seemed timely. Muyang, all right, I'll be there shortly. Lemon sauce, great. Chen Yang, we'll be waiting for you. After ending the call, Chen Yang hailed a taxi and headed toward the Rose cocktail party. Upon arriving, he noted that this venue differed from other bars. Instead of the usual raucous music, it was filled with soothing violin melodies and a live band, creating an enchanting atmosphere. Chen Yang inquired about Chen Qingming's table number and soon located her booth. Chapter 4 Rose Cocktail Party, however, at the booth. Aside from Chen Qingming and the fair-skinned beauty, there were two other gentlemen. They appeared quite ordinary, yet they were dressed in suits, holding glasses of red wine, and engaging in polite conversation with Chen Qingming and the white-skinned beauty. Yet, after a short while, they seemed disappointed and left. Chen Yang observed this with understanding and smiled as he asked, "Gentlemen, did you face a setback?" "Yes, these two beauties are too aloof. They hardly paid us any attention." "Well, that has to be expected. Such stunning sisters are rare in nightclubs. Without a bit of charm, it's hard to win them over." The two men appeared disheartened. Chen Yang chuckled and replied, "You've misunderstood. Modern women aren't as materialistic as you think. It's the wine in your hands that creates a sense of distance, making them turn you down." Upon hearing this, the young men all laughed, incredulous. "Are you joking? Which woman doesn't like money? You must be a university student who hasn't experienced the harsh realities of life." They naturally didn't believe Chen Yang's words. In this era where interests reign supreme, claiming women don't like money was as absurd as saying men don't appreciate beauty. Chen Yang smiled and said, "Fine, since you don't believe me. Let me give it a try." With that, he proceeded. Chen Yang requested a cocktail from the bartender and prepared to approach Chen Qingming and her sister. "Bro, you really are going for it. We just had thousands worth of red wine in our hands, and you show up with a cocktail that costs less than 100. ISNT, that inviting humiliation? The two young men remained skeptical about Chen Yang and continued to dissuade him. Why not give it a try? What if it works out? Sincerity is key. Ignoring their words, Chen Yang took his cocktail and walked towards Chun Qingning and the girl in white. Upon hearing his approach, they exchanged glances, unable to hide their amusement, and awaited Chen Yang's embarrassment. Sincerity? In today's world, sincerity is the least valuable trait. Reaching Chun Qingning and the girl in white, Chen Yang smiled and said, "Ladies, may I have the honor of sharing a drink with you?" "No, I'm afraid not." The girl in white rejected him outright, her demeanor decidedly aloof. Initially, Chun Qingning intended to refuse as well, but upon recognizing Chen Yang, a realization seemed to dawn upon her. The corners of her mouth lifted into a playful smile. "Young man, everyone else is drinking Hennessy, and you come here with a cocktail? How lowly." Chen Yang smiled slightly and replied, "I dislike flaunting wealth. I prioritize sincerity. I wonder if you too can sense that?" Before Chun Qingning could respond, the girl in white scoffed, "I can't sense anything. Just leave." Her disapproval of Chun Yang's words was palpable. Yet, Chun Qingning laughed and said, "Tao Tao, don't be so cold. I think what he said is quite nice and sincere. I appreciate it." The girl named Tao Tao was taken aback, her eyes revealing surprise. She could not fathom why Chun Qingning had suddenly adopted such a demeanor, even beginning to believe in sincerity. Ignoring her, Chun Qingning turned to Chen Yang and said, "Come, sit beside me." Chen Yang obliged without hesitation, taking a seat next to her. "Why are you so stiff? Is it because my waist isn't slim enough? You should put your arm around my waist." Chun Qingning teased, her delicate face adorned with a sweet smile. "Very well, I shall comply," Chen Yang said, wrapping his arm around Chun Qingning's slender waist. This scene not only astonished the girl in white, but also made the two young men nearby question their existence. What on earth is happening? They brought expensive drinks and couldn't even sit down, while he, with a cocktail worth less than 100, not only sits down, but can also embrace that beautiful girl? The disparity is too vast. Is it truly, as he claims, that he relies on sincerity? At that moment, both young men felt a sense of existential doubt. Chen Yang leaned closer to Chun Qingning and whispered, "Sister, have you had enough fun?" "Hee isn't this a collaboration?" Chun Qingning replied with a sweet smile, revealing her little tiger teeth. "Chen Yang, are you not happy?" "I am indeed quite happy. This girl provides ample emotional value." "Chen Yang Chuklet, it's rather noisy out here, and there are too many annoying flies. Let us change to a private room." Chen Yang wasn't particularly fond of the bar environment, even though the rose wine party was relatively quiet. "All right," Chen Qingning said sweetly, "but the private room at this rose wine party isn't cheap. The minimum consumption is 999. With her beautiful big eyes blinking innocently, she was aware of Chun Yang's family circumstances, which were not much better than her own. Although she had seen him wearing designer brands on social media, they could very well be fake. Thus, she was merely giving him a heads up. Chen Yang, however, responded casually, "No worries. Let us go." Without further ado, he stood up. For Chen Yang in the past, 9,999 was indeed a substantial sum, but for him now, it was merely an excellent opportunity for rewards. Chun Qingning was taken aback that he would actually go. After a brief moment of shock, she smiled and stood up as well, while the girl in white was left bewildered, unable to comprehend what was happening. "Sister Qingning, where are we going?" The girl in white followed suit. The three of them left the booth, leaving the two young men in disbelief as they watched Chen Yang depart with two beautiful women. Their worldview crumbled as they clutched their expensive drinks, nearly smashing their glasses in frustration. What is the point of flaunting? Spending so much money is less effective than a cocktail that costs a few dozen. From now on, we will also rely on sincerity to win over girls. In the private room of the rose wine party, the atmosphere was quite elegant. By the window, one could see the dazzling night view of the city, adorned with green plants and roses, creating a romantic ambience. After entering the room and taking their seats, the girl in white felt somewhat uneasy and asked Sister Qingning, "Why are we in this private room? The minimum consumption is 999, and we don't have that kind of money." Both Shen Tao and Chun Qingning came from ordinary families and certainly could not afford such exorbitant costs. "Tao Tao, don't worry, my brother is here. It will be fine," Chun Qingning replied with a bright smile. "Brother?" The girl in white looked at Chen Yang, her eyes filled with astonishment. Her impression of him was rather poor. After all, he had just ordered a cocktail, which seemed rather cheap. How could Chen Qingning be so submissive to him? Before she could voice her concerns, Chen Qingning continued, "Yes, let me introduce him. This is my senior Chen Yang, the one I mentioned before." She turned to Chen Yang and smiled. "Chen Yang, this little sister is named Shen Tao, my sophomore junior. Isn't she beautiful?" Chen Yang assessed Shen Tao and had to admit, she was indeed quite lovely. In terms of looks, she might even surpass Chen Qingning. Her demeanor was charming, embodying a youthful innocence mixed with a hint of allure, reflecting the currently popular pure and alluring style. Yes, quite beautiful, Chen Yang praised without reservation. Shen Tao felt somewhat perplexed. Earlier, Chen Qingning had described her older brother as wealthy and handsome. While she could see the handsomeness in Chen Yang, he hardly appeared wealthy. Though Shen Tao did not consider herself a materialistic woman, she also did not favor stingy men. In a situation like tonight's, one would typically expect to share a bottle of expensive wine, not a cocktail that felt so cheap. Nevertheless, since he was a friend of Qingning's, she decided not to dwell on it. Tonight might be quite costly, Shen Tao thought, feeling a tinge of gloom over their impending expenses. Yet, she maintained a warm demeanor. Smiling, "Hello, Chen Yang. It's a pleasure to meet you." "Hello." Chen Yang nodded with a smile. They had exchanged pleasantries. After some further conversation, Chen Qingning suddenly said, "Chen Yang, it seems we haven't tea ordered yet. Let's place our order first. I'm a bit thirsty and hungry." She patted her little stomach. "I've already placed the order. It should arrive shortly," Chen Yang replied with a smile. "You've already ordered?" Chen Qingning was taken aback, not expecting Chen Yang to be so prepared. "You're so thoughtful, Chen Yang." This little sister indeed provided considerable emotional value. Chen Yang had enjoyed her company back in school for this very reason. Meanwhile, Shen Tao remained silent, as she suspected that Chen Yang had bypassed their order to choose something inexpensive. The estimated cost of the wine and dishes ordered later would amount to less than 2,000 yuan. Shen Tao felt a sense of worry regarding the minimum spending for the evening. In contrast, Chen Qingning was entirely unconcerned about such matters. Continuing her conversation with Chen Yang and lamenting, "Brother Chen Yang, I never expected you to break up with Yeshuejia. You two were such a perfect match. It's truly a pity." "That's nothing. Partings are inevitable," Chen Yang replied with a calm smile, showing no signs of distress. "The past is but a fleeting whisper. Once it has passed, it is best to look ahead." Shen Tao, intrigued, inquired, "Yeshuejia? Which Yeshuejia are you referring to?" "Don't you know?" Chen Qingning exclaimed, slightly astonished, before continuing, "I've never mentioned it before. Brother Chen Yang's girlfriend is Zhiro, one of the renowned figures from our school, one of the 3 campus beauties." Upon hearing this, Shen Tao was also taken aback. "Wow, it's her. I've seen many photos of her. Yeshuejia is truly stunning." She continued, "Brother Chen Yang, with Yeshuejia's beauty, breaking up is such a loss." Even Shen Tao felt a twinge of regret. Zhiro had indeed been a prominent figure during her studies, but such fame had led to a reality that was far from her expectations, ultimately resulting in their breakup. Chen Yang simply smiled, choosing not to elaborate. At that moment, a well-dressed waiter entered. "Sir, the wine you ordered has been decanted." The waiter presented a decanter containing a rich, purplish-red wine, its color and aroma quite appealing. Both Shen Tao and Chen Qingning were curious about the type of wine, especially Shen Tao, who wondered how a reasonably priced wine could possess such an exquisite quality. However, the waiter's next statement nearly left Shen Tao and Chen Qingning speechless. The waiter produced an elegantly wrapped wooden box, placing it on the table, revealing an empty wine bottle inside. He enthusiastically introduced, "Ladies and gentlemen, you have purchased the premium selection from the Porto Winery, priced at 99,999 yuan. The entire process of opening the wine and decanting it has been meticulously recorded, with video evidence available for your review upon request." The waiter continued to elaborate on the characteristics of this premium Porto wine before addressing Chen Yang. "Mr. Chen, you are now a valued client of our Rose Wine Club. In the future, should you wish to dine with us, please call ahead, and we shall ensure the finest service for you. Thank you for your support of our Rose Wine Club." The waiter's presentation was impeccable and highly professional, revealing that he was not merely a waiter, but indeed the manager of the Rose Wine Club, specially attending to them. Once the waiter departed, the atmosphere in the private room shifted dramatically for Shen Tao and Chen Qingning, who were left in sheer astonishment. 100,000 yuan wine. Chen Yang simply ordered it without a hint of pretense or prior discussion. This was utterly unbelievable. Chen Qingming looked at Chen Yang with a newfound incredulity. Struggling to reconcile this with the Chen Yang she thought she knew. Meanwhile, Shen Tao's shock was palpable. Just moments ago, she had assumed Chen Yang was short on money, thinking that ordering cocktails was beneath him. Now, she felt her cheeks flush, realizing that Chen Yang was not dismissive of fine spirits, but rather above them, opening a 100,000 yuan bottle with such ease. After a brief silence, Chen Qingming recovered and joyfully exclaimed, "Yay, this is wonderful. Brother Chen Yang is so generous. I shall enjoy some fine wine tonight." She eagerly leaned closer to him, unreservedly nestling into his embrace. Chen Qingming had always been this way. Previously, she had shown no reservations towards Chen Yang, but their distance had grown when he began dating Zhiro. Chen Yang gently wrapped his arm around her slender waist, smiling. "Are you satisfied now? Brother Chen Yang, how could you say that? Even if you had bought Qingdao beer, I would have been delighted." Chen Qingming replied playfully. If anyone else had spoken to Chen Yang in such a manner, he might have found it hard to believe. Yet with Chen Qingming he was convinced, for she had never held his past misfortunes against him. What a wonderful sister she was. Observing the affectionate interaction between Chen Qingming and Chen Yang, Shen Tao felt an inexplicable sense of envy. It was natural for women to harbor a tinge of vanity. Alongside the 999 yuan red wine, a seafood platter worth 999 yuan arrived, featuring an array of luxurious seafood, including geoduck, Australian lobster, New Zealand rock lobster, and more. Additionally, various hot dishes such as abalone, bird's nest, sea cucumber, matsutake mushrooms, and Iberian ham were served, bringing the total value of the meal to several tens of thousands of yuan. Fortunately, the portions were modest, ensuring that the three of them would not waste any food. The combination of a lavish meal worth tens of thousands and 100,000 yuan wine left Shen Tao and Chen Qingming overjoyed. They were more interested in taking photographs than eating. It is understandable for girls to capture moments for their social media. After finishing their photos and sharing them online, they finally began to enjoy their meal and wine, chatting and eating, easily succumbing to intoxication. Chen Qingming, nestled in Chen Yang's embrace, felt soft and slightly tipsy. "Brother Chen Yang, do you think I'm pretty?" she asked, blinking her eyes at him. As Chen Yang savored his food, he took a moment to appreciate her. Chen Qingming's appearance and demeanor were indeed remarkable, her black school uniform enhancing her air of innocence. "I've always thought you were beautiful," he chuckled. "That's great. As long as Brother Chen Yang thinks I'm pretty, I feel valued and can stay by your side," she replied, her cheeks flushed with happiness, making her even more endearing. Chen Yang smiled and inquired, "What do you intend to do by staying by my side? Surely you have many admirers. Why not seek a boyfriend? They're all just a bunch of smelly men, only drawn to my looks." Chen Qingming huffed, displaying her discontent. "That's quite normal. I'm also drawn to your beauty," Chen Yang continued. "That's different. If you desire me, it's mutual consent. I can be quite double-standard, Brother Chen Yang," she teased. To be honest, he had never considered such matters before. It was simply that while he was with Zhiro, he had little interest in other women. Now, freshly out of a relationship, he truly did not wish to engage in such pursuits, especially not having fully recovered from his past connection. "Enough of this. We have company," Chen Yang remarked, slightly dismissive. Chen Qingming then lazily glanced toward Shen Tao, who was already quite inebriated, propped up on the table, seemingly lost in a haze between sobriety and drunkenness. Tao Tao had a poor tolerance for alcohol and had long since lost herself after consuming so much. Chen Qingming possessed a profound understanding of her friend's alcohol tolerance. A mischievous grin crept upon her lips as she teased, "Chen Yang Gij, with Tao Tao being so beautiful and now a bit tipsy, should we consider?" "No, I wouldn't want to take that risk." Chen Yang promptly declined, exclaiming, "What kind of joke is that? I certainly do not wish to find myself incarcerated right after awakening this system." With a playful giggle, Chen Qingming replied, "Oh, Chen Yang Gij, I was merely jesting. You know I am not that kind of person." Indeed, Chen Qingming often exuded a playful yet coy demeanor. However, when faced with serious matters, she would shy away. It was simply her flirty and audacious nature. Chen Yang chose to remain silent as they finished their last bites of food and drink, preparing to settle the bill and depart. With a white Shen Tao in his left hand and a black Chen Qingming in his right, he exited the Rose wine party. In the car, the middle-aged driver cheerfully inquired, "Where to, young man?" "Let us head to Shencheng Media University," Chen Yang instructed. "Ah, your alma mater." The driver acknowledged with a nod. Which hotel nearby would you prefer? For Seasons, Hilton, or Wharton? Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the options presented. Just the Media University will suffice, he stated firmly. The driver continued, there's no need for such modesty, young man. I've seen many like you. I understand. I can certainly recommend a place. Given the beauty of these two ladies, a high-end hotel would be safer. The Hilton next to the university is quite good. Chen Yang remained unfazed by the driver's overly familiar demeanor. The luxurious Rose Wine Party might be an upscale bar, but at its core, a bar is still a bar. And such situations occur far too frequently. The driver was seasoned in these matters. As the car sped towards the university, a series of notifications echoed in Chen Yang's mind. Detected that the host has completed a lavish expenditure. Reward, 330,000. Detected that the host has completed a lavish expenditure. Reward, 120,000. Detected that the host has completed a lavish expenditure. Reward, 150,000. His night of indulgence proved to be quite rewarding, netting him over 500,000. The thrill of such rapid earnings was indeed exhilarating. Meanwhile, Chen Qingning, nestled in his arms, slowly opened her eyes, smiling sleepily. Chen Yang Gij. What did the driver mean by that? I'm curious to find out. Enough of that, Chen Yang said, gently tapping her forehead. But I just want to see. She retorted playfully, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Chen Yang felt a competitive spirit stir within him, prompted by her teasing words. Be careful with such talk. It might lead to unexpected blessings, he murmured. What is there to fear? She scoffed, her lips curling into a slight smirk. You're the one who dares not. I'm not afraid. Her audacious nature reminded Chen Yang of days gone by, when he might have hesitated. Now, however, things are different. Very well. Tonight, let this little enchantress learn that reckless words come with consequences. A playful smile graced his lips as he commanded, stop the car. The vehicle came to a halt in front of a luxurious five-star hotel named Huazhou Fengshan. This will do, Chen Yang said to the driver, momentarily surprised. Soon wore a knowing smile and opened the door for them. Chen Yang assisted Chen Qingning and Shen Tao from the vehicle, guiding them toward the hotel. Observing the somewhat inebriated Chen Qingning leaning against him, he asked, are you afraid now? Not all. I'm fearless. Chen Yang Gij, you still dare not. She replied defiantly. Not wishing to argue, Chen Yang wrapped his arms around both ladies as they approached the hotel. The driver, watching their retreating figures, couldn't he help but marvel at the audacity of youth. Inside the presidential suite of Huazhou Fengshan, Chen Yang settled Shen Tao on a side bed and carried the tipsy Chen Qingning to the master bedroom. He playfully tossed her onto the bed and asked with a grin, do you believe me now? Though intoxicated and her eyes slightly glazed, she stubbornly bit her lip, declaring, I don't believe it at all. Chen Yang Gij, you wouldn't dare do anything to me. The charmingly coy demeanor of the younger girl was truly captivating. Is that so? Chen Yang remarked, gazing into her beautiful eyes. I need to take a shower. I feel dirty, she said, her face flushed with embarrassment. Having caught a whiff of the lingering scent of alcohol, he nodded in agreement. Very well. He released her, and she staggered slightly before heading to the bathroom. Before exiting the bedroom, she provocatively called back, Chen Yang Gij, you'd better wait for me here. Don't run away, or I will think less of you. Go on, he replied, bemused by her audacity. After a while, he lay back on the bed, listening to the sound of running water from the bathroom, his mind drifting to tantalizing thoughts. Curiosity piqued, he approached the bathroom door, only to find it slightly ajar. A knowing smile spread across his face as he pushed the door open. The following morning, sunlight streamed into the bedroom as Shen Tao groggily awoke, her head pounding. She pressed her temples, gradually coming to her senses. Suddenly, a chill ran through her. She realized she was scarcely dressed, only in a nightgown. This implied someone had changed her clothes. Moreover, she appeared to be in a hotel room. A sense of foreboding washed over her as she felt someone lying atop her. Instinctively, she reached out, flustered and angry, and delivered a sharp slap to the face of the person above her. The sound echoed in the room. Moments later, a whimpering voice emerged from beneath the covers. Oh, Chen Yang Gij, why did you hit me again? It was Chen Qingning's voice. Shen Tao quickly threw off the covers, her eyes widening in shock as she realized it was Chen Qingning beneath her. I'm sorry, she stammered. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Chen Qingning, startled awake by the slap, wiped away her tears and asked in confusion, what are you doing so early? Why did you suddenly hit me? I thought you were Shen Tao. Shen Tao admitted, her face growing even redder. Chen Qingning, realizing the misunderstanding, wrapped her arms around Shen Tao and teased, Tao Tao, you didn't think something happened between you and Chen Yang, did you? Shen Tao, flustered, nodded shyly. Chen Qingning chuckled, oh, you have quite the imagination. Suddenly, an idea struck Chen Qingning, and she looked at Shen Tao with a playful smirk. Tao Tao, do you have any thoughts of your own? What? What thoughts? Shen Tao blurted, her cheeks burning with shyness. Little sister, you must be a bit bolder. Opportunities must be seized. Chen Qingning smiled and said, you are so beautiful, with a figure far superior to mine, both pure and alluring. If you could be a little more proactive, Brother Chen Yang would undoubtedly take a liking to you. Brother Chen Yang is not only handsome, but also wealthy. Don't you desire that? Shen Tao bit her red lip and replied defiantly, I don't want that, Sister Qingning. I am not that kind of woman. Yet, despite her words, a ripple of emotion stirred within Shen Tao's heart. Chen Qingning let out a soft laugh and said nothing more, embracing Shen Tao. Suddenly feeling unwell, she remarked, Tao Tao, when we go to school later, please help me request a 2-day leave. I haven't been feeling well lately and need some rest. Shen Tao blinked in puzzlement and asked, Sister Qingning, what is wrong? Do you need to go to the hospital? No need. Just a few days of rest will suffice, Chen Qingning replied, her cheeks flushed. She resolved not to provoke Brother Chen Yang again next time. Chapter 8. Health Mission. When Chen Yang awoke, it was already morning. He felt incredibly fatigued, his entire body sore. Last night's revelry had gone on too late, and having consumed some alcohol, he now felt quite unwell, his stomach in turmoil. After a trip to the restroom to vomit, he emerged feeling lightheaded and utterly drained. In truth, Chen Yang could typically hold his liquor well. He had never experienced such symptoms before. The reason for his current state stemmed from years of relentless work to afford a home, which had taken a toll on his health. His physical condition had deteriorated significantly. Sometimes, simply bending down and standing up made him feel unsteady, as if he might faint. This could not continue. He could no longer indulge excessively. Now that he had the Shenhao system and no longer lacked financial resources, it was essential to make a change. Otherwise, he would find himself wealthy, but without the vitality to enjoy it. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice from the system interrupted his thoughts. Detected that the host is currently in a state of low health. Recovery mission initiated. Recovery mission brief. A sound body is essential to fully enjoy life and wealth. Mission requirement. Please elevate health to above 60. Mission reward. For every 10 points of health improved, a reward of 1 million will be granted. Just as he contemplated resting, the system had conveniently provided a task. How fitting. Subsequently, a panel appeared before Chen Yang. Host, Chen Yang, age, 27, height, 180 centimeters weight, 70 kilograms strength, 19 stamina, 23 mental state, 33 assets, none wealth, 21, 530 health, 30. All these figures displayed before him were disheartening. Whether in strength, stamina, or mental state, they were all alarmingly low. This was hardly surprising, as Chen Yang had spent many years in an office without much opportunity for exercise. It was remarkable that his health had held up at all. His health score of 30 was particularly alarming. If it dropped further to around 10, he would be in a perilous state, with the risk of sudden health emergencies looming. Change was imperative, and it could not wait. He began with a simple yet effective step. Breakfast would no longer consist of greasy takeout. Instead, he prepared a nutritious meal comprising 3 boiled eggs, 2 slices of whole grain bread, milk, and some fruit. Following this nourishing meal, he donned his workout attire and ventured outside. To transform his physique, morning jogging was a necessity. Arriving at a nearby park after a brief stretch, he set off running. Initially, he had planned to complete 10 kilometers, but he soon realized he had overestimated his physical capabilities. After merely 2 or 3 kilometers, he was breathless, his heart racing, and he struggled to catch his breath. Nevertheless, he grit his teeth and managed to complete 5 kilometers. After concluding his run, Chen Yang collapsed onto a bench in the park, relishing the cool morning breeze and observing the ebb and flow of passers-by, feeling a profound sense of contentment. He had forgotten how long it had been since he had left the house so early. They say the early bird catches the worm. Today, that sentiment proved true. Having completed his morning exercise, the day ahead promised to be remarkably easy. Host has completed morning exercise. Health value has increased by 1. One healthy meal and 1 morning workout had already raised his health value by 1. At this rate, It wouldn't be long before Chen Yang's physical condition improved. He stood once more and jogged an additional 2 to 3 kilometers, reaching his limit before stopping. Just then his phone rang. Upon answering, he was met with a disgruntled voice. Chen Yang, what time is it, and why haven't you come to work yet? The caller was none other than his immediate superior, team leader Xie Long. This individual was no gem either. Half the reason for Chen Yang's discontent at work could be traced back to Xie Long. He was the archetypal office tyrant, fully aware that his team could not handle the excessive workload, yet he continued to take on more tasks to impress his superiors, relentlessly squeezing his employees. Chen Yang had previously endured this due to financial necessity, but now he scoffed internally. I'm done. I'm not going back. Not going back. Xie Long's voice rose in pitch, incredulous. Chen Yang, are you joking? The company is in the midst of a busy period. I have no time for games. You have half an hour to get to the office. If you're not here, just wait for me to deal with you. With that, Xie Long hung up angrily. However, Chen Yang merely chuckled, dismissing the little clown's threats. With the system at his disposal, he felt liberated. Who would still bother with work? If he chose not to show up, Xie Long would be the one to suffer. It was important to note that out of the 10 members in Xie Long's team, Chen Yang was the most capable. If he chose to walk away, Xie Long would undoubtedly fail to complete any of the tasks he had taken on. Finding a replacement on short notice would be impossible. Thus, one would expect Xie Long to come begging for his assistance. Chapter 9. The landlady upon returning to his apartment. Chen Yang first took a shower and changed clothes before heading upstairs. He needed to pay the water and electricity bills for the month and had to see the landlady about it. Taking the elevator to the 8th floor, he knocked on the landlady's door. Knock, knock, knock. After a moment, there was no response. What was going on? Was the landlady not home? That seemed unlikely at this hour. Chen Yang knocked again and called out, "Landlady." After a brief pause, a hurried voice responded from within. "Coming, coming." It was a gentle female voice, quite pleasant to hear. After a moment, the door opened to reveal a slightly older, yet stunningly beautiful woman, dressed in a light blue long house dress. Her figure was incredibly alluring, with curves that were nothing short of captivating. Upon seeing the landlady, even Chen Yang found himself momentarily taken aback. She was undeniably beautiful, particularly her physique, which was almost provocatively striking. Although Giraud, as a flight attendant, possesses an exquisite physique, she pales in comparison to the landlady in terms of figure. It is no wonder that in the past, whenever Giraud had to settle various expenses, she would never allow Fang Yuan to accompany her, always opting to go alone. However, today, the landlady's complexion appears rather flushed, indicating something amiss. "Chen Yang, you've arrived," the landlady said, forcing a smile upon seeing him. "Yes, I'm here to settle the utility bills," he replied, noticing her unusual demeanor and inquiring, "Is everything all right, landlady? Are you feeling unwell?" "Not at all," she stated, her cheeks becoming even rosier. "It's just a bit warm today." Indeed, it was summer, and the heat was palpable. Chen Yang dismissed the thought. The landlady regained her composure and cheerfully invited him in. "Please, come in and have a seat." She opened the door, welcoming him into her apartment. The apartment was tastefully decorated, featuring an array of elegant furnishings and adorned walls with framed artwork, all impeccably clean, radiating warmth and comfort. "Here, have some tea," she said, gracefully pouring a cup for him once they were seated. The landlady always maintained this graceful demeanor, exuding a gentle elegance that would have made her a paragon of virtue in ancient times. "There is no need to go through all this trouble. I merely came to pay the utility bills," Chen Yang chuckled. "I understand," she replied with a smile, producing the bill and placing it on the table. "This is your utility bill from last month. I prepared it for you. Please check if there are any discrepancies." After reviewing the bill and finding no issues, he promptly transferred the payment to her. Having settled the utility fees, Chen Yang intended to take his leave, but the landlady suddenly asked, "I heard that Ro has left." Nodding, Fang Yuan replied with a hint of resignation. "Yes, she just left yesterday." "That truly is a pity," the landlady sighed, revealing her fondness for Giraud. Pausing briefly, she continued, "However, you need not be too sorrowful. Ro has her own aspirations and a future to pursue. While you two shared a wonderful relationship, it was never truly fitting. Parting ways is not necessarily a negative outcome. In truth, Chen Yang had already reached this understanding long ago. Giraud was a woman of dreams and ambitions, unwilling to be confined to domesticity. Likewise, he was not the type to hold someone back through emotional ties. Since they had parted, regardless of the reasons, it was clear they were not meant to be together. It was better for both to enjoy their freedom and savor life. I understand, landlady, he said with a smile as he sipped his tea. Seeing that he harbored no lingering feelings, the landlady expressed her delight. I'm glad you see it that way. If you have the opportunity, do come by more often. We can look out for each other. The landlady lived alone, having lost her husband long ago, who left her several apartments to rent out. She seldom ventured outside, spending her days at home, embodying the traits of a traditional and graceful lady. Interacting with such a refined and elegant woman was indeed a pleasant experience. Of course, Chen Yang replied before taking his leave. Returning to his apartment, he realized it was already noon. He prepared a nutritious lunch, cooking 2 chicken legs paired with lettuce and a bowl of rice, thus satisfying his midday hunger. As he sat at the dining table, eating while scrolling through his phone, a message notification appeared. It was from Ning. A flurry of messages followed. This lively girl always seemed brimming with energy. Muyong, I'm eating now. How about you? Ning, I've finished eating. Now I'm swimming here with Tao Tao. Chen Yang, do you want to take a look? Muyong, take a look? How? Chen Yang replied, somewhat perplexed. To his surprise, a moment later, Ning sent a photo of herself and Shun Tao, both in a private pool, with hardly anyone around. Ning donned a black bikini, the fabric minimal and revealing, showcasing her fair skin, particularly her alluring figure. This little enchantress was undeniably captivating. In contrast, Shen Tao opted for a more modest swimsuit, black and white, yet her stunning physique rendered even this conservative attire alluring. The stark contrast between the two sisters was indeed striking. Ning, Chen Yang, what do you think? Are Tao Tao and I beautiful? Mu Young, yes. You both look very beautiful. Ning, who is more beautiful, me or Tao Tao? Mu Yang, they are both beautiful. Ning, don't be so evasive. Be precise. Who is prettier? Mu Yang. Well, Tao Tao is slightly more beautiful. Ning, who? Chen Yang, you're so fickle. Mu Yang, you asked me to be honest. She does have a slightly better figure. Ning, it's not just about looks. You have to experience it. Chen Yang, I will show you that I'm far more alluring than Tao Tao. Mu Yang, I look forward to that. Chen Yang smiled, finding this little temptress amusing. Just then, Ning sent another message. Ning, Chen Yang, tomorrow is the weekend. I've been so bored at school lately. Come and hang out with me and Moo over the weekend. We're both really looking forward to it. Contemplating for a moment, Chen Yang realized that since he had quit his job, he had little to do, so it wouldn't hurt to have some fun. Mu Yang when? Ning, domorob evening. Mu Yang, Alrig. After their brief arrangement, the conversation came to an end. Chen Yang yawned and soon succumbed to sleep on the living room sofa, unaware of how long it had been since he last napped. Since starting work, it had been a relentless cycle of labor. After sleeping for an hour, he awoke with a throbbing headache, feeling disoriented and parched. The weather outside had turned gloomy, shifting from bright sunshine to overcast skies, resembling an impending apocalypse. He coughed a few times, drank a glass of water, and gradually regained his composure. The nap had left him feeling utterly drained. He glanced at his health status, noting a meager increase of 1, far too slow. Clearly, relying solely on morning exercises was insufficient. There should be a gym nearby, quite sizable. He considered finding an opportunity to sign up. He resolved to improve his health through fitness, which seemed the most prudent choice. However, he had other matters to attend to that afternoon, so he decided to claim his rewards first. Thus, Chen Yang dressed and ventured out. Tianfu Square, a large shopping center in the city, was his destination. Upon arriving, he spotted a stunning woman, approximately 7 meters tall, with an enviable model-like figure and long, graceful legs, standing in the square, holding her phone and scanning the surroundings. The tall beauty donned a standard uniform, which accentuated her exquisite curves. Her already stunning legs were wrapped in black stockings and adorned with high heels, rendering her leg shape exceptionally alluring. Truly, it embodies the saying, "Sister's beautiful legs are a lethal weapon." This enchanting lady, known as Yao Na, was someone Chen Yang was well acquainted with. Having invited her out today, Nana, Chen Yang called out with a smile. Upon hearing his voice, the elegant beauty glanced over, her delicate face lighting up with joy before she quickly masked it, crossing her arms and feigning displeasure. What, Nana? Who is Nana? I don't know her. You should call me Jie. Do you understand? The tall beauty spoke with an earnest demeanor. Chen Yang merely chuckled and replied, "Doesn't that make you seem younger? No need for that. I insist you call me Jie." The beauty maintained her proud stance. All right, Jie. Chen Yang conceded, unable to resist. This elicited a genuine smile from Yao Na, who said, "Good, good, you truly are a good younger brother." She then approached Chen Yang, playfully stating, "Come here. Sister rewards you with a chance to wrap your arms around my waist." She took his hand and placed it on her waist without hesitation. Chen Yang, with a mischievous smile, pulled her into his embrace, remarking, "Na, isn't hugging the waist a bit mundane? How about?" His smile carried an insinuation. Yao Na huffed, "You only dare to talk like that. You have a lustful heart, but lack the courage. I'm your sister. You wouldn't dare act recklessly, would you?" She remained unafraid. This tall beauty, Yao Na, was indeed Chen Yang's sister, though they shared no blood relation. Chen Yang's parents had passed away when he was very young, and he was raised by his grandparents in an old neighborhood where Yao Na lived next door. Her parents often traveled for work, and thus they grew up together, with Yao Na being the quintessential neighborly older sister, taking care of Chen Yang and even secretly buying him snacks. Later, when Chen Yang entered high school, his grandparents also passed away, leaving him with no relatives save for Yao Na, who had always been like a sister to him. After entering university, their interactions dwindled, especially after Chen Yang started working. However, their bond remained unstrained. Now, as Chen Yang invited Yao Na out, she was just as engaging and lively as before. Chen Yang smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. In the past, he had been somewhat timid around Yao Na, a pure-hearted boy easily teased by her. After he began dating Zhiro, opportunities to meet Yao Na became scarce. The changes in Chen Yang over the years were not well known to Yao Na. Suddenly realizing something, Yao Na removed Chen Yang's hand and smiled. "I almost forgot. You have a flight attendant girlfriend. We can't be too close. It wouldn't be good if she found out." She maintained a distance from him. Chen Yang shook his head and replied with a smile, "I've already broken up. I'm currently single." "Huh? Why?" Yao Na asked, surprised. "Wasn't your relationship going well?" "There were some issues. It just wasn't suitable," Chen Yang replied, offering no further explanation. "All right," Yao Na noted, understanding that Chen Yang preferred not to discuss it. A playful smile crossed her face as she said, "Chen Yang, you break up and come running to me. Are you treating your sister as a backup?" Chen Yang smirked. "Na, since you are my beloved sister, you must bear the responsibility of helping me through my troubles. Now that I'm single and feeling down, I seek your company for some relaxation. Are you unwilling to assist?" Yao Na lightly scoffed. "Years have passed, and your tongue has become quite sharp. Fine, as your good sister, I'll accompany you wherever you wish to go today. Forget about that woman. How about that?" True to her neighborly nature, Yao Na was quite considerate. She then guided Chen Yang to wrap his arms around her slender waist, drawing him closer. Their affectionate gestures indeed resembled that of a couple. They strolled towards Tianfu Square, where Yao Na led Chen Yang through various shops, buying some items, effectively helping him unwind. After a while, Chen Yang inquired, "Na, don't you have work today?" "I do," Yao Na replied, enjoying a lollipop as she explained, "Look at my outfit today. Who would wear this unless they were going to work?" "Indeed, only office workers typically wear such uniforms," Chen Yang acknowledged. "Can you really take time off to accompany me while working?" Chen Yang continued. Yao Na laughed. "Well, you came here, so I took a half-day leave. Besides, there aren't many customers in the shop. It's not a big deal. Are you still at Jiangshidentan?" Chen Yang asked. "Yes," Yao Na nodded, recognizing that this was also Chen Yang's reason for seeking her out today. "Is your workplace located inside the square?" Chen Yang queried further. After a brief pause, she playfully asked, "What? Do you want to buy a watch?" "I want to take a look," Chen Yang admitted candidly. "Just looking?" Yao Na pondered for a moment before replying, "That's fine. Jiangshidentan's watches are quite nice. There's no harm in browsing. Come on." Yao Na assumed that Chen Yang merely wanted to peruse, never considering that he might genuinely want to purchase one. She led him directly to the second floor of the Tianfu shopping center, arriving at the flagship store of Jiangshidentan. Inside, only a few sales associates were present. With few customers, high-end brands were typically reserved and delivered directly to customers. The sales associates recognized Yao Na and greeted her with smiles as she entered with Chen Yang. "Na Jia, who is this handsome guy?" One asked. "Wow, you're even holding Na's waist. Is he your boyfriend?" "What a handsome young man." Another chimed in. "Na Jia, who is he really?" The others eagerly questioned. Feeling a bit embarrassed with Chen Yang's arm around her waist and the attention, Yao Na, however, was unfazed and replied with a smile, "What nonsense are you all talking? This is my good younger brother." Chen Yang smiled at them, saying hello. One sales associate giggled. "Good younger brother? I've never seen such a close sibling relationship before," holding each other's waist in public. Indeed, it's quite intimate, like a couple, another added. Your sibling bond hasn't changed, has it? They teased. Yao Na's cheeks flushed slightly, aware that their actions did seem quite affectionate. However, she viewed it as perfectly normal. They had grown up together as childhood friends. Yao Na huffed, what's wrong with hugging? We share a deep sibling bond. And as long as my good younger brother is happy, he can hug me however he likes and take advantage of me as he pleases. You simply wouldn't understand. Yao Na's demeanor is quite unpretentious. She is not one to shy away from conversation or become flustered by mere words. This statement left the female sales associates momentarily speechless, each one stifling a giggle while casting curious glances at Chen Yang. In response, Chen Yang could only shrug in resignation, thinking to himself how Yao Na truly is an exceptional sister, unafraid to speak her mind. What type of watch would you like to see? Yao Na inquired, turning her gaze towards Chen Yang. After some time, they arrived at the Vacheron Constantin display, where the prices of the exquisite timepieces range from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Truly, Vacheron Constantin exemplifies luxury. In the past, Chen Yang would have never even glanced at such high-end items. After all, what merit is there in a watch that costs so much? However, everything changed with the indulgence system. Even if he wished to refrain from purchasing, he found himself compelled to take advantage of the opportunity for cashback on spending. How do you find them? They're all quite beautiful, aren't they? Why not try one on? Yao Na suggested, under the impression that Chen Yang was merely browsing and had no intention of making a purchase. No, thank you, Chen Yang replied, shaking his head. Why not? Yao Na asked, somewhat puzzled. At this moment, the female sales associates chimed in with laughter. The handsome guy seems worried about damaging one. Rest assured, even if you were just an ordinary customer and not Yao Jia's brother, try it on will be perfectly fine, they encouraged. Indeed, these watches are insured. As long as they are not deliberately damaged, you should feel free to try them on, another sales associate added. Try it on, handsome. I believe it would suit you quite well. With little else to do, the sales associates appeared to relish the spectacle, convinced that Chen Yang's hesitance was rooted in fear of ruining the merchandise. However, Chen Yang shook his head again, clarifying that is not the reason. They simply do not appeal to me. Is there something more aesthetically pleasing? Perhaps something slightly more expensive? Both Yao Na and the sales associates were taken aback by his request. While the price tags on these watches were substantial, they were not considered exorbitant within the realm of Vacheron Constantin. Chen Yang's desire for something pricier seemed a touch greedy, though understandable in today's society, where vanity often reigns supreme. It was easy to surmise that he wished to purchase something not merely for himself, but to flaunt on social media later. This is sufficient, isn't it? Yao Na frowned, displeased. While others may not have cared about Chen Yang's vanity, Yao Na certainly did. She genuinely viewed him as a younger brother, and his selective nature felt somewhat inappropriate. Yet, the other sales associates laughed. A few $100,000 is indeed rather inexpensive. Come, handsome. Let us show you the finest pieces in our store. We fear you may not dare to try them. They led Chen Yang deeper into the Vacheron Constantin showcase. Yao Na had no choice but to follow. This is our Tradition series, an ultra-thin perpetual calendar in rose gold, priced at $800,000. This is from our Overseas series, crafted from titanium and priced at $770,000. Lastly, we have our Overseas high jewelry watch in platinum, priced at $1,300,000. A tall sales associate explained with a smile. Which one do you wish to try on? Handsome? Chen Yang surveyed the options, all of which were quite impressive. Naturally, the most exquisite was the high jewelry watch, given its staggering price of $1,300,000. I'll take that one, he declared, selecting the Overseas series. Wow, you're quite bold to try on a piece worth over $1 million. It seems Yao Jia's brother indeed possesses ambition. A true man should exude confidence and courage, not timidity. The sales associates praised him. Initially, Yao Na felt somewhat uneasy, but upon reflection, she recognized that Chen Yang had recently experienced a breakup and deserved to indulge himself a little. Perhaps she had been too harsh. Therefore, she approached Chen Yang with a smile. Since you like it so much, let me help you put on. With that, Yao Na donned gloves, took a deep breath, and carefully retrieved the exquisite watch from the display under the watchful eyes of the sales associates. Chen Yang extended his right hand, and Yao Na assisted him in fastening the watch. Once adorned with the $1 million timepiece, Chen Yang felt an inexplicable surge of confidence, as if his aura had elevated to new heights. Was this the sensation of wealth? He stepped in front of a mirror, scrutinizing his reflection. Dressed impeccably in a suit, And with the Vacheron Constantine gracing his wrist, he felt a newfound commanding presence. The surrounding sales associates gasped in awe, exclaiming, "Wow, you look absolutely stunning. No wonder you are Yao Jie's brother. The moment you wear that watch, your charisma skyrockets. It's as if we're witnessing the protagonist of a romantic drama." Even Yao Na was momentarily taken aback by Chen Yang's transformation. She had not anticipated that in just a few years, he could evolve into someone so remarkably handsome, causing her heart to race. "Yao Na, what do you think?" Chen Yang inquired with a smile. "Handsome, exceedingly so," Yao Na affirmed, always adept at providing emotional support. "If you stepped outside, I would believe you to be a celebrity." Chen Yang merely chuckled in response. Yao Na then sighed. "While you look incredible, it is quite impractical. It's far too expensive. Strike a pose. Let me take some photos," she suggested, retrieving her phone. Understanding that Chen Yang's purpose for trying on the watch was likely to capture a few photos, she prepared herself to ensure he looked his best. However, Chen Yang shook his head. "No need, Yao Na. This is sufficient." "Sufficient?" Yao Na was taken aback, questioning, "Aren't you going to take any photos?" While taking photos was indeed essential, there was no need to do so in the store. If he shared them online, people might think he was merely showing off. Instead, he preferred to wait until he had purchased the watch and then find an appropriate venue and angle to capture the moment. That would be the most fitting approach. Yet, the sales associates failed to grasp Chen Yang's intentions. Their expressions froze momentarily, leaving them to wonder if he meant to return for another fitting. Although trying on the watches was permissible, frequent visits to try on a $1 million timepiece felt excessive. Their impression of Chen Yang diminished somewhat, shattering the fantasy of him as a charismatic tycoon. Very well, Yao Na thought little of it. Knowing Chen Yang was not that type of person and likely had his reasons for his actions. Having browsed and tried on the watches, Yao Na linked her arm with Chen Yang's, beaming, "Shall we leave?" Chen Yang, however, shook his head. "Not yet. I haven't seen enough." "Not seen enough?" Yao Na was taken aback once more. The exquisite watches worth over $1 million had already been viewed, so what else was there to see? Chen Yang chuklet. "I wish to see another one." Chapter 013. To purchase? Another one. The crowd was taken aback, glancing at one another in disbelief. They had not anticipated that after examining a watch valued at over $1 million, Chen Yang would still be unsatisfied and yearn to view yet another. This seemed rather extravagant. However, it was within the rules, and they had nothing to say, though their fondness for Chen Yang diminished slightly. Yao Na, on the other hand, was not particularly concerned. Since Chen Yang had recently ended a relationship, seeking a distraction was perfectly understandable, and she was more than willing to accompany her. "All right, which one do you wish to see?" Yao Na asked with a smile. Chen Yang surveyed all the timepieces on display before finally pointing to one and stating, "This one looks quite appealing." The others turned to gaze at the selected piece. Before Yao Na could respond, a female sales associate interjected in astonishment. "The Yiling goddess in rose gold? It's valued over 600,000, but it's a lady's watch. Are you certain you want to try it on?" The group, including Yao Na, looked at Chen Yang with curiosity. However, Chen Yang smiled and said, "Of course it's not for me." "Nah, you should give it a try." "Me?" Yao Na replied, bewildered. "Why should I try it on?" She did not comprehend Chen Yang's intentions. Why was she being asked to wear it? "I believe it would look splendid on you. Just give it a shot," Chen Yang encouraged. Yao Na contemplated saying more, but decided against it and smiled. "All right, I'll give it a try." Interestingly, during her years in the store, she had never tried on a watch. Although Jaeger-LeCoultre did not restrict customers from trying on watches, the rules for the sales associates were stringent, and they were absolutely forbidden from wearing them. Thus, despite having seen numerous luxury timepieces over the years, they had never been able to try them on. Today, Chen Yang's request allowed for an exception. Nonetheless, to be cautious, Yao Na glanced at the store manager, who was observing them with interest, her eyes conveying a hint of inquiry. The manager, seemingly unbothered, simply nodded with a smile, since it's a customer's request. Nah, do try it on. Who knows, it might look stunning on you." The manager believed that Chen Yang was pursuing Yao Na, hence the request. She was more than willing to facilitate this. Even if Chen Yang did not intend to purchase, she would still support the endeavor. With the manager's approval, Yao Na was elated. She carefully retrieved the Yiling goddess watch, valued at 600,000 to 700,000, from the display and gently adorned her wrist with it. After putting on the watch, Yao Na hurried to the mirror. Gazing at her reflection, she felt a slight enchantment. The Yiling goddess watch, while it could not enhance her beauty, significantly elevated her aura. If previously Yao Na appeared like an ordinary white-collar worker in her uniform, donning the Yi Ling goddess watch transformed her presence entirely. Now, she exuded an air reminiscent of a powerful female executive. Truly, it was a top-tier luxury watch. An impeccable match for her. Wow, Nana, you look incredibly beautiful. Sister Na, your beauty and grace, paired with the Yi Ling goddess, is simply divine. Honestly, if I didn't know better, I would think you were a celebrity. All the female sales associates were utterly captivated by Yao Na's allure. Her small vanity was immensely satisfied. Ignoring the others, she turned to Chen Yang with a smile and asked, Chen Yang, what do you think? Chen Yang nodded appreciatively, sighing. It suits you perfectly. This watch seems tailor-made for you. Chen Yang's compliment filled Yao Na with joy, and she continuously admired herself in the mirror. Beautiful. Indeed stunning. This is the essence of a wealthy socialite. It truly is extraordinary. Regrettably, Yao Na knew she would never be able to afford such a watch. Valued at 600,000 to 700,000 in her lifetime. Chen Yang, please take a few photos of me. It's a rare opportunity. Yao Na intended to capture some photos. Not for social media, as everyone knew she was a sales associate at Jaeger LeCoultre, making it pointless to post. She merely wished to document the moment. However, Chen Yang smiled and replied, Nah, there's no need. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Again, she heard this phrase. Yao Na's smile faltered slightly. Would there even be a next time? Nevertheless, as Chen Yang had said so, she could not voice her disappointment and merely nodded with regret. All right, I'll follow your lead. Let us go. Yao Na linked her arm with Chen Yang once more, her lovely face illuminated with a smile. Regardless, today had been quite enjoyable. Chen Yang nodded, linking arms with Yao Na, and said, yes, let us go. Yet, he paused momentarily and addressed the female sales associates. Could you please help me package these 2 watches? This statement left the sales associates momentarily stunned. Package them? What did Chen Yang mean? Was he actually considering a purchase? It was not that they looked down on Chen Yang. Rather, the total value of these 2 watches approached 2 million. Although Chen Yang was handsome, he hardly appeared to be wealthy enough to afford such an expense. Not only the sales associates, but even Yao Na was taken aback, utterly perplexed by Chen Yang's intentions. After a brief silence, the store manager was the first to regain her composure, smilingly inquiring, Mr. Chen, do you mean for us to package these 2 watches, and you intend to purchase them? Although she sensed that Chen Yang did not fit the profile of their typical clientele, she still regarded him with a degree of respect. A testament to her professionalism. Just as they were all bracing themselves for Chen Yang to decline, he nodded with a smile. Indeed, package them. I am definitely going to buy these 2 watches. Boom. The declaration resonated like thunder in their ears. At that moment, whether it was the female sales associates, the manager, or Yao Na, their faces were painted with disbelief. Was he truly buying? Chen Yang was genuinely going to purchase watches valued at 2 million? This cannot be a joke. Even Yao Na found it hard to believe, staring at Chen Yang and exclaiming, Chen Yang. Chapter 014. A young mistress? Yet, Chen Yang merely smiled at her, signaling her not to be overly astonished. Yao Na fell silent, watching intently to see what Chen Yang would do next. The manager, still in disbelief, asked, Mr. Chen, are you truly certain about this purchase? She sought confirmation once more, ensuring that Chen Yang was not speaking lightly. Chen Yang nodded, yes. Package them. All right, let us package them. The 2 sales associates quickly approached, carefully retrieving the Yi Ling goddess and the other watch from the display, placing them into exquisite packaging. Once completed, the manager gestured towards Chen Yang. Sir, this way, please. Chen Yang, still holding the slightly bewildered Yao Na's arm, followed the sales associates to the counter. Upon reaching the counter, the manager produced a machine and set it on the surface. Mr. Chen, which payment method would you prefer? The manager scrutinized Chen Yang, seemingly eager to ascertain if he had any further excuses now that they had reached this point. Although she did not mind if Chen Yang came to try on luxury watches to indulge his vanity, if he did not intend to buy, it would be excessively pretentious to go this far. This is rather akin to playing with their emotions. Should he make excuses not to purchase? Even if he is Yao Na's brother, they would certainly not entertain him in the future. The female sales attendants were all observing Chen Yang. Yao Na felt both anxious and awkward, already contemplating how she might assist Chen Yang in explaining himself when he inevitably faltered. She never anticipated that Chen Yang would take such a bold step. However, undeterred by the gazes of the crowd, Chen Yang calmly produced a Huaxiao Bank Dragon card and said with a serene smile, swipe the card. The store manager was clearly taken aback that Chen Yang could indeed produce a card. After a moment of shock, he accepted the dragon card and began the transaction. It was not until the successful payment notification chimed that all present, including the sales attendants, the manager, and Yao Na, stood frozen in disbelief. Had he truly succeeded? Had he effortlessly purchased a luxury watch worth 2 million? The sales attendants felt as though they were dreaming, while Chen Yang maintained an air of nonchalance. Having just spent 2 million with a casual flick of his wrist. Was this even real? Hadn't it been agreed that he was merely browsing? Wasn't it said that, as Yao Na's brother, he was not wealthy? After the initial shock wore off, the manager was the first to regain composure, his face breaking into a radiant smile as he said, "Thank you, Mr. Chen, for your support of our Jaeger-LeCoultre. Your purchase has been successfully completed. From today onward, you are our most esteemed customer at Jaeger-LeCoultre. If you have any requests or need assistance, please feel free to reach out to us." Outside Tianfu Square, within a Luckin Coffee. "Sir, may I take your order?" The attendant inquired of Chen Yang. "1 coconut latte and 1 iced Americano," he replied. After placing the order, Chen Yang sat down and handed the coconut latte to the pleasantly surprised Yao Na, while he himself enjoyed the iced Americano. "You remember I like coconut lattes," Yao Na said with a smile. "How could I forget about your preferences, Nana?" Chen Yang teased. "Stop teasing. I feel unworthy to be by your side now. You have no idea. My WeChat notifications were about to explode right after we left the store," Yao Na said half-jokingly. Chen Yang simply smiled, fully aware of the rumors swirling around him. Women's gossip is notoriously intense. Chen Yang's extravagant display of spending at Jaeger-LeCoultre would surely have sent Yao Na's colleagues into a frenzy. "How about we let them all give up on any hopes?" Yao Na suggested, sipping her coconut latte, her eyes twinkling. "Nana, that's a bit harsh, isn't it? Do you wish for me to remain single forever after a breakup?" Chen Yang chuckled. Yao Na retorted, "How could I possibly introduce you to those vain, superficial women?" Then, after a brief pause, she adopted a teasing tone and said, "Chen Yang, what if I were to approach you as a sister who could enjoy the benefits of being close to you? We're not related by blood. I'm merely your neighborly older sister. I've always treated you well, and I'm quite attractive myself. I have a lovely figure, a slender waist, and long legs. Moreover, I am quite mature. Consider it." "Chen Yang," Yao Na said, leaning closer, her alluring curves accentuated. Upon closer inspection, Chen Yang found Yao Na remarkably beautiful. Though she had once appeared youthful, she had matured into a perfect goddess over the years. Naturally, he felt an attraction towards her. Who wouldn't he be fond of a neighborly older sister? Yet he was not in that mindset at the moment. "Nana, are you trying to alter the nature of our sibling bond?" he asked. "If it changes, it changes. I refuse to let you become someone else's," Yao Na replied, unperturbed, her eyes brimming with competitiveness. Chen Yang pretended to ponder for a moment before saying, "All right then, Nana, you may become my little lover, and I will support you from the outside. How does that sound? How dare you?" Yao Na shot him a glare, slightly annoyed. "Am I not beautiful, graceful, and caring enough to be anything less than a significant other?" Chen Yang chuckled, replying, "If you don't wish to, that is perfectly fine. I was only thinking of giving you 20,000 a month for your expenses." Upon hearing this, Yao Na's face lit up with a charming smile as she said, "Good brother, I was just joking. How could I not want to be your little lover? It's the greatest joy for an older sister to take care of her younger brother. Just tell me what style you desire, be it a bunny girl, a maid, a teacher, or a campus belle. I can handle it all." Chapter 15, The Top Restaurant. Chen Yang smiled in response. After chatting a bit longer, Yao Na finally asked, "On a serious note, Chen Yang, how did you become so wealthy?" This was a question lingering in Yao Na's mind. Having grown up alongside Chen Yang, she was acutely aware of his circumstances. He had not been entirely destitute, but certainly not affluent either. How had he suddenly acquired such wealth? Some opportunities? Chen Yang replied without elaborating. "In any case, it all comes through legitimate means." "Nana, let's leave it at that." Yao Na nodded, respecting his wish for privacy. At that moment, Chen Yang set down his iced Americano and said, "Nana, extend your hand." "Huh? What is it?" Yao Na asked, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. Yet she obediently extended her hand. Observing her delicate and fair hand, Chen Yang smiled and pulled out a beautifully packaged box. He opened it to reveal the exquisite Yiling goddess watch. Upon seeing the watch, Yao Na instinctively wanted to refuse. But Chen Yang had already grasped her hand and gently placed the watch on her wrist. "It looks splendid," he remarked. Indeed, it was stunning. Yao Na adored the watch. Yet her expression was conflicted as she said, "Chen Yang, I can't accept this. It's too expensive." She promptly removed the watch and tried to return it to him. Even though it was a luxury watch worth 60 to 70,000, she felt uncomfortable accepting it, regardless of their close relationship. Chen Yang did not insist. He merely smiled and said, "All right, if you want tea, keep it. I'll just give it to your colleagues. They would surely appreciate it." At this, Yao Na's temper flared, and she huffed, "That one tea do? How could I let them benefit from it?" "Then wear it with pride," Chen Yang replied, his tone slightly authoritative. Yao Na felt pleased and nodded obediently. "Okay, I understand." The two continued to converse at the CAF for quite some time until evening began to fall. "What shall we do next?" Yao Na asked, linking her arm with Chen Yang's and leaning affectionately against his shoulder, shedding the demeanor of an older sister and instead embodying the role of a devoted girlfriend. "It's getting late. Let's go have dinner," he suggested. "All right," Yao Na agreed without hesitation. "Where shall we eat?" she inquired. "You'll find out soon enough," Chen Yang replied, a smile playing on his lips as he entertained his plans. Meanwhile, a voice echoed in his mind. The host successfully indulged in extravagant spending twice and received rewards of 2,400,000 and 1,600,000 respectively. The rewards for these indulgences finally arrived, totaling 4 million. After deducting the previous expenditure of 2 million, the net gain surpassed 2 million. A feeling of sheer delight enveloped him. The system that allows for a profitable indulgence was truly exceptional. Chen Yang, brimming with joy, took Yao Na by the waist and hailed a cab, heading towards their destination, the French restaurant. Situated atop the Jiuzhou International Hotel in Deep City. This establishment ranks among the most luxurious dining venues in the area, with an average expenditure of around 5,000 per person, rendering it rather extravagant. Upon reaching the base of the Jiuzhou International Hotel, Chen Yang couldn't help but marvel at its opulence. It is said that a night's stay here starts at 4,000 to 5,000. Yao Na gazed at the lavish hotel before her with a sparkle of longing in her eyes. The hotel is renowned in Deep City, particularly the French restaurant above, which is a favorite spot for many socialites. Some faux socialites even gather in groups of 10 or more just to partake in afternoon tea for the sake of social media posts. Such places epitomize affluence and luxury. Although Yao Na was not the type to be enamored by superficial wealth, who among us is devoid of vanity? "Do you wish to stay a night?" Chen Yang inquired, wrapping his arm around her slender waist with a grin. "What is this? Just delivered something to my sister, and now you want to take her to a hotel?" Yao Na retorted with a playful huff. "What is wrong with that?" Chen Yang replied nonchalantly, "It's merely for sleep." "Is it really just for sleep?" Yao Na fixed her gaze on him, her eyes glimmering. "What else could it be?" Chen Yang shrugged. He had not intended anything beyond that, given that their relationship had indeed reached a level where such an arrangement was strictly platonic. "Just remember what you said," Yao Na playfully chimed, opting not to elaborate further as they approached the hotel. At the entrance of the hotel, a dapper young man in a suit and a tall, elegantly dressed woman in professional attire approached them. Upon recognizing Chen Yang and Yao Na, they swiftly drew closer. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Chen and Miss Yao?" Chen Yang nodded, "Yes. I am Chen Lin, the manager of the French restaurant. You have a reservation with us tonight, and I am here to escort you upstairs. Please, this way." The tall beauty displayed a professional smile, inviting them to proceed, while the suited young man gestured respectfully. Chen Yang felt no particular surprise, but Yao Na appeared somewhat bewildered. "What is going on? Aren't we just here for a meal? Why is the manager personally welcoming us?" This was indeed a French restaurant, one of the finest in Deep City, where socialites often had to share tables due to high demand. Following the tall beauty and the suited young man, they entered the Jiuzhou International Hotel. Inside, the atmosphere was resplendent, exuding an air of opulence. Even the central hall featured a grand aquarium housing exotic fish, and the artwork adorning the walls was enclosed behind barriers, each piece valued in the millions, extremely costly. Even Yao Na felt a twinge of inferiority in such an environment. Chen Yang, however, remained unperturbed, confident that with the indulgence system at his disposal, such high-end hotels would soon become a regular haunt for him, rendering any feelings of inadequacy moot. They arrived at the elevator in the hotel lobby. The elevator was spacious, even furnished with a luxurious sofa for comfort, and a dedicated elevator attendant was present to operate it. Truly, this was one of the premier hotels in Deep City, and the service was impeccable. Ascending directly to the top-floor French restaurant, the tall beauty guided Chen Yang and Yao Na to their reserved table. conveniently positioned by a large window. Beyond the expansive floor-to-ceiling glass, the vibrant nightscape of Deep City unfolded, a panorama of towering buildings and glittering lights. Adjacent to the window was a small garden, offering an unobstructed view of the enchanting night scenery. Wow, what a breathtaking view! Yao Na exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. Photographs taken here would surely be stunning. Naturally, women often think of capturing moments through photos. Chen Yang merely smiled, choosing not to comment further. At this juncture, the tall beauty interjected, "If you wish to order, please feel free to call us later. This location provides the best view in our restaurant, and the adjacent garden is exclusively yours. Only you may enter. Enjoy your dinner this evening, and we wish you a delightful dining experience." With that, the tall beauty gracefully departed. Watching her leave, Yao Na's mouth fell slightly agape, her face a canvas of astonishment. "Chen Yang, did I hear that correctly? This garden is ours alone?" "Indeed," Chen Yang affirmed, "only we are permitted entry." Yao Na was momentarily speechless. To have a private garden at a French restaurant indicated the patronage of extraordinarily esteemed guests. At that instant, she was once again taken aback by Chen Yang's financial prowess. In truth, it was not that Chen Yang was particularly privileged. It merely required monetary expenditure. The reservation alone cost around 50,000, with further expenses totaling 300,000. Thus, their dinner would inevitably exceed several hundred thousand. This amount could easily cover the operating costs of a restaurant. "Chen Yang, may I step outside to take photos?" Yao Na asked, her excitement palpable. Today, adorned with the Yiling goddess watch and now at a high-end French restaurant, her desire to capture the moment was insatiable. "Go ahead. I'll order the dishes first," Chen Yang replied. "All right, but you must come out later. We need to take some pictures together." Yao Na beamed before stepping outside to the garden. At the entrance to the garden, a waiter respectfully opened the door for Yao Na as she stepped outside. Many diners turned their attention towards her, their expressions tinged with envy, particularly among the women, some of whom displayed hints of jealousy. This heightened Yao Na's sense of vanity, making her feel like a wealthy heiress. She finally understood why so many women sought to become gold diggers, yearning to marry into affluent families. The sensation was utterly exhilarating. Meanwhile, Chen Yang remained focused on his dining order, summoning a waiter to assist him. The ordering process was rather straightforward that evening. They began with 2 servings of Buddha jumps over the wall at 888 per person, followed by a portion of scallion braised sea cucumber at 888. Abalone tofu at 888. Australian lobster with garlic at 888. King crab at 888. French Guillardeau oysters at 888. New Zealand geoduck at 888. And a seafood platter of New Zealand lobster at 888. To conclude, they ordered a simple dish of boiled cabbage at 888. The ordering session wrapped up, and Chen Yang estimated the total to be around 100,000. However, to meet the expenditure requirements, merely ordering food would not suffice. The majority of the expenses would fall to the beverages. He ordered a bottle of the 1993 Diamond Global Limited Edition from Bordeaux, valued at 330,000, placing a direct order with the waiter. In total, their expenditure soared to over 400,000, far exceeding the minimum consumption requirement. After placing their orders, Chen Yang turned his gaze towards Yao Na, who was in the garden, striking various poses for selfies. It must be said that his dear sister was truly beautiful. Mature and alluring, she exuded an elegant charm. Having worked for many years in a luxury goods store and interacted with numerous wealthy young ladies, she possessed an indescribable aura of a socialite. As she took photos in the garden, many restaurant patrons couldn't help but glance her way. Yao Na sensed Chen Yang's gaze upon her, and a smile blossomed on her delicate face. She waved at him, inviting him to join her for a photo. Chen Yang smiled slightly, stood up, and walked into the garden, where the setting sun cast a warm glow, and a gentle breeze caressed the air, creating a picturesque scene. "Chen Yang, what do you think of these photos?" Yao Na leaned in, opened her phone's photo album, and asked with a hint of pride. Chen Yang glanced at the pictures, indeed finding them rather lovely. However, he remarked, "They're nice, but still lack a certain something." "Lack what?" Yao Na blinked, puzzled. "While these photos are undeniably beautiful, they do not showcase your strengths." "Na," Chen Yang continued. "My strengths? What are they?" Yao Na still appeared confused. Chen Yang stroked his chin, surveying Yao Na's exquisite figure, with her curvaceous silhouette accentuated by her uniform and black stockings. Such an alluring ensemble deserved more than merely elegant photos. It would be a pity not to capture a touch of sensuality. Come, Na-Na, let me take a few shots for you. Yao Na nodded in agreement, and Chen Yang took her phone. He directed her to strike various captivating poses, revealing her most perfect and sensual side. Initially, Yao Na felt a bit uncomfortable, sensing the heat of the moment. However, upon viewing the finished photos that Chen Yang had captured, delight sparkled in her eyes. Indeed, as Chen Yang had said, a touch of sensuality would greatly enhance her beauty. Once the photo shoot concluded, Chen Yang smiled and asked, "Not bad, right?" "Yes, they look quite good," Yao Na replied. "Chen Yang, I never would have guessed you were so skilled at photography." With a playful grin, Chen Yang replied, "It's not that I'm skilled. It's just that your beauty naturally fits such allure." "Stop joking. I look quite proper," Yao Na shot him a playful glare. As she glanced at her figure, clad in black stockings and high heels, with a form-fitting skirt and a white blouse that accentuated her curves, she couldn't deny the allure. Accepting this notion, she smiled softly and said, "But Chen Yang, I truly didn't realize you were so talented with the camera. If you have time, would you consider taking some private photos of me?" With a hint of mischief in her eyes, Yao Na leaned closer to Chen Yang and playfully unbuttoned one of her blouse's buttons, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin and the enticing contours beneath. Now that has quite a benefit, Chen Yang thought, impressed by his alluring sister. Just as he was about to respond, the waiter began serving their dishes. "Let us eat first," Chen Yang suggested. A variety of exquisite dishes graced their table. Yao Na gasped at the sight, astonished at the value of each dish far exceeding her expectations. "I half suspect you've robbed a bank," she joked. Chen Yang chuckled as he savored his meal. "So, do you still think being my little lover is unfair? What sort of woman do you take your sister for?" "I'm not the kind to be swayed by money," Yao Na replied, displaying an air of righteous indignation. Just then, a refined waiter dressed in evening attire and white gloves approached with a bottle of red wine. "Sir, this is your order, the 1993 Diamond Limited Edition from the British Bordeaux Winery, valued at $330,000. This wine is among the finest in the world." As the waiter recounted the history of the wine, pouring it into their glasses, Yao Na's astonishment deepened at the sight of the deep red liquid. "One bottle costs over $300,000. This is outrageous," she exclaimed, feeling unworthy to drink such a prestigious wine. Meanwhile, Chen Yang remained unfazed, smiling as he asked, "Na-Na, is being my little lover sufficient now?" Her demeanor shifted dramatically. She rose from her seat and nestled beside Chen Yang, adopting a sweet smile laced with flirtation. "Master, what are you saying? Being your little lover is an honor. How could I ever refuse? Rest assured, I will serve you well." With that, she nestled into Chen Yang's embrace, surrendering herself to him as though she were his devoted little maid, ready to obey his every whim. Chen Yang tightened his embrace around Yao Na, a smile gracing his lips as a teasing atmosphere enveloped them. Their sibling bond seemed to be transforming into something more complex. As they dined and sipped their wine, both felt a gentle intoxication from the evening's indulgences. "You clearly had ulterior motives in inviting me out, didn't you? Just to take me to a hotel?" Yao Na teased, her cheeks flushed. Chen Yang replied, "But going to a hotel doesn't necessarily imply anything inappropriate. Can we just rest?" "I don't believe a word of your excuses." Yao Na rolled her eyes, retorting, "If we rest until tomorrow, I probably won't even be able to stand up. You think I don't know you?" Looking into Chen Yang's eyes, a hint of allure danced in her gaze as she said, "I'm tired. Please take me to my room." Having nearly finished their meal and wine, it was indeed time to leave. Chen Yang nodded, settled the bill, and, with Yao Na in tow, they proceeded to the Jiuzhou International Hotel, where he booked a luxurious presidential suite. Spacious and lavishly adorned, the suite featured the finest furnishings, including Chanel shower gel, Bulgari shampoo, Versace bathrobes, Valentino fragrances, and top-tier sofas, all befitting royalty. As a staff member from a high-end luxury store, Yao Na was well-versed in these brands. Upon entering the presidential suite, she was nearly blinded by the opulence. "This is truly extravagant. All the world's luxury brands in one suite. It's astonishing." Chen Yang, seated on the sofa, smiled and asked, "Do you like it?" "I love it. I absolutely adore it," Yao Na exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Chen Yang's neck. "Chen Yang, if it weren't for you, I could never have experienced this in my lifetime." "Well, truth be told, without the system, I wouldn't have had this opportunity either. So, how do you plan to thank me?" Chen Yang's hand gradually ascended to Yao Na's slender waist, creating an atmosphere imbued with a hint of intimacy. Yao Na seemed to sense this shift. Her cheeks flushed, and she said, "Don't rush. I'll take a shower first, and we can chat leisurely when I come out." With that, she planted a gentle kiss on Chen Yang's forehead before gracefully making her way to the bathroom. Chen Yang watched her enchanting figure, a subtle restlessness stirring within him. Growing up alongside this beautiful neighbor, it would be disingenuous to claim he had no feelings for her. Yao Na was undeniably stunning and captivating. In the past, Chen Yang refrained from expressing his affection for Yao Na, rooted in his own insecurities, believing he was unworthy of her. However, things had changed. After several years of personal growth, he was no longer the timid boy he once was. With the help of a system, he realized that it would be best if this charming sister of his did not fall into the hands of others. Chapter 018. Have you fallen asleep? After parting ways with Zhiro, Chen Yang found himself devoid of the desire for such endeavors. Even with his beloved younger sister, Shencheng, he had not pursued anything further. But Yao Na was different. He could not let this wonderful sister slip away. Once Yao Na entered the bathroom, Chen Yang settled into the expansive bedroom of the presidential suite, reclining on the luxurious bed in utter relaxation. It felt exquisite. The indulgent sensation of life was simply marvelous. Host has successfully completed a lavish expenditure. Reward of 300,000. Host has successfully completed a lavish expenditure. Reward of 560,000. Host has successfully completed a lavish expenditure. Reward of 420,000. The first two rewards corresponded to the restaurant's delicacies and fine wine, while the last was for the room fee. This presidential suite cost over 200,000 for a night. Being wealthy isn't as simple as it seems. Fortunately, with the system at his disposal, Chen Yang had calculated that he had earned a total of 3 million today. His net worth now approached 5 million. This was true financial freedom. With 5 million in hand, it was time to consider acquiring some valuable possessions. A luxury home for 5 million would not suffice, especially in Shencheng, where property prices were exorbitant. To purchase a lavish villa, one would need at least tens of millions, perhaps even 100 million or more. With such funds, one could scarcely buy a restroom. Thus, a gradual approach was necessary. The plan for a home could wait. It was time to buy a car. With 5 million, he should be able to acquire a decent luxury vehicle. Lying on the bed, Chen Yang contemplated his future plans for half an hour, only to suddenly realize Yao Na had not yet emerged from her shower. Yet, he dismissed any concern. It was only natural for women to take their time. He continued to wait, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, but still, Yao Na did not appear. Having consumed some alcohol, Chen Yang, while waiting, succumbed to fatigue and drifted off to sleep. Eventually, he lost track of time until the bathroom door slowly creaked open, a dense cloud of steam wafting into the room. As if to envelop it entirely, Yao Na stepped out, just finished with her shower, draped only in a towel and a head wrap, resembling a radiant lotus emerging from the water. However, having lingered in the shower for too long, her fair skin had taken on a rosy hue, an alluring blush enveloping her entire being. Barefoot, Yao Na, her cheeks flushed, entered the bedroom, leaned against the wall with one hand, and struck an enticing pose. "Good brother, this is the first time I've used such a luxurious brand of shower gel and shampoo, and I may have taken a bit longer. But rest assured, I've washed thoroughly," she teased, casting a flirtatious glance. She expected to be welcomed with an embrace from Chen Yang, but to her surprise, the room was silent. Turning her gaze to the bed, she saw Chen Yang lying there, deeply asleep. Chen Yang? Is he really asleep? Yao Na's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. She had not anticipated that he could actually doze off while she was in the shower, ready to surprise him. For a moment, she even questioned her own allure. However, a smile soon graced her lips as she murmured to herself, "That's my good brother." Indeed, Yao Na's feelings for Chen Yang transcended the ordinary sibling bond. Regardless of Chen Yang's advances, she bore no resentment. Even today, if Chen Yang desired her, she would willingly oblige. Just as her feelings for him were profound, Chen Yang's affection for her was undoubtedly mutual. While other men, upon reaching this stage, would be ravenous and rush into the bathroom, Chen Yang was unhurried. He understood that he need not rush. Yao Na would always afford him opportunities. The following morning, sunlight streamed into the room. Chen Yang groggily awoke, a dull ache in his head, a consequence of last night's revelry. He resolved never to drink excessively again, as it took a toll on his health. As consciousness returned, he felt a soft sensation against him. Looking down, he found Yao Na, clad in a thin nightgown, nestled in his embrace, peacefully asleep. The sight of her slumbering form was captivating. Her lashes fluttered like a sleeping beauty. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, Chen Yang couldn't help but chuckle helplessly. Despite his elaborate preparations, he had ultimately fallen asleep, allowing his dear sister to escape unscathed. Now awake, Chen Yang felt a curious sense of calm, devoid of any overwhelming desires. Yet, it was rather peculiar. Who takes a shower for 1 or 2 hours? He refrained from waking Yao Na, opting instead to rise quietly, stretch, and acknowledge the fatigue weighing on him, a clear signal from his body that he needed to enhance his physical activity. Venturing into the spacious washroom, he brushed his teeth and washed his face before tidying up his appearance, then called the hotel staff to prepare breakfast. Chen Yang found himself momentarily lost in thought. Yao Na, noticing his gaze, playfully remarked, "What are you staring at? Never seen a girl before?" "Indeed, I haven't seen you like this," Chen Yang replied, grinning. "Pervert." Yao Na shot him a glare before rummaging through her clothes. Chen Yang chuckled. "Nana, I call this appreciation. How could it be labeled as lewd?" "Appreciation?" Yao Na retorted, picking up an item of clothing. "Don't think I don't know. Your eyes were fixated on a certain part. What use is it to quibble?" Chapter 019. Next time coughing lightly, Chen Yang felt somewhat embarrassed. His gaze had indeed lingered because of her captivating figure. However, despite her teasing, Yao Na did not hastily cover up. Instead, she slipped into a form-fitting black skirt, casting a playful glance at Chen Yang. "Have you had your fill of looking? I need to get dressed," she said. "Yes, that's sufficient," Chen Yang chuckled. With a huff, Yao Na donned a black top, followed by a white shirt and a stylish jacket. Finally, she adorned her long, elegant legs with black stockings, completing her transformation into a sophisticated and alluring workplace appearance. Observing Yao Na's actions, Chen Yang curiously inquired, "Why the rush to change?" "I'm going to work. I might be late," she replied. "Chen Yang Lao Git, now that you're my little lover, why bother with work?" Yao Na shot him a disapproving look. "Being a little lover doesn't mean I neglect my job. Besides, I genuinely enjoy working at Jiang Shi Dantan." Chen Yang nodded, choosing not to delve further. The term little lover was merely a flirtation. Yao Na remains determined to work. Although Chen Yang is now affluent, receiving several 100,000 yuan monthly from him would likely leave her at a loss for how to accept such generosity. Chen Yang does not insist. "Chen Yang, do you think I'm beautiful?" After completing her makeup, Yao Na stood up with satisfaction and smiled as she inquired. Indeed, Yao Na is beautiful. This attire showcases her allure to perfection. Mature, elegant, sensual, and poised. These are all descriptors that apply to her. However, there is still a hint of something lacking. Chen Yang maintained his smile. "Is there still something missing?" Yao Na blinked in confusion. "Yes," Chen Yang nodded and replied. "Although this outfit is commendable, it is ultimately professional attire and may not suit you perfectly. Next time we have the chance, I will take you shopping for a few outfits that will undoubtedly surpass this ensemble." In response, Yao Na chuckled, "I have my clothes. I will wear them next time for you to see. I promise to dazzle you, leaving you unable to sleep at night." Clearly, Yao Na still harbored some lingering feelings about last night. She had been prepared, yet Chen Yang fell asleep, which felt like a challenge to her charm. "All right," Chen Yang acquiesced. After Yao Na changed her clothes and refreshed herself, she quickly finished her breakfast and prepared to leave. Upon reaching the door, she provocatively declared while donning her high heels, "Chen Yang, you wait for me. Once I find a time, I will not let you off easily." A smile crept onto Chen Yang's lips as he nodded. "All right, I will be waiting." "Humph." Yao Na huffed playfully before exiting. It was now around 9 in the morning. There was still time for a workout. Following the emergence of his health panel, Chen Yang realized that exercising could no longer be postponed. He must seize the moment, or else wealth would be futile without health to enjoy it. Dressed in sportswear, he headed to the nearby park and began to run. He started with a 5-kilometer stretch. The experience mirrored that of the previous day, exhausting and overwhelming. After completing the 5 kilometers, he was drenched in sweat. Nevertheless, he pressed on. Once strength and glycogen were entirely depleted, only willpower remained. Chen Yang gritted his teeth and forced himself to run another 5 kilometers. Finally, he collapsed onto the grassy expanse of the park, breathless and weary, sipping water to alleviate his fatigue. The host has successfully completed the morning exercise check-in. Health value increased by 1. Although the morning exercise was beneficial, the progress felt painfully slow. He realized the necessity of joining a gym. Improving health through running alone in a short time proved to be exceptionally challenging. He would consider finding a gym later in the evening. As these thoughts occupied his mind, his phone rang. Just after answering, an irate voice erupted from the other end. Chen Yang, do you think I've been too lenient with you? Do you believe I, Xiaolong, am easy to bully? Missing work for 2 days. Do you really think I won't handle you? It was Xiaolong. Chen Yang's absence from work for these 2 days had likely driven him to frustration. Now, calling in a fit of fury, lying on the park's grass, enjoying the cool breeze, Chen Yang chuckled pleasantly. Team leader Xia, I would never presume you to be easy to handle. I'm merely curious about how you plan to address my absence. I've already contacted the department head. Don't think I can't do anything about you. Yet. Chen Yang casually responded. Oh, is that so? A half-month's salary? I must admit, I'm truly terrified. A half-month's salary is merely over 5,000 yuan, which doesn't even compare to the price of a crab leg. You. Xiaolong was evidently furious, gritting his teeth as he retorted. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to deal with you? Go ahead and deal with it, Chen Yang replied nonchalantly, unconcerned. Engaging in conversation with a fool is merely a waste of time. Fine, just wait. Xiaolong hung up the call abruptly. Chen Yang hardly regarded him, pondering how Xiaolong could possibly retaliate. He had long lost interest in working. A mere team leader had no right to act so domineering. However, upon further reflection, Chen Yang realized that now that he had wealth, it should be he who found a way to confront Xiaolong. This individual had previously exploited them and constantly spewed profanities, berating others. Having endured for the sake of work, he now felt no obligation to endure further. Contemplating how best to teach this man a lesson, he dismissed the idea of resorting to extreme measures that would be too uncouth. A more corporate approach would be necessary. Chen Yang decided to put this thought aside for now, leaving it for another opportunity. Chapter 020, Breakfast. Upon returning to Shaoan Community, Chen Yang first took a shower to wash away the sweat, then prepared a nutritious lunch consisting of 2 chicken legs, a portion of rice, and some vegetables before diving into his meal. After eating, he stood up and walked around to aid digestion. After some time, it was already a little past 1 in the afternoon. Chen Yang yawned and lay down on the sofa, preparing to take a short nap. While resting, he scrolled through his phone and noticed a message from Shencheng. Chen Yang Gij, have you eaten yet? I just finished eating and am about to rest. How about you? I'm eating now, Chen Yang Gij. Would you like to see? What is so interesting about eating? Hee, you'll know when you see. In the video, Chen Qingning was alone in her dormitory, dressed beautifully in her black uniform with 2 ponytails, radiating youthful vibrancy. Chen Yang found her quite lovely in the video. It's settled then. Chen Yang Gij, you must come to our school tonight. Tao Tao and I are waiting for you. Chen Yang felt an inexplicable charm in chatting with his adorable younger sister, always bringing joy to his heart. Perhaps this is why young men are drawn to 18-year-old girls. After their chat, Chen Yang lay back on the sofa and fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, as Yao Na stepped into the store, a group of sales associates immediately approached her, filled with excitement. Wow, Najia, you're really wearing the Yiling Goddess watch? That's incredible, worth hundreds of thousands, and you just received it as a gift. I'm so envious. Nana, does your brother have a girlfriend? I'm available. Me too. Please introduce me. The sales associates gazed at Yao Na's wrist, where the Yiling Goddess watch rested, their envy nearly spilling over. Yao Na's vanity was greatly satisfied, yet she declined all requests to add Chen Yang on WeChat. Don't get your hopes up. Chen Yang currently has no intentions of dating, so you have no chance. The sales associates displayed disappointment on their faces. The store manager, chuckling nearby, added, it's not that he doesn't want to date. It seems Nana wants to keep it all to herself. That luxurious presidential suite last night must not have come cheap. Another associate chimed in, indeed, Najia, that hotel was incredibly luxurious. Just looking at the photos you posted on social media, the array of branded toiletries was dazzling. I'm so envious. What kind of place is that hotel? Do tell. Amidst the cacophony of voices, a delicate blush crept across Yao Na's cheeks as she proclaimed, that is the presidential suite of the Jiuzhou International Hotel. The revelation elicited a chorus of astonished gasps from the crowd, including the sales staff and the manager, all of whom were taken aback. The Jiuzhou International Hotel is renowned for its opulence, even in the bustling metropolis of Shencheng. It is said that even the most basic suite commands a nightly rate in the thousands. The price for the presidential suite is unfathomable. A sense of envy washed over the sales staff, with a hint of jealousy creeping into their expressions. The manager, still smiling, remarked, as far as I know, the presidential suite at Jiuzhou International costs between 200,000 to 300,000 per night. If you stayed at such an extravagant place last night, Then what transpired? The sales staff's gazes towards Yao Na were laced with playful intrigue. Yao Na's face burned with embarrassment, feeling somewhat awkward. If something had indeed occurred, she would not have felt embarrassed. After all, adults have their own affairs. However, since nothing had happened last night, and Chen Yang had merely slept, she felt utterly humiliated and lacked the courage to confess. Yana huffed. We simply stayed at a hotel and had a bit of fun. There is nothing more to it, so don't overthink it. Just a bit of fun? What did that entail? The smiles of the onlookers grew increasingly suggestive. Yana chose not to elaborate and walked away. Ultimately, it was indeed just a bit of fun, and how they chose to interpret it was of no concern to her. Brother-in-law, open the door. Are you there? Why'd you lock me out? Came a series of whimsical voices from outside, ranging from the sweet tones of a young girl to the sultry timbre of an older sister. Chen Yang, roused from his slumber, was startled by the strange sounds, feeling as though he had encountered a specter. Upon awakening, he surveyed his surroundings. The sun blazed brightly, and it was only around 3 in the afternoon. He was alone in the apartment, and all appeared normal. It was merely a dream. Chen Yang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, recalling the frightful sensation akin to being called by a vengeful spirit. Just as he intended to quench his thirst, another voice pierced through the air. Darling, please open the door. I'm out here and feeling scared. This time it was the voice of Giraud, and her words struck him as peculiar. Given Giraud's assertive nature, it was unusual for her to express such vulnerability. Nonetheless, Chen Yang approached the door and opened it. As the door swung wide, he was met with the sight of a breathtakingly beautiful girl perched atop a suitcase. Clad in an outfit reminiscent of Hu Tao from the game Genshin Impact, her exquisite figure was accentuated by her attire, highlighting her slender waist and enticing curves. Yet, it was her charming demeanor that captivated Chen Yang the most, radiating an innocent sweetness that was utterly delightful. The girl idly twirled her fingers while emitting a voice that belied her appearance. Chen Yang, why haven't you opened the door for your queen? At that moment, Chen Yang stepped aside, allowing her to enter. The sweet girl paused momentarily, then playfully stuck out her tongue, declaring, Brother-in-law, you've finally decided to let me in. Chen Yang recognized her immediately. Mu, Giraud's younger sister and his sister-in-law. At just 19 years old, she was a freshman in college and frequently visited the Xiaowan community on weekends to spend time with her sister and brother-in-law. With a sigh of exasperation, Chen Yang remarked, what are you shouting about at this hour? If someone didn't know better, they might think I've wronged you. Well, if you had opened the door sooner, this wouldn't have happened. Mu retorted with a playful huff as she sauntered into the apartment. Chen Yang contemplated stopping her, but ultimately decided against it. After she entered, he shut the door behind them. Giraud, your little lover has arrived. Aren't you going to greet me? Mu called out, maneuvering her suitcase around the living room as she searched for her sister. After a fruitless search, she turned to Chen Yang and inquired, where's my sister? Chen Yang, seated on the sofa with the television on, responded nonchalantly, she has already left. Left? Where did she go? Mu asked, her brow furrowing in confusion. Chen Yang glanced at her and replied, didn't your sister tell you? Tell me what? Mu's expression remained one of bewilderment. Chen Yang shrugged and stated, she and I broken up. She moved out, and now I'm here alone. Huh? The revelation shocked Mu, who sprang from her suitcase with her voice rising in disbelief. How did you break up? You two were so good together. Her wide eyes reflected her astonishment. A breakup is a breakup. It's nothing extraordinary, Chen Yang replied casually. But Mu stammered, at a loss for words. She had always perceived Chen Yang and Giraud's relationship as strong, so the sudden split bewildered her. Brother-in-law, you're not teasing me, are you? Chen Yang shook his head. You can ask your sister. He found it strange that Giraud hadn't even informed Mu about their breakup. Mu's expression turned slightly forlorn as she explained, last week, I asked my sister to lend me some money, but she refused and scolded me instead. I was upset and ended up blocking her. Chen Yang was left speechless. Mu was indeed a character, innocent, lively, and somewhat naive, rather than lacking intelligence. She was simply a charmingly naive girl. Mu quickly unblocked Giraud, and a flurry of messages appeared on her screen. The first were reprimands, followed by criticisms, and finally, a message stating that she and Chen Yang had broken up, advising her not to return to Xiaowan community. After reading her sister's messages, Mu exclaimed incredulously, It's really true. Brother-in-law, you're such a good person. How can my sister do this to you? Mu reflected on her fondness for Chen Yang, as he had often supported her during playful banter with her sister. Both she and Chen Yang shared a passion for gaming, and during weekends, she would often spend the entire day playing video games, with Chen Yang frequently joining her. In truth, Chen Yang found it challenging to keep up with her gaming prowess, as Mu possessed considerable talent. It's entirely normal to part ways if things aren't suitable, Chen Yang replied with a serene smile, seemingly unfazed. It was a good match. There's nothing inappropriate about it. Mu's expression turned contemplative as she sat cross-legged on the sofa, pouting slightly. So, brother-in-law, what should I do now? What do you mean? Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback, struggling to grasp her meaning. Mu elaborated. Since you've broken up with my sister, where should I go on weekends? Where will I stay? What about my things? That is something you'll have to figure out on your own, Chen Yang replied bluntly. Mu's face fell into a pitiful expression as she lamented, brother-in-law, how can you be so heartless? Are you really kicking me out? Aren't we family? I've already broken up with your sister, Chen Yang stated firmly. Once we were all family. Mu looked quite aggrieved. Chen Yang shrugged his shoulders helplessly and inquired, hasn't your sister made any arrangements for you? In truth, allowing Mu to continue residing here posed no significant inconvenience for Chen Yang. However, given that she was Jiro's sister and Chen Yang had ended his relationship with Jiro, it felt somewhat inappropriate for her to remain here. No way. The dormitory is far too noisy, and I dislike living there, Mu insisted, her large, beautiful eyes fixed on Chen Yang, brimming with a pleading look. Is it you who is too noisy, or is the dormitory too noisy? Chen Yang found himself at a loss for words. Mu had the audacity to complain about others' noise, yet when she engaged in gaming, the cacophony she created was hardly bearable for anyone else. Hee hee. Mu stuck out her pink tongue and chimed, brother-in-law, you know I rely on weekends to earn some points. The delicate flowers in my dormitory cannot withstand even the slightest sound. What can I do? Chapter 022. Buying a car, brother-in-law. Just let me stay, and I'll pay you rent. From now on, you'll be my landlord. How about that? Mu's tone turned into a charming, sweet voice as she playfully begged. Her soft and delightful speech had a way of melting hearts. This was one of Mu's talents. She had studied broadcasting and could effortlessly alter her voice. You? Pay me rent? Chen Yang remained skeptical, gazing at Mu with doubt. Although she was capable of earning money through voice acting and hosting, her expenditures were substantial: gaming equipment, clothes, food, and drinks, leaving her with little to save. Thus, she often borrowed money from Jiro. With her current demeanor, she hardly appeared to be in a position to afford rent. I will have money soon. Brother-in-law, trust me. I will definitely pay you rent, Mu asserted with determination etched on her face. Observing her resolve, Chen Yang felt he had no choice but to relent. If she wished to stay, he would permit it. The rent was not a pressing concern. All right, Chen Yang nodded, then you can stay. Yay, thank you, brother-in-law, Mu exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. Suddenly, her expression shifted to one of cool aloofness as she adopted a commanding tone. Brother-in-law, your kindness will surely attract the favor of the goddess of fortune. This was a line from a character in a game, and mimicking such lines was another of Mu's specialties. Chen Yang felt resigned. Indeed, the goddess of fortune had seemingly smiled upon him. After a brief agreement, Mu successfully settled in. She already had a room in the apartment, a reasonably sized side room that she had transformed into an esports haven, equipped with the latest electronic devices and a top-of-the-line computer, investments that had taken her years to accumulate. Such an array of belongings could not possibly fit in a dormitory, nor would her roommates accept it. For the next few days, aside from brief excursions to the restroom, she would likely be nowhere to be found. Chen Yang paid it little mind. It was afternoon now, and he intended to step out to purchase some items. He headed to Deep City for the automobile exhibition. The turnout for this event was remarkably high. Outside, the summer heat soared above 30 degrees Celsius, while inside, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement as visitors streamed in and out. Chen Yang hailed a taxi and arrived at the exhibition center. He paid little attention to the tall, curvaceous models and made his way directly to the innermost part of the center. The heart of this exhibition showcased only two brands, yet the crowds here surpassed those of all other brands combined. The illustrious names were Ferrari and Lamborghini. The striking red of Ferrari and the vibrant green of Lamborghini painted a breathtaking visual tableau. Yet, even more captivating than the cars were the models representing them. The models for Ferrari and Lamborghini were of the highest caliber, with perfect proportions and towering heights exceeding 175 meters, their long legs mesmerizing all in attendance. Most visitors had come primarily for the spectacle of these stunning women, capturing photo after photo. Upon reaching this area, Chen Yang paused, his gaze landing on a tall, beautiful, confident woman at the Ferrari booth, who wore a charming smile. After a few years, Su Mengyao had indeed become significantly more beautiful than during their school days. Her face and poise were nothing short of exceptional, akin to Giraud, possessing a natural allure that was simply unmatched. Su Mengyao was showcasing her charisma from every angle and soon noticed Chen Yang standing beneath the booth, offering him a subtle smile. Though she continued her performance with little interaction, Chen Yang waited patiently, and after half an hour, Su Mengyao finally stepped down from the stage. He made his way backstage, where she had instructed someone to bring him in. In the backstage makeup room, Su Mengyao was tidying her appearance with the help of a makeup artist. "Mengyao, you look truly stunning today," Chen Yang remarked as he entered the room, unable to resist complimenting the enchanting Su Mengyao. "It's all right," she replied with a gentle smile, gazing at her reflection in the mirror with satisfaction. "I didn't expect you to come find me. It has been several years, hasn't it?" About that, Chen Yang nodded. Since their internship in junior year, he and Su Mengyao had seldom crossed paths. They had been university classmates, sharing a close bond during their first 2 years. However, he had only been able to reach out to her after seeing her posts about the car exhibition and various advertisements on WeChat. After years apart, "You've certainly become quite handsome," Su Mengyao remarked, turning to look at Chen Yang after finishing her makeup. She was slightly taken aback by the transformation in his appearance and demeanor. The Chen Yang before her was markedly different from the shy young man who had once pursued her. He had grown undeniably charming. Yet, Su Mengyao soon noticed the watch on Chen Yang's wrist, a Vacheron Constantin, her eyes widening in surprise. She recognized the brand, which could cost upwards of several $100,000 or even millions. Given Chen Yang's background, it was improbable he could afford such luxury, leading her to suspect it was a counterfeit. Wearing a fake Vacheron Constantin seemed a touch vain, albeit not entirely surprising. Who in today's society was not a bit vain? Su Mengyao herself was no exception. Chapter 023. Giraud's thoughts, however, her fondness for Chen Yang, which had once stemmed from their youthful days on campus, had diminished slightly, replaced by a more worldly perspective. "You look lovely as well," Chen Yang offered as a compliment. Su Mengyao did not elaborate further, continuing to admire her reflection before asking, "Is there something specific you wanted to discuss with me?" Cutting straight to the point, Chen Yang replied, "I'm looking to buy a car. Do you have any sales associates you could recommend?" Buying a car? Su Mengyao was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated Chen Yang approaching her for this reason. She was a car salesperson, though if it were a Ferrari, she could connect him with some managers, given their long-standing collaborations. Yet, Chen Yang hardly seemed like someone who could afford a Ferrari. Su Mengyao could only assume he was trying to establish a closer rapport through this inquiry, a typical maneuver for a man. Several names come to mind: BYD, Nissan, Yake, Ford, all of which they sell. Which model are you interested in? I will recommend someone to you shortly. You can contact them directly. They are just behind in the park. Su Mengyao continued to respond casually, but Chen Yang shook his head and smiled, saying, "No, what I seek is a Ferrari." Upon hearing this, Su Mengyao, who was retouching her makeup, paused slightly. She turned her gaze towards Chen Yang, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment, and said, "Are you implying that you wish to purchase a Ferrari?" "Yes, let us take a look first," Chen Yang nodded. Su Mengyao expression towards Chen Yang became increasingly complex. Although their acquaintance began in university and their interaction spanned only a few years, she was quite familiar with his family background. After all, Chen Yang had once pursued her. His family situation could not exactly be described as destitute, yet it was certainly not one of affluence. A Ferrari, such an elite supercar. Even the most affordable model costs several million. How could Chen Yang possibly afford it? Had he come today merely to show off? Su Mengyao had encountered many such men, but Chen Yang's transformation left her feeling somewhat disheartened. "If you're certain, I can refer you to a salesperson." In truth, Su Mengyao could have introduced him to a manager. If a sale were successful, she would earn a commission. However, she felt it unnecessary, believing that Chen Yang would not make a purchase and that referring a manager would only inconvenience them. Typically, individuals like Chen Yang, who were merely browsing, would suffice with a sales associate to guide them. Chen Yang sensed Su Mengyao attitude and nodded. "All right then, I will send you a message on WeChat shortly." Su Mengyao resumed her makeup, effectively dismissing him. Chen Yang shook his head and smiled. Indeed, once one enters society, the changes in people can be quite profound. "Su Mengyao, once rather unsophisticated and cautious in all her endeavors, had undergone a complete transformation, resembling a different person altogether. Society is indeed a vast melting pot. Chen Yang left the makeup room. Su Mingyao watched his retreating figure, sighed, and murmured, "Indeed, people do change." Her impression of Chen Yang had plummeted. Wearing a fake luxury watch and coming to her for car recommendations. What a pretentious display. It was all too apparent. Chen Yang was no longer the same person he once was. Su Mingyao dismissed the thought and continued her makeup, awaiting the next exhibition. Meanwhile, in Australia, at Sydney International Airport, in the lounge, a flight attendant clad in a red uniform, wearing black stockings and high heels, possessed a tall stature with perfect curves. At that moment, she sat wearily in the lounge, exhausted after a lengthy flight, having just managed a few hours of rest. She was notified that she had another flight assignment commencing imminently. As her new task loomed, she also needed to deal with matters concerning Giraud. Giraud rubbed her temples, feeling a headache coming on. "Okay," Zhemu Mu's sweet voice chimed in. "Oh sister, brother-in-law is not an outsider. Besides, I have grown up and am no longer a child. How could I cause trouble?" Zhemu Mu's tone carried a hint of displeasure. "I have broken up with Chen Yang. He is no longer your brother-in-law. Please refrain from calling him that in the future," Giraud reminded her. There was a moment of silence on the other end before Zhemu Mu replied, "Sister, are you truly so heartless? Brother-in-law is a good person. After you left, he has been pining for you, unable to eat or sleep. Why not give him another chance?" Giraud's beautiful eyes filled with emotions for Chen Yang. Yet, what were her feelings? In this world, one must confront reality. Chen Yang could not provide her with what she desired, and their separation was inevitable. "You are still a child. You do not understand." Giraud refrained from elaborating further. "I'm not a child," Zhemu Mu retorted. Fine. I won't bother with you. I'm off to play games." "Play less," Giraud frowned and advised. "Got it," Zhemu Mu acknowledged before hanging up. After the call ended, Giraud fell into deep thought, contemplating her sister's earlier words. At that moment, another tall flight attendant approached, smiling. "Ro, what are you doing? Why do you look so dazed? Boarding is about to commence. Where have you been?" This tall flight attendant, named Su Jing, was her colleague and a good friend. "I just want to buy a bag. Take a look. Isn't it beautiful?" Su Jing presented a beautifully packaged bag, revealing a stunning brown purse. Giraud gazed at the designer handbag, her expression revealing surprise. "Prada? This bag must be quite expensive. A bit pricey, over 10,000 euros. Su Jing replied with a smile. "Over 10,000 euros? Giraud's mouth fell slightly open. At the current exchange rate, that approached 100,000 yuan. Where did you get so much money? In Giraud's mind, she believed Su Jing's circumstances were comparable to hers, and both were not particularly wealthy. Su Jing chuckled awkwardly. Zhang Hao has been pursuing me for a while. Initially, I declined, but I have come to realize he is quite decent. I plan to give it a try. He gave me a card for spending up to 500,000. I just bought it. Zhang Hao, a wealthy second-generation heir, hailed from a family with assets exceeding 100 million and had been courting Su Jing for several years without success. Now, Su Jing had finally agreed, effectively securing her position as a potential wealthy wife. Flight attendants like them often encountered opportunities with affluent heirs. Giraud, who was far more beautiful than Su Jing and had met countless wealthy heirs, had previously turned them all down. Now, witnessing Su Jing effortlessly spending tens of thousands of yuan with a mere nod, Giraud could not help but feel envious. Every woman possesses a touch of vanity. Ro, did you not break up with Chen Yang? You could connect with those handsome, wealthy heirs you met before, Su Jing suggested. Although Giraud's heart was tumultuous, she ultimately replied, I'll think about it. All right, I know you still have feelings for Chen Yang. However, time will heal everything. One cannot rely on emotions to survive. One must yield to reality to live more freely. I did not understand this before, but now I do, Su Jing said, clutching her Prada bag. Her eyes filled with deep admiration. This bag, no matter how hard she worked, she would have needed at least 6 months to acquire previously. Yet now, buying it was merely a matter of lifting her finger. Giraud fell into complete silence upon hearing this. At the Ferrari dealership, Chen Yang sat on a sofa in the lobby, waiting for a while. A young sales associate, dressed in a uniform and somewhat attractive, though still somewhat inexperienced, hurried over. Sir, I apologize for the wait. I was caught up with some tasks, the associate said respectfully. Her demeanor was quite pleasant. However, her nervousness suggested she was new. This was hardly surprising. In high-end luxury car dealerships, seasoned employees typically had their own regular clients. When a customer decides to purchase a vehicle, they tend to deliberate for quite some time, and the staff merely needs to follow up. In contrast, someone like Chen Yang, who arrived without an appointment, was lucky to be assigned any staff at all. It was likely done out of consideration for Su Mengyao. The seasoned employees would not waste their time on someone who showed up unannounced. Thus, a new employee was dispatched to attend to him. Chen Yang glanced at her and replied, "No problem." The female associate smiled and said, "Sir, my name is Song Lin. May I inquire which model you're interested in?" "Let's take a look at everything," Chen Yang responded. "All right. Sir, please follow me," Song Lin said, her face adorned with a constant smile. The new staff member certainly had her advantages, always exhibiting exceptional politeness. Song Lin guided Chen Yang into the Ferrari sales-based garage. This Model 8 is one of the finest in our collection, boasting an exquisite exterior design, luxurious interior, and impressive acceleration. She enthusiastically introduced the luxurious Ferraris within the garage. Chen Yang followed closely, observing meticulously. It must be said that Ferrari truly deserves its reputation as a top-tier luxury car brand. Each model was undeniably striking. In the past, when reading novels, Chen Yang often encountered protagonists purchasing Ferraris upon acquiring wealth, a notion he found difficult to comprehend. Couldn't they buy something else? Now, however, it became evident that Ferrari indeed holds a prestigious status among luxury vehicles. With its renowned reputation, exceptional design, and undeniable flair, it certainly stands out. The price of our Ferrari 8 is approximately 3 million yuan, with financing options available for 5 to 10 years. Song Lin continued her presentation. 3 million, Chen Yang repeated, shaking his head. Do you have something around 5 million? And I need a vehicle available for immediate purchase. Song Lin was taken aback. She had not anticipated such a request. The implication was clear. If he liked it, he intended to buy it immediately? This was rather extraordinary. Typically, purchasing a Ferrari involves several months, if not years, of consideration. Even affluent heirs require weeks of pre-ordering. Immediate purchase was unheard of. Her warm demeanor stemmed from professional habit, and she never truly believed Chen Yang would finalize a purchase. However, she maintained her composure and continued guiding him further inside. If we have immediate availability, then there's only this one. Song Lin led Chen Yang deeper into the garage, revealing a stunning luxury car draped in white cloth. Chapter 24. Signing the contract. As Song Lin unveiled the white cloth, a striking red, aerodynamically designed supercar emerged before Chen Yang. This top-tier luxury vehicle was indeed far more impressive than those he had previously seen. "This is our Ferrari 812, our flagship model," Song Lin explained. "The lines of the 812 are exquisitely crafted, and the driving experience is remarkably stable, making it suitable for everyday travel while providing an unparalleled driving sensation." She elaborated on the various specifications of the 812, remaining thoroughly professional despite her doubts about Chen Yang's intentions. Chen Yang listened intently, nodding as he inquired, "What is the price?" "Around 5 million, with financing options available for 8 to 10 years. Do you have one in stock?" Chen Yang asked directly. "If I purchase it now, can all the necessary paperwork be completed so that I can drive it away today?" Song Lin found herself somewhat perplexed. While she was accustomed to his earlier inquiries, this last question about paperwork and immediate availability puzzled her. Did Chen Yang genuinely intend to proceed with the purchase? After contemplating for a moment, she replied, "Once you sign the purchase contract, we can complete all the necessary paperwork within an hour." "Good," Chen Yang nodded. "Then I shall take this one." "This one?" Song Lin was still in shock, unsure of what he meant. "Prepare the purchase contract." "Huh?" Song Lin's eyes widened in disbelief as she processed his words. She had never imagined Chen Yang would make such a proclamation. "Prepare the purchase contract? Are you serious?" Chen Yang, puzzled by her reaction, replied, "Isn't a contract necessary for purchasing a car?" No. Song Lin was entirely baffled by Chen Yang's intentions. However, given his insistence, she could only nod and say, "Very well, Mr. Chen. Please follow me." With that, Song Lin led Chen Yang toward the main hall, where several female staff members were engaged in casual conversation. "You wouldn't believe it, but the Mr. Chen I'm working with is actually considering a purchase. Although it's an 8, it's still impressive, and I could earn several thousand in commission," one remarked. "Really? You've been with Mr. Chen for a few months now. I didn't expect him to actually buy," another responded. "Of course. Although Mr. Chen is just a small business owner, he has a net worth of 2 to 3 million. He certainly has potential," another chimed in. As they conversed, they noticed Song Lin emerging from the garage with Chen Yang. Their attention immediately shifted to him. "This guy is quite handsome. He looks like a rich heir. How did Song Lin come to meet him? He seems like a high-class gentleman. You all are overthinking it. I recommended him to Song Lin. Why would you do that? He was introduced by Su Mingyao, who just said to show him around. If he really intended to buy, Su Mingyao would have referred him to the manager. Shi Wunti let him leave empty-handed. He is probably just here to show off. The staff continued their whispers, but they maintained their professional smiles, appearing courteous. Chen Yang, however, paid them no mind, following Song Lin toward the conference room. Are they not leaving? Why are they heading to the conference room? What's going on? Are they signing something? This can't be the sales contract, can it? No way. It's impossible for him to buy like this, they speculated. If he were to buy, he wouldn't just look once and make a decision, they agreed. Let us go and see. The female staff members gathered their curiosity and followed. Inside the conference room, Song Lin presented the purchase contract. Mr. Chen, this is the car purchase contract, which holds legal validity. If you sign, it means you're committing to purchase our Ferrari 812 for 5 million yuan. Please consider this carefully. She offered a final reminder, unsure of Chen Yang's intentions, but recognizing the importance of clarity. Chen Yang picked up the contract, carefully reviewing it before signing his name and handing it back to Song Lin. Done, he said with a smile. Song Lin stood in stunned silence, her eyes wide with astonishment. You signed? Just like that? Without even hesitating for 5 minutes. Is this really a purchase of a 5 million yuan Ferrari? This feels more like buying cabbage at a supermarket. Chen Yang's actions seemed quite extraordinary. After double-checking the contract, Song Lin finally confirmed that he had indeed signed it. Mr. Chen, how do you plan to proceed with the payment? This was the crucial moment. Payment was paramount. Even the staff peeking from the doorway held their breath, tension mounting. Everything that had transpired thus far would be meaningless if the payment fell through. They were convinced he would fail to pay. The staff member who had initially recommended Chen Yang to Song Lin now felt beads of cold sweat form on her forehead. I'll pay by card. Chen Yang promptly produced his Huaxia Bank Dragon card and placed it on the table. Very well, Song Lin responded. Song Lin, feeling a touch of anxiety, picked up the Huaxia Bank Long card and operated it on a specially designed laptop. With a deep breath, she made the final selection. Payment. When the successful transaction notification appeared, she was utterly stunned, her beautiful eyes reflecting an undeniable shock. It worked. Did it really work? She could hardly believe her eyes. Had she effortlessly sold her very first car in her life? A flagship 812 worth 5 million. This was simply outrageous. After a brief moment of astonishment, Song Lin quickly regained her composure and excitedly exclaimed to Chen Yang, Mr. Chen, thank you for your purchase. From now on, you are a distinguished Ferrari owner. You may add me on WeChat or log into our app. Our Ferrari team will be dedicated to serving you. Chapter 025. Su Mingyao's surprise, Song Lin's excitement, was palpable, her voice trembling as she spoke. Meanwhile, the staff outside were equally astonished by her words. What? Did she really sell it? How could this be possible? This was utterly insane. They had spent months aggressively promoting a single car, yet Song Lin, having just started her job, had sold one already? And it was the flagship Model 812, valued at over 5 million. All the staff quickly glanced at the female employee who had introduced Chen Yang to Song Lin. Their eyes filled with sympathy. A 5,812. That was a commission of over 100,000. She had let slip away. It was enough to give anyone a heart attack. The female employee's lips turned pale, and her vision darkened as she nearly fainted, imagining the $10,000 flying away from her grasp. Boom! Without a test drive or wasting time on other matters. Chen Yang completed the paperwork and drove off in the dazzling Ferrari 812 from the dealership. There was no denying that a Ferrari was truly a Ferrari, a testament to its status as a top-tier supercar. Its handling in all aspects were vastly superior to the clunkers Chen Yang had previously driven. Chen Yang's driving skills, already commendable, soared to new heights behind the wheel of the Ferrari. As he slowly approached the entrance of the Automobile Exhibition Center, preparing to leave, he spotted a familiar figure in the distance, Su Mingyao. At that moment, she was standing at the entrance, seemingly waiting for a car. Chen Yang smiled and drove over. Su Mingyao was waiting for her assistant to bring her BMW. Today's exhibition had been quite successful, and the organizers had rewarded her with over 10,000 in appearance fees, quite a decent income. She thought about visiting a high-end bar for a drink later. Just then, a striking red supercar slowly approached her. Su Mingyao paused, recognizing that while she knew many wealthy young men, few drove an 812, which was worth over 5 million. Moreover, at the exhibition, it was unlikely for any affluent young man to come looking for her. Who could it be? Had her charm at the exhibition attracted a rich heir? Regardless of who it was, that person was undoubtedly very wealthy. Su Mingyao quickly adjusted her makeup, a sweet smile adorning her delicate face as she welcomed the arrival of the Ferrari 812. As the Ferrari 812 came to a halt before her, she approached and said, "Hello." However, her smile quickly froze. The window of the Ferrari rolled down, revealing a handsome face. Chen Yang, one hand on the steering wheel, wore a beaming smile. Chen Yang? How could it be Chen Yang? Su Mingyao's expression changed abruptly, her mind racing through various possibilities. But she never imagined that the person in the car would be Chen Yang. What was going on? How could he afford a Ferrari, let alone an 812? After a moment of shock, Su Mingyao collected herself and, with a somewhat strained smile, asked, "Chen Yang, is this car yours? How did you manage to get such a fine vehicle?" Chen Yang chuckled. "I have you to thank. The salesman you introduced me to was quite reliable. He processed everything in under 2 hours, and now I can drive it away." "Thank you. You must be getting a referral fee, right? Quite generous." Su Mingyao felt her head spin, her thoughts turning to mush. Chen Yang meant he had just bought the car? He had come to find her and the Ferrari salesperson solely to purchase this over 5 million Ferrari 812. This was too outrageous. Su Mingyao was left speechless. If this were true, the commission of over 100,000 had slipped from her fingers. But Chen Yang paid her no mind and simply stated, "All right, it's about time for me to leave. Let's catch up again sometime." As soon as Chen Yang finished speaking, Su Mingyao regained her composure and quickly donned a flattering smile. Leaning closer to him, "Chen Yang, wait a moment, can I?" However, Chen Yang understood her unspoken thoughts, but there was no time left. The window slowly closed. Then, with a roar, the Ferrari 812 erupted with a thunderous sound, transforming into a vibrant shadow against the night, gradually disappearing from view. Watching the Ferrari 812 vanish into the distance, Su Mingyao stood there, dazed, wanting to chase after it, but realizing it was utterly impossible. She never anticipated that the young man who once braved the rain to buy her milk tea had now confidently taken the wheel of a Ferrari. The disparity was simply overwhelming. At that moment, another voice cut through her thoughts. Song Lin emerged from the venue, cheerfully addressing Su Mingyao. "Miss Su, thank you so much for introducing me to this customer. I am incredibly grateful." Song Lin deeply bowed to Su Mingyao. Having only just started her job, she had already made a sale and earned over 100,000 in commission. The feeling was euphoric. Song Lin's appearance confirmed Chen Yang's words. Su Mingyao felt a wave of despair wash over her. She seemed to have genuinely missed a significant opportunity. If she had been a bit kinder to Chen Yang earlier, perhaps she could have rekindled their past relationship. In that moment, Su Mingyao was consumed by deep regret. Boom! The Ferrari sped through the streets of Shencheng. And Chen Yang reveled in the near-perfect driving sensation and unparalleled comfort of this top-tier supercar. A supercar is indeed a supercar. The comfort of the seats, the spacious interior, and even the aroma within were exceptional. As he accelerated, the exhilarating feeling akin to piloting a fighter jet surged through him, a sensation that could undoubtedly captivate any man. Chen Yang found himself tempted to push the limits of speed. However, maintaining his composure on city roads, he suppressed that urge. Of course, the allure of such a top-tier supercar extended far beyond these initial thrills. Chapter 026. Media University. The paramount allure of a supercar, undoubtedly, lies in the spectacle it creates. As Chen Yang navigated the streets in his Ferrari 812, he effortlessly captivated the attention of countless passers-by, particularly the ladies, whose gazes were tinged with admiration. While waiting at a red light, a few flamboyantly dressed women approached, hoping to establish a connection. Chen Yang, however, paid them little mind. Yet, the exhilaration of such attention was undeniable. This was the true value of a supercar. One cannot simultaneously possess a sense of inferiority and a Ferrari. After cruising several laps around the bustling city, having relished the experience to its fullest, an icy voice emanated from the system. The host has successfully completed a lavish expenditure, earning a reward of 8.2 million yuan. The reward had arrived, over 8 million in total. After deducting the 5 million spent on the car, he still had over 2 million remaining as a reward. Such indulgent spending was indeed delightful. However, substantial purchases like cars and houses could only be utilized once or twice for rewards. Beyond that, the benefits diminished significantly. Nonetheless, the ability to amass wealth through these means was a bittersweet notion. Chen Yang's spirits soared. At that moment, a message arrived. Xiao Nana, dear brother, I love you so much. You are truly my idol. Chen Yang was momentarily perplexed by his sister's unexpected enthusiasm. Muyong, what is up, Nana? Missing me already? Xiao Nana, yes. It's only been a few hours, and I can't stop thinking about you. I really want to see my dear brother. Chen Yang found himself charmed by her words. Such was the allure of a mature woman. Muyong, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Xiao Nana, I don't want to wait. I need a specific time. I can hardly wait any longer. What could have prompted this sudden fervor from Yao Na? Chen Yang pondered, then replied, let us plan for a couple of days from now. I'll reach out then. Xiao Nana, all right, I'll be waiting for your affection. Just don't fall asleep next time, or I might get upset. A smile crept onto Chen Yang's face at her message. Next time? He would certainly ensure Yao Na would be left breathless. After concluding the conversation, Chen Yang noticed Yao Na had posted a new moment. Upon viewing it, he saw a photograph of her against a sunset backdrop, seemingly taken on a balcony. She was adorned in a stunning long gown, exuding elegance and allure. Yet, the most striking detail was the watch on her wrist, a Vacheron Constantine. Although Chen Yang could not see the number of likes or comments, he could easily imagine that. As a luxury goods salesperson, many would recognize the exquisite timepiece. Yao Na's post would surely garner significant attention. It was no wonder she had been so exhilarated earlier. Chen Yang smiled, reveling in the exhilarating feeling of extravagant spending. While he and Yao Na had maintained a solid relationship, they had always stood at a distance. Now, however, that barrier seemed to have dissolved. It appeared that Yao Na was truly on the verge of becoming his intimate companion. Just as Yao Na's messages concluded, another arrived from Chen Yang, you must come see us tonight. Tao Tao and I are waiting for you. Almost forgetting, he had plans for the evening. Perfect timing to explore. Chen Yang drove his Ferrari 812 directly to Shencheng Media University. Inside the girls' dormitory, Shen Tao and Chen Qingning were busy dressing and applying makeup. Qingning had already transformed, maintaining her signature look of a black pleated skirt paired with black stockings. However, her outfit today was far more fitted, accentuating her alluring figure perfectly. Meanwhile, Shen Tao had opted for a white ensemble, radiating a sense of purity and freshness, complemented by white stockings. Yet, Chen Qingning was not entirely satisfied. The skirt is too long. It should be shorter, and the top is too loose. It should be fitted. At your age, if you don't show it off, who will notice? She advised Shen Tao. Shen Tao hesitated. Qingning, isn't this good enough? We're meeting Chen Yang. It's not like we're meeting someone else. Why the high standards? Meeting Chen Yang requires a bit more effort, Qingning replied earnestly. Don't you want to have a special relationship with him? Discussing this made Shen Tao's cheeks flush slightly. To claim she hadn't thought about it would be disingenuous. Chen Yang was handsome, wealthy, and charming. He was the very embodiment of a Prince Charming in their eyes. Shen Tao, with her beautiful big eyes, looked at Qingning and asked, aren't you and Chen Yang supposed to be developing something? Qingning tossed her silky hair and smiled. Of course, I wish to develop something with him, but I am self-aware. I am not as pretty as Giraud, nor as pure as you. Hence, I can only be a good sister or a little admirer by his side. I cannot aspire to more. But you, with your beauty, just need to enhance your elegance a little, and Chen Yang will surely be enchanted by you. Qingning flashed her pearly white teeth. Hearing this, Shen Tao felt her cheeks warm, murmuring, Qingning, what are you saying? I have feelings for Chen Yang, but if you like him too, I want to compete with you. We are sisters, after all. Qingning chuckled. Hurry up and dress as I suggested. Chen Yang will be here soon. Reluctantly, Shen Tao complied, changing into a shorter white outfit. The two girls, clad in black and white, were a stunning duo, radiating beauty. Qingning observed Shen Tao with approval, nodding, very nice. You are indeed more beautiful than I imagined. Once Shen Tao donned the shorter uniform, she exuded an irresistible blend of innocence and allure, a sight that was hard to resist. Feeling slightly uncomfortable, she glanced in the mirror, adjusting her attire. Isn't this a bit too short? Not at all. Chen Yang will definitely prefer you like this. Tonight, we must ensure that Chen Yang stays with us, Qingning declared, her face alight with determination. Shen Tao's face flushed. Qingning, what are you talking about? We're just going out to have fun. Yes, just for fun. But let us enjoy ourselves tonight, Qingning replied, her expression playful. With a roar, Chen Yang arrived at Shencheng Media University in his Ferrari 812. It was already 8 in the evening, yet students thronged the entrance, bustling about while vendors called out their wares, creating a lively atmosphere. As Chen Yang's Ferrari made its appearance, it naturally attracted a wave of attention, with many students pausing to snap photographs. Chen Yang did not overly flaunt his status. After parking his Ferrari 821, he ventured out alone towards the campus of Shencheng Media University. Shencheng Media University is a semi-open institution. At this hour, the security guard does not conduct checks, allowing free entry and exit. The memories he shared with Giraud while strolling through the campus in those years were indeed delightful. However, all of that is now but a fleeting memory. Chen Yang felt little sorrow, as his attention was quickly diverted by other matters. What captivated him was a beautiful junior at the media conference, her long, fair legs capturing his gaze. Indeed, Shencheng Media University is renowned for its stunning students, producing many of the city's most beautiful women, a place where both quantity and quality are exceptional. Every day, countless students from other schools flock to the media conference seeking opportunities to indulge in visual delights. Yet, Chen Yang did not linger on these beauties. No matter how lovely they were, they could not compare to Giraud or Yao Na. His main focus was on reaching the eastern campus where Chen Ning and Shun Tao awaited him. Encountering a milk tea shop, Chen Yang furrowed his brow, for he was unaware of its location, likely a new establishment that had opened in the past 2 years. Just as he contemplated asking someone for directions, a cheerful voice called out from behind. Chinga. Turning to the sound, he recognized a youthful figure dressed in a quintessential campus style, a white shirt and pants, complemented by a pair of glasses, exuding an air of studiousness. Chen Yang found him vaguely familiar, but could not place him. After confirming Chen Yang's identity, the young man approached with uncontainable joy, exclaiming, "Chunge, it's me, Zhou Hao." The mention of Zhou Hao stirred memories within Chen Yang. Indeed, he had a junior named Zhou Hao, a rather shy bookworm. He did not expect such a transformation after several years. "Long time no see, you've become quite handsome." Chen Yang complimented him with a smile. Zhou Hao scratched his head, feeling bashful. "You're just joking, I haven't changed much. But you, Chengge, have become incredibly handsome. I recognized you right away, just hesitated to confirm." Indeed, the transformation in Chen Yang over the years was substantial. A few years ago, he was merely a rather delicate male university student, but now he was entirely different. "What year are you in? Still not graduated?" Chen Yang inquired further. Zhou Hao nodded, mirroring Chen Ning's status. "By the way, do you know where the milk tea shop is?" Chen Yang asked, as he was in need of directions. "Of course. It's right by the lake on the eastern campus," Zhou Hao replied with a smile. "By the lake?" Chen Yang pondered, starting to grasp the location, and was about to express his gratitude and take leave when Zhou Hao enthusiastically offered, "Chengge, I'm free right now. How about I take you there?" Chen Yang nodded in agreement. "Sure, that would be a great help." "No problem at all." The two proceeded together towards the eastern campus. Along the way, they engaged in conversation. "After graduation, where do you plan to work? Do you have any plans?" Chen Yang asked. This is a common trajectory for many media students, often leading to positions in small to medium-sized entertainment companies, which can be quite lucrative. Currently, Chen Yang worked at an entertainment company with decent remuneration, though he found his colleague Xie Long rather unpleasant. Indeed, having a plan is necessary, Chen Yang acknowledged, preparing to continue the discussion when Zhou Hao's phone chimed. He glanced at the message, a smile blossoming on his face, indicating some joyful news. After replying, Chen Yang teased, "Is it news from your girlfriend?" Zhou Hao, a bit shy, replied, "Not exactly, it's news from my goddess." Goddess? Chen Yang found the term rather foreign. Ever since being with Giraud, he had lost any notion of what a goddess entailed. Zhou Hao smiled. "Yes, she is a beautiful girl, my white moonlight. The moment I met her 2 years ago, I knew in my heart that I would marry no one else. She is my goddess, my princess." As Zhou Hao spoke, a radiant smile illuminated his face, filled with pure happiness. Chen Yang was taken aback. He did not expect such sincere declarations in this day and age. Zhou Hao was indeed quite infatuated. Perhaps it was true love? That's wonderful. Since you have a goal, pursue it wholeheartedly, Chen Yang encouraged. "I will, Chengge," Zhou Hao affirmed. Determination etched on his face. "I believe I can win her heart. She will eventually be with me." "Let us hope so," Chen Yang replied. "However, you needn't be overly fixated. It's not wise to hang on to one tree. If she truly isn't interested, it might be best to find a new target. In this world, there are no absolute goddesses, nor is there anyone you must marry." Chen Yang offered this advice, having known Zhou Hao for several years. Yet Zhou Hao remained steadfast, asserting, "Chengge, you are mistaken. My goddess is unlike any other woman. She is pure, lovely, and beautiful. No one can compare. She is my one and only white moonlight, and that will never change." With such resolute words, Chen Yang had little more to say. Upon reaching the milk tea shop, they found it bustling with students enjoying their drinks. Chen Qingning and Shun Tao were seated at a spot near the lakeside, the striking duo drawing the attention of many onlookers. The attention made Shun Tao somewhat uneasy, as she worried her skirt was too short and might expose her. "Qingning Jia, are you sure it's all right for me to wear this?" Shen Tao asked, her cheeks flushed. "Don't worry, they're merely admiring your beauty." Chen Qingning reassured her with a smile. "Besides, this outfit looks fantastic on you. When Chen Yang sees you, he will surely be captivated." Shun Tao's face blushed even deeper, yet she felt a thrill of excitement at the thought of her interaction with Chen Yang. Just then, her phone buzzed. She picked it up, glanced at the message, and her brows furrowed, revealing her displeasure. Chen Qingning, noticing her expression, inquired, "Tao Tao, what's the matter? Who messaged you? Who else could it be?" "It's Zhou Hao, and he's really getting on my nerves," Shun Tao replied, a hint of frustration in her tone. "Zhou Hao?" Chen Qingning was taken aback. "Didn't you block him? How is he still messaging you?" "I did block him, but he is persistent and even created a new account to contact me." "It's outrageous," Shun Tao sighed, her face reflecting her exasperation. Chen Qingning stifled a laugh. "Well, that is quite flattering. It shows just how charming you are, Tao Tao. This Zhou Hao has been infatuated with you for 2 years. He is quite the romantic. I have no desire for his infatuation. I harbor no interest in him whatsoever." "That bothersome fellow." Shen Tao's face was contorted with distress. Chen Qingning chuckled, her laughter bright and vibrant, and continued to inquire, "So, what is his purpose in seeking you out this time?" "He mentioned wanting to deliver something to me." Shen Tao replied with resignation. "I suspect it's yet another small gift, perhaps some local specialties." "It's the thought that counts," Chen Qingning teased. "Then I shall pass it on to you, Sister Qingning. Would you like it?" Shen Tao stated bluntly. "It's meant for you, so why would I want it?" Chen Qingning firmly declined. I knew it." Shen Tao rolled her eyes and remarked, "Sister Qingning, your husband?" "No, your husband." Chen Qingning shot back. The two women were engaged in playful banter when suddenly, Chen Qingning's phone rang. Upon checking the message, she discovered it was from Chen Yang, indicating that he had arrived. Chen Qingning immediately stood up and scanned the area outside the CAF. Before long, she spotted Chen Yang at the entrance of the milk tea shop and waved, calling out, "Brother Chen Yang, over here." Her voice was clear and melodious as she beckoned him. Chen Yang, upon seeing his charming younger sister, broke into a smile and walked toward her. Meanwhile, Shen Tao observed Chen Yang, initially feeling pleased, but her smile froze upon noticing Zhou Hao beside him. "Zhou Hao? Why is he here too?" At the milk tea shop, by the lakeside, Chen Yang, Shen Tao, Chen Qingning, and Zhou Hao sat facing one another. Chen Qingning glanced from Chen Yang to Zhou Hao, her beautiful eyes revealing surprise as she queried, "Brother Chen Yang, how did you end up with Zhou Hao?" Chen Yang chuckled, "I couldn't find the milk tea shop, so I asked him for directions." "What's the matter? Do you know each other?" From a moment they sat down, Chen Yang sensed an unusual tension in the atmosphere. It seemed that both Chen Qingning and Shun Tao held a certain disdain for Zhou Hao. Unbeknownst to Zhou Hao, who remained blissfully unaware, he grinned and said, "Of course. I know her. Brother Chen, Tao Tao is the one I told you about before." However, Zhou Hao did not finish his sentence, yet Chen Yang grasped the implication immediately. "So, Shun Tao is indeed Zhou Hao's dream girl, is she?" He thought to himself that Zhou Hao had quite the discerning eye. Shun Tao was undeniably beautiful and youthful. Nevertheless, no matter how he viewed it, he could not fathom Shun Tao being interested in a man like Zhou Hao, who struck him as nothing more than a mere clown. As expected, Shun Tao directly stated, "Zhou Hao. How many times must I tell you not to call me Tao Tao? I have a name. Isn't calling you Tao Tao a bit more intimate?" Zhou Hao replied shamelessly. Shun Tao, exasperated, retorted, "Be quiet. Who wants to be intimate with you?" From Shun Tao's demeanor, it was evident that she had absolutely no interest in Zhou Hao, who seemed to be nothing more than a persistent admirer. Zhou Hao, realizing he should say no more, fell silent. Chen Qingning then suggested cheerfully, "Since we're all here, let us enjoy a cup of milk tea. Brother Chen Yang, what would you like to drink?" Chen Yang pondered for a moment before responding, "I'll have a cup of duck droppings lemon tea. I quite enjoy that flavor." "All right," Chen Qingning nodded. Before she could ask Zhou Hao, he promptly stated, "Just a pearl milk tea will suffice. Thank you, Sister Qingning." Chen Qingning said nothing further and turned her attention to the last person, Shen Tao. "Cherry blossom boba." Shen Tao replied. Chen Qingning then departed to place the order. Chen Yang also stood up and announced, "I'm going to step out for a smoke." He headed off to the lakeside. With Chen Yang and Chen Qingning gone, only Shen Tao and Zhou Hao remained. Zhou Hao felt quite pleased, initially believing there was potential for a deeper connection with Shen Tao. However, he was disappointed to find that she hardly glanced his way. Instead, she noticed a lighter that Chen Yang had left on the table and swiftly walked over to where he was. With that, the three left, leaving Zhou Hao alone, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. By the lakeside, Chen Yang sat in a cool chair, a cigarette between his lips, gazing at the picturesque scenery and the playful university couples. Feeling a wave of nostalgia. Just as he prepared to light up, he realized he had forgotten to bring the lighter. Damn, how disappointing. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a lighter flicking next to him. Turning his head, he was greeted by the sight of an exquisitely beautiful face. Shen Tao had taken a seat beside him and was lighting his cigarette. Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback, then allowed Shen Tao to ignite the cigarette. As the smoke wafted, Chen Yang smiled at Shen Tao and said, "Thank you." "No problem, Brother Chen Yang," Shen Tao replied with a sweet smile, which was truly enchanting. It must be said that Shen Tao embodied the essence of a campus goddess, possessing a hint of allure from the nightlife and a captivating figure, yet also exuding a sense of innocence. Most importantly, she was strikingly beautiful, a blend of purity and desire. "Why didn't you chat with Zhou Hao?" Chen Yang asked, still inhaling the smoke with a grin. "I have no relationship with him, Brother Chen Yang. Please don't misunderstand," Shen Tao replied hurriedly. "I can see that." Chen Yang smiled sleekly. It was apparent that Shen Tao and Zhou Hao inhabited entirely different worlds. The disparity between them was vast, making any romantic connection implausible. Shen Tao sighed. "In truth, I have rejected him more than once, but he remains undeterred, clinging to the misguided notion that persistence will yield results. This indeed reflects a flawed perception. Persisting relentlessly will only work on a select few women. For the majority, it is utterly ineffective. Women are emotional beings, and typically, after just a week or even a day of interaction, they can ascertain whether a relationship has potential for development." Chapter 29. A trial. As soon as one is labeled as unsuitable for a relationship, no amount of effort or persistence will be of any avail. Being able to communicate this and help him move on is already quite commendable. "Isn't that the right thing to do?" Shen Tao asked, her eyes wide with confusion. "Indeed," Chen Yang pondered, realizing that it is indeed appropriate to inform someone when a relationship is not suitable. However, in today's world, how many women can truly do that? Even when faced with incompatibility, many would rather keep you hanging, extracting any remaining value. This alone indicates that Shen Tao possesses a commendable perspective. Both Chen Yang and Shen Tao fell silent, and the atmosphere suddenly grew oddly quiet. At that moment, Shen Tao summoned her courage. Her cheeks flushed as she asked, "Brother Chen Yang, do you think my outfit today looks nice?" Chen Yang paused, finally shifting his gaze to Shen Tao. Her attire was indeed appealing. A fitted top paired with a super short skirt that showcased her blend of innocence and allure exquisitely. "It looks great. It suits you very well," Chen Yang complimented. "Thank you for the kind words, Brother Chen Yang." Shen Tao beamed with happiness, then inquired, "So, Brother Chen Yang, who do you think is more attractive, me or Sister Qingning?" This question piqued his interest. Chen Yang thought for a moment and replied with a smile. "Based purely on looks, you are slightly more attractive, but in other aspects, Qingning has the edge." "Why is that?" Shen Tao asked, perplexed. Chen Yang chuckled. "After all, Sister Qingning is wearing black stockings." With that, Shen Tao instantly understood. The allure of black stockings is indeed substantial. However, Shen Tao was not one to back down, retorting, "My white stockings are not inferior." Inside the milk tea shop, where were they? Chen Qingning cast a glance in the direction indicated by Zhou Hao and indeed spotted Chen Yang and Shen Tao not far away. However, due to the distance, she could not discern their activities. A subtle smile graced her lips, as if she had come to a realization. Her good friend seemed to be quite perceptive. Zhou Hao continued, "Sister Qingning, I believe Chunge has a bit of an interest in you." "Oh, what makes you say that?" Zhou Hao chuckled. "Chunge specifically came to school to find you, sat beside you, and was so affectionate. He must be trying to pursue you." Upon hearing this, Chen Qingning found it quite amusing. She had always been the one fawning over Chen Yang, who had hardly reciprocated. How could he possibly be pursuing her? Zhou Hao persisted. "Chunge likes you, Sister Qingning, while I am pursuing Tao Tao. Our duo is quite perfect, isn't it? If we go out to have fun later, it should be quite delightful." Chen Qingning replied with a teasing smile. I can't help but feel that Tao Tao has no interest in you at all. This is just the beginning. With a girl as lovely and charming as Tao Tao, I must be very patient to win her affection. Don't worry, Sister Qingning. I have all the time in the world. I will definitely make Tao Tao fall for me. Zhou Hao was exceedingly resolute. Chen Qingning couldn't help but feel somewhat speechless. This guy was truly over the top. Upon returning to the milk tea shop, after Chen Yang and Shen Tao settled down and chatted for a while, Zhou Hao noticed something unusual about Shen Tao and directly inquired, Tao Tao, why is your face so red? Are you unwell? True to form, Zhou Hao, the devoted admirer, observed with meticulous attention. Shen Tao's cheeks were indeed flushed. The recent heat had been stifling. Should I go find the boss to get a fan? There are fans in this shop. Zhou Hao continued his attentive gestures. No need. I'll be fine after a moment. Shen Tao declined curtly. All right then. Zhou Hao nodded in acquiescence. Chen Yang observed Zhou Hao's smitten demeanor and could not help but shake his head. Indeed, the saying held true. A devoted admirer seldom ends well. As Chen Yang recalled the earlier interaction with Shen Tao on the cool bench, he found Zhou Hao to be rather comical. However, this was a predicament of his own making. He had been repeatedly told that they were not compatible, yet still insisted on pursuing her. Who else could he blame? Meanwhile, Chen Qingning had leaned closer to Chen Yang and whispered, Brother Chen Yang, what did you just do with Tao Tao? This little enchantress had clearly pieced things together. I didn't do anything, just commented on the difference between her and you, Chen Yang replied with a smile. Oh, what difference? Chen Qingning inquired with interest. Chen Yang stroked his chin in contemplation and answered, the difference between black stockings and white stockings. And the outcome? Chen Qingning asked, intrigued. Well, it seems that white stockings are somewhat superior, Chen Yang remarked with a grin. That's just because you don't understand, Chen Qingning retorted, black stockings are the best. What must I do to understand? Chen Yang asked playfully. Realization dawned upon Chen Qingning as she smiled, revealing her adorable little tiger teeth, and said, Brother Chen Yang, you'll understand in a bit. The milk tea was swiftly consumed, and the four departed. Chen Qingning suggested they take a stroll in the evening since they had no pressing matters. Chen Yang and Shen Tao had no objections, while Zhou Hao, undeterred, insisted on joining them. The four walked along the campus avenue beneath the night sky, with Chen Qingning and Shen Tao at the forefront, whispering to one another, their camaraderie evident. Chen Yang walked alongside Zhou Hao, who whispered, Chenge, I already know what you're thinking. Oh, what thought? Chen Yang looked at him in confusion. Zhou Hao wore a knowing smile and said, we're all men here. We understand. You have feelings for Sister Qingning, don't you? I've already noticed. Chen Yang almost laughed at this revelation. Zhou Hao's insight was surprisingly astute. Zhou Hao continued, Sister Qingning is truly exceptional, beautiful, graceful, academically accomplished. I've heard that a media company is already in talks with her, and once she graduates, she will likely secure a position. With her looks, even if she doesn't become a star, she could easily become an internet sensation. If you manage to win her over now, that would indeed be a splendid achievement. It seemed Zhou Hao viewed Chen Yang as a mere admirer of Chen Qingning. Zhou Hao urged, there is nothing to ponder over, Chengge. Just charge ahead like I do. Chen Yang found it hard to contain his laughter. How could this guy manage to be so earnestly deluded? I think you and Shen Tao aren't really suited for each other. You should abandon that notion, Chen Yang advised. Zhou Hao, however, laughed confidently with enough effort. Even a steel pestle can be ground down to a needle. I will never give up. I will surely win over Tao Tao. There was no other option. Truly, most devoted admirers brought this upon themselves. Chen Yang had grown tired of Zhou Hao's antics. Meanwhile, the four had reached the school gate. Brother Chen, I have prepared a car, Zhou Hao announced with a smile, retrieving the car key and illuminating it. A Nissan Xian lit up not far away. This car was probably worth around 100,000. As the lights flickered on, the students at the school gate hardly glanced in its direction. Zhou Hao felt quite satisfied, believing he had adequately prepared to make an impression in front of his goddess. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The stunningly attractive Shen Tao and Chen Qingning, a striking pair of contrasting beauties, encountered a group of male students from another school as they approached the gate. These boys were quite handsome, adorned in designer attire, suggesting they came from affluent backgrounds. Where are you ladies headed? Let's take you. Yes, just name a place, and we'll be your drivers. The boys eagerly produced their car keys, illuminating a row of luxury vehicles parked at the gate, including BMWs, Mercedes, and Porsches. Clearly, these students had some money to spare, likely drawn to the media academy in hopes of meeting girls. Chen Yang, with an air of nonchalance, remarked, "Weren't you eager to show off in front of Tao Tao? What better opportunity than this?" "Brother, don't say that. I feel utterly embarrassed," Zhou Hao mumbled, lowering his head. Chen Yang shook his head. This guy not only lacked the capability, but also the courage. No wonder Shen Tao was uninterested in him. Chen Yang approached the group with a smile, saying, "No need for your help, gentlemen. I have a car prepared to take them." Instantly, all eyes turned to Chen Yang. "You have a car too? What kind? Show us what you've got. Is it that Xian-yi?" The student's tone dripped with mockery. They had clearly observed the earlier interaction between Chen Yang and Zhou Hao. Shen Tao and Chen Qingning also turned their gaze towards Chen Yang, filled with anticipation. Though they did not care about the car, what girl wouldn't want someone to stand up for them in times of trouble, fulfilling a bit of their vanity? Zhou Hao, meanwhile, felt utterly ashamed, wishing he could bury the keys to the Xian-yi. Chen Yang replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, it is a Xian-yi." As soon as the words were uttered, the mockery on everyone's faces intensified. "Xian-yi? What grounds do you have to compete with us, the likes of BMW, Mercedes-Benz, Audi, and Porsche?" However, Chen Yang's subsequent remark caused their expressions to shift dramatically. Apart from Xian-yi, there is another vehicle that surpasses it slightly. With a faint smile, Chen Yang produced the key to a Ferrari 812 and illuminated it. The headlights of the Ferrari 812, parked nearby, sprang to life, illuminating the sleek contours of the supercar, while its stylish scissor doors gracefully ascended, captivating all who beheld it. The moment this strikingly futuristic Ferrari 812 made its entrance, every gaze at the school gate was instantly drawn towards it, followed by a chorus of astonished exclamations. "Wow, what a beautiful car! This must cost at least 7 to 800,000, right? 7 to 800,000? This is a Ferrari 812, the flagship model of Ferrari, with a starting price of over 5 million. Over 5 million. How extravagant! Whose wealthy heir is this? I must witness such grandeur. A car of this caliber. I doubt I would ever have the privilege to even sit in it. If I could ride in the passenger seat just once in my lifetime, I would die without regret." The gasps of amazement echoed all around. Bystanders gazed enviously at the scene. Meanwhile, the students from the other school, who had previously looked down upon Chen Yang, found their expressions frozen in disbelief upon witnessing the stunning supercar. They may not have recognized the 812, but they were undoubtedly aware of what a Ferrari represented. This single Ferrari was more than capable of overshadowing all their so-called luxury vehicles. "Now, do I have the privilege to offer them a ride?" Chen Yang inquired with a smile towards the group of external students. The students, now red-faced and embarrassed, could hardly muster a response as they awkwardly departed. At this moment, Shen Tao and Chen Qingning looked at Chen Yang with stars in their eyes. "Brother Chen Yang, you are so handsome." Chen Qingning nearly leapt into Chen Yang's embrace, her face brimming with delight. Shen Tao, too, stared at the Ferrari 812, her beautiful eyes filled with admiration, exclaiming, "Brother Chen Yang, this car is stunning. Is it truly yours?" She found it hard to believe. Initially, she had assumed Chen Yang's vehicle would cost around $1 million, never imagining he would be driving such a $5 million supercar. "Yes, I just bought it," Chen Yang confirmed with a nod. Shen Tao gazed at Chen Yang with anticipation, asking, "Brother Chen Yang, may I sit in the passenger seat? I have never been in such a top-tier luxury car." Her eyes were filled with yearning. Behind them, Zhou Hao's face turned crimson, and despite his efforts, he couldn't utter a word, as he had fantasized about inviting Shen Tao to his own vehicle. In the face of Chen Yang's multi-million-dollar Ferrari, he found himself devoid of courage. "Of course, Tao Tao can sit in the passenger seat. I believe Brother Chen Yang would have no objections." Chen Qingning chimed in before Chen Yang could respond. Yet, Chen Yang shook his head and said, "I can accommodate you at another time, but not now." "Why?" Shen Tao and Chen Qingning asked in unison, their expressions filled with surprise. Chen Yang smiled as he explained, "This car has only 2 seats, allowing for just 1 passenger. I intend to take Qingning with me. Tao Tao, you'll have to find another way." This was a reluctant decision. Chen Yang wished to take both beautiful women along, but the supercar's limited seating necessitated a choice. While Shen Tao was undeniably gorgeous, pure, and charming, Chen Yang's concern for his dear sister outweighed everything. Hearing this, Zhou Hao suddenly perked up and exclaimed, I have a car." Just then, Chen Qingning interjected with a light laugh. "Brother Chen Yang, there's no need for that. I have arranged for a car as well." She produced her own car key and pressed the button. Nearby, an Audi lit up, a vehicle worth around 2 to 300,000, a step above Zhou Hao's Xian-yi. Chen Xingning's family was of a decent economic standing, making her possession of a car unremarkable. This revelation left Zhou how utterly humiliated. Do you not wish to experience the thrill of the passenger seat? Chen Yang inquired playfully. Chen Xingning bit her lip, her gaze fixated on the beautiful Ferrari 812, her eyes filled with anticipation. She longed to sit in the passenger seat, yet she preferred to let her best friend have the opportunity. Shen Tao, however, encouraged, since Brother Chen Yang has offered you the seat, Xingning, you should take it. I can ride in any car. With the matter pushed to this extent, Chen Xingning could not decline any longer and took her place in the passenger seat of the Ferrari 812. The moment she settled in, she felt an unparalleled comfort. Indeed, this was a top-tier luxury vehicle, and the experience was simply sublime. Chen Yang took his place in the driver's seat, igniting the Ferrari 812. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, they gradually departed. As Shen Tao watched the Ferrari 812 recede into the distance, a hint of melancholy clouded her beautiful eyes. She could discern that Chen Yang seemed to be more attentive to Chen Xingning, displaying less enthusiasm toward her. She understood, after all, that Chen Xingning was always considering Chen Yang's feelings as his dear sister, while she had merely recently met him, thus unable to compete. Nevertheless, a sense of disappointment lingered in her heart. Tao Tao, let me drive you. Zhou Hao mustered his courage to offer. Yet, Shen Tao shook her head, replying, no need. I've already called a taxi. In that moment, Zhou Hao could only feel lost in the wind. A hopeless admirer, he thought. The Ferrari 812 roared down the streets of Shencheng, akin to a wild beast, emitting waves of thunderous sound. Chen Xingning, seated in the passenger seat, felt an unprecedented thrill coursing through her. This was the essence of a supercar. How exhilarating! She glanced at Chen Yang, who was focused on driving. He appeared so handsome and dashing, truly her Prince Charming, the idol of her dreams. After a thrilling ride, the Ferrari 812 entered the city roads, gradually slowing down. How does it feel? Chen Yang asked with a smile. Perfect. Chen Xingning's face lit up with a smile as she exclaimed, Brother Chen Yang, you are incredible. I admire you so much. Indeed, Chen Yang replied with a slight smile. Regardless of the circumstances, the emotional value that his little sister provided was always exceedingly high. This was one of the reasons Chen Yang cherished their time together. However, Chen Xingning then asked, Brother Chen Yang, why did you let me sit in the passenger seat? Is it not better for Tao Tao to take that spot? You are my dear sister. Why should you not sit? Chen Yang responded, somewhat perplexed. But Tao Tao is more beautiful than I, and her figure is superior, Chen Xingning remarked, glancing at her own assets, aware that while she was attractive, she paled in comparison to Shen Tao. Although these qualities held significance, they were not the most crucial. I had thought that Brother Chen Yang preferred the type of girl that Tao Tao represents, she added sincerely. I still appreciate her, Chen Yang chuckled, looking at Chen Xingning. But I also cherish you. Do you want to have both? Chen Xingning teased. Chen Yang simply smiled in silence. Brother Chen Yang, if you wish to have both, then you should put in more effort to win Tao Tao's heart, Chen Xingning suggested. Why? Chen Yang queriet, buzlet. Yet, Chen Xingning maintained her cheerful demeanor, revealing her adorable little fangs as she replied, because I don't need you to pursue me. As long as you are happy, I am content with whatever you decide. She added, resembling a docile little kitten. Chen Yang smiled in response, accustomed as he was to Chen Xingning's unwavering obedience, always compliant and eager to please him. However, he had never truly taken advantage of her. At most, he would tease her playfully, for he had no intention of genuinely harming Chen Xingning. The reasons behind her behavior were indeed a long story, filled with frivolous thoughts. Chen Yang shot her an exasperated glance, to which Chen Xingning playfully stuck out her delicate pink tongue, her lovely face adorned with a mischievous expression. The Ferrari 812 continued its journey down the road. As they drove, Chen Xingning gazed at Chen Yang with dreamy eyes and suddenly remarked, Chen Yang Gij, do you know? Even after all these years, I still cannot forget how magnificent you looked back then. Magnificent? Wasn't he that more akin to being utterly disheveled? Chen Yang chuklet helplessly. How could it be disheveled? Just being able to stand up in that situation was remarkable. If it weren't for you, I might have been ruined. Chen Xingning's eyes shimmered with deep admiration, looking at Chen Yang as a devoted fan would. It was during his junior year, when Chen Xingning had just entered her freshman year. At that time, she was barely 18 or 19, weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom, desperately pleading with passers-by for help. Yet, no one dared to step forward. They all pretended not to see. Even Chen Yang's roommates advised against getting involved, speculating it might be a mere prank among friends. However, anyone with clear sight could tell it was far from a joke. Back then, Chen Yang could be described as youthful and frail, yet he was never lacking in courage. He boldly confronted the situation with a beer bottle in hand. Of course, the outcome was not as dramatic as in novels. He managed to knock down one assailant during a surprise attack, but the others quickly retaliated, pummeling him mercilessly. Given his slender frame, he could hardly withstand the onslaught. Thus, he could only pull Chen Yang along, fleeing tirelessly, repeatedly shielding her with his body and resisting with all his might. After what felt like an eternity, they finally managed to shake off those drunken thugs. Chen Yang was left battered and bloodied, yet he embraced Chen Yang, smiling weakly and assuring her that everything was fine. That image lingered in Chen Yang's memory forever. Eventually, the thugs were apprehended by the police, and Chen Yang received commendation from school, which significantly influenced the trajectory of his life. His reputation soared at school, indirectly leading to a connection with Zhiro, the minister of the student union's publicity department. As for Chen Yang, she became utterly enamored with Chen Yang, often bringing him milk tea, fruits, and snacks. She listened to his every word. After all, she was just a naive freshman, swept away by such a fantastical narrative. However, Chen Yang was also astute, and, after Chen Yang began dating Zhiro, she ceased to contact him. Now that Chen Yang was single again, his little admirer had resurfaced. Chen Yang Gij, do you know? Over the years, I have dreamt countless times about that night. Each time, I felt so helpless, trembling with fear. I could only think that you would come to find me, that you would definitely come. Every time, you appeared. Every time, you helped me defeat them. If it weren't for you, I truly wouldn't know how to face life ahead. Chen Yang Gij, you saved my life. Gratitude radiated from Chen Yang's eyes, explaining her unwavering devotion to Chen Yang. As long as he was happy, she felt joy. Chen Yang looked at her, unable to suppress a deep sigh, then smiled and said, "You're so silly." Chen Yang chuckled, her laughter light and delightful, and replied, "I'm happy to be Chen Yang Gij's silly little sister." The Ferrari 812 continued its journey. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Huatian International Shopping Mall, one of the largest malls within the city, replete with diverse dining and entertainment options. The Ferrari 812 parked in a designated space, and both Chen Yang and Chen Yang disembarked. They waited outside for a while until Shen Tao and Zhou Hao arrived, one by taxi and the other by car, a rather unusual pairing. However, Chen Yang understood. Although Shen Tao was somewhat vain, she was not a superficial woman, not wanting to get too close to Zhou Hao, aware that they were fundamentally incompatible. Shen Tao wished to dissuade Zhou Hao, yet Zhou Hao remained oblivious, continuously trying to win her favor. Once everyone had gathered, they entered the shopping mall together. As it was the weekend, the mall was bustling with people, a constant ebb and flow. Following the previous arrangement, Shen Tao and Chen Yang walked ahead, while Chen Yang and Zhou Hao trailed behind. "Bro, I feel like Tao Tao is being really cold towards me," Zhou Hao said, somewhat disheartened. Chen Yang shook his head and chuckled. "Cold? It's a miracle she hasn't kicked you to the curb. When it's time to give up, one must let go." "Once he give up," Zhou Hao insisted. "I believe Tao Tao is just slow to warm up. She is a reserve girl, treating everyone that way, not just me." Zhou Hao continued to delude himself. "Oh, is that so?" Chen Yang raised an eyebrow, suddenly struck by an idea, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face. "Let me give it a try." "Try what?" Zhou Hao was confused about how this would work. Chen Yang called out to Shen Tao ahead, "Tao Tao." "Chen Yang Gij, what is up?" "Nothing much," Chen Yang replied, picking up a starch sausage from the side. Smiling as he asked, "I bought a sausage. Would you like some?" "Bro," Zhou Hao intended to point out that Shen Tao didn't like starch sausages, having ignored them entirely when he bought them before. Yet, Shen Tao exclaimed joyfully, "Sure. Starch sausages are my favorite." "Thank you, Chen Yang Gij." Zhou Hao was left utterly dumbfounded, witnessing Shen Tao's eagerness towards Chen Yang, feeling as if his entire world was crumbling, frozen in disbelief. Was this really the aloof goddess he knew? Following this brief episode, Zhou Hao fell into complete silence, trailing behind alone while Chen Yang conversed pleasantly with Shen Tao and Chen Yang. Chen Yang paid no mind to Zhou Hao. His purpose in bringing him along was to ensure he would finally let go. Only stark reality could bring such a sycophant back to his senses. If not for their previous acquaintanceship, Chen Yang would have cared little for him. After finishing their exploration of the food street, they entered the shopping center. Inside were predominantly high-end luxury stores, showcasing brands such as Chanel, Gucci, and Valentino. Wow, these designer brands are stunning. Chen Qingming's eyes sparkled with admiration. Shen Tao managed to maintain composure, though her appreciation for the exquisite luxury items was undeniable. If you like them, let us go take a look, Chen Yang suggested. Is that appropriate? They all seem so expensive, Chen Qingming replied, feeling a bit anxious upon seeing the price tags. Shen Tao added, yes, Chen Yang Gich. They're far too pricey. Perhaps we should skip it. Both of them come from rather ordinary families, with Chen Qingming being slightly better off, as her family possesses some wealth, while Shen Tao's background is exceedingly poor. They generally do not even dare to enter such high-end luxury boutiques. After all, merely looking does not cost anything. Chen Yang casually remarked, let's go. After exchanging a glance, Shen Tao and Chen Qingming gritted their teeth and followed suit. Stepping into the flagship store of Chanel, the sales staff warmly welcomed Chen Yang and the others. Chen Yang led Shen Tao and Chen Qingming on a tour of the store, browsing through women's clothing suitable for them. After their exploration, Chen Qingming stated, all right, there's nothing we like. We should be leaving. Yes, my apologies, Shen Tao said with an apologetic smile toward the sales staff. In truth, they had seen many clothes they fancied, but the prices were far beyond their reach, unthinkable for them. The sales staff, having encountered numerous such customers, understood it was quite normal for them to come in without making a purchase. All right, please take care, the staff bid as Shen Tao and Chen Qingming prepared to leave. However, Chen Yang interjected, after making the effort to come out, why leave so soon? Didn't you mention there were a few pieces you quite liked? Why not try them on? Upon hearing this, both Chen Qingming and Shen Tao felt a bit embarrassed. The sales staff also wore an awkward expression, initially thinking they could dismiss these two women easily, only to find out that this man's emotional intelligence was rather low. Insisting on trying without the intention to buy would certainly complicate matters. Nevertheless, she maintained a professional smile and politely said, if you wish to try on, you may certainly do so. With this encouragement, Chen Qingming and Shen Tao had little else to say. Then let us try them on. Chen Yang settled onto a nearby sofa, scrolling through his phone as he awaited their wardrobe changes. It is a given that changing outfits can be quite a hassle for women. After several minutes, Shen Tao emerged from the fitting room, wearing a white spaghetti strap long dress, which resembled a pure princess gown. Once adorned in it, her demeanor transformed dramatically, shifting from an innocent campus goddess to a refined young lady of affluence. The transformative power of luxury fashion was indeed substantial. Chen Yang Gij, what do you think? Shen Tao twirled in front of Chen Yang, her white dress flowing gracefully like a delicate fairy. Chen Yang stroked his chin, appraising her before responding, it looks good. However, it's a bit too pure. You should embrace a more alluring style to suit you better. Hearing Chen Yang's praise, Shen Tao felt a surge of joy and sweetly replied, then next time, I will definitely show you my alluring side. All right, I shall await that eagerly. Chen Yang smiled slightly. Meanwhile, Chen Qingming also stepped out of the fitting room. As soon as she appeared, both Shen Tao and Chen Yang were taken aback by her stunning transformation. Clad in an elegant black Chanel evening gown, she seemed like an entirely different person. The outfit accentuated her tall and perfect figure, showcasing every curve exquisitely, akin to a European noblewoman, exuding an air of aristocratic elegance in every movement. Her aura had elevated to an entirely different level, contrasting sharply with the obedient little fan who used to follow Chen Yang around. Chen Yang Gij, do I look beautiful? Chen Qingming smiled at him, approaching gracefully like a princess from a movie, radiating an indescribable nobility and poise. Chen Yang nodded in satisfaction and replied, you look stunning. It suits you perfectly. That's wonderful. Chen Qingming thought to herself, feeling elated. Dressed in these top-tier Chanel garments, the pair of sisters, one in black and the other in white, were strikingly eye-catching. After admiring themselves for a while, they decided to change back. Alrig, Chen Yang Gigye. Let us go, Chen Qingming said with a smile. After trying on the outfits, they deemed it unnecessary to linger any longer. As for purchasing the garments, it was something they couldn't even dare to contemplate. The price of the dress was a staggering sum, amounting to tens of thousands, which was astronomical for them. Thank you for your visit. Please take care, the sales staff smiled as they bid farewell to Chen Yang and the others. Finally, they were leaving, and the staff let out a sigh of relief. While she had no issue with Chen Yang and the others trying on clothes, it was always nice to have a quieter day at work. However, Chen Yang chuckled and remarked, after trying for so long, Wouldn't it be a pity to leave without a purchase? Shen Tao and Chen Qingning exchanged surprised glances, their beautiful eyes filled with confusion at Chen Yang's words. They had already finished trying on the clothes. What more could they do? The sales staff felt a sudden unease, sensing that something was amiss. Sure enough, Chen Yang continued with a smile. The dress Qingning just tried on is quite nice. Please wrap it up for us. The statement left both Chen Qingning and Shen Tao, as well as the sales staff, momentarily stunned. Wrap it up? That dress was priced at over 100,000. Was Chen Yang actually intending to buy it? Both Chen Qingning and Shen Tao were incredulous at the thought of Chen Yang purchasing such an extravagant item for Chen Qingning. Meanwhile, the sales staff assumed Chen Yang was merely posturing, trying to show off in front of the two beauties. The unfortunate one would be her. How despicable. Wrapping the dress without payment would surely cause her significant trouble later. The saleswoman felt an urge to express her frustration, but, having undergone training, she could only suppress her anger. Maintaining her polite smile, she said, "Sir, the price of the two dresses is approximately 100,000. Are you certain you wish to proceed with the purchase?" She intended to dissuade Chen Yang with the price. However, to her surprise, Chen Yang replied without a moment's hesitation. "Wrap it up." The smile on the saleswoman's face froze, her heart racing. "Oh no, why torture me like this? Am I just a mere beast of burden?" Though inwardly distressed, she maintained her facade, saying, "All right, I will package it for you." Despite her frustration, she knew that the customer was always right. Soon, she returned with the packaged dress. "Sir, your total comes to 103,500. How would you like to proceed with the payment?" The saleswoman's gaze was fixed on Chen Yang, her smile barely concealing the fury beneath. "Goodness, you're toying with me now, aren't you? Let us see how you wriggle out of this." The saleswoman anticipated that at this stage, Chen Yang would surely falter and embarrass himself in front of the two ladies. She had been waiting for this moment, believing he deserved it for putting her through this torment. Yet, to her astonishment, Chen Yang produced a Huaxia bank loan card, smiling as he said, "Please charge it." He actually has a card? The saleswoman was taken aback, examining it closely, and it appeared to be genuine. Surely, he wouldn't have sufficient funds. The excuse would be that the card had been frozen or something of the sort. She took out the machine to process the payment. After a moment, a beep indicated that the transaction had been successful. The saleswoman was stunned. What? The payment went through? He actually bought it? At that moment, she could hardly believe her eyes. This man, whom she had perceived as merely pretentious, was genuinely making a purchase. No, this was no longer just a show-off. This was truly impressive. It is important to note that these luxury goods salespersons earn commissions. Selling items worth over 100,000 yields them commissions exceeding 1,000. Fortune has finally smiled upon this little cow. The staff's demeanor underwent a complete transformation as they greeted Chen Yang with beaming smiles, saying, "Sir, congratulations. Your payment has been successfully processed. Thank you for choosing our Chanel. Should you have any inquiries in the future, feel free to approach us, and we shall endeavor to provide you with our utmost service." Chen Yang nodded, feeling quite pleased with Chanel's service, as their international brand seems to offer excellent customer care. After completing his purchase, Chen Yang guided them through several more stores, acquiring clothing and cosmetics, concluding the day's endeavors. The host successfully indulged in a shopping spree, earning rewards totaling 220,000, 200,000, and 250,000 respectively. After several indulgent purchases, Chen Yang accumulated nearly 1 million in rewards, bringing his total savings close to 9 million. He was one step nearer to breaking the 10 million barrier, reveling in the delightful rewards of the evening. Once all purchases were made, time had grown late. The three settled at a milk tea shop by the mall entrance, sipping their beverages before preparing to depart. On their return, she had changed her outfit entirely. Her former white uniform had been replaced with a stylish white coat that suited her demeanor, imparting a sense of maturity and urban elegance. Chapter 035. The joyful Zhou How Chen Yang and Chen Qingning found the situation somewhat peculiar. Chen Qingning directly inquired, Tao, why did you suddenly change clothes?" This question seemed to fluster Shen Tao, who blushed and stammered, I felt a bit cold, so I put on a coat." The reasoning was rather tenuous, as it was the height of summer. Although it was slightly cool in the evening, it hardly warranted a coat. However, since Shen Tao had said so, Chen Qingning dismissed any concerns, nodding and saying, Tao, you're too delicate. You must eat well to strengthen yourself." "I understand." "Qingning Jia," Shen Tao replied, though her gaze subtly darted toward Chen Yang, hinting an unspoken meaning. After a while, Chen Qingning excused herself to the restroom, leaving only Chen Yang and Shen Tao. Shen Tao bit her lip, seemingly gathering courage, and said to Chen Yang, "Chen Yang Gij, would you like to come with me? I want to show you something." "What is it?" Chen Yang asked. "Buzlet. You'll find out when you come," Shen Tao replied, her face flushed. After speaking, she stood and walked toward the exit of the milk tea shop. Although Chen Yang was uncertain about Shen Tao's intentions, he followed her outside. They walked to a secluded corner of the square. "What are we going to see?" Chen Yang continued to inquire, feeling increasingly curious. Upon reaching their destination, Shen Tao finally halted, her face resembling a ripe peach, as she bit her lip and said, "Chen Yang Gij, you wanted to see my pure and innocent side, right? I can show you now." How?" Chen Yang was bewildered. Shen Tao, clad in a white coat that exuded elegance, didn't seem to embody that innocence. However, the ensuing moment left Chen Yang astounded. Meanwhile, Zhou Hao could not shake the image of Chen Yang and Shen Tao's joyful interaction from his mind, which stirred feelings of discomfort within him. Could it be true, as Chen Ge had said, that he was merely a sycophant? Did Tao Tao harbor no feelings for him? No, that was utterly implausible. He had pursued Tao Tao for so long. Even if she did not genuinely like him, she would never view him as a mere sycophant. Tao Tao surely held some interest in him. Chen Ji's feelings for Tao Tao were likely akin to an older brother's affection for a younger sister. Perhaps he was just being overly sensitive. Zhou Hao continued to console himself. Yet, self-reassurance was insufficient. After much contemplation, Zhou Hao called Shen Tao. He had anticipated her hanging up immediately. To his surprise, the call connected. "Tao Tao," he exclaimed joyfully as soon as she answered. Came Shen Tao's weak voice, sounding somewhat fatigued. Zhou Hao gathered his thoughts and pressed on. "Tao Tao, how was your shopping? Did you find what you wanted?" "It was all right," she replied. However, Zhou Hao noticed her breathing was somewhat rapid, which struck him as odd, leading him to ask, "Tao Tao, are you okay? You sound quite tired." "I'm just a bit worn out for shopping." "Let Chen Ge take you home. It'll be safe with him around." "I understand. Thank you," Shen Tao said before abruptly hanging up. Zhou Hao's heart soared upon hearing her express gratitude. Chapter 036. Intimate task. Not only had she spoken to him for so long, but her voice was also delightful. He felt that perhaps he had overthought things. There was still a chance for him and Tao Tao. Zhou Hao was elated. At that moment, he overheard his roommate speaking with his own goddess via voice chat. "Would you like to go out for dinner tomorrow night? I'll cover the expenses. I will arrange everything. You just need to show up." This fellow displayed the epitome of a sycophant, ultimately facing rejection. His roommates mocked him, and even Zhou Hao couldn't resist saying, "You truly are a sycophant. A clown. Ha ha ha." As for himself, could he truly be a sycophant? Clearly not. Shen Tao no longer possessed her previously polished appearance. Her hair was somewhat disheveled, her makeup slightly smudged, lending her a rather disheveled look. She still wore the white coat, but it was tightly wrapped around her. Within the coat, her attire was rather revealing. "I should have been a bit gentler," Shen Tao quietly lamented. Emotions ran high, Chen Yang said with an awkward but polite smile. "You rascal." Shen Tao shot him an annoyed glance. "Chen Yang Gij, where did you and Tao Tao go?" Shen Tao was at a loss for words, merely gazing silently at Chen Yang. Chen Yang smiled and replied, "Tao Tao found a piece of clothing she liked, so I took her to pick it out, which took a bit of time." "Oh," Chen Qingning responded, then turned to Shen Tao, asking curiously, "Tao Tao, why is your face so flushed?" "The weather, it's getting a bit warm," Shen Tao offered a casual excuse. "But weren't you just feeling cold?" Chen Qingning's suspicion deepened. Shen Tao struggled to find her words. Chen Yang interjected, "She was feeling a bit under the weather. I took her for some herbal tea, and she's feeling much better now." "Oh, all right." Though Chen Qingning found it odd, she didn't press further. After this brief interlude, time had nearly run out. It seemed necessary to acquire a four-seater luxury car in the future. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to relish the joys of companionship. Inside the Ferrari 812, Chen Qingning sat in the passenger seat, her expression joyful as she smiled, and said, "Chen Yang Gij, thank you so much for today." Chen Yang smiled slightly and replied, "Is that all you wish to express?" "Chen Yang Gij, what else would you like me to say?" Chen Qingning's gaze sparkled with affection. I haven't quite decided yet," Chen Yang chuckled. However, Chen Qingning stifled a giggle, saying, "But Chen Yang Gij, I already have a plan." "Oh, do enlighten me." Chen Yang replied, genuinely intrigued. With an air of mystery, declared, "I won't tell you just yet. You will know soon." A smile played on Chen Yang's lips as he chose not to press further and promptly ignited the Ferrari 812's engine. With a roar, the Ferrari emitted a dazzling plume of exhaust before vanishing down the street. The night had deepened, and the campus was now tranquil, devoid of people, enveloped in serene silence. Although Shun Tao felt a tinge of confusion regarding Chen Qingning's intentions, she obediently nodded in agreement. Upon Shun Tao's departure, Chen Yang chuckled and inquired, "Is there anything else?" Chen Qingning gazed at him, her eyes brimming with affection, and leaped into his embrace, sweetly proclaiming, "Brother Chen Yang, did I not mention that I had already contemplated how to repay you?" "Repay me how?" Chen Yang asked, holding her close with a smile. "Shall we go to your dorm?" He teased. "No need. There are too many people in the dorm," Chen Qingning whispered, her breath fragrant. "The small grove over there will suffice." 40 minutes later, Chen Yang emerged with a refreshed demeanor, acknowledging that his dear sister was indeed quite adept. Just then, a voice from the system echoed, detected that the host has successfully engaged in an intimate relationship with a female. Binding established. Name, Chen Qingning. Age, 21. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Measurements, 45 centimeters waist, 89 centimeters bust. 89 centimeters hips. Relationship, lover. Intimacy level, 88. Loyalty. Chen Qingning's attributes materialized before Chen Yang, followed by the activation of another task. Intimacy task activated. Campus date. Description, a youthful campus romance, forever alluring. Requirement, complete a campus date with Chen Qingning. Reward, 1 million. 1 attribute point. This intimacy task was indeed promising, offering 1 million as an immediate reward, along with an attribute point. Chen Yang remained uncertain about the significance of the attribute points, yet he anticipated their future utility. The campus date task likely entailed more complexity than he initially perceived. It was not merely a casual outing. Today had proven exhausting for Chen Yang, who felt an overwhelming fatigue. He mused, what to do? Why is no one online? This is infuriating. The voice of Zhimu, his younger sister-in-law, echoed in his mind, as she was particularly reclusive, having immersed herself in gaming for half a day since noon. Chen Yang found himself helpless against her nature. Zhimu had always been this way, just as Zhiro had been unable to change her. After taking a refreshing shower, Chen Yang retired to bed, sleeping soundly until dawn. Perhaps due to the restraint exercised the previous night, he awoke invigorated. After washing up and preparing breakfast, he knocked on the door of Zhimumu's room. "Mumu, are you having breakfast?" He called out, but received no reply, indicating she had likely succumbed to slumber after an all-night gaming session. With a sigh, he left her a breakfast before donning his workout attire and heading out for a run, believing that morning exercise was essential for enhancing his health. He completed his usual stretching routine before embarking on a 5-kilometer run, finishing in approximately 40 minutes, feeling slightly better than before, yet still fatigued. After finishing the 5 kilometers, he pushed himself to run an additional 2 kilometers, exhausting his energy reserves before finally pausing to rest. Host has successfully increased health index by 1. Seated on a park bench, Chen Yang sipped water while scrolling through his phone when a message arrived from Ning Mengjian. "Good morning, brother Chen Yang," the sweet girl likely just awakening, messaged. "Good morning. How did you sleep last night?" Chen Yang replied, "Not very well. I spent the night thinking about you. When can you come to our school again?" Last night had marked Chen Qingning's first experience, and undoubtedly, she found it difficult to sleep. Chen Yang responded, "It depends on when you are free." "I have time tonight," she replied eagerly. "So soon?" he asked, sensing her urgency. "I can hardly wait, brother Chen Yang." The implications in her words were unmistakable. Chen Yang had sensed her sensitivity since last night. After such an experience, she would naturally desire more. However, he decided that their next encounter would not be as uncomplicated. He intended to take his time, allowing her to gradually succumb to her feelings. He resolved to complete the task during their next meeting. "Not today, perhaps in a few days," he suggested. "All right, I will follow your lead," she agreed. Shortly thereafter, Chen Qingning sent another message. "Brother Chen Yang, this milk is so annoying. It spilled all over me. I know how to prevent milk from spilling. Next time we meet, I will feed it to you," Chen Yang replied. "That sounds wonderful," she exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable. Their light-hearted exchange sparked Chen Yang's interest in this playful girl. During his next visit to the school, he aimed not only to fulfill the task, but also to teach her a lesson about her mischievous demeanor. After concluding his conversation with Chen Qingning, Chen Yang noticed a striking figure in the distance, voluptuous and alluring, resembling the landlady. Curiously, he approached and observed her painting on a canvas, recalling that she was indeed an artist who seldom ventured outside. "Good morning, landlady," he greeted her, turning to face him. Her expression brightened with a smile. "Chen Yang, what brings you here?" she asked. "I came for morning exercise. Are you painting?" he inquired, admiring her artwork. "Your paintings are quite impressive. They could rival those of professional artists." "I am a professional artist," she replied playfully. "I have always known you were an artist, but I was unaware of your works. Might you share some?" he asked. She shook her head, saying, "My work is not suitable for public display, and it is primarily published abroad." "Is it in the two-dimensional style, such as manga?" he ventured. "Yes, something like that," she nodded. Chen Yang expressed surprise. "I would not have expected someone as traditional and graceful as you to engage with two-dimensional art." In his mind, the landlady seemed too reserved to have any connection with such a genre. "I simply enjoy staying home. It doesn't mean I am ignorant of the world," she replied with a playful smile. Moreover, appearances can be deceiving. Often, there is a significant disparity between one's exterior and inner self. "Perhaps I understand more than you think," she added with a wink. Chen Yang chuckled, acknowledging the truth in her words, and they continued their conversation for a while longer. As Chen Yang prepared to leave, the landlady remarked, "Chen Yang, your arrival is quite timely. Could you assist me by taking a few photographs?" Taken aback by her unexpected request, he responded, "Photographs? Yes, just to document a moment." She nodded, retrieving her camera. "Are you familiar with its use?" "Of course," Chen Yang replied, taking the camera with a nod. He had ample experience, having often photographed with Giraud, who had a keen interest in capturing moments. "Then, please take a few for me. Perhaps something a bit more alluring," she said, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. "All right," Chen Yang agreed, albeit feeling somewhat perplexed. After adjusting the camera, he readied himself to begin. The landlady moved to the lakeside, striking several poses. However, her stances were rather conservative, primarily consisting of peace signs, which seemed quite proper, starkly contrasting with her request for seductive photographs. "If you desire something more sensual, these ordinary poses won't suffice," Chen Yang advised her. "Huh? What should I do then?" she inquired, her confusion evident. "Trust me," he replied, searching online for a few examples. "These kinds of poses would be more suitable." Upon glancing at the images, the landlady's heart raced, her face flushing deeper as the models exhibited various alluring poses that featured prominent curves and long legs, quite overwhelming at a mere glance. "Isn't this a bit excessive?" she stammered, biting her lip. "If you want to be sensual, this is the way to go," Chen Yang said with a hint of resignation. "Fine, I'll give it a try." The landlady attempted several enticing poses, revealing a natural talent for it. Her hourglass figure was perfect, and the seductive gestures she made were incredibly impactful, drawing Chen Yang's gaze repeatedly. After the shoot, Chen Yang reviewed the photos, feeling a tinge of regret. Such an admirable physique and beauty. It was a shame she wasn't a social media influencer. "How'd it turn out?" she asked, her cheeks still flushed. "Take a look for yourself," he smiled. As she examined the images, her face grew warmer with every turn of the page, the poses exuding an intoxicating allure that completely transformed her image. Pleased with the results, she exclaimed, "Chen Yang, your photography skills rival those of professional photographers." "It's not bad." He chuckled modestly. After a moment's hesitation, the landlady suggested, "In a few days, I have a photo shoot scheduled in the apartment, and my photographer is currently away. If you're free, could you assist me? I would compensate you." Chen Yang was taken aback by her request and asked, "What type of photos?" With a blush, she whispered, "You'll find out then. Just let me know when, and I'll make time." Chen Yang agreed, having nothing pressing. "All right, see you then," she beamed. "MHM," he nodded, and they parted ways. Watching Chen Yang depart, the landlady glanced at the photos on the camera, a sly smile playing on her lips. These stunning images simply remarkable. Upon returning to the apartment, Chen Yang took a shower, only to find that breakfast remained untouched. Mu hadn't risen yet. She was likely still asleep. "I hope nothing's wrong," he pondered, knocking on her door. "Mumu, Mumu." Silence followed. Furrowing his brow, he was about to use his key to enter when a languid voice called from within. "This queen is sleeping. Do not disturb her." The authoritative tone was reminiscent of an anime character, momentarily catching Chen Yang off guard. However, annoyance swiftly replaced surprise. The girl was holed up playing games all night and acting like this. This cannot continue. She needs a proper lesson, he resolved. Previously, he hesitated to intervene while Giroux was around, but with her absence, he wouldn't indulge his sister-in-law any longer. For now, however, he decided to let her rest. Feeling weary himself, Chen Yang sprawled on the sofa and drifted into a deep sleep. He was unsure how long he had been out when the shrill ring of his phone jolted him awake. Groggily, he answered hello. A cold voice came through the line. Chen Yang, today is your final deadline. I've reported your situation. If you don't show up at the office today, you can expect to be terminated. It was Xiaolong's voice. After delivering his message, Xiaolong hung up abruptly. Chen Yang sat on the sofa, taking a moment to process the situation. This persistent individual was back at it again. It was no surprise, as he was a key player in their group, shouldering much of the workload. If Chen Yang were to strike, Xiaolong would undoubtedly be displeased. Just as he contemplated ignoring the call, the system's voice chimed in again. The host has successfully triggered an asset task. Discipline Xiaolong. Description: as a team leader, Xiaolong has long abused his position under the minister's protection, oppressing employees. The host has harbored resentment towards him, and it is only fitting he doesn't escape unscathed. Requirements: discipline Xiaolong. Discipline Zhangqing. Reward: shares in Tianma Entertainment 5. The unexpected task left Chen Yang momentarily stunned. Shares in Tianma Entertainment? That was a significant sum. Tianma Entertainment, the company where he worked, was a major internet enterprise valued at several billion, with 5 shares translating to over 10 million. Moreover, acquiring shares would entail continuous dividends. What a tempting prospect. Yet, how could he discipline Xiaolong and Zhangqing? Xiaolong was his team leader, while Zhangqing was the department head. For a mere junior employee like Chen Yang to reprimand them was no simple task. He couldn't just resort to physical intimidation. The system likely wouldn't endorse such actions. Deciding to put thoughts of punishment aside for the moment, Chen Yang opted to head to the office. He swiftly descended the stairs and exited the Shaoan community. The roar of his Ferrari 812 echoed as he sped towards his workplace. In the heart of the financial district of Shun City, towering companies thrived here, including the headquarters of Tianma Group. After parking his Ferrari 812 beneath the imposing structure, he made his way towards the main entrance when a familiar voice called out from behind. Chen Ge. It was Li Cheng, a colleague he recognized well, and they shared a decent rapport. After encountering Chen Yang, Li Cheng eagerly approached him and said, "Brother Chen, you have finally arrived. I was beginning to think you had no intention of coming back. You cannot imagine how furious Xiaolong is. He curses you 4 or 5 times a day in the office." Chen Yang, however, responded with an indifferent smile. "Let him curse. What does it matter?" Li Cheng continued. "The issue is that Xiaolong's wrath does not end with mere curses. He has reported to the minister. If you do not show up today, you will be dismissed. I was about to call you, but thankfully you came on your own. This is truly excellent." Upon hearing this, a trace of disdain appeared on Chen Yang's lips. Dismissal? He could not care less. Were it not for the system task, he would not have set foot in the company at all. Since he was already there, he was curious to see what tricks Xiaolong would pull today. "Let us go upstairs," Chen Yang declared decisively. "All right." Zhangqing nodded and followed Chen Yang upstairs. Within the department, although it was not yet working hours, it was already bustling with activity. The department was the most competitive within Tianma Group, with many employees choosing not to leave during lunch breaks, and some even continuing to work. Thus, the so-called wolf culture was predominant here. Chen Yang and Zhangcheng entered the 4th group, which was Chen Yang's own. Most employees were present, engaged in conversation. "I am utterly exhausted. Xiaolong is like a madman, bombarding us with work all day. Who could do anything about it? He is related to Minister Zhang, so complaining is useless. It is all Chen Yang's fault. Had he not angered group leader Xia, we would not be suffering like this. Indeed, Chen Yang is enjoying himself while we are in dire straits." The employees harbored some resentment towards Chen Yang. With the department currently busy, Chen Yang's sudden disappearance had certainly provoked Xiaolong's fury, which he then vented on the other group members. Naturally, they could not blame Xiaolong, and thus shifted their grievances onto Chen Yang. They gathered around him, asking, "Have you had lunch? Would you like to share some fruit?" They were all eager to curry favor. If Xiaolong were to seek trouble, it would undoubtedly be directed at Chen Yang. Moreover, before Chen Yang could even settle in, his colleagues chimed in. "Chen Yang, when group leader Xia loses his temper later, you must sincerely apologize. Although he is very angry now, if you apologize, everything will surely be fine. Do not provoke him further. Chen Yang, hurry and apologize. We do not wish to suffer." Thus, they were all anticipating that after Chen Yang humbly begged for forgiveness, their circumstances would improve. Yet, Chen Yang barely acknowledged them. In this 4th group, He had only a decent relationship with Zhang Cheng. The others were either opportunists or sycophants, and he felt no need to extend them any courtesy. I know how to conduct myself, so please do not trouble yourselves with advice, Chen Yang said coolly. As long as you know how to conduct yourself, that is sufficient. A few colleagues replied with smiles, naively believing that Chen Yang was coming around to their way of thinking. Ifan Zhang Cheng softly remarked, Chen Yang, I understand you are exhausted and considering resignation, but please think it over. The current job market is quite challenging. Many graduates struggle to find work. If you leave now, finding another position will be exceedingly difficult. If you can bear with it for a bit and lower your head to group leader Xie, everything will be fine. Do not act impulsively. This fellow had come to persuade Chen Yang. However, Chen Yang merely scoffed inwardly. In the past, he had indeed swallowed his pride for the sake of money and employment. But did he still need to do so now? Soon, he would teach Xie Long a lesson. Did he think he could wield authority with trifles? It was time to put him in his place. As time passed, finally, after 2 o'clock, the workday commenced, and the entire department buzzed with activity. Only Chen Yang remained seated at his workstation, motionless, engrossed in his phone. Other colleagues glanced at him curiously, but were unsure of his intentions and dared not inquire further. A little while later, the office door swung open. A tall, middle-aged man emerged, holding a thermos and wearing a serious expression. This was none other than the group leader, Xie Long. After pouring himself a cup of water, Xie Long surveyed the busy employees and nodded in acknowledgement. Just as he was about to take a sip from his thermos, his gaze fixed upon Chen Yang, revealing a glimmer of anger. Chen Yang, you have finally arrived. He had thought that Chen Yang was truly audacious enough to skip work entirely. To his surprise, Chen Yang was merely a coward, quickly rushing back at the slightest prompt. What a ridiculous character. After taking a sip of water, Xie Long bellowed, Chen Yang. This outburst immediately drew the attention of all employees in the fourth group, their expressions betraying a hint of schadenfreude as they anticipated Chen Yang's impending reprimand. Zhang Cheng sighed, knowing that if Chen Yang did not back down today, Xie Long would not let him off the hook. Yet Chen Yang remained unperturbed, gazing at Xie Long with cold indifference as he replied, Is there something you need? Is there something you need? Chen Yang's attitude caused Xie Long's face to twitch, his anger intensifying. Chen Yang, these past few days are the busiest time for the company. You have been absent for 3 days, resulting in our group's performance falling short and being publicly criticized at the department meeting. You better provide me with a reason. Otherwise, I will ensure you regret it. Xie Long's tone became increasingly frigid. Chen Yang regarded Xie Long with a cold smile and said, What does my absence for 3 days have to do with our performance? Do you not understand why the targets were not met? You have been so focused on impressing the minister that you disregarded the workload of our group. Taking on every task, you claim it is for the company, that you can handle any amount of work. But in reality, you have hardly worked yourself, piling everything onto us. Now that the targets are unmet, how dare you shift the blame onto us? Chen Yang's words, delivered with poise and clarity, resonated with many in the group. This was the voice of their collective frustration. Xie Long was nothing more than a larger-than-life slacker, indifferent to the struggles of those beneath him, and the employees of the fourth group had long harbored resentment. However, they were generally too fearful to voice their concerns, well aware that the department head, Zhang Qing, was related to Xie Long. Anyone who dared to oppose Zhang Qing would surely face repercussions. Chen Yang's words had darkened Xie Long's expression further, and he slammed his thermos down on the table, barking, Chen Yang, what do you mean by that? The company is a big family, and within this family, is there anything wrong with helping each other? I understand that I have taken on a considerable amount of work for the fourth group. However, this is meant to train you. Only by achieving performance targets can you aspire to higher positions and complete even more outstanding work. My heartfelt efforts have been so utterly misconstrued by you, Chen Yang. It appears you have completely forgotten the esteemed culture of our company. This fellow has begun to impose values upon others. Who would believe such rhetoric? Chen Yang, with an unwavering smile, replied, Since you, Xie Group leader, are so well-versed in the company's fine traditions, shouldn't you take on more responsibilities? Compared to us, I should be the one who needs this promotion more. Therefore, I can delegate most of my tasks to you. After all, I have no desire for advancement and would prefer to remain a mere employee. Upon hearing this, Xie Long nearly lost his composure. In the past, when he asserted authority over the employees of Group 4, each individual had accepted it submissively, afraid to utter a word of dissent. Yet, here was Chen Yang, offering no regard whatsoever. Did this young man truly believe he could evade consequences? What Chen Yang said next incensed Xie Long to the utmost degree. By the way, weren't you asking me for an explanation regarding my 3 days of absence? Here it is. I simply did not wish to come to work. I needed a break. Is that reason sufficient? Chen Yang wore a sardonic smile as he spoke. Xie Long was now thoroughly infuriated. He slammed his hand on the table and hissed, "Very well. Chen Yang, you have brought this upon yourself. Just wait." With that, Xie Long stormed out, heading towards the office of the department head. Clearly, he intended to deal with Chen Yang. Chen Yang, however, remained unconcerned. Engaging in a confrontation with this fool was rather exhilarating, allowing him to vent all the pent-up frustration he had accumulated since starting. As for the impending consequences from Xie Long, he felt no anxiety. Xie Long could merely terminate his employment. What more could he do? The employees of Group 4 regarded Chen Yang with a mix of admiration and sympathy. They found his defiance against Xie Long quite refreshing, providing them with a sense of relief, yet they also felt pity for him. It seemed that Chen Yang had acted impulsively. His job was likely at risk. Zhang Cheng sighed and said to Chen Yang, "Brother Chen, you shouldn't have said that. It wasn't worth provoking someone like Xie Long just for a fleeting moment of satisfaction." Chen Yang simply smiled and remained silent. With or without the system, it was inevitable that he would confront this individual eventually. A young person can endure for a moment, but can they tolerate it for a lifetime? At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind, detected that the host has acted in accordance with their inner thoughts, successfully retaliated in the workplace, and received a reward, shares of Tiamat Group 5. The host now holds shares in Tiamat Group 5 and has been promoted to manager of the Tiamat Group division. This unexpected news left Chen Yang momentarily stunned. Shares in 5 and a managerial position? What a monumental stroke of fortune. The shares were one thing, but being a division manager was no trivial matter. It placed him directly above Zhang Qing. The system's timing in delivering this reward was impeccable. Simultaneously, Chen Yang's phone rang. Upon answering, he heard the voice of an unfamiliar woman. "Manager Chen, I am Jiang Xiu, the head of the Human Resources Department. Your appointment has been approved by the board. When do you plan to assume your position?" Chen Yang smiled slightly and replied, "I am currently in the division, so feel free to come over." Understood. After hanging up, he gazed toward the direction of the department head's office, a glint of mischief in his eyes. It seemed a spectacle was about to unfold. In the department head's office, Zhang Qing, a corpulent middle-aged man, was fuming as he addressed Xie Long. "This Chen Yang is utterly disorganized and disregards company regulations. His behavior has led to a decline in the morale of Group 4. I implore you to impose severe punishment on him." Zhang Qing's face twitched with anger as he spoke. "Is it possible that such a rogue employee exists in our division?" Xie Long affirmed solemnly, "Every word is true." Zhang Qing rose from his chair, determined to confront Chen Yang and discern the nature of this individual. However, just before leaving the office, he paused and inquired, "By the way, is there any issue with Chen Yang's file?" Xie Long, initially taken aback, quickly grasped Zhang Qing's meaning and replied in a hushed tone, "There are no issues. He is merely an ordinary employee without any notable background." "Very well." Zhang Qing's expression darkened. An ordinary employee daring to be so arrogant? It seemed today would require a decisive response. Zhang Qing and Xie Long made their way to Group 4. Upon their arrival, the employees sighed in resignation, knowing that Chen Yang was truly finished. "Where is Chen Yang? Step forward." Zhang Qing bellowed as he entered Group 4. His gaze immediately fixed upon Chen Yang, radiating cold authority. "You have been absent for 3 days, displaying a complete lack of organization and discipline. Group leader Xie kindly advised you, yet you showed no remorse, even resorting to insults. Is this how you conduct yourself?" Chen Yang, with a calm smile, replied, "If you believe that reasoning is equivalent to an insult, then I cannot disagree." Chen Yang, with the department head present, "Do you dare to be so arrogant? Do you truly think this company is your personal domain?" Xie Long sneered, convinced that Chen Yang was destined to be dismissed today. "You." Xie Long was enraged, yet rendered speechless. Indeed, he had uttered similar nonsense countless times before. Zhang Qing, uninterested in engaging in such trivial exchanges, adopted a commanding posture and stated, "Since you have acknowledged your actions, company policy necessitates your punishment. I hereby announce that Chen Yang is to be terminated from the company." This outcome was not unexpected. Chen Yang had enjoyed a moment of satisfaction, verbally chastising several leaders. Yet such delight inevitably came at a cost. Being dismissed meant a permanent mark on his record, complicating future job prospects. This was the consequence of acting on impulse. The employees of Group 4 shook their heads at Chen Yang's predicament. He was simply too young. After announcing the decision regarding Chen Yang, Zhang Qing inquired, "Do you have any objections?" "None," Chen Yang replied, maintaining his indifferent demeanor. This nonchalance infuriated Xiaolong. He had anticipated that Chen Yang would be terrified and plead for mercy upon receiving the news of his dismissal. Instead, Chen Yang remained unfazed. "You are insufferably arrogant." Xiaolong seethed. "Since you have no objections, gather your belongings and leave immediately." Hearing Xiaolong's command, Chen Yang retorted with a cold smile, "Well said. However, I believe it is you who should be the one to leave today." The room fell silent, with Xiaolong, Zhang Qing, and the employees of Group 4 rendered bewildered, struggling to comprehend Chen Yang's audacious statement. Did he truly suggest that Zhang Qing and Xiaolong should depart? Was he out of his mind to utter such bold words? Just as their confusion reached its peak, a striking figure, tall and graceful, appeared at the entrance of the division. "Is Manager Zhang present?" The elegant woman, clad in high heels and clutching documents, approached swiftly. Zhang Qing and Xiaolong immediately turned their attention to her. They recognized her instantly. Jiang Shiyu, the head of the Human Resources Department. Zhang Qing hurriedly approached, smiling ingratiatingly. "Minister Jiang, it is a pleasure to see you in our division amidst your busy schedule. Is there something you wish to discuss?" Zhang Qing's demeanor towards Jiang Shiyu remained excessively obsequious. Despite both holding ministerial positions, their functions were worlds apart. The Human Resources Department commanded the life and death authority over the entire company, and to ascend to the role of Minister of Human Resources, Jiang Shiyu's background was not to be underestimated, far beyond what a mere junior minister like him could compare to. Jiang nodded and subsequently remarked, "Indeed, there are matters of great importance." "Minister Jiang, please share," Zhang Qing replied with a smile. Jiang Shiyu produced a document from his hands, stating, "Hasn't your division been in need of a department manager? The personnel arrangements from the board have just been finalized. The manager for your division has been appointed." Zhang Qing was momentarily taken aback. How could a manager be appointed so suddenly? As a minister, he had not caught wind of any such developments. This new manager was likely another individual with connections. "When will he arrive?" Zhang Qing inquired again, as timing was crucial for him to prepare and ready himself to serve this new superior. Zhang Qing had secured his ministerial position primarily through sycophancy, and he still possessed that characteristic attitude. "He has already arrived. He is currently within the division." "Huh? Where?" Zhang Qing glanced around the entire division, utterly bewildered. An hour into the workday, he had yet to see any new manager. "His name is Chen Yang. Here is his information." Jiang Shiyu directly handed over a document. Chen Yang? Upon hearing this name, both Zhang Qing and Xiaolong, who had been eavesdropping nearby, changed their expressions, but they quickly composed themselves. In their minds, this Chen Yang could not possibly be the same Chen Yang they knew. What a joke. That Chen Yang was merely a small fry. How could he possibly be a manager? Zhang Qing accepted the document from Jiang Shiyu, scrutinizing it closely, but upon finishing, he seemed petrified, completely frozen in place. Chen Yang, an employee from the 4th group of the division. Chen Yang, promoted to general manager of the division. How could this be possible? He turned stiffly to face Chen Yang, who sat smiling to the side, his eyes filled with dread. Chapter 42, A Life of Excess. Xiaolong, however, found Zhang Qing's reaction perplexing and asked, "Minister Zhang, what is the matter with you?" He glanced at the document in Zhang Qing's hand. Just a fleeting glance caused him to freeze as well. Chen Yang? How could it be Chen Yang? He turned his head, staring intently at Chen Yang. At that moment, Chen Yang stood up from his seat, smiling as he addressed Jiang Shiyu. "Minister Jiang, thank you for your assistance. I am a new manager of the division." The declaration hit the 4th group like a thunderclap. All employees ceased their tasks, staring at Chen Yang in utter disbelief. Chen Yang was the newly appointed manager of the division. How could this be? Wasn't Chen Yang just a corporate drone? How could he be the new manager? Nearly everyone found it hard to believe Chen Yang's words, but what followed Jiang Shiyu's actions left them utterly astonished. Jiang Shiyu approached Chen Yang with a broad smile, stating, "Manager Chen, here are your promotion documents. You are now the department manager of the division. I look forward to collaborating and generating greater profits for the company." "Thank you, Minister Jiang," Chen Yang replied with a smile as he accepted the promotion documents. With that task complete, Jiang Shiyu departed from the division. After her exit, the entire 4th group fell into a profound silence. all eyes fixated on Chen Yang, filled with a blend of astonishment and trepidation. Jiang Shiyu's attitude had unequivocally confirmed it. Chen Yang was indeed the new manager of the division. This was bound to be an entertaining spectacle. Chen Yang, holding the promotion documents, smiled at Zhang Qing and Xia Long, saying, "So, do you still believe I should take my leave?" Zhang Qing and Xia Long, thoroughly frightened, felt their bodies go weak as they trembled and knelt before him. "Manager Chen, we were just joking. Please don't hold it against us." Yes, you are magnanimous. Please don't take it to heart. We are more than willing to serve you in any capacity. Manager Chen, we acknowledge our mistakes." The two were thoroughly terrified. Chen Yang was the new department manager, their direct superior, holding their fates in his hands. How could they not be afraid? Yet, how could Chen Yang trust their words? They were merely frightened, not genuinely repentant. That evening, as Chen Yang left the company, most matters were resolved. After assuming his position, he convened a brief departmental meeting, during which the group leaders and employees readily presented evidence against Zhang Qing and Xia Long. In no time, they were easily dismissed. As for who would succeed them, Chen Yang already had candidates in mind. Having spent 3 years in the department, he was well aware of who possessed the requisite capabilities. He promoted a diligent and organized deputy minister to take the minister's role, concluding his own affairs. His position as department manager was essentially a nominal one. Lacking any substantial responsibilities, his attendance was optional. Chen Yang was disinterested in work. He had come to the company merely to fulfill tasks, as he would willingly endure a job. Now equipped with the divine system, living life with carefree indulgence was the ultimate truth. As Chen Yang drove his Ferrari 812 along the roads of Shen City, the convertible top down, he reveled in the cool night breeze, basking in the envious glances of passers-by. The experience was nothing short of exhilarating. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. The host has successfully completed the asset task, taught Zhang Qing and Xia Long a lesson, and received rewards. Shares in Tianma Group 5, totaling 1 million. Another million credited to his account. Chen Yang's total savings had finally surpassed 10 million. Now, he could be considered a millionaire, a thought once unimaginable. Yet with the system, it had become effortlessly attainable. Life felt as though it had shifted to an easier mode. Additionally, owning shares in Tianma Group 5 meant he now held a 10% stake in the company, making him a moderately significant shareholder. Future dividends would amount to a considerable sum. What a delightful prospect. The feeling of having a system was simply sublime. In a moment of elation, Chen Yang couldn't help but sing. Today is only about radiant brilliance, welcoming glorious years. Meanwhile, across the ocean in the United States, at New York International Airport, Giraud had just concluded a flight mission and entered a state of rest. She took a shower, donned a bathrobe that concealed her perfect figure, and while drying her silky long hair, she spoke on the phone. "Could you help me arrange a few more interviews with entertainment companies? I'd like to give it another shot." The voice on the other end belonged to Qin Lan, an agent from a Shan City entertainment company. She had previously aimed to introduce Giraud into the entertainment industry, but had eventually given up due to various reasons preventing Giraud's entry. "Giraud, you should really reconsider. To be blunt, you lack connections and refuse to engage in underhanded dealings. It will be exceedingly difficult for you to make a name for yourself in the entertainment industry. Even if you manage to get in, it won't hold much significance." Qin Lan advis. Yet, Giraud stubbornly replied, "I want to give it one last try." In truth, given Giraud's qualifications, entering an entertainment company should not pose any significant challenges. However, she had previously declined the advances of a wealthy second-generation heir from Shencheng, whose influence in the entertainment industry there remains considerable, rendering her prospects rather bleak. Observing Giraud's disheartened demeanor, Qin Lan could only sigh and say, "Very well. I will help you reach out to a few mid-sized companies. For instance, Tianma, please do not be too choosy. An opportunity is paramount, and I assure you, I will not be dismissive." Giraud's eyes sparkled with hope at this prospect. Qin Lan sighed once more. "I truly cannot comprehend your reasoning, with your attributes. Even without succumbing to underhanded rules, you could easily establish connections with a second-generation figure in the entertainment realm and thrive without such exhausting efforts." Giraud pursed her crimson lips and replied, "I will give it another shot." "Yes, that is the plan." Qin Lan then ended the call. After hanging up, Giraud gazed at her WeChat contacts, where numerous enthusiastic messages from affluent second-generation heirs awaited her. She exhaled deeply, contemplating this as her final attempt. She felt her resolve to maintain her principles wavering. Perhaps, as Su Jing had suggested, yielding to reality could indeed lighten the burdens of life. Yet, she was reluctant to take that path. Surely, there must be opportunities ahead. No, there absolutely will be. Later that evening, in the Xiaowan community, within her apartment, Chen Yang sat on the sofa, his expression grave as he regarded Mu, who appeared disheveled, wearing a mismatched bear-themed pajama set, revealing bits of pink fabric. Unperturbed by her appearance, she sat cross-legged on the sofa, her delicate face adorned with a naturally dazed expression, her beautiful eyes reflecting a sense of bewilderment. This esports enthusiast was clearly still in the throes of slumber. In exasperation, Chen Yang had abruptly pulled her from her bed, insisting she dress properly. "Put on your clothes," he admonished sternly. Oh, Mu seemed momentarily stunned, yet complied obediently, pulling at her outfit. However, her attempt only shifted the fabric further askew, exposing her fair shoulder. Chen Yang, with a resigned sigh, took it upon himself to adjust her clothing. He then asked with a serious tone, "Do you understand your mistake?" "Mistake?" Mu replied, still in a daze. "What did I do wrong? I was merely sleeping." Half awake, her natural voice emerged, melodious and sweet, a stark contrast to her current state. Chen Yang found himself at a loss. "Your sister has told you countless times to refrain from staying up all night. It is detrimental to your skin and beauty, yet not a word seems to have stuck with you." Despite his confusion as to why he felt responsible for this young woman, he knew he had to speak up when necessary. After receiving a gentle reprimand from Chen Yang, Mu regained some clarity, pouting, "What does my sister know? She doesn't play games and cannot fathom the joy of ranking up online, especially during the early hours when everyone is utterly fatigued. That is when I strike hard." Mu energetically waved her tiny fist, excitement radiating from her. Yet, Chen Yang's next comment extinguished her enthusiasm. "When others are struggling to stay awake at dawn, do you think it will be any different?" Mu pondered for a moment before retorting, "I am different. I am the champion of staying up late." Chen Yang could only shake his head at her naivety. "Then perhaps you should rest properly, awaken fully, and then decisively take on your opponents. Wouldn't that be a more effective strategy?" Mu's eyes lit up with realization. "You're right, brother-in-law. Why didn't I think of that? You are a genius." Her face beamed with excitement, as if she had discovered a new continent. Chen Yang was bemused by her simplicity, wondering how she could overlook such an obvious truth while still calling herself a gifted student. He casually inquired, "Have you informed your sister about your stay here?" "Igit," Mu nodded. "I told her last night." She reclined back on the sofa. Stretching her long legs into a comfortable position, she said I could stay. Chen Yang nodded in agreement. "That works." Seemingly struck by a thought, Mu continued, "Brother-in-law, I genuinely believe you and my sister still have a chance together." "What chance?" Chen Yang chuckled lightly. "Once separated, it is essentially over." This was the philosophy Chen Yang held regarding love. Separation inevitably leads to cracks that are irreparable. He believed that even if Zhiro were aware of his wealth, she would not reconcile with him, as he understood her character well. "You all truly baffle me. Why separate?" Mu expressed her dissatisfaction, "Especially my sister. Brother-in-law, I misjudged her. I never expected her to be so materialistic. It is utterly outrageous. My noble character, which regards money as worthless, is incomparable." She felt a sense of pride in her ideals. Chen Yang believed that Mu's current desire for material wealth was not particularly strong. After all, she was just a university student, full of innocence and vitality, with boundless potential ahead. Yet, he feared that once she entered society, her perspective would inevitably shift, much as it had for Zhiro. "All right, your values are commendable. Just promise me you will not stay up late tonight," Chen Yang urged earnestly. "Okay, brother-in-law, I understand," Mu replied, adopting a cute tone as she playfully pouted at him. After a moment, Mu suddenly recalled something, exclaiming, "Oh no, brother-in-law, we are in big trouble." "What is it?" Chen Yang asked, perplexed. Mu ruffled her silky hair, her face turning pale as she said, "I forgot my classmates are coming over today. I need to prepare food and entertainment for them." "They're coming here?" Chen Yang was taken aback. "Yes. They will probably arrive around 8. "Brother-in-law, what should I do?" Mu asked anxiously. "With such little time, what can I prepare to entertain them?" Chen Yang jokingly suggested, "Just prepare 2 bowls of instant noodles. They already know you are a homebody, or rather, an esports enthusiast." "That's ridiculous. I'm a goddess at school. Countless handsome boys are pursuing me. On the forum, I am a campus belle. I cannot let my image collapse." Mu lamented. her expression one of distress. A goddess? A campus belle? Chen Yang was completely unaware of this side of her. Yet it seemed to be true. He recalled Jerome mentioning that Mu was quite diligent in school, far removed from the stereotype of a gamer who stays up all night. Mu was known for her dedication to studies and participation in various activities, earning her a prominent reputation, which was why she deemed herself a genius. What should we do, brother-in-law? Mu looked up at him with pleading eyes, resembling a small, pitiful creature. Listening to her plight, Chen Yang could only respond. What can we do? There is still time, so let us hasten our preparations. Indeed, let us commence. Mu gradually regained her composure, yet soon, with an endearing naivety, she inquired, how should we prepare? Chen Yang felt a wave of exasperation. He helplessly shrugged his shoulders and asked, what kind of image do you present at school? Upon mentioning this, Mu's fair cheeks flushed, and she lowered her gaze, replying, perhaps I am a type who can grace the parlor and manage the kitchen, well-educated and composed, diligent and capable, possessing a modicum of proficiency in the arts. Chen Yang was left speechless once more. Was this truly the same Mu he knew? The one who could grace the parlor and manage the kitchen? Her culinary skills were limited to boiling instant noodles, which she then pressed down with her phone. Let's start with cooking, then. Chen Yang felt somewhat helpless regarding his young sister-in-law and said, let us go buy some groceries. All right, thank you, brother-in-law. Mu beamed sweetly, revealing her adorable dimples. Outside the Xiaowan community, they arrived at a high-end supermarket, a chain known for its extravagant ingredients. Mu pushed the shopping cart, gliding through the aisles with the joy of a little girl, her face adorned with a radiant smile. Meanwhile, Chen Yang shopped behind her, occasionally reminding, be careful, do not knock over the shelves. As the supermarket became busier, Mu's demeanor transformed, becoming notably more subdued in the presence of others, quietly pushing the cart alongside Chen Yang. You certainly adapt well to circumstances, Chen Yang remarked with a smile. Mu retorted lightly, my sister has said that one must maintain composure in public. Am I not considered company? Chen Yang inquired with interest. I am no longer just your brother-in-law, he continued. Irrelevant, Mu pouted, saying, you will always be my brother-in-law. Chen Yang resigned himself to her thoughts as they continued their shopping. Chen Yang selected a fish, a pound of ribs, 2 boxes of beef, a variety of vegetables and fruits, and some seafood, concluding that these ingredients would suffice for 4 or 5 dishes. At the checkout, Mu insisted on paying. Brother-in-law, allow me to handle this. Chen Yang attempted to interject, but she interrupted him. Brother-in-law, I invited my classmates to dinner, so I shall cover the expenses. When speaking to others, she added a slight lilt to her voice, which was quite melodious. The cashier smiled and announced, Miss, your total comes to 7,150. What? Upon hearing this price, Mu's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Over 7,000? Is this still a supermarket? This is far too expensive. Is this a scam? Of course, it was not a scam. The ingredients chosen by Chen Yang were quite upscale. The fish was a grouper, costing over 1,000. The beef was Wagyu, with one box priced at 1,000 or 2,000, and the total for various seafood items came to a sum that was, albeit high, still within reason. Allow me. Chen Yang gently pulled Mu behind him. This time, she dared not contest him, standing meekly like a well-behaved girlfriend. After completing the payment, the cashier, noticing the charming Mu, remarked, Sir, your girlfriend is truly both beautiful and adorable. This compliment caused Mu's cheeks to flush. Chen Yang simply replied, thank you. They exited the upscale supermarket, and, as they stepped outside, a system notification chimed. Detected host has completed an extravagant purchase. Reward granted, 50,000. Merely buying groceries earns rewards in the tens of thousands. How delightful. Mu leaned against the kitchen door, gazing apprehensively at the array of ingredients inside, and asked, Brother-in-law, with so many ingredients, can you truly manage to cook them all? He was not boasting. Cooking was a skill he possessed with ease. Oh, Mu responded thoughtfully, observing Chen Yang's busy figure, her eyes shimmering, yet she remained industrious. While Chen Yang prepared the dishes, she took up a broom and mop, commencing the cleaning of the room. Once the cleaning was complete, Chen Yang had already prepared several dishes. Observing the delectable spread, Mu transformed into a little glutton, her gaze fixated on the braised ribs. And she plaintively asked, Brother-in-law, may I have a piece of rib? She switched to an adorable tone. The delightful sound of her voice, combined with her sweet and charming demeanor, was undeniably captivating. Chen Yang could only respond with exasperation. Then go ahead and eat. It will serve as a taste test. Yay! Zhimu Mu exclaimed joyously, reaching out with her delicate fingers to grab a piece. Chen Yang swiftly swatted her hand away, sternly saying, "My lady, maintain your elegance. Understood?" "Oh," Zhimu Mu replied, and only then did she pick up the chopsticks with grace, delicately lifting a piece of rib to her lips. After savoring the morsel, a blissful expression illuminated her face as she declared, "Delicious. Absolutely delectable. Brother-in-law, you are amazing." Flattered by his sister-in-law's praise, Chen Yang felt a swell of happiness. But just as he was about to respond, he noticed Zhimu Mu already reaching for another rib. Truly a little glutton. "Do not overindulge, otherwise there will be none left for you later," Chen Yang cautioned. "Understood, brother-in-law," Zhimu Mu replied, finally setting down her chopsticks, although her beautiful eyes continued to linger on the plate of braised ribs. "Indeed, brother-in-law, hee." She appeared silly and dazed, a stark contrast to her striking beauty. "Do not steal any more bites," Chen Yang warned once more. Zhimu Mu playfully stuck out her pink tongue, exuding cuteness. "Oomph, I shall eat it anyway." Although Zhimu Mu exhibited a hint of stubbornness, she was still mindful. After finishing a few ribs, she excused herself to freshen up and apply makeup. Zhimu Mu rarely wore makeup, as she did not need to. Her natural beauty was striking. Whenever she did apply makeup, it was merely a light touch, sufficient to enchant many men. By the time Zhimu Mu had finished her makeup, Chen Yang had prepared most of the dishes, filling the table with a delightful array of colorful and fragrant offerings, all looking quite appetizing. Only one dish, a small fish, was overly salty due to excessive seasoning, but he would simply remind her later. At that moment, Lu Mu Mu emerged from her room after completing her makeup. Chen Yang merely glanced at her and was momentarily entranced. Beautiful, truly, extraordinarily beautiful. After her makeup, Lu Mu Mu's features were exquisite, her skin fairer, and any small blemishes were entirely concealed. Her face was so stunning that it could rival that of any starlet, complemented by her near-perfect figure and fresh, vibrant attire. It was no wonder she had earned the title of campus beauty. Her allure was undeniably formidable. Sensing Chen Yang's astonished gaze, Zhimu Mu felt a surge of delight. Secretly pleased within, yet she outwardly adopted a high and aloof demeanor, asking, "Am I beautiful, man?" This time, her voice took on a domineering tone, reminiscent of a powerful CEO, yet there was no discord in her delivery. "Not bad." Chen Yang offered the highest praise a man could give. "Oomph," she replied with a cool demeanor. Zhimu Mu elegantly seated herself, surveying the dishes before her. Everything looks splendid. I am quite satisfied. The young lady truly puts on an act." Chen Yang smiled faintly, suddenly recalling something, and remarked, "Among all these dishes, the one I find most satisfying is this fried fish. It is quite exquisite. Would you care to give it a try?" Zhimu Mu glanced at the plate of golden, crispy fried fish, which was undeniably tempting. Her little gluttonous nature was stirred. "Since you have put your heart into this, I shall give it a go." Maintaining her aloof demeanor, she picked up a pair of chopsticks, selected a piece of fish, and placed it into her mouth. Initially, she anticipated a delightful flavor, but to her surprise, it turned out to be overwhelmingly salty. Spitting it out, she exclaimed, "Pa, pa, pa." Zhimu Mu completely lost her composure. Her previously cool image vanished as she hurriedly disposed of the fish into the trash. "Brother-in-law, what on earth have you cooked?" Zhimu Mu pouted in frustration, looking quite adorable. Chen Yang couldn't help but chuckle. The atmosphere was indeed quite harmonious. However, at that moment, a knock echoed through the door. "Mu Mu, are you there?" A melodious female voice called from outside. It seemed to be one of Zhimu Mu's classmates. Chen Yang and Zhimu Mu stood up and went to open the door, with Chen Yang being the one to do so. As he swung the door open, he was greeted by the sight of 3 individuals, 2 young women and 1 young man. Both women were strikingly beautiful. One wore glasses and a flowing white dress, exuding an elegant academic charm, while the other, adorned with bold makeup yet not overly gaudy, donned a vibrant red gown, radiating a certain allure. One embodied the essence of academia, while the other represented the nightlife. Both were unique in their own right. The remaining young man was also quite handsome, sporting a slick-back hairstyle, dressed in designer Gucci attire, and wearing an Apple Watch, a quintessential affluent student. Upon seeing a young man at the door, all 3 were momentarily taken aback. "What's going on? Isn't this Mumu's home? How could there be a man here?" Most notably, Chen Yang was rather good-looking. Could it be that Moo had a live-in boyfriend? The young man among them displayed the strongest reaction, his expression shifting slightly, his eyes flickering with a hint of anger. However, their doubts were soon alleviated. Zhemumu leaned out slightly, smiling. Qin, Sister Lu, Senior Li, you're here? Come in and have a seat. The three were welcomed inside by Zhemumu, while Chen Yang closed the door. Once inside the apartment, Zhemumu directly introduced, "This is my brother-in-law, Chen Yang. Brother-in-law, these are my classmates. Zhou Qin, my roommate from the same class. Lu Shu, a senior who often looks after me. And Li Zhengyang, another senior." Zhemumu introduced them in order. In front of her classmates, she presented a stark contrast to her silly and cute demeanor around Chen Yang. Now, she appeared considerably more poised and graceful. "Hello," Chen Yang greeted them with a smile. Realizing he was merely her brother-in-law, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If Zhemumu had truly found a boyfriend and was living together, countless boys at the school would surely have their hearts broken. The atmosphere relaxed. "Hello, Brother Chen." They all greeted him with smiles. "Chen Yang remarqued, you all arrived just in time. Mumu has been busy preparing a feast, so let us sit down and enjoy the meal." As he spoke, he cast a glance at Zhemumu. Her cheeks flushed slightly, yet her acting skills were commendable as she quickly returned to normal, saying, "Indeed. Let us sit down and savor my culinary skills." The statement was somewhat audacious. Zhou Qin, Lu Shu, and Li Zhengyang were immediately captivated by the array of dishes laid out before them, exclaiming in delight, "Wow, these dishes look fantastic, full of flavor, color, and aroma." Indeed, Mumu's skills are unparalleled. It takes years of practice to cook such exquisite dishes. Mumu, you truly are the belle of our university. Not only are you beautiful and graceful, but your culinary prowess is also impeccable. You're simply perfect. Their continuous praises made Zhemumu feel a bit bashful. However, Chen Yang remained silent, gesturing for her to take a seat. The five of them settled down, each serving themselves a bowl of rice, eagerly eyeing the delectable dishes. The intelligent beauty Zhou Qin was the first to speak. "Well then, Mumu, I shall not hold back. Let us eat." Zhemumu smiled in agreement. Zhou Qin directly picked up a piece of rib, savoring it with evident satisfaction on her face. "It's delicious, truly delicious. Mumu, I shall crown you the strongest chef at our school." The flattery was showered upon her. This time, Zhemumu accepted the compliments with grace. Even though the dishes were not her own creation, they were made by her brother-in-law, who was effectively part of her family. If her brother-in-law was an exceptional cook, then it reflected well on her as well. Perfectly logical. "Really? I must try as well." The alluring Lu Shu also picked up her chopsticks, and after tasting a piece of grouper, her beautiful face lit up with a smile as she remarked, "Mumu, this dish is indeed delightful. On par with those from fine restaurants." Zhemumu felt delighted internally, yet maintained a modest demeanor, saying, "Senior, you flatter me." The last to partake was Li Zhengyang. "I shall give it a try as well." He also picked up his chopsticks. Unfortunately, he happened to select a piece of the fried fish. The moment he bit into it, his expression transformed to one of utter dismay, resembling that of a butcher witnessing a grim sight. "Senior Li, what is wrong? Is it not tasty?" Zhou Qin inquired. "Surely not. It appeared quite appetizing," Lu Shu added in confusion. Zhemumu gazed at Li Zhengyang with anticipation in her eyes, despite the overwhelming saltiness threatening to ruin his taste. He gritted his teeth, chewed once more, and swallowed. Chapter 046. The welcome party. Li Zhengyang forced the excessively salty fish down his throat and then wore a face of false satisfaction, saying, "Delicious, truly delicious." Chen Yang and Zhemumu exchanged knowing glances, unable to contain their laughter. This fellow was indeed quite resilient. Chen Yang also discerned that Li Zhengyang was evidently pursuing Zhemumu and had ulterior motives for visiting. Sure enough, after only a modest amount of food, Li Zhengyang spoke up, "Mumu, we actually came to see you about something." Zhemumu, who had been engrossed in her meal, blinked in confusion and asked, "What is it?" "For next week's welcome party, we would like you to represent the student council and perform for everyone." Li Zhengyang smiled. "Me? Perform on stage?" Zhemumu was momentarily taken aback. As an esports enthusiast, what could she possibly perform? Lu Shu chimed in with a smile. "Yes, Mumu. You have been in the student council for quite some time, yet have never participated in any school events. You are always so aloof. Everyone is quite curious about you." This welcome party is a chance for you to show your face and let the new students see the caliber of our university's belle. Mu, upon hearing this, expressed some reluctance, saying, "Is that all right? I don't have any talents to showcase. If it were a gaming competition, she might excel." But participating in a welcome party was indeed a daunting proposition. Shencheng chuckled. Mu, who said you lack talent? When you narrated stories at the broadcasting station, your voice captivated so many hearts. If you perform on stage, the freshers will surely be enchanted by your charm. Your position as the campus belle will only become more secure. Can voice acting be considered a talent? Mu asked, somewhat confused. Li Zhengyang, Grupia. Of course it can. However, the main point is not just talent. It's about making your presence known. As the head of the broadcasting department in our student union, you can't always remain in the background. With your beauty, you ought to mingle more. The persistent persuasion from her friends left Mu at a loss for a retort. In truth, she was more eager for Friday to arrive so she could sit on her suitcase and play games with her brother-in-law. The welcome party seemed too much of a hassle. Mu glanced at Chen Yang, who was focused on his meal. Chen Yang, somewhat bewildered, asked, "What are you looking at? I'm not from your school." "Brother-in-law, could you offer some advice?" Mu asked softly. After pondering for a moment, Chen Yang replied, "It might be worthwhile to participate. There's a saying, one cannot possess youth and the feelings of youth simultaneously." "All right," Mu conceded with a nod. "I will attend." Upon hearing this, Li Zhengyang and the others smiled broadly. After a moment's pause, Li Zhengyang continued, "After the welcome party, we have a gathering similar to a banquet organized by our student union. We hope you can grace us with your presence." The welcome party was merely a pretext. The true purpose of Li Zhengyang's invitation lay in this so-called banquet. "Let us skip the banquet." Mu declined outright, as she detested such gatherings. Every time she attended, she became the center of attention, which inevitably led to a series of troubles that made her feel exceedingly insecure. Yet Zhou Qinqin and Lu Shu were relentless in their encouragement. Lu Shu said, Mu, this banquet organized by Zhang Yang is rather grand. Many freshers, including heads of various departments, will be attending, along with counselors and teachers. It will be held at the Jasmine Wine House, a rather upscale venue. So why not come and let everyone get to know you? Zhou Qinqin chimed in, exactly, Mu, don't be so aloof. Who knows? There might be some handsome guys among the freshers. It was clear that these two were being used as pawns by Li Zhengyang, making it difficult for Mu to refuse. She turned to Chen Yang again, her expression slightly pitiful. After some contemplation, Chen Yang stated, since it's an event organized by the school, attending wouldn't hurt. Mu could only comply, saying, all right then. Thus, the matter was settled. After a while longer, Chen Yang excused himself to the restroom. Once he left, Zhou Qinqin, filled with curiosity, asked Mu, your brother-in-law is so handsome, just like a male star from television. Indeed, he is quite handsome and possesses a great aura, Lu Shu agreed, having observed Chen Yang closely. He struck her as both charming and mature, fitting the mold of her dream man. Li Zhengyang, however, felt a twinge of displeasure. What is so handsome about him? In this day and age, without wealth, nothing matters. His irritation with Chen Yang had been brewing, especially after noticing the rather intimate interaction between Mu and Chen Yang during dinner, which felt somewhat unsettling. Speaking of Chen Yang, Mu beamed with pride, declaring, Isn't he handsome? My brother-in-law may not have much to boast about, but his looks are undeniably striking. If the opportunity arises, I'll have him become a star, and then I'll be the sister-in-law of a celebrity. Mu felt quite proud, completely oblivious to the fact that Chen Yang had already broken up with Zhou. At that moment, Lu Shu curiously inquired, Mu, you often talk about your brother-in-law. What about your sister? Where is she? Zhou Qinqin echoed her curiosity. Yes, Mu, shouldn't your sister and brother-in-law be living together? Li Zhengyang also found this question puzzling. With the sister absent, it felt strange for the brother-in-law and sister-in-law to be living together. Mu's next words left them all utterly astonished. Nonchalantly eating her food, she replied, my sister and brother-in-law broke up. She has already moved out. Now, it's just me and my brother-in-law living here. This revelation left everyone speechless. What on earth? The sister had broken up with the brother-in-law. Yet the sister-in-law had moved in. What was going on? Lu Shu, astonished, asked, Mu, do you mean to say that you and your brother-in-law are living together? Sort of, Mu nodded. The three of them were once again left dumbfounded. It turned out their earlier guesses were not far off. The top belle of their esteemed university was indeed cohabiting with a man. This was utterly outrageous. Li Jingyang's reaction was the most pronounced. His eyes widened as he exclaimed, Mumu, how can you do this? A man and a woman living together. What if something happens? You needn't worry about that. Mumu laughed. My brother-in-law treats me very well. We are like family. Nothing will happen. However, despite knowing that nothing untoward would occur between Mumu and Chen Yang, the mere thought of their cohabitation caused Li Jingyang to feel a pang of distress, as if his idol were being taken away, leaving him feeling lost. The topic soon fizzled out. Their meal concluded swiftly, and Li Jingyang, Lu Shu, and Zhou Qinqin departed shortly thereafter. Once they left, Mumu collapsed onto the sofa, her long, fair legs draped over the couch, her delicate face reflecting nothing but exhaustion. I'm utterly worn out. Dealing with these people is such a hassle. This lazy demeanor stood in stark contrast to her goddess-like image among her classmates. Chen Yang, seated on the adjacent sofa, remarked, Don't just lie there. Go wash the dishes. Huh? Me wash the dishes? Mumu exclaimed in surprise before indignantly retorting, No way, brother-in-law. My hands are so delicate. So beautiful. How could I possibly wash dishes? My sister never made me wash them. Zhou often indulged Mumu, rarely making her do chores. However, Chen Yang was not one to coddle her. Washing dishes has nothing to do with the beauty of your hands. It won't ruin them. I cook, and you wash the dishes. That's only fair. Now go. Mumu pouted, displeased, but I just want to lazily lie here. I don't want to work. Don't be like this, brother-in-law. She switched to a cute tone, beginning to act adorably. Fortunately, Chen Yang was somewhat resistant to her charms. With a stern expression, he said, Go wash them, or I'll have you move out tomorrow. Ultimately, Zemumusakam tochen yamis authority. Fine, I'll wash them. She grumbled, but complied, heading into the kitchen to do the dishes. La la la, yema apilito chef. Scrub, scrub, scrub. She sang cheerfully as she cleaned. And to her surprise, she sang quite well. Halfway through, Mumu suddenly had a thought and called out to Chen Yang outside, By the way, brother-in-law, you should come with me to the welcome party on Wednesday. Why would I go with you? That's your school's welcome party, Chen Yang replied, perplexed. Mumu, with a flushed face, softly confessed, I experience a bit of social anxiety on stage. Without anyone I know watching from below, I dare not perform. Previously, my sister accompanied me, but now that she is absent, can you accompany me, brother-in-law? Chen Yang was genuinely surprised. He never imagined that his beautiful sister-in-law would suffer from social anxiety. However, after careful consideration, he realized that Wednesday was indeed free, and visiting seemed acceptable. I need to think about it, he replied. Mumu pouted. No need for consideration. You just encouraged me to participate in the welcome party, so you must accompany me. Chen Yang was momentarily speechless. It appeared that Mumu's earlier inquiry had been a clever trap. Fine, I will accompany you. Yay. That's wonderful, Mumu exclaimed joyfully. After a brief pause, she added, By the way, brother-in-law, there's also that gathering tonight. Yes, I know. I will accompany you there, Chen Yang nodded. While he still needed to contemplate attending the welcome party, he was certain he would attend the gathering. Chen Yang had sensed something off about Li Jingyang's earlier words, and considering the diverse crowd expected at the banquet, it was indeed risky for Mumu to attend alone. Thus, accompanying her to the gathering was a prudent decision. After all, she was his sister-in-law, and it was only right for him to look after her. You are such a good brother-in-law, Mumu chirped excitedly, switching to a sweet, playful tone. I like you the most, brother-in-law. Her voice was quite melodious, living up to her reputation as a talented young lady. Yet, Chen Yang asked earnestly, Li Jingyang seems to have some interest in you. You must have noticed that, right? Of course, Mumu replied, placing a wash bowl into the cupboard. He has been pursuing me, but I do not fancy him. His family has a bit of money, and he constantly shows off. I suspect he invited me to this gathering just to flaunt. It's quite bothersome. If he weren't the vice president of the student council, I wouldn't even bother with him. While Mumu appeared lively and innocent, she was certainly not naive. She understood Li Jingyang's intentions well. Indeed, he seems to be a bit problematic. It will be wise to keep your distance, Chen Yang advised. Understood, brother-in-law. Thank you for your concern. It makes me very happy, she replied, her voice becoming even more enchanting. After washing the dishes, the hour was late, and both Chen Yang and Mumu prepared for bed. After taking a shower, Mumu, clad in her pink cartoon pajamas, sat on the sofa in her room, eyes closed in meditation. It's getting late. Let us not stay up all night today, Chen Yang suggested. Okay, brother-in-law, Don't disturb me. I'm meditating. I'll go to sleep shortly, Zhimu Mu replied, still with her eyes shut, striking a thoughtful pose. Once Chen Yang entered the bedroom, Zhimu Mu slyly opened one eye, stifled a giggle, and quietly closed her bedroom door, hanging a do not disturb sign outside. Immediately, she dashed into the esports room. It was Saturday, after all. Staying up all night? Absolutely impossible. Life is endless, and the battle never ceases. Charge. Chapter 050. Video call at that moment. A message from Yao Na arrived. Shao na na, Chen Yang. Do you still remember Song Sinyu? Song Sinyu? Chen Yang pondered, a familiar name that eluded his memory. Who is he? He inquired. Shao na na. You really forgot. Song Sinyu was a friend from our childhood. We lived in the same area and played together often, but he moved away, and we lost contact. With that reminder, Chen Yang recalled a boy named Song Sinyu from their childhood, with whom he had a good relationship. I remember now. What happened to him? He asked. Shao na na. It's been so many years since we last met. It would be nice to catch up. This last comment was a voice message from Yao Na, accompanied by the sound of running water. Curious, Chen Yang asked, Na, where are you right now? Why is there water running at this time of night? Shao na, I am taking a shower. Showering while using a phone was indeed a modern habit. Suddenly, Chen Yang had a mischievous thought and smiled, directly initiating a video call. After several rings, the call connected, but the screen was dark, revealing nothing. Meanwhile, Yao Na's slightly shy voice came through. Good little brother. What are you doing? Why the sudden video call? What do you want? Chen Yang chuckled. I accidentally pressed the wrong button. Shall we hang up? Yao Na, don't. Since you called, we should definitely chat and see each other. With a grin, Chen Yang said, it's been 2 days since we parted. I missed you a bit. Why not show your face? Little wolf. Don't think I don't know what you're after, Yao Na teased. Although she eventually turned on the camera. The bathroom scene appeared on screen, but Yao Na was wrapped in a bathrobe, obscuring anything revealing. Satisfied now? She shot Chen Yang a glance. Chen Yang laughed. Yao Na, you dress so modestly even while showering. Of course, it's to prevent others from peeking. After all, I'm so beautiful. What if someone spies or takes pictures? What shall I do then? Don't you think so, good brother? Yao Na giggled, her smile exuding charm. Indeed, a precaution is necessary. Chen Yang nodded, yawning. I'm not in the mood to chat anymore. I'm tired and will sleep now. Suddenly tired? Yao Na blinked her beautiful eyes, playfully tugging at her bathrobe, revealing a glimpse of her alluring figure. Are you still tired now? Chen Yang's gaze was fixated on the revealed skin, smiling. I'm not sure why, but I feel suddenly more awake, though there is still a hint of sleepiness. Yao Na's lips curled into a sly smile as she pulled her bathrobe down a little more, teasingly asking, how about now? Still tired? Chen Yang's playful expression deepened as he replied, I'm nearly fully awake now, but there's just a smidgen of sleepiness left. As she lowered her bathrobe further, the enticing view was about to be fully revealed. Just then, Yao Na abruptly switched off the camera, laughing if you want to see more. You'll have to come find me to unlock it. With a light laugh, she ended the video call. Chen Yang was momentarily stunned, but soon broke into a grin. His sister was indeed quite the tease. He felt an eager anticipation to meet Yao Na. She certainly knew how to play the game. Moments later, another message from Yao Na arrived. Shao na, see you the day after tomorrow. Mu Yang, see you the day after tomorrow. After their chat concluded, Chen Yang lay in bed, scrolling through his phone. Unexpectedly, while browsing a certain app, he stumbled upon a familiar live stream. The host, named Heartbroken Melancholic Rib Soup, was gaming without showing her face, yet her voice struck Chen Yang as immensely familiar. You have angered me, and now you shall witness how I deal with you. The esteemed lady is here, everyone, step aside. Alas, how did I fall victim to a solo kill? It is all due to the poor network connection. I am utterly disheartened. I possess 2 weapons. One is named Shoot, and the other, This queen graciously grants you a chance to surrender. If you refuse, then prepare to meet your demise. Who, besides my dear cousin Zhimu Mu, could possess such exceptional voice acting skills? Furthermore, the game she plays is identical to Zhimu Mu's. No need to speculate. It is undoubtedly my cousin, the campus belle. This individual has wasted an entire day talking aimlessly and is still up all night, even broadcasting live. Chen Yang feels somewhat helpless, yet there is little he can do. After all, Zhimu Mu is still young, and her free-spirited nature makes it pointless to impose restrictions on her. Zhimu Mu's live stream does not attract many viewers, merely a few dozen. Given that she does not reveal her face, relying solely on her voice to gain traction in this highly competitive streaming environment is exceedingly challenging. Chen Yang, after watching for a while, was preparing to sleep when a comment appeared in the live chat. How much for you to call me husband? The commenter, known as Shencheng, boasted a character level exceeding 60 and had already spent over 1 million on the Douyin platform. However, Mu completely disregarded this individual and continued her game with utmost seriousness. To her surprise, he persisted, sending a Porsche as a gift and following it up with another comment. Streamer, call me husband. Let me hear it. A Porsche costs over 100. Other streamers might have yielded under such pressure, but Mu was unimpressed, retorting, I do not provide that service in my live stream. Her proud demeanor was evident, and she appeared quite displeased. Why must such individuals intrude on her gaming experience? It was infuriating. Chapter 051. The arrogant Mu contemplated expelling him from her live stream, but being over level 60, he was considered a high-ranking player. And as a small streamer, she lacked the authority to mute him. He continued to send comments. You're quite defiant. Soon enough, you'll be calling me obediently. Shencheng sent a Douyin #1 gift, valued at over 1,000 yuan. This man certainly possessed some wealth. Will you call me husband? Just one utterance, and I will send you more gifts. The sweeter the call, the more gifts you receive. In his perspective, sending a Douyin #1 would certainly compel this small streamer to submit. However, Mu became even more incensed, switching to an angry tone, declaring, I have said there is no such service. Now leave. This statement irked Shencheng, who had experienced many female streamers' rooms, all of whom treated his high-level status with deference. Even top-tier female streamers acknowledged him with respect, calling him Wangge. How dare this small streamer, with only a few dozen viewers, challenge him? Isn't it all about the money? Today, I shall treat you, he declared, sending a Douyin #5 gift, 5,000 yuan. Call me husband, and I will send you 5,000. Do it quickly. Mu, infuriated, retorted, I do not need your money. Get out of my live stream. Shencheng sent a Douyin #10 gift, 10,000 yuan. This sum was given without hesitation. Call me husband for 10,000 yuan. This is my final offer. Don't be ungrateful. As Shencheng sent out his gifts, hundreds of viewers flooded into Mu's live stream. They witnessed his generosity and began commenting, Wow, Wangge is so extravagant. 10 Douyin #1 gifts, I am so envious. Call him husband for 10,000? My goodness, what a deal. Husband, look at me. I can do an alluring voice too. I'm adorable. Haha, this female streamer was previously so proud, refusing to acknowledge Wangge, but for 10,000, she would likely kneel and call him. They believed Mu would undoubtedly yield. This was quite typical. After all, most female streamers today would compromise their principles for money. Regrettably, Mu remained an inexperienced university student, and her desire for wealth was not as strong as they imagined. Her sweet but frustrated voice intensified. I said, no. Stop bothering me. Clearly, she was quite displeased. It was Sunday. She had joyfully dined with her brother-in-law and was eager to showcase her gaming skills on the live stream. Who would have anticipated such an annoying presence? Shencheng, having spent 10,000 yet still receiving such treatment, was also incensed. What pretense are you putting on? Do you think you're someone significant just because you receive a few tokens? What kind of act are you putting on as a streamer? He was clearly agitated. Not only was he upset, but he also brought along a gang of supporters to ridicule her in the live chat. Pretending? Wangge is offering you respect. Calling him husband is a privilege, yet you act like a queen. One call for 10,000? Wangge is too generous. If it were me, I would pay 100. Laughter erupted as they mocked her, questioning her integrity. Numerous comments followed, suggesting Mu was merely putting on a fade. In today's world, who would want to call someone husband for 10,000 yuan? For that price, they would do anything. Mu stared at these comments, feeling at a loss for words, her emotions bubbling close to tears. Chen Yang observed the scene, unable to suppress a frown. This so-called Wangge was indeed shameless. Since he was so arrogant, Chen Yang decided to engage him. He posted a comment. If she doesn't wanna, why are you barking here? Do you really think that a few thousand yuan makes you superior, allowing you to act recklessly? Upon sending this comment, it was unsurprisingly drowned out, as no one paid attention to his small account. However, Chen Yang, at this moment, was not concerned about spending money. It was merely currency. He could spend it freely. He sent another comment worth 10 Douyin coins. If she doesn't wanna, why are you barking here? Do you really think that a few thousand yuan makes you superior, allowing you to act recklessly? This comment glowed red and appeared prominently. Predictably, It incited a torrent of backlash in the comment section. Many began to vehemently criticize Chen Yang. Who is this nobody? Wang Ge can play however he pleases. Why do you care? Indeed, Wang Ge, with his level over 60 and having spent millions, was more than qualified to consider himself significant. And you, with only 100 yuan spent, could you even produce 10,000? They found his presence laughable. These individuals were clearly fawning over Shencheng Wang Ge. This was not unusual. Although they received no benefit from him, many in the livestream community were drawn to wealthy individuals. The reason? It is in their nature to admire the strong, believing that wealth equates to superiority. In this grand era, Wang Ge was rather unrestrained, directly sending a donation of 1 yuan. Wang Ge, get lost. Just when everyone thought Chen Yang would quiet down, a conspicuous barrage reappeared. Mu Yang, so that means, as long as I have money, I can be your father, right? If I spend a little, will you all kneel and lick my boots? Huh. Chapter 052, Lavish Spending. You? Heh. A character that has been created for several years and only reached level 7 or 8 dares to utter such words. Do you have the capital for us to kneel before you? Don't even mention 10,000. You probably can't even scrape together 1,000, right? Huh. Your arrogance is quite astonishing, desperate to play the hero, and now you are getting slapped in the face. We urge you to spend money. Let us see just how much wealth you truly possess. These individuals simply did not believe that Chen Yang had any financial capability. He was merely a braggart putting on a facade. Wang Ge again dismissed Chen Yang's comments, coming face to face with him. Wang Ge, who can't talk big? If you truly have money, let everyone see it. Don't pretend here. Immediately spend 100,000, and I'll call you father. Do you dare? This fellow likely considered himself a local tycoon in real life, speaking with unwarranted arrogance, showing no regard for Chen Yang. However, the thoughts of the audience in the live broadcast mirrored his sentiment. None believed Chen Yang could donate 100,000. Zhemu Mu, already in tears, was about to speak up for Chen Yang as he was defending her, and she couldn't bear to see him ridiculed. Yet before Zhemu Mu could say anything, a flurry of donations from Mu Yang erupted in the chat. Mu Yang sent Doe number 1 in the sad and melancholic pork rib soup livestream. Mu Yang sent Doe number 10 in the sad and melancholic pork rib soup livestream. It started with 10, but it didn't stop there. Soon, more donations followed. Mu Yang sent Doe number 50 in the sad and melancholic pork rib soup livestream. Mu Yang sent Doe no. 1 in the sad and melancholic pork rib soup livestream. In the astonished gazes of the audience, Mu Yang continued to send donations, ultimately halting after sending 100 Doe number 1. Each Doe number 1 cost 1,000 yuan. 10 amounted to 10,000, and 100 equated to 100,000. This Mu Yang, an underlevel novice, truly managed to donate 100,000 in the live stream. At this moment, the audience was utterly dumbfounded. The previously mocking words fell silent, and the so-called Wang Ge was rendered mute. Yet, while he remained silent, Chen Yang was not. Chen Yang continued to taunt. Mu Yang, what is the matter? Lost your voice? Whereat you rather arrogant just now? Did 100,000 render you speechless? Oh, I suspect you still feel unconvinced and will insist it's just 100,000, not a substantial amount. To prevent your barking, I'll add a bit more. As this striking barrage concluded, there was a resounding series of donations. Mu Yang sent Doe number 1 in the sad and melancholic pork rib soup livestream. Another 100 donations. That's another 100,000. How utterly insane. The audience was in a state of unparalleled shock. And yet, it was not over. Mu Yang's barrage appeared once again. Mu Yang, is this enough to silence you? If not, I'll add more. Boom. Another round of Doe number 1 donations. Mu Yang sent Doe number 1 the sad and melancholic pork rib soup livestream. That's yet another 100,000. A total of 300,000 now. At this moment, Zhemu Mu's livestream audience surpassed 1,000, and many newcomers, witnessing Chen Yang's extravagant display, began to flood the chat with comments. 6,666. 300,000, just like that. Incredible. Wow, Mu Yang is truly a big brother, far superior to that Wang Ge. Haha, those who were just boasting. Why is everyone suddenly silent? Didn't you say that whoever has money deserves to be worshipped? And Wang Ge, hurry up and come out to call him father. 300,000, you must say it 3 times. Many individuals, eager for drama, began to pressure the so-called Wang Ge. Having spent over 1 million, Wang Ge had a modicum of fame on Douyin, and if he fled now, he would undoubtedly become a laughingstock. Pressured, he finally sent a notable barrage. Wang Ge, father, father, father. After which, he shamefully exited the live stream. The audience erupted in laughter, and those who had previously mocked Zhemu Mu felt the heat of embarrassment on their faces, thoroughly slapped. Zhemu Mu, initially furious, could not help but smile sweetly at the scene. This was truly satisfying. The slap in the face was delightful. Simultaneously, she silently noted Mu Yang's name. Chen Yang, having dealt with Wang Ge, could now patiently await the system rewards. Logically, such spending in a live stream should also qualify as indulgence, thus promising rewards. Sure enough, the rewards arrived swiftly. Host successfully indulged in a spending spree and received a reward of 600,000. Spending 300,000 resulted in a return of 600,000. What a lucrative deal. Tonight, he could enjoy a restful sleep. Chen Yang left the live stream, preparing for bed, when he received a message. It was from Zhemu Mu. Sad and melancholic pork rib soup. Are you there? Upon seeing Zhemu Mu's message, Chen Yang could not help but frown. This was unexpected. Zhemu Mu did not seem like the type. Mu Yang, yes. Sad and melancholic pork rib soup. Thank you so much for today. May I add you on WeChat? Add WeChat? What was this about? Surely, it wasn't he for a personal account. Chen Yang, filled with skepticism, sent her a small WeChat account. Zhemu Mu did not use a personal account. She added him with her main account. Soon, Chen Yang understood her intentions. Sad and melancholic pork rib soup. Big brother, I'm truly grateful for what you did today. You helped me, and I'm unsure how to repay you. After deducting the platform's cut, I will refund you the full amount you donated today through this WeChat. You don't need to send me money in the future. Just watching my streams makes me very happy. A refund? Chen Yang was genuinely perplexed by his little sister-in-law's naive vet or innocence. In today's world, kind-hearted individuals like her were few and far between. What a genuinely kind little sister-in-law. Chapter 053, Athletic Beauties. Zhemu Mu's living conditions were not particularly favorable. She primarily made a living from voice acting and often borrowed money from Giraud. With this sum, she could afford a more comfortable lifestyle. It was essential for a girl to have some money in hand, especially for a college student like her, who faced countless temptations. Mu Yang, forget the refund. Perhaps to you, this sum seems substantial, but to me, it's merely pocket change. As your viewer, gifting you is nothing. If you genuinely wish to express your gratitude, then please, in your most haughty, regal voice, say a few words of thanks to me. Thank you. Indeed, it was haughty, truly regal. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang felt a peculiar sense of satisfaction. It was rather delightful. With tonight's events coming to a close, Chen Yang lay in bed and drifted into a drowsy sleep. The next day, he awoke to find it was already 8 in the morning. Chen Yang proceeded with his usual morning routine of personal hygiene and breakfast, while Zhemu Mu, having rested through the night, was likely still asleep. Not wishing to disturb her, Chen Yang finished his meal and set out for his morning exercise. He chose to run a leisurely 5 kilometers in the park, as he had done previously. After completing the run, he found himself breathless and utterly fatigued. Yet he compelled himself to push through an additional 2 kilometers before finally coming to a halt, sitting on a bench in the park. He took a sip of water when a notification from the system appeared once more. The host health index has successfully increased by 1. Another increment of 1. It was exceedingly slow. Chen Yang glanced at his current attributes. Host, Chen Yang. Age, 27. Height, 180 centimeters. Weight, 70 kilograms. Strength, 21. Stamina, 25. Mentality, 38. Assets, none. Wealth, 11,530. Health, 35. His health had improved from an initial 30 to 35, a modest gain. However, his physical condition was still far from the healthy benchmark of 60, and the likelihood of falling ill remained high. He could no longer delay joining a gym. He intended to visit a nearby fitness center that very evening and make arrangements. As Chen Yang contemplated these matters, a striking figure approached from a distance. He turned to see a stunning woman, her beauty distinct from Zhemu Mu and Yao Na, embodying a captivating athletic appeal. Her physique was remarkable, characterized by delicate collarbones, a slender waist, and a well-defined abdominal line, without an ounce of excess fat. Her legs were long and elegantly shaped, and the most prominent feature was her alluring curves, which her athletic wear struggled to conceal. Her skin bore a sun-kissed hue, radiating vitality. Chen Yang could not help but steal a few more glances. Encountering such a vibrant beauty so early in the day was indeed a delightful sight. Since time was still on his side, he decided to sit back and enjoy the refreshing morning breeze while admiring the athletic woman as she ran. After completing several laps, the athletic beauty seemed to notice Chen Yang's gaze. As she approached him with a smile, she playfully inquired, "Have you had your fill of looking handsome?" Chen Yang, taken aback by her boldness, responded with a grin, "Well, it's not quite enough yet." The athletic beauty smiled wider, clearly pleased, and asked, "Do you find me attractive?" "Very beautiful," Chen Yang complimented her. She nodded approvingly, her joy evident. After a brief pause, she continued, "Would you like to add me on WeChat?" Taken aback, Chen Yang pondered the unexpected assertiveness of modern women. Had she truly initiated a WeChat connection? While he acknowledged his own good looks, he questioned whether it warranted such directness. Nevertheless, he remembered the adage about not rejecting friendly advances. So, he smiled and agreed. Upon successfully scanning the QR code, they were connected. The athletic beauty waved goodbye, saying, "All right, I must be off. We'll chat on WeChat if anything comes up." With a wave, she jogged away, leaving Chen Yang in a state of bewilderment. Was that truly all it took to connect with her? He glanced at her WeChat profile, which bore the name Anan and showcased her stunning profile picture. The content was filled with videos highlighting her fitness journey, featuring workouts for legs, chest, and glutes, all exuding temptation with her enviable physique. What was going on? Could she be one of those fitness influencers? However, his initial judgment soon proved premature as a message arrived shortly after. "Hello, I'm Anan, a fitness coach at the nearby Spartacus gym. I've been focusing on fitness and nutrition for 5 years and have trained many successful clients. If you're interested in fitness, feel free to reach out." Spartacus is the largest gym in the area, equipped with all necessary equipment, a 24-hour temperature-controlled swimming pool, and luxurious showers. The message continued with an extensive description of Spartacus, culminating in a suggestion to explore swimming and fitness. Chen Yang couldn't help but chuckle at the situation. No wonder she was so forward. She was a fitness coach. Clearly, she had a keen eye for recognizing his need for fitness. Thus, Chen Yang inquired, "How much is a membership?" "For a seasonal pass, it's $230, and for an annual pass, it's $420. Our prices are on the higher side in Shencheng, as we are a premium gym," Anan replied. "If you sign up now, there are promotions available, including the chance to win a free membership." The annual fee of $420 was indeed quite steep. When Chen Yang attended the gym during his school days, the annual fee was only a few hundred. However, if the environment was as good as promised, he could consider it. Chen Yang was more concerned about the potential risks associated with fitness training. Although he lacked extensive knowledge, he understood that improper techniques could lead to injuries. Having a dedicated personal trainer or nutritionist could greatly enhance his training, and it seemed to fit that role perfectly. Not to mention, she was quite the pleasure to behold, and it had elaborated on her selling points, and ultimately, she highlighted her most significant advantage. "The most important thing is that I am attractive, and my physique can greatly enhance your training experience." There was no denying Anan's beauty. Her appearance and figure were undeniably captivating, to the point where Chen Yang had trouble averting his gaze. She continued to pitch her services. "Previously, I only trained female clients, but due to the current economic climate and a lack of female members, I am making an exception for you because you are so handsome. If you purchase my personal training sessions, you would be my first male client. Rest assured, I will provide you with comprehensive, attentive service that will leave you completely satisfied." Anan's enthusiasm was palpable, almost radiating through the screen. Chen Yang couldn't help but smile at her barrage of messages and remarked, "You certainly have a lot of sincerity." "It's quite normal," he added. Anan replied, "In that case, I look forward to seeing you tonight to sign up. The personal training sessions aren't essential. Simply signing up for a membership would suffice for me to earn a small commission." It was clear that Anan believed Chen Yang's previous comment was merely playful banter, and she had little expectation of him purchasing personal training. Just getting him to sign up for a membership was her highest hope. "All right, I'll stop by tonight to check it out," Chen Yang confirmed as their conversation drew to a close. As he returned to the entrance of his community, he unexpectedly spotted a familiar silhouette. With stunning beauty, a voluptuous figure, and a slender waist, she sported a ponytail cascading down to her chest, adorned in a blue and white housewife dress, while holding a basket of vegetables. Who else could it be but the landlady? The sports car before her was a magnificent sight, its bright red exterior and sleek, futuristic lines exuding an aura of luxury characteristic of high-end supercars. Indeed, it was Chen Yang's Ferrari 812. Approaching her, he cheerfully inquired, "Landlady, are you taking pictures?" His greeting startled her, but upon recognizing him, she exhaled with relief and awkwardly yet politely replied, "Yes, I've never seen such a beautiful sports car around here, so I want to take a photo." A touch of vanity, a common trait among women and men alike, is hardly surprising in today's society. Chen Yang, un fazet, sugestet. Would you like me to help you take some pictures? Really? The landlady asked, her cheeks flushing with uncertainty. Is that okay? Of course, Chen Yang nodded, smiling. With your beauty and this exquisite car, it would be a splendid scene to capture. What beauty? I'm already 30, she retorted, though internally she felt quite pleased. 30 is indeed a time when a woman reaches her most mature and perfect stage. Chen Yang chuckled and then took her phone, saying, "All right, let's get started." After her affirmative response, the landlady began posing beside the Ferrari 812, initially with modest, conventional stances. However, as the session progressed, Chen Yang felt her poses lacked flair. "Landlady, you're too reserved. You should embrace your beauty and sensuality fully. Otherwise, people will only notice the car and not you." Understanding photography well, he continued, "Use the same method as last time. Your figure is unbeatable, and you should showcase it from all angles. Avoid being overly conservative. For instance, you could lean on the car with one hand. Demonstrating a captivating pose, he accentuated his own curves. The landlady couldn't suppress a giggle, her face turning crimson as she queried, "Is this really appropriate?" Being a traditional woman, she rarely engaged in such provocative photography. "Nothing to worry about," Chen Yang reassured her. "This is how everyone poses these days." Reluctantly, she complied, blushing as she mimicked his suggested pose. Her figure was indeed stunning, with a tiny waist and ample curves. The alluring stance highlighted her silhouette beautifully. Chen Yang quickly snapped several photos, guiding her through various poses. "Why don't you sit on the car?" he prompted excitedly. "On the car? Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" she replied uneasily, concerned about sitting on someone else's expensive vehicle. "Not all," Chen Yang laughed. "Sitting on it won't damage it, and besides, your beauty would surely please the owner." "Are you sure?" She still hesitated. "Absolutely," he encouraged her playfully. He was the owner, after all. If she wanted to sneak a picture inside the car, he would have no objections. Ultimately, the landlady acquiesced and perched herself atop the Ferrari 812's hood. It must be said, her elegance complemented the car perfectly. Once settled, she exuded both a sensual allure and the sophistication of a refined lady. She surpassed any model, including Su Mengyao. Chen Yang hastily pressed the shutter, capturing this breathtaking moment of beauty and luxury. After half an hour of delightful photography, they finally concluded. The landlady reviewed the images, her cheeks reddening further as she remarked, "You made me look like a risque live streamer. Being beautiful and sexy is all that matters. You needn't worry beyond that," Chen Yang replied with a slight smile. The landlady accepted this, realizing that it was only after meeting Chen Yang that she had ventured into such daring photography, previously viewing it as taboo. Now, she recognized its appeal as her charm blossomed. "Thank you," she said with a grateful smile. "No trouble at all." As usual, lunch consisted of a nutritious meal, with 2 chicken legs accompanied by some vegetables and rice, which was quite satisfying. As for Moo, Chen Yang had not prepared anything for her. The little girl was likely still asleep, making any preparation a waste. After the meal, the familiar wave of drowsiness washed over him. Chen Yang yawned and sank into the sofa, ready for a nap. This affluent lifestyle could indeed be monotonous. Since binding to the system, he often felt as though he had lost something, and upon reflection, it seemed to be his worries. Each day felt so free and joyful. Before drifting off, he indulged in a bit of phone time, a habit that modern individuals cannot seem to shake. As he scrolled, a message arrived from his dear sister, Shencheng. "Lemon sauce. Brother Chen Yang, I overslept and just woke up. It's so unfair. Mu Yang, if you overslept, then so be it. You don't have to go to work anyway. Lemon sauce. But I wanted to send you a breakfast video. I wish to have you guide me on how to eat breakfast properly." Breakfast video? Are those breakfast videos legitimate? Chen Yang pondered. Yet, Chen Qingning continued, however. "There's no breakfast video. There's a lunch video. Hee. Brother Chen Yang, take a look." Soon, Chen Yang smirked, curious about what this little imp would conjure up next. He clicked on the video sent by Chen Qingning. In the footage, she was still in her dormitory, clad in loose black pajamas, her hair tousled and her eyes slightly dreamy as she sat before the camera. Each time she recorded a breakfast video, she appeared without makeup. Yet her beauty was undeniably striking. "Brother Chen Yang, my breakfast video is here." "Wait, now it's lunchtime," she corrected with a sweet smile, revealing her adorable little fangs. "Even though it's lunchtime, my meal is still like breakfast." After chatting with the little imp, Chen Yang felt drowsiness wash over him once more. He reclined on the sofa, gradually drifting into slumber. This time, he did not sleep long, awakening to a series of knocks at the door, indicating someone had come to find him. Yawning, Chen Yang rose from the sofa and approached the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a stunning figure, with a captivating appearance, a voluptuous figure, and an aura of maturity and sophistication. She wore a simple white housewife dress and sported a braid cascading down to her ample bosom. Who else could possess such a perfect physique but the landlady? At this moment, the landlady stood at the doorway, her delicate face slightly flushed, seemingly having encountered something dreadful, her eyes betraying a hint of terror. "Landlady, what is the matter?" Chen Yang could not help but inquire upon seeing her somewhat shaken demeanor. Biting her red lip, the landlady stammered, There is a mouse." Chen Yang followed the landlady into the apartment. The usually graceful and dignified landlady was now trembling, her delicate form shrinking behind Chen Yang. She pointed towards a nearby cluttered area and said, "It's right there." Her small face was ashen, clearly filled with fear. Chen Yang, unperturbed by the mouse, picked up a broom and slowly approached the pile of items. Upon reaching the clutter, he prodded it a few times but found no trace of the rodent. "It's not here," Chen Yang remarked, puzzled. "Huh? That's impossible. It was just there." The landlady's face turned even paler. At this moment, the fear was not of the mouse scurrying away, but rather the anxiety of not being able to locate it at all. If it remained unfound, she would surely be restless at night. "Chen Yang, please help me look for it," she implored, her lovely face reflecting desperation. Chen Yang searched the room with the broom in hand, but found nothing. Just as he turned to ask the landlady something, he noticed her trembling figure pointing again. "Chen Yang, over there." Chen Yang glanced over and, indeed, spotted a dark mouse beneath the cabinet, quite sizable, with its head lowered as if searching for something on the ground. He approached slowly, raising the broom high. Then, with a sudden swing, he brought it down. Crack! Unsurprisingly, he missed. The mouse, startled, darted away in a flash, heading directly towards the landlady. "Ah!" she screamed in fright, leaping into Chen Yang's embrace, trembling as she pleaded. Chen Yang quickly hit it, "Hurry!" The beauty in his arms, the fragrance enveloping him. Chen Yang had initially been determined to assist the landlady in her rodent predicament. But now, he merely smiled softly, wrapping his arms around her slender waist and reassuring her, "Fear not, my dear landlady, I shall ensure your safety." "All right." The landlady's beautiful eyes glistened with gratitude. Thus, Chen Yang, still holding her close, began the pursuit of the mouse. Unsurprisingly, the agile creature evaded capture several times, causing the landlady to shriek repeatedly, her enchanting form pressing tightly against Chen Yang, not daring to move an inch. In that moment, Chen Yang suddenly comprehended the depth of the idiom. Ultimately, the mouse was dispatched. The landlady, still shaken, prepared tea for Chen Yang. They sat across from each other, sipping the warm beverage. "Chen Yang, I truly thank you for your help," she said, her cheeks flushed as she expressed her gratitude while adjusting her disheveled attire. Earlier, it was Chen Yang who had been battling the mouse, yet somehow her clothing had become askew. Notably, her outer jacket, which concealed her upper body, had fallen away, leaving her in a simple white long dress that was quite revealing, with thin straps exposing her fair, smooth collarbone. Chen Yang smiled gently and remarked, "It was but a small effort. How is it that you missed the mouse several times, especially at crucial moments?" The landlady, being a mature woman rather than a naive girl, was not easily deceived. Chen Yang, undeterred, chuckled, "Who knows? Perhaps the little mouse simply ran too swiftly. Was it the mouse that was too quick, or your hand that was too slow?" She teased, her eyes sparkling with mirth. This statement carried a deeper implication, as Chen Yang's hand had been resting on her delicate waist throughout. Chapter 067. The landlady's dilemma. In her moment of fear, the landlady had not fully registered the situation. But upon reflection, it dawned on her that her tenant might not be entirely proper. Chen Yang maintained a smile and replied, "Perhaps it is a bit of both." The landlady huffed playfully, casting an alluring glance at him. They conversed further, and at that moment, she reached for her fallen jacket, intending to cover her alluring curves. Seeing her action, Chen Yang suddenly inquired with a smile, "Landlady, with such a splendid figure, why do you insist on covering it up? It seems entirely unnecessary." This was indeed a truth. In today's society, a woman's greatest assets are her captivating beauty and alluring physique. The landlady possessed both yet chose to conceal her exquisite form, which was undoubtedly a considerable loss. The landlady, upon hearing this, smiled and replied, "Oh, you think my figure is great? Indeed, it is exceptional," Chen Yang praised sincerely. Among all the women he had encountered, the landlady's physique was the most enticing and striking. Flattered by Chen Yang's compliment, she felt a surge of sweetness inside, responding with a soft, "Thank you." She then brushed her silky hair back, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy as she continued, "As for why I cover up, it is simply too revealing. If I do not conceal myself, I attract too much attention, and their gazes are often less than kind. Thus, it is better to be conservative." As the landlady spoke, a shadow of sorrow crossed her delicate face, seemingly stirred by memories of past hurts. Chen Yang, perceptive to her changing expression, understood her sentiments and remarked, "My dear landlady, you are perhaps overthinking it. The attention you receive is merely due to your exquisite figure. They envy you. Why choose to close yourself off because of their gazes?" The landlady shook her head, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. "You do not understand. Back in school, they would often gossip about me, especially during university. They spread rumors about me being an indecent woman, and many believed I was quite promiscuous. Some even publicly claimed on forums that I had been with numerous men." Understanding the origins of her conservative nature, Chen Yang recognized the burdens that her beauty and figure had imposed upon her. "Those people simply seek to tarnish what they cannot possess," he reassured her. "Do you think that by dressing conservatively, they will spare you? They will still criticize you and spread rumors. When you show any sign of vulnerability, they only feel emboldened. Consider it as a game. When you let their insults affect you, it only encourages them further. If you ignore their barking, they will eventually tire of it. Focus on your own growth, and when you have developed enough, you can turn the tables and respond in kind." Mrs. Fong Dong listened to Chen Yang's words, feeling somewhat touched. Her red lips parted slightly, yet she was at a loss for words. Chen Yang continued, saying, "In the face of such individuals, you may choose to ignore them initially and focus on your own endeavors. Gradually, as you unveil your charm and emerge as a star within the campus, for instance, akin to the campus belle, garnering the admiration of countless admirers, those idle whispers will lose their significance." This statement resonated deeply with Mrs. Fong Dong, particularly the notion of being the campus belle, which represented a lifelong regret for her. Indeed, as Chen Yang articulated, she possessed the qualifications to vie for that title. During her school days, the student council organized a beauty contest, which had a somewhat revealing nature. Mrs. Fong Dong had fervently wished to participate. However, the thought of drawing attention to her figure, thus inviting more gossip, made her withdraw. This retreat altered the course of her life. The champion of that contest eventually became the campus belle, a prominent figure, sought after by a dedicated influencer agency that nurtured her. She has since transformed into not only a major influencer, but also a second-tier actress, an existence that Mrs. Fong Dong could only long for from afar. Ironically, she had once possessed the opportunity to contend for it, as her physique and beauty far surpassed that of her competitors. Chen Yang spoke again, "Mrs. Fong Dong. When faced with criticism, do not hastily seek to identify your flaws. Instead, contemplate the shortcomings of others. Could it be that they are envious or ill-intentioned? There is no need for you to endure unjust treatment." Upon hearing his final words, Mrs. Fong Dong bit her lip tightly, her delicate frame trembling slightly. Indeed, over the years, she had been avoiding confrontation, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Gossip persisted. Meanwhile, she had become increasingly reclusive, opting for conservative attire, shunning any display of her figure. It seemed she had grown accustomed to this lifestyle, never contemplating that she deserved a different kind of life, one filled with beauty, grace, confidence, and the spotlight. In a soft voice, Mrs. Fong Dong expressed her gratitude. "Chen Yang, thank you for sharing this with me. I will contemplate it deeply." Chen Yang recognized that her character could not be transformed overnight. After pondering, he suggested, "How about this, Mrs. Fong Dong? Tomorrow morning, meet me at the park, and I shall await your arrival. We can attempt to shift your perspective." "Attempt?" Mrs. Fong Dong's beautiful eyes reflected confusion as she inquired, "How shall we attempt?" "You will find out then," Chen Yang replied with a subtle smile, leaving her intrigued. "Very well," she nodded, eager to embrace a bold change. Their conversation progressed until the tea had nearly been consumed. Suddenly, Chen Yang queried, "By the way, Mrs. Fong Dong, did you not ask me previously to take some photographs? I happen to have time now. Shall we seize the moment?" In the afternoon, Chen Yang found himself quite free, contemplating capturing Mrs. Fangdong's image. However, after a moment of reflection, she shook her head, saying, "Perhaps another day. I am not quite prepared." Chen Yang said nothing further and subsequently took his leave. Upon opening her wardrobe, Mrs. Fangdong discovered an array of clothing, yet most were conservative. Nevertheless, after shifting aside the modest garments, she uncovered an exquisite collection, including black stockings, a bikini, a body-hugging skirt, and a backless sweater, all strikingly beautiful and undeniably alluring. These seductive outfits had been acquired over the years, yet she had never dared to wear them outside, only donning them in the privacy of her home to secretly admire her figure. She had once summoned the courage to wear a professional ensemble out, but found it too ostentatious, leading her to retreat. Since then, she had rarely ventured out in anything revealing. Yet, after listening to Chen Yang, her heart began to loosen. Perhaps these garments were merely manifestations of her inner subconscious fears. Could it be that her retreat had only intensified her apprehension? Mrs. Fangdong retrieved the black body-hugging skirt. This ensemble featured a fitted black skirt paired with a white off-the-shoulder top, exposing her shoulders and collarbone in a remarkably seductive manner. The most alluring aspect remained the black skirt and stockings, which accentuated her long, straight legs, complemented by a pair of high heels. This outfit, while not overly revealing, showcased her perfect figure in a strikingly impactful way. It was her favorite, yet the one she dared not wear in public. "Perhaps I could try wearing this while out shopping tonight," she mused, holding the outfit before the mirror. Her heart raced with shyness. Ultimately, she lacked the courage to don the outfit for an outing. "When Chen Yang takes my photos, perhaps I shall attempt it then." Initially, she sought to capture conservative images, such as wearing housewife attire or outfits that concealed her figure. However, now she pondered the possibility of boldly showcasing herself. In the presence of Chen Yang alone, her shyness might not be so overwhelming. A playful smile graced her lips as she entertained the thought. After a series of contemplations, the clock had struck 4 in the afternoon. Unsure whether to send a greeting, Chen Yang felt exasperated with his sister-in-law, who was quite the handful. It was around that time to prepare dinner. Following the meal, Chen Yang intended to visit the gym to meet Miss Nen from the morning, to precisely formulate a fitness and dietary plan. Just as he was about to arrange dinner, a phone call interrupted him. The caller ID displayed Zhou Shu. Chen Yang recognized Zhou Man, the deputy director of the business department, whom he had recently promoted. "What did she want?" He answered the call. "Hello, is this Manager Chen?" Zhou Man's voice resonated pleasantly on the other end, characterized by a cultured tone. Zhou Man was a competent and knowledgeable woman, often clad in a crisp white uniform and sporting glasses, exuding an air of sophistication and diligence, earning her a solid reputation within the department. "Yes. How may I assist you?" Chen Yang responded. Zhou Man elaborated, "Manager Chen, our company's new influencers for this month have largely assembled. As per tradition, you and the director are to select a few promising candidates for future development. I wonder if you have time to come to the office?" Her tone was gentle and polite, embodying the essence of a professional woman. Notably, her inquiry was astutely positioned. The selection of influencers was not typically a matter requiring managerial oversight, as the director could handle it independently. This was the selection of influencers, after all, and there were plenty of beautiful candidates. Given Chen Yang's recent elevation to management, it was understandable that Zhou Man would reach out to him. Chen Yang smiled subtly, appreciating such a considerate subordinate, a rarity indeed. However, he held little interest in the selection of influencers. No one could surpass the allure of his own sister-in-law, nor could they rival Zhemu's charm. It was evident that none could compare. However, he still wished to go and take a look. He wanted to see if he could reactivate the asset task and earn a bit more of the company's shares, which was the right path to take. After pondering for a moment, Chen Yang replied, "Let us meet the day after tomorrow at noon. I will drop by then." "All right, I will inform the minister," Zhou Man said, just as she hung up the phone. Suddenly, another call came in. Chen Yang glanced at the caller ID, which read, "Miss Mu Mu." This was a nickname that Zhemu Mu had assigned to herself in Chen Yang's phone, back when he had just started dating Zhiro. At that time, Zhemu Mu was vivacious and adorable, brimming with mischief. Now, she had blossomed into a beautiful young lady. Chen Yang wondered what this girl wanted to discuss. He answered the call, as Zhemu Mu's sweet voice chirped on the other end, "Brother-in-law." Chen Yang directly inquired, "What is up? Have you arrived at school?" "What do you mean, school?" Zhemu Mu questioned, slightly puzzled. "Then what are you up to?" Chen Yang continued, "I want to tell you," Zhemu Mu teased playfully, then added, "Brother-in-law, don't eat dinner tonight. I have a big surprise for you." "No, as long as you don't give me a scare, I'm fine." Chen Yang replied with a hint of helplessness. His little sister-in-law, while adorable, had a tendency to be unpredictable and could easily cause trouble. "Humph, you underestimate me, brother-in-law," Zhemumu said with a hint of pride. "Just wait, I will make you regret it." After saying that, Zhemumu hung up the phone. Chen Yang found her behavior rather perplexing, uncertain about her intentions. Nevertheless, since she requested him not to eat, he decided to wait and see what she was planning. Opting not to cook, he reclined on the sofa and took the opportunity to send a message to Miss Inen. "Coach, Inen, I will come by your gym tonight around 8. Miss Inen replied, "Great. Are you coming to sign up? I will be waiting for you." She added, "It's wonderful that little cat is happy. As a distinguished member, you can rest assured that I will ensure you have a delightful workout." Although Miss Inan's words seemed positive, she likely thought Chen Yang was boasting. 88,000 was not an amount easily spent. Chen Yang was too disinterested to explain. He was T1 for jokes, especially since he had rewards to claim. What was that girl up to? Chen Yang considered calling her to check in, but decided against it, reasoning there was no urgency. Half an hour later, at 6 in the evening, a sweet, melodious voice rang out from outside. "Brother-in-law. Brother-in-law. Hurry and open the door." Zhemumu's delightful tone was indeed captivating, though the content was somewhat childish. Chen Yang opened the door. "Don't you have a key?" He frowned, looking at the doorway, where Zhemumu stood with her arms laden with various items. One hand carried several large takeout boxes, while the other held a small box, its contents hidden from view. Zhemumu, sweating from the effort, hurriedly said, "Brother-in-law, please help your adorable sister-in-law with this." Chen Yang took the takeout boxes from her, puzzled. "Why did you buy so much food? You could have just ordered takeout." "There is nothing available for delivery," Zhemumu responded, handing him the boxes, while she clutched the small box and entered the apartment. What could be unavailable? Upon opening the takeout boxes, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. The dishes were exquisitely prepared. Fried crab from the shelter, braised abalone, imperial bird's nest, and crab meat with sea tiger fins. Each dish was likely quite expensive. Chen Yang recognized the restaurant as the famous Yu Gang restaurant, a renowned and upscale establishment in Shen City, with an average per-person cost in the thousands. Just these few dishes alone would likely amount to 5,000 or 6,000. He was taken aback to realize that Zhemumu had skipped school to procure these dishes. Zhemumu continued, "Brother-in-law, you should look at what S at the bottom." Her tone hinted at a hint of pride, as if she had something special to reveal. Chen Yang opened the last box to find a fragrant steamed dongxing grouper. "You remembered that this is one of my favorite dishes." Chen Yang gazed at Zhemumu with a mix of emotions. Sitting cross-legged on the sofa, Zhemumu's face radiated sweetness as she smiled. "Brother-in-law, when I first came to Shun City to find my sister, we went to the Yu Gang restaurant for our first meeting. Don't you remember? I had just arrived from the countryside, and it tasted absolutely divine. I remembered it immediately. Also, I recall that you loved dongxing grouper. I had promised myself that one day I would treat you and my sister to a meal, and I have finally fulfilled that promise." Zhemumu appeared to be reveling in her accomplishment, her smile even more charming. "All these years, you still remember. These dishes must have cost quite a bit. Where did you get the money?" Chen Yang, having formed a stereotype about Zhemumu being financially needy, inquired without thinking. "Brother-in-law, I earned the money. I did a live stream yesterday, and a big brother sent me a lot of gifts. You can rest assured, I won't be short on money in the future." It suddenly dawned on Chen Yang that he had gifted her 300,000 yesterday, and even after platform deductions, she would still have around 150,000. No wonder she felt so free to spend. Which big brother could give you such a sum? Is he the #1 supporter? Chen Yang asked, feigning ignorance. "Yes, he is, but brother-in-law, you're asking in a strange way," Zhemumu replied, blinking her pretty eyes. Chen Yang continued, "I just want to remind you that being a streamer is fine, but please don't do anything inappropriate for money." Zhemumu, with her innocent charm, had yet to be tainted by society's vanity, which made Chen Yang genuinely concerned about her potential downfall. "Brother-in-law, do you not trust your clever, kind, and adorable sister-in-law? I have no particular interest in money, but of course, having it is always better. If I were to do something inappropriate for money, I would have done so at school," Zhemumu retorted playfully. "You underestimate me," she declared. Indeed, she was right. She was the belle of Shen City University, one of the most prestigious and luxurious universities in the region, teeming with wealthy heirs. For someone of Zhemumu's beauty, finding a wealthy suitor would be effortless. rendering live streaming unnecessary. In summary, Mu simply enjoyed the act of streaming and the attention it brought her. Chen Yang nodded, casting a curious glance at the box that Mu had been holding. "What is this?" he inquired. Mu's beautiful eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief as she replied, "This is something very precious. I won't tell you just yet. I'll explain later." Not pressing further, Chen Yang suggested, "Let us eat. I'm rather hungry." Mu had prepared an abundance of dishes, including his favorite, grouper, which tantalized his appetite. "Yes, let us eat," she exclaimed with a sweet smile, her adorable dimples accentuating her charm. Once the table was set, both Chen Yang and Mu served themselves rice and prepared to dine. At that moment, Mu slyly produced a bottle of red wine, giggling brother-in-law. "This wine costs 2,000 yuan. Would you like to have some?" Chen Yang smiled slightly, recalling that Mu had never shown much interest in alcohol before, especially under the strict supervision of Zhiro, who seldom allowed her to indulge. Mu pouted playfully, "I'm not a child anymore. With my sister away, it's only natural to enjoy a little wine. But I don't usually drink. I'm just really happy today. Let us have a toast." Chen Yang chuckled in agreement. Mu poured herself a glass, then filled Chen Yang's cup. "Cheers," she beamed. After clinking glasses, Chen Yang drank his wine, finding it quite pleasant. Although it wasn't as exquisite as the top-tier wines worth hundreds of thousands, it was still rich in flavor. Mu, however, reacted more dramatically. After taking a sip, she began to cough, her delicate brows knitting together as she exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, why is this wine so bitter? It's awful." In her understanding, wine made from grapes should be sweet, not bitter and astringent. Amused by his little sister-in-law's innocence, Chen Yang explained, "That's just how fermented wine tastes." He walked to the fridge, retrieved a bottle of Sprite, opened it, and poured it in her glass, mixing it with the red wine. "Try it this way," he suggested with a smile. Mu took another sip, savoring the combination, her face lighting up. "This is delicious. I never imagined wine could taste so good. Brother-in-law, you're a genius." Her eyes sparkled with admiration, as if she had discovered a new world. Chen Yang couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. His little sister-in-law, a devoted esports enthusiast, had little experience with parties or cocktails. While the wine was delightful, moderation was key. They didn't drink much. And as Mu's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, he encouraged her to stop, reminding her they still had to go to school later. Drunkenness would lead to complications. After a few rounds of wine and dishes, Mu voiced her concerns. "Brother-in-law, what should I perform at the freshman orientation on Wednesday? You work in an entertainment company. Can you help me plan something? I've been racking my brain and can't come up with anything." She took this event quite seriously, as it was organized by the student council and held in high regard by the school leaders. While enjoying the grouper, Chen Yang asked, "What talents do you have? Singing? Dancing? Just perform something casual." Mu frowned slightly. "I can sing a little, but I don't dance at all." After a moment of contemplation, her face brightened as she exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, I've thought of something. I could perform with my laptop, doing Jinx's Pinnacle in League of Legends. What do you think?" Her eyes sparkled with excitement, seemingly convinced this was a brilliant idea. Chen Yang raised an eyebrow. "You are a goddess. Remember your image. That hobby of yours doesn't need to be showcased everywhere. Besides, if you actually do that, the school leaders will definitely come looking for you." Mu felt disheartened by his response. "Then what should I perform?" she asked, her expression turning perplexed as she looked at Chen Yang with a cute voice. "Brother-in-law, I'm counting on you to help me think of something." Pondering for a moment, Chen Yang examined Mu thoughtfully and then smiled. "How about you perform a character act? You have such a remarkable voice, and with your beauty and figure, you could do a dynamic stage show. Transitioning from a sweet girl to a charming lady, and even a mature woman, with quick costume changes would be fantastic." Chen Yang, being a planner at his company, had orchestrated numerous events, and knew organizing a freshman party would be a piece of cake for him. Mu listened to him, a bit bewildered, unable to visualize the scene. She finally asked, "Brother-in-law, will it truly be stunning?" "Yes, it should be fine," Chen Yang replied, confidence radiating from his smile. "All right. Although I'm not sure what you're planning, I trust you. Please don't let me down," she said with a charming smile, her excitement palpable. With that, they had settled on Chen Yang, helping her plan for the freshman orientation. As they finished their meal, Mu, emboldened by another small glass of red wine, turned to Chen Yang and said, "Brother-in-law." "Yes? Is there something else?" he asked, looking at her. Her expression turned serious, her beautiful eyes gazing at him with gratitude as she earnestly said, "Brother-in-law, thank you for taking care of me all these years. I know that I can be willful and demanding, and I have many flaws, yet you have never looked down upon me. Therefore, I have prepared a gift for you." Biting her lip, Mu retrieved the mysterious box. "Brother-in-law, I'm not quite sure what men like, but I've chosen what I believe is the best and most suitable gift for you." As she spoke, she attempted to open the box, but soon turned to Chen Yang with a pitiful expression, pouting, "Brother-in-law, I can't get it open." Amused, Chen Yang chuckled and took the box from her. "Let me handle it." He retrieved a small knife and carefully opened the box. Inside, he discovered a beautifully packaged, larger box adorned with an eye-catching alien logo. "This is..." Chen Yang's expression froze momentarily as he recognized the item. Mumu's face lit up with delight as she announced, "A Dell Alienware laptop. The highest configuration, the 94,090 model. Brother-in-law, this is quite expensive." She paused, a hint of anxiety in her voice as she added, "I noticed you wanted to replace your computer, so I bought this. Do you like it?" Mu, still uncertain, as an esports girl, undoubtedly holds a deep admiration for Alienware, perhaps even considering it her dream. However, Chen Yang's situation diverges from hers. He stood transfixed before the Alienware, his gaze imbued with a profound complexity. Certainly, he had an affinity for it. During his school days, he too indulged in gaming daily, albeit with a modest laptop that cost a mere 1 to 2,000 yuan, which lagged considerably. His aspiration back then was to one day afford a superior machine, an Alienware. Regrettably, that dream remained unfulfilled. Even after binding to the Indulgence System, his past desires faded into oblivion. The harsh realities of society over the years had dulled many of his initial ambitions. Yet now, Mu had gifted him an Alienware, reviving that once cherished dream. In this contemporary societal landscape, for a young girl to lavishly present an Alienware laptop, what a fantastical occurrence it must be. Mu, his innocent and adorable sister-in-law. May it happen. The Alienware is indeed expensive, with this top-tier model estimated at around 50,000 yuan. Just yesterday, he had rewarded Mu with 300,000 yuan, and after deductions for platform fees and taxes, he was left with only a little over 100,000. A substantial portion of that had already been spent on her gift. "Brother-in-law, do you not like it? I can return it if you don't." Her voice carried a hint of anxiety. Chen Yang chuckled, "Of course I like it. What man could refuse an Alienware?" Upon hearing this, Mu finally broke into a smile, joyfully exclaiming, "Yay, that is wonderful, as long as brother-in-law likes it." She truly was a sweet and delightful sister-in-law. After accepting the Alienware, Chen Yang inquired, "What about you, Mu? Are you not planning to upgrade your computer?" As an esports girl, she certainly pursued high specifications for gaming. Logically, she should be the one to consider a new machine. Mu smiled lightly. "I'm fine with my current computer. It works well enough for me. My requirements aren't that high." While she spoke thus outwardly, deep down, she longed for a new computer. Her old machine was functional, but had long fallen behind the current standards, particularly her monitor, which only supported 60 frames per second, whereas modern monitors boasted hundreds of frames. During gaming sessions, her low frame rate often led to sluggish responses, causing her to be ambushed numerous times and suffer various defeats. Thus, she too yearned for a new computer. However, after calculating her expenses, she decided against it. The hefty reward she had given Chen Yang, the costly meal at the restaurant, and the substantial sum spent on his computer left her with only a few thousand yuan. With school fees and other expenses looming, she deemed it wiser to save the remaining funds for emergencies. She did not wish to frequently borrow money from Giroux. Chen Yang, Bertifing Herr de Thianje, smiled subtly and chose not to press further. Had he not already purchased a computer? Now that Mu had gifted him the Alienware, his previous machine would serve little purpose. He could dismantle it and upgrade this young lady's setup. He had made up his mind. After some more conversation and tidying up, it was time for Mu to leave. Grasping her charming pink suitcase, she turned to Chen Yang, brother-in-law. "See you on Wednesday. Everything rests on you. I hope you can help me shine at school and not let me down." Mu was filled with anticipation. "My brother-in-law is invincible, capable of anything." Chen Yang reassured her, "Rest assured, it's no problem. I've planned concerts for tens of thousands. A mere freshman gala is nothing. You're the best brother-in-law," Mu exclaimed in Ane Edoringtone. With such a multifaceted sister-in-law, his emotional fulfillment was undeniably elevated. "Shall I escort you?" Chen Yang offered. "No need, brother-in-law, you don't have a car. My counselor is here to pick me up. Goodbye." With a wave, Mu departed from Chen Yang's apartment. Once she was gone, the apartment fell into a tranquil ambience, tinged with solitude. Chen Yang, aware of the time, noted it was nearly 8 o'clock and ready to leave. He was punctual and would never stand someone up. After changing into workout attire, he exited the apartment and headed downstairs. Spartacus Gym was not far from Shaoan Community. Chen Yang arrived in just a few minutes. Spartacus Gym is one of the upscale fitness centers in Deep City, boasting a considerable size with a full array of equipment and an appealing decor that immediately immersed him in a vibrant athletic atmosphere. The fitness instructors, predominantly fit and attractive, showcased impressive physiques, entirely devoid of any subpar trainers. Approaching the front desk, he was greeted by a tall young woman who smiled. "Sir, are you looking to sign up?" "Yes, I was referred by Coach and all right. Please hold on while I contact her." Just as the receptionist prepared to reach out, a melodious voice called out, "Mr. Chen." Upon turning, Chen Yang was pleasantly surprised to see Chen. She looked far more radiant in the evening than during the day, adorned in a snug white tank top and gray yoga pants that perfectly accentuated her figure. "Mr. Chen, are you here to sign up?" she inquired with a smile. "Yes." He nodded, recognizing the urgency of improving his physical condition through a membership. However, to his surprise, Chen did not proceed to arrange his membership directly. Instead, she suggested, "Mr. Chen, wouldn't you like to take a look first?" Indeed, it was prudent to assess the facilities before committing. Otherwise, one might regret it later. Chen Yang appreciated her thoughtful reminder. "Let us take a look then," he agreed. "Follow me." Chen beckoned, leading him into the gym. Given its upscale nature, the gym was relatively uncrowded, with only about 20 individuals training during the peak evening hours. The equipment was more than adequate. Chen continued her introduction. "At Spartacus, whether in the strength area or the cardio zone, we have a comprehensive range of equipment, including all the well-known brands, both domestic and international. Moreover, our showers are impeccably clean and private. We also have a swimming pool, sauna, and dedicated stretching rooms." Through Chen descriptions, Chen Yang gained a good understanding of Spartacus Gym. It indeed surpassed any gym he had previously visited by a significant margin. "Our coaching service is also top-notch. As long as you attend classes, I guarantee you 100% personalized guidance," Chen remarked with a smile. Chen Yang raised an eyebrow, pondering if such close attention was feasible. Chen, being a professional coach, exhibited a commendable level of professionalism as she smiled and said, "All right, experiencing it in advance is also acceptable." Chen Yang, half-jokingly, responded, "Thank you, Mr. Chen." Thus the class commenced. Chen led Chen Yang into the private area, emphasizing the importance of stretching before beginning any workout. "Observe my movements," she instructed, demonstrating several stretching exercises. Chen's figure was already alluring, and as she performed these stretches, her sensuality was accentuated, showcasing her physique exquisitely. However, Chen Yang remained focused on the task at hand, diligently memorizing the movements. He began his stretching routine, aware that his initial attempts would likely lack precision. Fortunately, Chen did not renege on her promise, providing attentive guidance and correcting his form with care. Her gentle demeanor and calm speech fostered an exceptionally pleasant atmosphere, leaving a positive first impression on Chen Yang. After completing the stretching, the workout officially began. Given your relatively weak physique, which is not overweight, you need not engage in excessive cardio, Chen stated, "We shall commence with strength training." She meticulously crafted a training plan for Chen Yang, detailing 5 sessions a week, divided into 3 categories: chest and shoulders on the first day, back and arms on the second, legs on the third, followed by a repeat of chest and shoulders, and back and arms on subsequent days, allowing for rest over the weekend. This regimen was quite efficient. In addition to the training plan, Chen also devised a comprehensive dietary plan for Chen Yang's 3 daily meals, assuring him, "As long as you are my member, I will take care of it. This is my duty." Chen Yang nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further. Chen continued, "During training, ensure you are equipped with proper protective gear." She retrieved wrist wraps, gloves, elbow pads, and a weightlifting belt, placing them on the table. "Only with the right protective gear can we prevent injuries." Chen Yang chucklet, "Coach Chen, you truly are considerate, thinking of everything." Chen shot him a playful glance, responding with a smile, "If I weren't considerate, would I charge 888? After donning the protective equipment, the training officially commenced. Approaching the bench press, Chen assisted Chen Yang in removing some weights from the bar, suggesting, "Let us start with just the empty bar." "Empty bar?" Chen Yang paused, slightly offended. He had trained before, and while he might not have been a seasoned athlete, he certainly wasn't weak. Handling this weight should be a breeze. Lying back on the bench, he focused intently on the bar and under Chen Yang's guidance. He executed the movement. However, when the bar descended, he found himself utterly unable to push it back up, despite his face flushing and exerting every ounce of strength. The situation grew rather awkward. Coach Chen, a little help here, he finally managed to say, his embarrassment palpable. With a smile, Chen Yang approached from behind, assisting him with the bar. She then leaned forward, resting her hands on the bench, and said, "The weight of the empty bar is 20 kilograms, which can be challenging for novices. Do not be disheartened." With a gentle smile, she encouraged, "Come on, let us continue. Since we are at the gym, exercising is paramount." After several more sets, Chen Yang completed his chest workout for the day, utterly exhausted. He was drenched in sweat, feeling a level of exertion he had never experienced before. Yet, following the chest workout, the shoulder training awaited him, and he pushed himself to the limit to finish. Once the training concluded, Chen Yang lay on the yoga mat, utterly drained and gasping for breath. Feeling overwhelmed? Chen Yang approached with a smile, handing him a bottle of water. "I can't take it anymore," Chen Yang gasped, accepting the water and taking a few swigs to recover. Today, he finally grasped the frailty of his physical condition, realizing why the system had rated him so poorly. Observing Chen Yang lying on the ground, Chen Yang's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she bit her lip and suddenly inquired, "Stretching class? What is that?" Chen Yang furrowed his brow in confusion and asked, "What do you mean?" Chen Yang smiled softly, saying, "You will find out shortly. Just lie down." Following her instructions, Chen Yang reclined on the yoga mat. After the stretching session, he felt a profound sense of relaxation and remarked, "I didn't anticipate that you offered such services, Coach Chen. This is a special service, offered only once. I typically reserve stretching for female members. You are the first male," Chen Yang replied with a smile. "First time?" Chen Yang mused, for in his dictionary, there was no concept of a first time without a second. He smiled subtly. After the workout, he bid farewell to Chen Yang, saying, "Today's experience was delightful. What about signing up?" She inquired. "Rest assured, I will arrange that for you, including your personal training sessions," Chen Yang replied with a grin. As he exited the gym, he paused at the front desk. "Please assist me in obtaining a membership card," he requested with a smile. "Would you prefer a monthly, quarterly, or yearly membership?" The receptionist inquired cheerfully. No. Chen Yang shook his head, smiling. "I simply want a gym card that could be recharged." The receptionist frowned slightly, for she had never encountered anyone requesting a rechargeable gym card before. Nevertheless, they did offer such a card. "All right," she said, taking Chen Yang's identification to process the membership. Shortly thereafter, she announced, "It's ready, Mr. Chen. You can now recharge your card. Would you like to add funds?" She assumed Chen Yang would likely decline, reasoning that if he intended to spend money, he could simply acquire a gym membership without the hassle. However, Chen Yang's next statement left the receptionist utterly astonished. "Recharge. Let us start with 200,000. Chen Yang smiled casually as he produced his Huaxiao Bank Dragon card. 200,000? The receptionist was taken aback. Was he truly planning to recharge 200,000 at the gym? Was he intent on purchasing the facility? Yet, she quickly regained her composure, accepting Chen Yang's card and processing the transaction. Upon witnessing the successful recharge, her astonishment was further magnified. It really went through. Chen Yang has genuinely deposited 200,000 into a gym card. This is beyond extraordinary. Chen Yang merely smiled, stating, "Let it sit for now. When I choose to use it will depend on how well your coaches perform. I might withdraw it at any moment." He intended to enjoy some playful banter with Coach Chen, using the 200,000 as bait to see if she would take the hook. After finishing his business, he exited the gym. No sooner had he left than a phone call came through. "What's going on? Why has our company account suddenly increased by 200,000? The voice belonged to the gym owner. After the receptionist explained the situation, the owner responded excitedly, "Quick, summon all the trainers in the gym immediately. Tonight, we must convene without delay. Chen Yang's 200,000 must be preserved." Shortly after Chen Yang departed, a female trainer approached Chen Yang with a smile, inquiring, "Why didn't he even get a membership card? Who knows? Perhaps he has some reservations." Chen Yang replied dismissively. It was common for trainers like them to encounter many who refrained from purchasing a card. Most individuals who wish to exercise often possess only fleeting enthusiasm. The female trainer remarked, He clearly doesn't seem like someone here to work out. He merely came to take advantage of your beauty. You're being overly serious. I could easily brush him off, she added. Chen, with a hint of resignation, countered, regardless, he did spend money on lessons. The trainer continued to probe, and Chen nodded, confirming that such sentiments had indeed been expressed. He appears to be a pretentious individual devoid of funds, the trainer scoffed. Quickly remove him from your contacts. He will likely start to harass you. Surely not. Chen shook her head. He doesn't strike me as that type. How can you tell? He is merely adept at masking his true nature. I've encountered many men like him, the trainer asserted, seemingly having already assessed Chen Yang. However, Chen chose not to engage further, redirecting the conversation. Let's not dwell on that. It's getting late, and there are no classes this evening. Let us go grab a late-night snack. All right, I'll go along with your suggestion, the trainer replied, seeing that Chen was resolute. The two headed towards the exit when the receptionist hurriedly approached them. Li Xin, please do not leave the gym just yet. The boss has called for a meeting. A meeting at this hour? Both Chen and Li Xin exchanged puzzled glances. What could the boss possibly need at such a late hour? Surely meetings should be held in the morning. What is the matter? Did the boss mention anything specific? Li Xin asked with a smile. The receptionist's response left both women in utter shock. 200,000. You mean someone just loaded that amount onto their membership card? How extravagant. Who is this affluent member? Li Xin could hardly contain her excitement, quickly inquiring, do I know them? If not, please share their contact information. I'd like to get acquainted. The receptionist looked towards Chen before replying. It's the gentleman you just brought in, Mr. Chen Yang. The astonishment on both Chen and Li Xin's faces deepened. What? It's actually Chen Yang? How is that possible? The most shocked of all was Li Xin, who exclaimed, are you certain? She couldn't believe that the same guy had just recharged 200,000. It seemed utterly ridiculous. Absolutely, the receptionist affirmed. At this moment, Li Xin fell silent, glancing at Chen, unable to utter a word. Meanwhile, Chen trembled subtly, her mind swirling with the implications of Chen Yang's earlier comments. Outside, in a Ferrari 812, Chen Yang sat wearily in the driver's seat, contemplating a moment of rest. He felt utterly drained, both exhausted and sore, fearing he might struggle to rise from bed the next day. Just as he pondered whether to spend the entire day resting, the system's voice activated. Detected indulgent spending at the gym. Reward, 500,000. Spending 200,000 yielded a reward of 500,000. What bliss! Yet alongside the reward, another system prompt chimed in. Daily workout check-in completed. Reward, 1 attribute point. Can exercising truly earn attribute points? Chen Yang's interest peaked. What purpose do these attribute points serve? Just then, the system's voice resonated again. Attribute panel activated. Stamina, endurance, intelligence were the only 3 options available for points allocation. Without hesitation, Chen Yang allocated his point to stamina. Point allocation successful, stamina 1. In an instant, a warm sensation enveloped him, dispelling his fatigue and soreness, invigorating him anew. With his newfound stamina points, he felt a remarkable enhancement in his physical strength. He was confident he could easily lift weights far beyond his previous limits. Opening his attribute panel, he observed the following. Host, Chen Yang, age, 27, height, 180 centimeters, weight, 70 kilograms, strength, 30, stamina, 35, mental state, 38, assets, none, wealth, 12, 410, health, 40. After increasing his stamina by a point, all his physical metrics surged significantly, particularly strength and stamina, proving the attribute points to be exceedingly beneficial. Following his workout, his health finally exceeded 40, liberating him from the risk of sudden demise. Chen Yang felt ready to undertake greater challenges. A smile graced his lips as he opened his messaging app. Coincidentally, his dear sister, Yao Na, had sent him a message. Chen Yang, the long night stretches on, and I find myself unable to sleep. I truly miss you and feel rather lonely. Would you like me to assist you in falling asleep? He replied playfully. Dear brother, if you help me sleep, I fear I won't be able to at all. But no rush, I have duties tonight and am quite exhausted. Tomorrow I have a day off to prepare, so please don't be shy tomorrow evening. Yao Na's words dripped with flirtation. Chen Yang smiled slightly. After so many years, it was indeed time to deepen his bond with his beloved sister. All right, tomorrow evening, we shall meet without fail. Without fail, I'll be waiting, she responded, concluding their conversation. Just as Chen Yang intended to drive away in his Ferrari 812, another message from Yao Na arrived. this time a photo. Upon opening it, he beheld a stunning image of her, clad in a deep black evening gown and high heels, her already statuesque figure accentuated by the elegant attire, exuding an air reminiscent of a glamorous star. Accompanying the photo was Yao Na's message. "This is what I'll be wearing tomorrow evening, Chen Yang. If you don't like it, please let me know in advance so I can change into something that pleases you. Tomorrow, you must bring your utmost charm." This statement was laden with implications, resonating with a unique allure. Chen Yang found no fault in her choice. The black evening gown was indeed splendid, exuding elegance and sophistication, promising a delightful contrast in their intimate moments. After their brief exchange, they bid each other farewell. Upon returning home, Chen Yang washed up, scrolled through his phone briefly, and then retired to bed. As for the alien notebook, he had neither the time nor inclination to play games, so he left it to gather dust for now. His slumber lasted until morning, and he awoke refreshed. Early morning workouts were essential. After washing up, he stepped outside, heading toward the park to commence his routine with a run, 5 kilometers, without exception. After acquiring the attribute bonuses from yesterday, Chen Yang found his running to be considerably more effortless. In contrast to the panting he experienced on his first day, he now navigated his 5-kilometer run with remarkable ease. After a brief respite, he pushed his body to its limits by running a few more kilometers before finally coming to a halt. Having concluded his exertions, he took a refreshing shower and enjoyed a nutritious breakfast. Just then, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of his landlady. The landlady, as ever, embodied a conservative and traditional demeanor, clad in a long house dress with an outer coat that concealed her exquisite figure. Her hair was elegantly styled in a classic braid, cascading gracefully over her shoulders, presenting an aura of elegance and beauty. It was a pity that her attire did not accentuate her figure's advantages. Upon seeing her, Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the purpose of her visit. However, he soon recalled their conversation from the previous day, where he had mentioned she should come to see him in the morning. He was quite surprised by her compliance. "Good morning, landlady. You look lovely today," Chen Yang complimented with a warm smile. "Good morning," she replied with a gentle smile of her own. "Please, come in and sit down. Have had breakfast yet? Would you like to join me?" "I've already eaten," she said as she stepped inside the apartment, glancing around and commenting, "You've kept it quite neat." "Thank you. It's manageable," he replied as they settled into their seats. The landlady, without further ado, inquired about the purpose of her visit, smiling as she said, "Chen Yang, you mentioned yesterday that you wanted me to change a bit. I am curious about what you have in mind." After hearing his words the previous day, she had struggled to sleep, contemplating the prospect of change. After so many years of adhering to convention, she indeed yearned for transformation. What woman would lack the desire to enhance her beauty? "Landlady, if you wish to change, then you should shed that conservativeness," Chen Yang suggested, moving to her side and gently removing her outer coat. Though her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, she did not resist, allowing him to disrobe her. Once the coat was removed, her perfect figure was unveiled. The house dress was designed with a daring, shoulder-bearing cut, originally intended to be quite breezy and bold, but had been concealed beneath the coat. Now, with the coat off, her fair skin and exquisite collarbone were revealed, along with a tantalizing hint of what lay beneath her attire. Any man who caught sight of her would surely find it difficult to look away. "Is this really appropriate?" she asked, her cheeks reddening with shyness. "What is wrong with it?" "Landlady, just take a look around on the streets. Anyone with a good figure dresses like this." Chen Yang replied confidently. "I'm different," she protested hesitantly. "What makes you different?" he inquired with a playful smile. I am too well endowed," she stammered, biting her lip as she struggled with her thoughts. "Indeed, that is true," he acknowledged, "but isn't that a strength?" Her surprise was evident. She paused to ponder the notion. Was it not an advantage? When did it become a source of shame? Yet, she still felt a twinge of reluctance. "Let us not dwell on that, landlady," Chen Yang urged. "How about we try this morning? Wear this dress, and we'll go out for a stroll. What do you think?" The suggestion caused her cheeks to flush even deeper as she questioned, "Wear this dress? Without a coat? Why wear a coat?" "This is more than sufficient," he reassured her. "That seems inappropriate," she replied, grappling with the idea. She could already envision the scene of herself dressed so revealingly in public. "There is nothing wrong with it, landlady. If you wish to change, you must be bold in your attempts. If you are unwilling to try, then there is little I can do," he said, throwing his hands up in exasperation. Chen Yang had discerned her inner conflict. Although she was indeed a traditional and conservative woman, Deep down, she harbored a desire to embrace her figure, as evidenced by her choice of a daring house dress. Yet, for various reasons, she had never dared to express that side of herself. Today, he intended to assist her in exploring this new avenue. After much deliberation, she finally bit her lip and nodded. "All right, I'll give it a try." After a brief moment of preparation, Chen Yang and the landlady descended the stairs. As they walked through the community, it became evident that her revealing dress attracted numerous gazes. Many onlookers whispered among themselves, some cast envious glances, while others pointed or even paused to admire her. This attention left the landlady feeling increasingly self-conscious. She halted her steps, lowering her head and expressing her dismay to Chen Yang. "Chen Yang, perhaps this isn't right. I can't handle this. It feels as though the entire world is watching me, and my heart is racing." Though she did not suffer from social anxiety, she experienced a condition akin to beautiful shame, where she shunned the spotlight and hesitated to wear beautiful clothing. "Don't be afraid, landlady. It will become easier with time." Chen Yang comforted with a warm smile. "Yet, I can feel their scrutinizing gazes. They seem inappropriate." She continued to fret. "You're simply being overly sensitive, landlady. You're projecting your own insecurities onto others. The perceived malice in their eyes is merely a reflection of your own thoughts. This is a psychological matter. Many who experience social anxiety often believe that others will judge them harshly, but in reality, that's rarely the case. Most people don't even pay attention to you. These thoughts are just projections of your own mind. As the saying goes, life doesn't have that many spectators." Upon hearing Chen Yang's words, the landlady hesitantly asked, "Is that really true?" "Indeed," he affirmed with a nod. Her emotions began to settle. Though she still felt a tinge of embarrassment, she was no longer inclined to retreat. They walked side by side, continuing toward the exit of the community. Along the way, they encountered several individuals, all of whom directed their attention toward her. It was unavoidable. The landlady's figure was simply too striking to ignore. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, they encountered two young girls. Upon seeing the landlady, the girls waved and greeted her. "Good morning, landlady." Her face flushed once more, and she found herself at a loss for how to respond in front of acquaintances. She dressed so revealingly. What would others think of her? What should she do? Just as the landlady was anticipating some malicious comments about her outfit, two young girls burst into melodious laughter, exclaiming, "Landlady, you look so beautiful today. Wow, I never knew you were this stunning. I'm so envious of your figure." "Hey, landlady, are you going on a date? We won't disturb you." "Goodbye, landlady." The two girls giggled as they departed. Their cheeks slightly flushed as they glanced at Chen Yang beside the landlady, their bright eyes filled with envy. It was evident that they greatly admired the landlady for having a boyfriend like Chen Yang. The landlady, taken aback by the girls' remarks, was astonished by their unexpected attitude. Shouldn't they have merely offered a superficial greeting, rolled their eyes, and whispered behind her back? She had always believed that to be the case. Chen Yang, standing nearby, smiled and asked, "Landlady, do you feel better now?" She replied, "Much better." The landlady's heart was in turmoil, and at that moment, her thoughts began to shift. Once outside, Chen Yang intended to take the landlady for a leisurely drive in his Ferrari. However, the landlady chose to drive her own Mercedes and invited Chen Yang to join her. Not wanting to appear pretentious, he accepted the invitation and boarded her Mercedes as they headed off together. "Chen Yang, where are we going?" the landlady inquired as she drove. Her spirits noticeably lifted. Indeed, as Chen Yang had suggested, with gradual acclimatization, it felt as though she could truly emerge from her shell and become less concerned about others' opinions. It was midday, the sun shining brightly, and there was not much to do. "Look at Dongmen, landlady. I'll show you around," Chen Yang suggested with a smile. "Dongmen?" The landlady's face paled slightly at the mention. The Dongmen pedestrian street was the largest in Shencheng, bustling with tourists daily. For the landlady to venture there in such attire would surely make her the center of attention. The thought made her hands tremble slightly as she bit her lip, saying, "Chen Yang, isn't that inappropriate? I don't think I should go to Dongmen looking like this." However, Chen Yang responded with a grin, "What's inappropriate about it? There are many beautiful women at Dongmen and countless internet celebrities who dress even more revealingly. Your outfit is merely considered normal." "But I am different," the landlady protested, still hesitant. Observing the deep allure of her figure, Chen Yang stroked his chin and smiled. "Indeed, you are different. With your physique, this outfit is actually quite conservative." The landlady's cheeks flushed like a peach as she retorted, "I was trying to have a serious conversation." I'm being serious, Chen Yang replied, shrugging with a smile. Come on, landlady, since we are here, we might as well go. No one from Huaxia could resist the allure of since we are here, although the landlady feigned reluctance. Deep down, she harbored a flicker of anticipation. She had never experienced the thrill of donning such daring attire in a pedestrian street. She was curious to discover whether her charm was indeed substantial. Once Chen Yang and the landlady arrived at Dongmen Pedestrian Street, they undeniably became a focal point. Passers-by and street vendors alike glanced their way. The landlady was not a celebrity, yet she exuded a star-like presence. At that moment, Chen Yang finally understood why the landlady had hesitated to dress too revealingly in public. The sensation was indeed overwhelming. Chen Yang, let us find a CF to sit down for a while, the landlady said, her gaze flickering as she instinctively wished to cover her alluring figure. The attention made her feel somewhat uneasy. However, Chen Yang gently grasped her hand and reassured her, do not fear, landlady. Just envision yourself as a star. Or, at least, an internet celebrity. Look over there. That person is live streaming while singing, surrounded by an audience. They seem completely unfazed. Why should you be? His words offered comfort to the landlady. Indeed, celebrities and internet personalities were all focal points, and there was nothing to worry about. The landlady even forgot to pull her hand away from Chen Yang's grasp, feeling a sense of calmness settle within her as he held her hand. She bit her lip, summoning courage, feeling less apprehensive. As they strolled hand in hand through Dongmen Pedestrian Street, they occasionally peered into shops and sampled street food. They appeared very much like a couple, drawing admiration from many. Gradually, the landlady began to shed her social anxiety, even starting to relish the attention and the feeling of being in the spotlight. This sensation seemed quite delightful. Lost in her thoughts, she was suddenly jolted by a speeding electric bike, prompting Chen Yang to whisper, "Be careful." He gently pulled her into his embrace, causing her to fall into his arms. Her face flushed. "Don't lose focus, landlady," Chen Yang chuckled. Indeed, she felt a bit distracted, and Chen Yang took the opportunity to wrap his arm around her slender waist, holding her close. "This is a bit much," the landlady shot him a glare. "Holding hands is one thing, but now you're hugging me? Chen Yang Lao Git. This is for your safety, landlady. You are quite the smooth talker," she huffed playfully. "It's fine for you to treat me this way. But if you did the same with another girl, she might call the police. So you don't mind then?" Chen Yang tightened his hold, his smile growing wider. "Whatever makes you happy, I'll reciprocate," the landlady replied, her eyes sparkling with mischief. As they continued their leisurely stroll, they approached an arcade bustling with people. They joined the crowd and discovered a popular internet celebrity dancing on a machine. This celebrity, possessing an impressive appearance and a lithe figure, showcased remarkable dance skills. However, she was notably lacking in her endowments, contrasting sharply with the landlady. "Wow, Chow Emoli," the landlady exclaimed, surprised to see the internet star. Chen Yang recognized her as well, given his connections in the influencer industry. Xiao Emoli had over 2 million followers, renowned for her dance performances at arcades in Shencheng, drawing thousands of viewers during her live streams. "I didn't expect you to know Xiao Emoli," Chen Yang remarked. "Have you watched her streams?" The landlady smiled. "I thought she was only pretty because of filters, but she's stunning in person." Chen Yang chuckled. "She pales in comparison to you." "Nonsense. She's much more beautiful than I am." The landlady cast a glance at Chen Yang, who merely smiled in response, neither affirming nor denying her thoughts. This was no idle chatter. The internet celebrity Xiao Emoli, with her slender figure, could not possibly be compared to the landlady. At best, she excelled in dancing. While they were discussing, Xiao Emoli's performance had already concluded. Breathless, she stepped down from the dance machine and addressed her audience in the live stream. "Dear friends and family, I'm feeling a bit overwhelmed and need to take a break. Is there anyone among the passers-by who would like to come up and give it a try? There are prizes for those who perform well." Upon hearing this, the surrounding audience erupted with enthusiasm. "I'll do it. Let me try. Emoli, I'm your loyal fan. Let me have a go." The landlady's eyes also sparkled with a hint of desire. "Landlady, if I recall correctly, you mentioned you practiced dancing in your youth. Would you like to give it a try?" Chen Yang inquired with a knowing smile. "No, I haven't danced in ages." The landlady hesitated, recalling her past. Indeed, she had trained in dance, but that was long before her body matured, and now she felt too self-conscious to dance. The thought of swaying her body was quite humiliating. "Come on, it'll be fine," Chen Yang encouraged her. "I can't, there are too many people here," she continued to shy away. However, Chen Yang disregarded her apprehensions and gently grasped her hand, raising it high. Let's give it a shot. Xiao Mo Li had been eyeing the landlady's alluring figure from the crowd, waiting for the right moment to choose her. Now that the landlady had stepped forward, Xiao Mo Li beamed and said, "Great. Miss, why don't you come up and give it a try?" Everyone's gaze shifted toward the landlady. "Me?" she exclaimed, taken aback that Xiao Mo Li had chosen her from the eager crowd. Was this luck? Bewildered, she was led in front of the camera by Xiao Mo Li. As the landlady appeared in the live stream, the barrage of comments exploded. "Wow, this is incredible. She is so voluptuous. My goodness," next to Xiao Mo Li. It's like comparing a small pond to Lake Poyang. Not only was she curvaceous, but also stunningly beautiful, with an alluring figure that was simply breathtaking. This is a true beauty. Who was that assistant beside her? Out of the way. The audience went wild, realizing that compared to Xiao Mo Li's slender form, the landlady's figure was in a league of its own. The viewer count in the live stream surged past 10,000 for the first time. This is astounding. The enthusiasm of the viewers is overwhelming. Xiao Mo Li chuckled as she turned to the landlady. "Miss, would you like to introduce yourself to our audience?" "No. That's unnecessary," the landlady stammered, feeling increasingly flustered under the attention. She looked to Chen Yang for support, who offered her an encouraging glance that somewhat calmed her nerves. "All right then. Since the lady is hesitant, we want to insist. What dance do you plan to perform?" Xiao Mo Li continued to inquire. The landlady perused the options on the dance machine, deliberating for a long time before finally selecting a number that was not too revealing or provocative. "This one will do." As she stepped onto the dance machine, the viewer count soared past 15,000 and continued to rise. Xiao Mo Li felt a pang of envy. After all her efforts to livestream, she had barely reached a few thousand viewers, while the landlady merely had to appear for the numbers to skyrocket. Such a striking figure was indeed a rarity. After taking a deep breath, the landlady began to dance. The routine was far more conservative than Xiao Mo Li's energetic Korean dance, consisting of merely gentle movements without exaggerated jumps. Yet even so, it propelled the viewer count past 20,000, a number that kept climbing. "Wow, she dances so well and so seductively. Just a simple sway is more captivating than any typical performance." The audience's reactions were fervent. Even the onlookers in the arcade were astounded by the landlady's perfect physique. Once the simple dance concluded, the audience erupted in thunderous applause, showering her with compliments. "Amazing. You dance beautifully. Not only are you stunningly beautiful, but your dancing skills are impressive too." The landlady, feeling bashful, hurried off the dance machine and awkwardly told Xiao Mo Li, "I'm sorry, I didn't perform very well. I hope it didn't affect your popularity." Xiao Mo Li laughed. "Oh, it did affect it. Significantly. My viewer count has already surpassed 25,000 and is heading towards 30,000. If you dance a couple more times, reaching 50,000 would be no problem." Genuinely amazed, the landlady responded, "Is it because my dancing was so poor? Whether it was good or bad is irrelevant." Xiao Mo Li smiled. "Your beauty alone is sufficient. I'm not as attractive as you. I'm nowhere near your level." The landlady's sentiment was sincere, as she genuinely found Xiao Mo Li quite lovely, confident, gracious, and unafraid to showcase herself in front of a crowd. However, Xiao Mo Li replied, "Miss, saying that will make me upset. With my looks, I rate myself at 6 or 7 out of 10, while you are a perfect 10. The landlady was taken aback, not expecting the internet celebrity she admired to say such a thing. It didn't seem like mere flattery. It appeared to be a heartfelt compliment. Could she truly think that? As she glanced at the astonished gazes of the onlookers and the fervent comments flooding the live stream, she stood there in a daze. In that moment, she gained a new understanding of her own allure. At the Sure Luo Western restaurant in Eastgate, a relatively upscale establishment, Chen Yang and the landlady sat across from each other. "How did I really perform just now? Please give me an objective evaluation," the landlady asked eagerly as she settled into her seat. She was more concerned about Chen Yang's opinion than anyone else's. "What is that?" she asked nervously. Chen Yang smiled. "It was too conservative. Who dances like that? You barely moved your waist. Look at Xiao Mo Li. She dances all kinds of Korean styles." The landlady was taken aback, then huffed. "Being conservative is better with so many people around. Besides, I can dance Korean styles too. I just felt shy earlier." Chen Yang crossed his arms and smiled. "So, does that mean next time, when there are fewer people, you might dance?" "I could give it a try," the landlady replied, still reluctant to let go of her inhibitions. She has just begun to overcome the emotional knots that have plagued her for years. Yet the thought of performing such revealing in public remains somewhat unbearable. After all, she can already envision herself dancing, and it would undoubtedly be quite a spectacle. Well then, next time, I shall reserve the arcade for you, landlady, and you can dance all by yourself. How does that sound? Chen Yang's smile held a peculiar charm. The landlady seemed to have sensed Chen Yang's subtle intentions and retorted with a hint of annoyance. You mean to dance for you? Someone has to appreciate it, after all. Chen Yang was not at all embarrassed. We'll see, he replied. The landlady neither agreed nor declined, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a bold idea that made her cheeks flush with warmth. For someone as reserved as her, this was indeed a monumental challenge. And it was all thanks to Chen Yang. As they ordered steak and engaged in conversation, a voice of surprise suddenly interrupted them. Shuya! Both Chen Yang and the landlady turned their gazes toward the source of the voice. Approaching them was a woman of decent appearance, tall and elegantly featured, though her heavy makeup exuded an overtly gaudy aura. She appeared to be of a similar age to the landlady, yet looked considerably older. Dang Hu. The landlady's expression changed slightly upon seeing the heavily made-up woman, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. Shuya, is that really you? Dang Hu. The woman with the extravagant makeup hurried over, taking a seat beside the landlady, and cheerfully remarked, It has been so many years since we last met. The landlady nodded, responding, It's been 6 or 7 years since we graduated from university. I must admit, I've missed you. Tang Hua's gaze lingered on the landlady's flawless figure, tinged with a hint of jealousy, yet she smiled and said, Shuya, I can't believe that after all these years, your figure remains as impeccable as ever. Chapter 079. The mockery of Tang Hua. As Tang Hua spoke, her gaze fixated on the landlady's pronounced curves, her tone laced with sarcasm. The landlady felt a twinge of discomfort under Tang Hua's scrutinizing gaze, and Chen Yang quickly discerned that Tang Hua's relationship with the landlady was likely strained. With a smile, Chen Yang interjected, Of course, Shuya has a great figure. She doesn't need heavy makeup to shine. A light touch is enough to make her stunning. And wherever she goes, she becomes the center of attention. Just the other day, a social media influencer with 1 million followers approached her for a photo. Such treatment is not something women with lesser looks or those with overly artificial appearances can expect. Chen Yang emphasized the term artificial, making his meaning clear. Tang Hua was not merely heavily made up. Her entire visage bore the hallmarks of artificiality, rigid and unyielding. Initially, she had disregarded Chen Yang, for in her eyes, women like the landlady would never attract a desirable partner. However, upon hearing Chen Yang's words, her expression shifted, and she directed her gaze toward him, inquiring, And who might you be? The landlady's face flushed slightly, but she did not argue, fully aware that Chen Yang was defending her honor. A boyfriend? Tang Hua scrutinized Chen Yang's handsome features, jealousy flickering in her eyes as she mockingly remarked, I didn't realize Shuya had taken a younger man for herself. A great figure indeed seems to grant one certain advantages. Her words implied that the landlady had used her body to ascend socially. Tang Hua's venomous tongue was sharp. The landlady was about to retort, but Chen Yang preemptively responded, smiling, A younger man? I see no issue. Shuya's beauty is well preserved. She appears to be in her early 20s, with a lovely figure and youthful skin. As he spoke, he casually wrapped his arm around the landlady's slender waist. Drawing her closer, the landlady made no objection, her cheeks flushing as she allowed Chen Yang to embrace her. Chen Yang continued. Unlike some who neglect their upkeep and rely on cosmetic enhancements, appearing 30 but actually being in their 40s, such women, even if they sought an older partner, would likely find themselves overlooked. Tang Hua's expression darkened, her makeup nearly cracking under the pressure of her fury, but she found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. How coincidental, she retorted, My boyfriend is also quite handsome. Not only is he charming, but he is also wealthy. Some people simply cannot compare. Just as she finished speaking, a middle-aged man, slightly overweight and balding, approached them. Hua, where have you been? I've been searching for you everywhere. Chen Yang and the landlady's gazes shifted to the man. The landlady's face revealed a hint of mockery as she addressed Tang Hua. Is this your boyfriend? Tang Hua's smile faltered, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. The middle-aged man, upon seeing the landlady, brightened and exclaimed, Yes, I'm Zhang Hua as boyfriend. May I ask how to address this beautiful lady? What a lovely name, truly delightful, he added, appearing to be a typical middle-aged man with an oily demeanor. Tang Hua could no longer contain herself and interjected, "Enough, Zhang, why are you talking so much? Aren't you friends? What's wrong with me complimenting you?" Zhang paid no heed to Tang Hua's irritation. Though she felt anger rising within her, she suddenly smiled and said, "Darling, we've nearly finished our meal. Shouldn't we be leaving? Is your Qian parked outside?" She had shifted her strategy, realizing she could not compete with the landlady in terms of beauty and figure. So she now aimed to showcase her financial prowess. Zhang, pleased with the topic, replied, "Of course, it's parked right downstairs." He then turned to the landlady and Chen Yang, smiling, "I see you're nearly done as well. Since you're friends of Hua, may I offer you a ride?" The landlady promptly declined, saying, "No need, we have our own car." However, Tang Hua smirked and added, "Oh, Shuya, don't be so polite. Our Qian is spacious, with ample seating and exquisite interior. Riding in it offers a luxurious experience unlike any other. Wouldn't you like to try?" The landlady frowned, clearly displeased, ready to refuse, but Chen Yang gave her a glance, and she chose to remain silent, merely nodding. The mockery in Tang Hua and Zhang's eyes grew even more pronounced. Youthful naivety, indeed. It only took a few words to ensnare them. They were bound to lose face when they descended. The four departed the Western restaurant and made their way to the parking lot, where a brand-new Qian awaited them. The vehicle was indeed striking, with its vibrant yellow exterior, imposing design, and opulent interior, exuding an air of luxury that was unmistakably indicative of a high-end automobile worth millions. "Shuya, isn't our Qian impressive? And this is just one of Zhang's cars. We also have a Lamborghini and others. I change cars daily, and it can be quite a hassle." Tang Hua seized the opportunity to flaunt her wealth to the landlady. The landlady frowned, clearly irritated, yet unable to refute her claims. For Tang Hua indeed possessed some wealth. "Brother, the Qian isn't that expensive. With some hard work, you too can earn enough to drive one. Don't lose hope." Zhang, this fellow, was indeed pretentious. He patted Chen Yang on the shoulder and spoke with a tone filled with earnestness. Both of them assumed that Chen Yang would be left speechless or would have an expression of admiration for them. However, to their surprise, Chen Yang smiled and remarked, "Is this a Qian? I thought it was some sort of luxury vehicle. It looks rather ordinary." The notion of a Qian being ordinary left Zhang and Tang Hua momentarily taken aback. Yet, rather than feeling anger, their delight only grew. "Dan hu lao get, shui. Your young boyfriend seems a bit naive. Calling a Qian ordinary is quite something. Haha, it's understandable, considering his youth." Zhang seized the opportunity, adding, "Indeed, a Qian isn't particularly expensive. Mine costs just over 1.8 million. You're still young, with hard work. You might be able to afford one in 10 or 20 years. Their words dripped with sarcasm. Chen Yang, however, responded with a grin. "True. As a young person like me, if I don't put in the effort, I'll only be able to drive a Ferrari. A Qian is beyond my reach." Zhang and Tang Hua were again taken aback. A Ferrari? What did that mean? Was this fellow out of his mind? Just as they were about to mock Chen Yang further, he took out a car key and pressed a button. Immediately, the headlights of a Ferrari 812 parked nearby lit up, and its beautiful scissor doors gracefully opened, captivating numerous passers-by who paused to admire the spectacle. The Ferrari 812 had been brought over at Chen Yang's request through Song Lin, intended for unforeseen circumstances, and now it had indeed proven its worth. Upon seeing the Ferrari 812, both Tang Hua and Zhang were instantly astonished. What was the meaning of this Ferrari? Was it really Chen Yang's? How could that be possible? They were well aware of the value of the 812, which was over 5 million. How could a naive young man like Chen Yang afford such a car? However, the most shocked of all was the landlady. At that moment, she covered her mouth in disbelief, gazing at the Ferrari 812, recognizing it vividly. She recalled seeing it outside the community and even had Chen Yang take a few pictures of her sitting inside it. How could this top-tier supercar appear here? The realization that it was Chen Yang's ignited a terrifying hypothesis in her mind. Yet, Chen Yang maintained a nonchalant demeanor, wrapping an arm around the astonished landlady as they walked toward the Ferrari 812. "Shuya, let us go. People like us can only drive an 812. So it's a bit of a compromise for you." Chen Yang helped the landlady into the Ferrari 812. The engine roared to life, and as they approached Zhang and Tang Hua, Chen Yang deliberately lowered the window, smiling as he said, "Boss Zhang, your Qian is indeed quite nice. I need to work harder so I won't end up like you in my 30s, still hanging onto a tech face, driving a Qian and trying to impress." With a hearty laugh, he raised the window and pressed the accelerator. The Ferrari 812 emitted a thunderous roar, releasing a plume of exhaust before vanishing down the streets of Shencheng. Behind them, Zhang Gua and Tang Hua wore expressions akin to having swallowed something bitter. Especially Tang Hua, whose jealousy was about to erupt. Why? Why could Qiu Shuya find such a young, handsome, and wealthy boyfriend like Chen Yang while she was stuck with a greasy middle-aged man who barely had any money? Today, the pride she had maintained in front of Qiu Shuya for several years was brutally trampled underfoot, leaving her utterly humiliated. The technologically advanced Ferrari 812 thundered down the roads of Shencheng. Inside the car, the landlady's beautiful eyes were still filled with astonishment as she gazed at Chen Yang. "Landlady, do you have something you wish to ask?" Chen Yang inquired with a smile. "Of course, is this car yours?" She asked directly. "Yes, Chen Yang nodet. Is it rented or from the company?" She continued to probe. In her mind, those were the two most plausible scenarios. After all, Chen Yang had been renting from her for a year or two, and she had some understanding of his situation. How could he possibly afford such a luxury vehicle? Chen Yang chuckled. "Why can't it be bought?" "It could be, but..." The landlady still found it hard to believe. "Landlady? What if I said I'm actually a hidden, rich second generation, and my previous persona was merely a disguise? Would you believe me?" "I do." The landlady nodded earnestly. "So straightforward?" Chen Yang was somewhat taken aback. The landlady replied helplessly, "If you don't want to say more, then I'll just believe it." Indeed, she was quite perceptive. After a moment, she continued, "Chen Yang, thank you for today." "But just a thank you?" Chen Yang inquired with interest. "What else do you expect?" The landlady shot him a playful glare. "After you've hugged and touched, do you want to take things a step further?" "That is not out of the question." Chen Yang responded casually with a smile. "Indeed, you have ulterior motives," the landlady huffed, but then she spoke earnestly. "Seriously, thank you today. Not just for dealing with Tang Hua, but also for taking me shopping and providing me with various new experiences. I finally realized that all those years, I was just overthinking. The world isn't as dark as I believed." A genuine smile blossomed on the landlady's face, and she appeared immensely joyful. After this day, she felt as if her long-held burdens had been lifted. The very air around her felt lighter, and the world seemed much more carefree. Chen Yang smiled. "So, will I be able to see the alluring landlady more often in the future?" "Not quite." The landlady's cheeks flushed as she replied. "It one tea changed so quickly. It takes time." Pausing, she bit her red lip and added, "In front of others, I still need to maintain some decorum. However, Chen Yang, in your presence, it's a different story. Whatever you wish to see me in, whatever attire you desire, just say the word, and I'll gladly oblige." By the end of her statement, her face had turned as rosy as a peach, laden with implications. Chen Yang smiled faintly. It seemed that, as he had surmised, the landlady, despite her traditional facade, harbored a yearning spirit within. Imagining the elegant and traditional landlady in front of him, dressed in a professional outfit, a form-fitting black skirt, or perhaps a high-slit cheongsam, even in stockings, filled him with a sense of thrill. The thought of the landlady, in that state, evoked a tantalizing sense of guilt. He found himself looking forward to it. Upon returning to Shaoan community, Chen Yang and the landlady bid farewell in the corridor. With a smile, she said, "Chen Yang, don't forget to come take pictures for me when you have time. This time, I'll give you a different experience." The landlady's heart had been completely unburdened, and she was now prepared. The next time Chen Yang came to take photos, she would ensure to leave her most alluring and enticing impression. "All right," Chen Yang replied with a slight smile. They parted ways, and he decided to take a moment to rest. After a leisurely stroll, Chen Yang felt a bit fatigued and reclined on the sofa for a brief nap. Following the events of the day, she was enveloped in an unprecedented sense of confidence. Particularly while scrolling through videos, the dance footage from the arcade, accompanied by likes and comments, bolstered her self-assurance even further. Such beauty. She could easily make a name for herself as an influencer. An influencer? I believe she could even become a star. Indeed, with such looks and figure, simply being a decorative presence would suffice. Within a minute, I must have all her contact information. Wow, wow, wow. The sister is simply stunning. I adore her. The corners of her mouth lifted higher with each glance. Today, she had the first realization of her allure, discovering just how substantial it truly was. And this was merely a slightly revealing housewife dress. What if she donned something more provocative? Standing before her wardrobe, her gaze swept over an array of enticing garments, eventually landing on a black high-cut bodysuit. What is a high-cut bodysuit, you ask? It is akin to a one-piece bikini. a type of suspender that encases the alluring upper body while merely concealing the intimate areas below, leaving her long, fair legs completely exposed, and her smooth back entirely bare, exceedingly sensual, igniting boundless imagination. Moreover, a high-cut bodysuit leans towards the realm of intimate apparel, typically deemed unsuitable for public wear. Naturally, even now, she would not dare to venture out in it. However, after today, she felt emboldened and wished to try on the bodysuit at home. As she retrieved the bodysuit from her wardrobe, her cheeks flushed slightly. She could already envision how irresistibly alluring her figure would appear in it. Perhaps not now. She would wait until Chen Yang arrived to try it on. With her crimson lips slightly curled, she resembled a mature, seductive woman, skillfully handling her younger boyfriend. She could already picture Chen Yang's reaction upon seeing her in the high-cut bodysuit. Perhaps, in their private environment, he would be unable to resist pulling her into his embrace. Upon awakening, Chen Yang felt rejuvenated. Reflecting on her previous groggy self after a midday nap, she now felt light and energized, brimming with vitality. It seemed that enhancing her health was indeed significant. Maintaining a disciplined diet was paramount. Chen Yang prepared a simple dinner before beginning to eat. She had plans to gather with Yao Na later in the evening, so she opted for a light meal, but knew she couldn't skip eating altogether. Since she intended to work out before meeting Yao Na, she was determined to stick to her daily fitness routine. They had agreed to meet around 8 o'clock, so she had ample time. After finishing her meal, Chen Yang changed into her workout attire and headed to the gym. Upon arriving at Spartacus Gym, she noticed the early hour meant it was not yet crowded. As she entered, she felt the collective gaze of the gym's patrons fixated on her. Numerous trainers paused their activities, their eyes glimmering with interest. After all, a $20,000 physique was not something to be overlooked. Soon, a female trainer clad in yoga pants, with a curvaceous figure and a shapely posterior, approached her briskly. "Mr. Chen, you're here early today. Would you like me to guide you through a workout?" However, before she could finish, another equally attractive female trainer joined, exclaiming, "Mr. Chen, choose me. I've been a fitness professional for 10 years. Mr. Chen, come with me. I specialize in yoga with long legs and a slim waist." Each trainer vied for Chen Yang's attention, showcasing their physiques, while several male trainers chimed in, urging him to train with them instead, insisting that training with men would yield superior results. The atmosphere in the gym was charged with competition among the trainers. Yet Chen Yang remained unfazed. This was the straightforward influence of wealth. However, his attention was not drawn to these trainers. Among them, he spotted Chen Yang lingering in the background. Today, she had opted for a fitted black jacket with long sleeves and black shorts on the bottom, appearing more conservative than the previous day. Yet, appearances can be deceiving, for the zipper of her jacket was fully unzipped, revealing a tantalizingly sexy outfit beneath. Reminiscent of a bikini, accentuating her ample curves and creating a deep neckline. This ensemble, seemingly modest, was in fact quite revealing and alluring, offering unique allure. Chen Yang flashed a smile at Chen Yang and greeted her. "Good evening, Coach Chen." "Good evening," she replied with a gentle smile, her heart easing slightly. She had been anxious about the possibility of Chen Yang being drawn away by someone else. Fortunately, her efforts in choosing today's outfit had proven effective. "Let us get started," Chen Yang said with a grin. "Sure," Chen Yang nodded, leading him toward the training area. The other trainers watched this interaction with a mix of disappointment and envy, realizing the challenge of competing with someone as stunning as Chen Yang. Upon reaching the training area, Chen Yang placed his belongings down and couldn't help but admire Chen Yang's outfit once more, saying, "Coach Yang, you look truly beautiful today." Unabashed, she tossed her hair and slightly arched her back, accentuating her curves as she smiled. "Thank you for the compliment." Chen Yang continued. "But surely you wouldn't be wearing a bikini underneath that outfit, right?" Coach Yang seems to understand deeply. Without wearing a bikini and putting in some effort, wouldn't you risk being swept away? Chen Yang replied candidly. "What are you saying? After the attentive service you provided me last time, I would undoubtedly choose you." Regardless of other factors, Chen Yang professed, feigning indifference to her beauty. However, he soon faltered. Chen Yang jested, "Should I zip up my jacket then?" "Let us not. Since you've already worn it, there's no need to hide." Chen Yang quickly interjected. "What a joke. If you zip it up, the upcoming training would be unbearably dull." "Truly a man." Chen Yang laughed, then continued. "However, since you are my esteemed member, rest assured that my service will be impeccable." "Excellent. Truly excellent," Chen Yang responded with a satisfied smile. Yet that was not the end. Chen Yang retrieved various items from her bag. Today, aside from preparing the necessary gear for your workout, I also brought protein powder, pre-workout supplements, creatine, and more. Since your focus should be on muscle gain, I've also prepared a post-workout meal for you. I hope you won't mind. Chen Yang thoughtfully took out all the items and arranged them before Chen Yang. Upon seeing this, Chen Yang couldn't help but feel a moment of confusion. Shouldn't he have prepared these things himself? Why had the coach taken the initiative? It seemed that his investment of 200,000 had indeed borne fruit. He quietly expressed his gratitude towards Chen. With a smile, Chen Yang suggested, "Let us begin our training, starting with muscle stretching." However, today was distinctly different. Following a delightful stretching session, they resumed their focus on chest exercises, with the intensity expected to be higher than yesterday's initial attempts. As she mixed protein powder for Chen Yang, she playfully remarked, "Yesterday's session lacked intensity, didn't it?" Chen Yang was taken aback. He had felt utterly exhausted from yesterday's workout and now realized that it had not even reached a proper intensity. He braced himself for a challenging day ahead. Nevertheless, he need not worry, for his physical strength today far surpassed that of yesterday. After acquiring a small boost in stamina, all his physical metrics had experienced significant enhancement. Now fully rested, he was ready to train vigorously without concern. Following Chen Yang arrived at the strength training area, standing before the bench press. "Let's start with the empty bar," he decided, testing if he could manage 25 kilograms weights today. Chen Yang stood behind the bench press, assessing Chen Yang's condition. "Coach Chen, are you underestimating my capabilities? 225s will be a breeze," Chen Yang replied with a grin. With his newfound strength, even lifting 210 kilograms weights seemed trivial. Such bravado, Chen Yang shot him a teasing glance. "Training must be approached gradually. There's no need to rush. Successfully lifting 225s today would be commendable." Chen Yang merely smiled, choosing to let his actions speak for themselves to win over his beautiful coach. Once again, he settled onto the bench press, gazing up at Chen Yang's impressive physique, which dominated his view. How magnificent! Her presence served as the ultimate motivational boost, instilling him with vigor. "Let's begin." Chen Yang readied herself to assist him. She had expected Chen Yang to struggle with the empty bar as he had the previous day, yet to her astonishment, he easily completed 12 repetitions without requiring her assistance. After finishing, he exhaled, "That was quite effortless, Coach Chen." Chen Yang was left speechless. What had transpired? Chen Yang had no pressure at all with the empty bar. Just yesterday, he had struggled under its weight. Such rapid progress in a single day? A hint of confusion sparkled in her eyes, but she quickly smiled. "You possess remarkable talent. After just one day of training, your strength has surged." "I suppose," he modestly replied, "it's all thanks to the training regimen." Initially, she had thought him jesting about the ease of lifting 25 kilograms, but now she realized she had underestimated him and decided to increase the challenge. Without hesitation, she added 2 5-kilogram weights to each side of the bar, bringing the total to 30 kilograms. For a beginner, this was a substantial weight. "Now, give it a try." Chen Yang's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as she prepared to assist. The 30 kilograms was no trivial matter, and she was concerned that Chen Yang might struggle after lowering the bar and risk injury. Taking a deep breath and clapping his hands, Chen Yang grasped the bar. Initially, he thought this weight would be exceedingly heavy, but to his surprise, while it was somewhat challenging, he found it manageable. He completed another set of 12 repetitions swiftly. The weight was beginning to exert some pressure, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Chen Yang, who was prepared to assist him, was utterly astonished. "You lifted 30 kilograms with such ease? This progress is astonishing." Having trained for a considerable time and mentored numerous students, she had never witnessed someone who struggled with the empty bar on the first day and could lift 30 kilograms the following day. "Chen Yang, could you possibly be a natural fitness prodigy?" She was incredulous and decided to push the limits further. She added 2 25-kilogram weights, bringing the total to 35 kilograms. Chen Yang resumed his position on the bench. This time, the weight was indeed a challenge, and he only managed to push out 10 repetitions before reaching his limit. Yet, there was still room for more. Chen Yang added another 25 kilograms, raising the total to 40 kilograms. For most beginners, achieving this weight would take weeks, if not months. If Chen Yang could manage it, he would indeed be extraordinarily gifted. "Let's go." Chen Yang focused intently, ready to assist him. Nodding, Chen Yang took a deep breath and lowered the bar. The 40 kilograms was no small feat, and he struggled considerably, managing only 4 repetitions before reaching his limit. Such progress was indeed remarkable, especially considering he had struggled with the empty bar just yesterday. Chen Yang, are you using steroids or performance-enhancing substances? Chen Yang could hardly believe her eyes. Coach Chen, what do you mean by that? I'm here to improve my health. I would never resort to anything harmful to my body. With proper training, I have no need for such things, he replied jovially. Even Chen Yang gave him a discerning look, acknowledging his impressive achievements. The subsequent training sessions were markedly more intense. As Chen Yang adjusted his training regimen based on his newfound strength, incorporating high-intensity exercises. After more than an hour, Chen Yang felt utterly drained, lying on the floor, gasping for breath. Yet, despite the exhaustion, he could feel the positive effects. His muscles were engorged, and he could sense rapid growth. Chen Yang was indeed quite professional, far from being just a pretty face. Once the session concluded, she helped Chen Yang wipe away his sweat, smiling, to achieve this level of performance on the second day. You truly possess exceptional talent. She leaned in closer, her fragrant presence enveloping him. Coach Chen, the last massage session was quite enjoyable. After today's training, my body is sore. Perhaps we should schedule another massage session? His suggestion caused her cheeks to flush slightly. The massage sessions were rather intimate, involving considerable close contact, intended for female members. Yesterday had been the first time she had offered such a service to a male client. Initially, she thought it would be a one-time occurrence, never to be repeated. Yet now, she considered allowing it once more. However, she felt hesitant about making it a regular occurrence. All right, I respect your decision, Coach Chen. However, I believe the other female trainers at the gym are also capable of offering massage sessions. I'm sure they would be more than willing to assist. Chen Yang's tone carried a hint of teasing, yet the implications of his words were unmistakable. At present, Chen Yang's greatest fear was that Chen Yang might be lured away by other female coaches. Hearing this, she could only helplessly reply, "All right, it will all come in due time. After all, you are my esteemed member." She gestured for him to lie down, offering to give him a massage. Ultimately, Coach Chen succumbed to Chen Yang's enticing monetary allure. With a slight smile, Chen Yang reclined on the yoga mat. The massage was not merely a superficial affair. It delved deeper. She embraced Chen Yang from behind, aiding him in relieving his tension, and gently kneaded his hands, allowing him to savor the tender sensation. The massage lasted a full 30 minutes, personally administered by Chen, a chance to experience her skill firsthand. As a professional nutritionist, her fitness meal was undeniably delectable, and Chen Yang devoured it in one go. With that, today's fitness regimen was finally complete, proving to be an exceptionally gratifying experience. You, my beautiful coach, have generously imparted your knowledge, Chen Yang remarked with a smile. As long as you are satisfied, Chen replied, feeling somewhat fatigued from the massage, beads of fragrant sweat glistening on her brow. I shall take my leave now, Chen Yang stated as he departed. Wait, Chen Yang called out to him. He turned back, a look of confusion on his face. What is it? Her lips moved slightly, hesitating as if she wanted to say something, but ultimately, she smiled and said, "It's nothing." Chen Yang seemed to grasp her unspoken thoughts, offering a smile before leaving. Watching his retreating figure, Chen felt a pang of disappointment. After a day of effort, Chen Yang had not mentioned purchasing any sessions. Was he merely stringing her along? At that moment, another female coach, Li Xan, approached with a grin. "Chen, you truly worked hard today, with massages, stretches, and even preparing a fitness meal. I can hardly believe it. What was the outcome?" Li Xian inquired with anticipation. However, Chen's expression soured as she shook her head. Not yet bought. She sighed. Perhaps he still needs more time to observe. What is there to observe? Li Xian retorted bluntly. You've already done so well. If he truly intended to buy, he would have done so by now. He might have simply loaded money onto his fitness card to fish for something. Reflecting on it, who would spend such a large sum on fitness? And then, don't be deceived. Next time, tone down your enthusiasm. Li Xian believed she had seen through Chen Yang's intentions. Fortunately, she had not approached him like the other female coaches. Otherwise, it would have been exceedingly awkward. Was Chen Yang truly the type Li Xian suggested? Li Xian continued, and in your recent performance has been lacking. Do not waste too much time on Chen Yang. You should focus on acquiring a few more clients to boost your performance. Anen's recent results had indeed been poor. Many of her longtime clients had progressed sufficiently and ceased attending. This was why she had made an exception to pursue male clients. If this trend continued, her performance might plummet to the lowest in the gym. Originally, her results were average, but should she fall to the bottom, she would likely lose various benefits and bonuses. Moreover, due to some personal matters, she urgently needed money. This situation became exceedingly awkward, and inside, uncertain of her next steps. As the two discussed Chen Yang suddenly, the front desk attendant hurried over. Kulhun, Kulhun, she called out, attracting the attention of many coaches present. Anin Enli Xan turned to look, puzzled. What happened? Is there a problem? Anin asked directly. The attendant reached Anin, breathless, and exclaimed, he bought it. He actually bought it. This statement left both women bewildered. Bought? What did he buy? Who is he? Li Xin seemed to have an inkling and quickly inquired. Who made the purchase? After catching her breath, the attendant clarified. It was Chen Yang, and he has already paid in full. As she spoke, her gaze towards Anin brimmed with envy. Boom! The attendant's words detonated like a bomb within the Spartacus gym, leaving all coaches, including Anin and Li Xin, in sheer astonishment. What? He bought everything? How is that possible? Such a substantial sum used for personal training sessions? This is simply outrageous. After a brief moment of silence, the attention of all coaches converged on Anin, their expressions a mixture of envy and jealousy. Anin was indeed fortunate to encounter such a young, handsome, affluent heir. How delightful! Especially for some female coaches, a pang of bitterness arose, regretting their inability to attract Chen Yang. Li Xion's reaction was the most pronounced. She covered her mouth, staring at Anin in disbelief. 17,000. This is utterly insane. Just moments ago, she had thought it wise not to approach Chen Yang, believing that Anin's overtures would lead to her being played for a fool. Now, she wished she could slap herself for not having pursued Chen Yang. She had missed her chance. Now, it was far too late to lament. Anin stood frozen, her beautiful eyes transitioning from confusion to exhilaration. This was fantastic. Chen Yang had not deceived her. It had alleviated her urgent predicament. After years in this gym, she had never become the sales champion due to the high prices of personal training. Who would have thought that just one individual could fulfill her dream? She resolved to work even harder moving forward, a smile of joy gracing her lips. Emerging from Spartacus Gym, Chen Yang sat in his Ferrari 812, the system's voice resonating in his mind. Daily fitness check-in completed. You have gained 1 attribute point. Excellent. Another attribute point. As before, he allocated it directly to stamina. Point allocation successful. Stamina increased by 1. In the next moment, a warm sensation coursed through Chen Yang's body. Having been exhausted from his workout, he now felt completely rejuvenated, with a significant increase in physical strength. Given his current condition, pushing a weight of 50 should pose no challenge. This improvement was astonishingly swift, and would likely question her own life choices after this. A smile crept across Chen Yang's face. Moreover, another notification followed. Detection of indulgent spending completed. You have gained significant attention, rewarding you with 330,000. Another generous reward. Life was indeed delightful. By indulging, he was accumulating wealth. This was the true essence of enjoying life. Chen Yang felt invigorated, one hand gripping the steering wheel of his Ferrari 812 as he sped along the roads of Shencheng. Upon returning to Xiaowan residential complex, he took a shower, changed clothes, and reclined on the sofa. With approximately half an hour remaining until the time agreed upon with Yao Na, it was just right for a brief respite. After perusing my phone, a message from Chen arrived. Coachinen, Chen Yang, I am exceedingly grateful for your patronage. From now on, you shall be my esteemed client. Chapter 085, Song Sinyo. Mu Yang, aside from these superficial pleasantries, does Coachinen have anything more to express? Coachinen, rest assured, my future services will undoubtedly leave you immensely satisfied. Mu Yang, and what about the massage sessions? Coachinen, unlimited access, as long as it brings you joy. You can choose when and how to indulge. A slight smile crept onto Chen Yang's lips, revealing a hint of satisfaction. Indeed, wealth affords one the liberty to indulge. After a brief exchange with Coachinen, the time had nearly arrived. Yana had also sent a message. Xiaonana, Chen Yang, I'm heading out now. You should hurry as well. As she sent the message, she included a photo of herself preparing to leave. She was clad in the same elegant ensemble as before, a deep black evening gown paired with high heels that beautifully accentuated her figure and grace, exuding an air of nobility reminiscent of a socialite. Xiaonana, what do you think? Does this attire elevate my elegance to its zenith? Mu Yang, it is splendid. Though perhaps a tad too refined and not quite sensual enough, it does not align with your usual charm, Nana. Xiaonana, elegance is for the public eye, while sensual allure is reserved for your private view. Would you truly be pleased if I donned something overly revealing for a gathering? Chen Yang chuckled softly. Indeed, in the presence of others, it is preferable to maintain an air of sophistication. Women, after all, possess a certain allure when contrasting their public and private selves. After a light-hearted conversation, Chen Yang changed into his attire and ventured out. Their chosen destination for the evening was the Swan Soiree located in Nanshan, Shencheng, a rather upscale event with a considerable average expenditure. It was not far from Chen Yang's residence. Driving his Ferrari 812, he soon arrived at the Swan Soiree, parked, and made his way towards the entrance. From a distance, he spotted a tall silhouette in a striking black evening gown, perfectly accentuating her graceful curves. With a subtle makeup that was tasteful rather than gaudy, she stood poised, exuding the essence of a modern urban beauty. It was unmistakably his dear sister, Yao Na. Beside her was another individual, clad in a crisp white suit, tall, youthful, and exuding a hint of British charm. Song Xinyu, a childhood playmate. The two stood side by side, engaged in conversation. Upon noticing Chen Yang's approach, Yao Na eagerly abandoned her companion to greet him with a radiant smile. "Chen Yang, over here." Chen Yang approached, grinning. "Na, you look absolutely stunning tonight. This evening gown perfectly complements your elegance." Having already exchanged words online, he now feigned the astonishment of a first encounter, exhibiting commendable acting skills. Yao Na smiled modestly. "Thank you for the compliment." Their interaction was marked by courtesy and grace, entirely devoid of the fervor of their previous online exchanges, which invigorated Yao Na with a sense of thrilling contrast. Meanwhile, Song Xinyu remained oblivious to the underlying tension, exclaiming, "Chen Yang, it has been ages." Indeed, after finishing high school, he had pursued his studies in the capital, later studying abroad and working there for several years. It had indeed been over a decade since their last meeting. This fellow's casual remarks dripped with pretentiousness, mentioning the capital and studying abroad. Chen Yang sensed something amiss. The Song Xinyu he once knew was not of this nature. Time had evidently transformed him. "Impressive. I remain here in Shencheng," Chen Yang replied with a nonchalant smile. Shencheng is quite a fine city, brimming with opportunities. However, it is best to gain some international experience and broaden one's horizons, Song Xinyu remarked. "Perhaps one day," Chen Yang replied dismissively. Song Xinyu then turned to Yao Na, suggesting, "Na, you should consider seeking opportunities abroad. I have some connections in the United States and could assist you." Yao Na, however, responded with a smile, "No need. I have no interest in the United States. I am content here in my homeland." Song Xinyu, left without a retort, simply smiled. "All right then, it's time. Let us enter and not keep them waiting." He led the way into the Swan Soiree, with Chen Yang and Yao Na following closely behind. "He has changed so much," Chen Yang remarked to Yao Na as they walked side by side. Yao Na chuckled. "Interestingly, he seems to have a bit of interest in me. He was quite flattering just now and was trying to impress me." She looked at Chen Yang with a teasing smile, seemingly aiming to evoke a sense of rivalry. Unexpectedly, Chen Yang remained calm. "Isn't that splendid? A suave student from the United States, elegant and handsome. Quite fitting for you, Na. I wholeheartedly support it. Get lost." Yao Na rolled her eyes, huffing. "It seems you're not a good man. I almost offered myself to you, and yet you wish to push me towards someone else?" Chen Yang smiled gently, wrapping an arm around Yao Na's slender waist. "How could I ever push you away? A character like him is merely posturing. There's no need to take him seriously." Yao Na felt a surge of happiness being embraced by Chen Yang. Together, they followed Song Xinyu into the Swan Soiree. The ambience within the venue was indeed delightful. Song Xinyu had already reserved a private room, and the trio soon arrived. Upon entering, they were met with the gazes of two men and one woman. Naturally, most of their attention was directed towards Yao Na, while Chen Yang was somewhat overlooked. "Wow, Na, it has been years. You have become even more stunning. Sister Na, your beauty and poise could easily rival that of a star. Truly, you are the belle of our trio. Time has only enhanced your beauty." Chapter 086, Dishwashing. The compliments flowed freely from the group. All childhood friends of Chen Yang and Yao Na. The two men were Zhou Yu and Sun Chongquan, while the woman was Chun Jiu. It had been quite some time since they last met. "Thank you for the kind words." Yao Na maintained her poise, smiling graciously in response. After showering her with praise, their attention shifted to Chen Yang. "Chen Yang, I never expected to see you here. You have become quite handsome, and your aura has changed significantly." Indeed, he was no longer the same boy they had known, who had always been somewhat invisible apart from his closer relationship with Yao Na. As they had matured, Chen Yang had seldom attended their gatherings, and when he did, he had been a shy and unassuming young man. However, his presence now emanated a commanding aura, even surpassing that of Song Xinyu, which took everyone by surprise. Chen Yang sat in his seat, smiling as he remarked, "Over the course of a decade or so, some changes are only natural." Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. The atmosphere was filled with casual conversation, with the focal point inevitably revolving around Song Xinyu and Yao Na. In the eyes of the attendees, these two individuals stood as the most distinguished among them, while Chen Yang remained an outlier. Zhou Yu, with a smile, commented, "Xinyu, I hear your endeavors in Meili Jian are flourishing, earning a monthly salary of 10 to 20,000 US dollars, and your network is expanding impressively. You're bound to strike it rich." When praised, Song Xinyu readily seized the opportunity to respond. "If I were to establish a company in Meili Jian, I might just call upon a few of you for assistance." His directness was quite striking. "Well then, I appreciate your consideration, Xinyu. Soon enough, you shall be our boss." Chen Yang, who had never traveled abroad, mused that securing a job in Meili Jian would indeed be akin to a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. Such gatherings among adults often lacked genuine emotion, filled instead with self-interest and flattery. Consequently, Chen Yang typically refrained from attending such events. Meanwhile, Song Xinyu turned his gaze to Yao Na, grinning as he said, "Na, with your beauty and figure, once my company is up and running, I shall certainly recruit you as a model. Do remember to lend your support." Zhou Yu interjected, "Na, your perspective seems somewhat short-sighted. Developing in Meili Jian is undoubtedly superior. The domestic environment pales in comparison. Only in such places can one truly amass wealth and envision a bright future." Zhou Yu had always exhibited a tendency to idolize foreign cultures. Yao Na maintained an elegant smile, ignoring Zhou Yu's comments. Chen Yang, however, countered, "If one possesses skill, they can earn a living anywhere. Without it, circumstances matter little." His words were blunt and unyielding. There was no need for courtesy when confronted with such individuals. Zhou Yu's smile faltered, a flicker of anger glinting in his eyes. Yet he refrained from reacting, opting instead to inquire, "So, Chen Yang, I gather you're doing well in the domestic sphere, earning some money?" Chen Yang nodded, replying, "It's going all right, at least enough to afford a comfortable life." Zhou Yu scoffed lightly, seemingly concluding that Chen Yang was merely scraping by. Song Xinyu added, "Chen Yang, Zhou Yu is correct. Meili Jian is indeed a civilized place, far superior to our homeland. Wealth can only be generated in such environments." Chen Yang, with a serene demeanor, posed a question, "Have you indeed made any money?" Song Xinyu spoke with such conviction, one would think he had achieved remarkable success. Yet, Chen Yang discerned the hollowness behind his bravado. Who was Chen Yang's former girlfriend? Zhou, a flight attendant who traversed the globe. Although Chen Yang had never ventured abroad, Zhou had shared countless tales of various places, particularly about Meili Jian. Meili Jian boasted a global market and presented immense opportunities. But due to recent global environmental shifts and various restrictions in countries worldwide, the situation in Meili Jian was not as favorable as it once seemed. Individuals like Song Xinyu, an Asian who had studied domestically, could not feasibly earn such income upon graduating, unless supported by a formidable family background. However, Chen Yang was aware that Song Xinyu's family belonged to the average domestic middle class and could not provide substantial assistance. Therefore, the claims made by this individual were largely exaggerated. Even if they were true, what significance did a salary of 10 to 20,000 US dollars hold? Chen Yang emphasized the notion of washing dishes, a clear jab at Song Xinyu. He noticed the shift in Song Xinyu's demeanor, as if his words had struck a nerve. Indeed, my assumption was correct, Chen Yang thought, sensing that while Song Xinyu's job was not that of a dishwasher, it certainly was not commendable either. At that moment, Zhou Yu remarked, "Even washing dishes in Meili Jian is preferable to many jobs here." Chen Yang nearly lost his composure at this statement. Zhou Yu's admiration for foreign cultures had reached an absurd level. Just then, dishes began to arrive sequentially. The selections made by Song Xinyu predominantly consisted of items such as salmon sashimi, tuna sashimi, caviar, sea urchin, and lobster, with the hot dishes limited to borscht, roasted pig knuckles, and steaks, all leaning towards Western cuisine. This individual had not ordered a single Chinese dish. Not only Chen Yang and Yao Na, but even Chen Jiu could not help but interject, "Xinyu, why not order some vegetables? Consuming so much meat late at night isn't easy on the digestion." Song Xinyu replied with a smile, Want vegetables? Then I shall add a salad. But salads are so unappetizing. Chen Yang frowned, suggesting, how about ordering some cold dishes instead? I see they have many options that should taste good, or perhaps just stir-fry some greens. Upon hearing this, Song Sinyu appeared somewhat displeased, retorting, those cold dishes are drenched in oil, salt, and spice. What is there to enjoy? Zhou Yu chimed in, indeed, salads are far superior. They're nutritious. Let us just order salad. With both of them in agreement, Chen Jiu felt it inappropriate to object. As Song Sinyu prepared to order the salad, Chen Yang interjected, if you wish to consume grass, feel free to do so. I, however, prefer actual dishes. After making his point, he snapped his fingers. A waiter promptly approached, and Chen Yang ordered a stir-fried vegetable dish along with 2 cold dishes, completely disregarding Song Sinyu's feelings. Song Sinyu's expression shifted slightly, evidently taken aback by Chen Yang's newfound assertiveness. But given the situation, he chose to suppress his anger, conceding that the salad was no longer necessary. Following this incident, the tension at the table thickened, with both Song Sinyu and Zhou Yu harboring unfavorable feelings towards Chen Yang. Naturally, Chen Yang reciprocated this sentiment towards the pair. The dishes soon filled the table, and everyone began to eat. While the steaks and pig knuckles were undoubtedly delectable, consuming them late at night proved rather unpalatable. And the raw seafood was even more challenging to digest. Ultimately, the most consumed items were the vegetables and cold dishes, with Song Sinyu and Zhou Yu avoiding the greens entirely, stubbornly continuing to gnaw on their steaks and pig knuckles. As the meal progressed, Song Sinyu began to display his pretentiousness. He produced a jar of caviar and proclaimed, while everyone has tasted caviar, few know the proper way to enjoy it. Caviar was once a luxury, and its consumption is quite particular. As he spoke, Song Sinyu scooped a spoonful of caviar and placed it in the palm of his hand. Continuing, caviar is best served chilled. Thus, one should warm it in their palm before savoring it. With that, Song Sinyu popped the caviar into his mouth, adopting an expression of rapture and exclaiming, truly a delicacy of the heavens. Chen Yang listened to his words, nearly bursting into laughter. Caviar, with its overpowering saltiness and fishiness, was hardly a culinary marvel, and the idea of warming it in one's palm struck him as sheer pretentiousness. Yet, there were those who fell for it. That fool was, of course, Zhou Yu. As if discovering a new frontier, exclaimed, I never knew there was such a way to enjoy it. Let me give it a try. He too took a spoonful of caviar, warming in his palm, before swallowing it whole. His face soon mirrored Song Sinyu's delight as he exclaimed, wow, Sinyu is indeed right. This is truly delicious. Song Sinyu, elated, smugly replied, of course, this is a hidden method of consumption favored by nobles of your. Do give it a try, everyone. He cast a glance at Yao Na and chuckled. Na, why don't you give it a try? Me? No, thank you. Yao Na replied with a smile, shaking her head. She had never been fond of caviar. Meanwhile, Chen Yang picked up the caviar, took a small biscuit, placed the caviar atop it, and then added a slice of sauced beef, grinning as he said, Na, you should try this combination. Song Sinyu also looked over and, upon seeing Chen Yang's creation, couldn't help but scoff at the crude pairing of biscuit and sauced beef, finding it utterly lacking in sophistication. Just when he thought Yao Na would outright refuse, to his surprise, she smiled and said, all right, but you have to feed me. She even opened her mouth slightly. Chen Yang chuckled and brought the caviar biscuit to her lips. After savoring it a few moments, her eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, this combination is indeed delightful. The biscuit and sauced beef balanced the salty richness of the caviar, making it far better than eating caviar alone. Others, upon hearing this, eagerly followed suit, exclaiming, it really is much better than eating caviar by itself. I used to think caviar was difficult to enjoy, but it seems I hadn't unlocked the right way to eat it. Naturally, no one paid any heed to Song Sinyu's pretentious, aristocratic dining style. Well, there was one person who did, and that was Zhou Yu, who silently grumbled, bunch of country bumpkins. At this moment, Chen Jiu leaned towards Yao Na, smilingly asking, Na, you're so beautiful, with an excellent figure and outstanding temperament. After all these years, have you never considered finding a boyfriend? The topic finally shifted to Yao Na. She politely replied with a smile, I've been too busy with work, so I haven't had the chance. With the conversation opened, Song Sinyu seized the opportunity, immediately saying, Na, work is work, and life is life. They should be kept separate. A graceful and beautiful woman like you should have found a boyfriend long ago. If you truly don't want to, I can help you. I know many outstanding young talents, including some handsome foreigners, whom I can introduce to you. Song Sinyu's words were merely an excuse to get closer to Yao Na, as his gaze towards her had become quite fervent. How could someone as stunning as Yao Na not stir feelings? With Sinyu's introductions, Na, it would surely be no problem, added Zhou Yu. Yet Yao Na firmly declined, saying, "No need, I have my own plans, so there's no need to trouble you." Chen Jiu laughed. Na must have high standards. A goddess like her must have countless admirers. Indeed, Na is the dream goddess of many men. Taking her time to find a boyfriend is perfectly fine. Even Sun Changkong, who had been mostly silent, chimed in, his gaze towards Yao Na displaying a hint of infatuation. He, too, was one of Yao Na's longtime admirers. Yao Na, however, simply smiled without speaking, casting a proud glance at Chen Yang, as if to say, "Aren't I impressive? Everyone is captivated by me." At that moment, Chen Jiu teased, "I think Chen Yang is quite nice." Na, you and Chen Yang have known each other since childhood. Why not give it a try?" The reactions on everyone's faces varied. Song Sinyu scoffed, "Chen Yang? What qualifies him to be with Yao Na? She would never look at him." Sun Changkong's expression also bore derision. Yao Na was his goddess. Such a lofty figure was beyond his reach, let alone Chen Yang's. Yet Yao Na smiled at Chen Yang and said, "We could give it a try." Chen Yang smiled back slightly. As the gathering progressed, they transitioned to a different venue within the Swan Gala, an entertainment room equipped with various facilities for singing, tea drinking, and leisure activities. Yao Na took the stage to sing Red Bean. Her voice was naturally melodious, and her musical talent shone through, captivating everyone. Applause erupted from the crowd. Truly, Na is remarkable, beautiful, and with a sweet voice. Goddess, Na, you truly are my goddess. With such beauty and talent, it's a shame you aren't a star. Compliments flowed in abundance. Song Sinyu, with fervent eyes, remarked, Na, come develop your career in America. You would be underappreciated in Huaxia. He had become somewhat obsessive in his pursuit of Yao Na. However, she shook her head, stating, "I don't have any plans for that at the moment." Disappointed, Song Sinyu remained undeterred, assuring himself that Yao Na's cool demeanor could be approached slowly. With time and effort, he believed he would eventually win her over. Filled with confidence, he envisioned appearing at gatherings with Yao Na, while those like Sun Changkong and Chen Yang would wear expressions of envy. While he indulged in such fantasies, Yao Na stood up gracefully, smiling lightly. "You all carry on. I need to use the restroom." As everyone nodded, Yao Na paused at the door, turned, and called out to Chen Yang with a smile. "Chen Yang." The sudden address left everyone puzzled. Chen Yang turned to her, and without saying much more, Yao Na merely winked at him before leaving. The others, bewildered, wondered what she could want with Chen Yang, but they dismissed it, thinking it couldn't be anything of significance. However, Chen Yang and Yao Na had shared over 20 years of tacit understanding, and he immediately grasped her meaning. A smile crept onto his face, recognizing the boldness of his dear sister. He then rose and followed her outside. Chapter 088. An annual income of millions? Inside the restroom. The facilities at the Swan Gala were exclusive to each private room, offering a clean, elegant environment. Yao Na was adjusting her makeup in front of the mirror, admiring her reflection in a black evening gown, tall and graceful, with exquisite features, a true socialite. Unable to resist, she smiled at herself, thinking, "Yao Na, you are truly beautiful. No wonder so many consider you a goddess." At that moment, a pair of hands wrapped around her waist from behind. "Who is it?" Yao Na gasped like a startled little rabbit. Chen Yang's handsome face appeared in the mirror, smiling as he said, Na, you truly are beautiful." Knowing it was Chen Yang, she playfully retorted, "You dare to enter the ladies' room? Such boldness. Didn't you ask me to come?" He replied with a grin. Yao Na's cheeks flushed as she scolded. "Who told you to come? Don't say such things. Should I leave now?" Chen Yang's smile widened. "You've already embraced me. Do you really think I would walk away? Is my charm not enough?" Yao Na gazed at Chen Yang's reflection in the mirror, her eyes softening. "Chen Yang Chuklet, so, dear sister, why did you call me over?" Yao Na's lips curled into a smile as she said, "I saw you being neglected, and it made me unhappy." In their presence, Ji Jie appears as a goddess, yet here, Ji Jie belongs solely to you. Half an hour later, the guests in the private room were filled with uncertainty. What could be happening? Surely nothing is amiss at the Swan Gala. Perhaps a quick phone call is in order. Maybe she is simply feeling unwell. A flurry of speculation ensued, but their attention remained fixated on Yao Na, while Chen Yang was entirely overlooked. After a brief wait, the door to the private room swung open, and Yao Na stepped inside. Although she retained her elegance and beauty, there was an odd aura surrounding her. Nana, where have you been? Why did you take so long? Nana, are you all right? The most concerned among them was undoubtedly Song Sinyu, who inquired, Nana, are you feeling well? Would you like me to contact a doctor? I know a few directors at the nearby central hospital. Yet, with each question, Yao Na's cheeks flushed deeper as she replied, no need, I just felt a bit unwell and needed to rest for a while. Little did they know, Yao Na had just been with Chen Yang. Once this matter was resolved, they resumed their drinking, entering a state of slight intoxication. The gathering was nearing its conclusion. Zhou, where are you working these days? How's the situation? Song Sinyu was the first to inquire about his subordinate, Zhou. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Zhou replied, I'm delivering takeout now, earning only a few thousand a month. I need your guidance, Sinyu. Take me to the United States to make a fortune. Zhou had always struggled academically, dropping out after middle school, so his current predicament was somewhat understandable. Song Sinyu, listening to him, briefly displayed a look of disdain. Although Zhou tried to curry favor in various ways at the gathering, Song Sinyu held him in low regard. However, he maintained a polite facade, responding with a slight smile, all right, I'll make sure to look out for you in the future. He then turned his gaze toward the remaining guests. Sun Chongquan was in a slightly better position than Zhou, working at a small company with a monthly salary exceeding 10,000. Chen Jiu, having graduated from a reputable institution, also secured a decent job, earning between 10 to 20,000 a month. The focus then shifted to Yao Na and Chen Yang. Yao Na's reputation as a Jiang Shidan was well known among them. As for Chen Yang, he was met with inquisitive stares. They genuinely had no idea what he did. Especially Song Sinyu, who regarded Chen Yang with a hint of contempt. Isn't Chen Yang rather fond of showing off? I wonder what he has to boast about, he mused. Faced with their scrutiny, Chen Yang maintained a calm demeanor and simply stated, I'm doing all right. I hold a 10 stake in Tianma, along with a nominal position as general manager. My monthly salary and bonuses amount to around 1 million, which is merely a small sum. In reality, Chen Yang had understated his earnings. He could earn 1 million in a single day, but he deemed it wise to be conservative. Nonetheless, his revelation astonished everyone present. What? A 10 stake in Tianma? A nominal position as general manager? A monthly income of around 1 million, totaling tens of millions annually? How is that even possible? They were aware that Chen Yang had graduated not long ago and came from a modest background, making such success seem implausible. At that moment, Zhou, Song Sinyu, Sun Chongquan, and Chen Jiu wore expressions of disbelief, unable to accept Chen Yang's claims. After a brief silence, Sun Chongquan interjected, Chen Yang, we have all known each other since childhood. There's no need to exaggerate. Zhou chimed in, indeed, Chen Yang, we are well aware of your background. Why deceive us at this gathering? With a mocking smile, Zhou added, Chen Yang, perhaps your job lacks prestige, which is why you would say such things. But it's all right. I deliver takeout, and I'm not afraid to admit it. There is no need to lie to impress. No one believed Chen Yang. He could only shrug helplessly. Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, that's your choice. Although the group remained silent on the surface, their disdain for Chen Yang had reached new heights, viewing him as nothing more than a pretender. After consuming more alcohol, the time had come to disperse. Chen Yang, support me. Yao Na appeared to be quite inebriated, her cheeks flushed, and her long legs causing her to stumble as she walked. Others eagerly attempted to assist her, but she insisted that only Chen Yang help her. He wrapped his arm around her slender waist, guiding her outside. As Song Sinyu, Zhou, and Sun Chongquan watched their retreating figures, envy and resentment consumed them. Chen Yang, lacking any real capabilities yet brimming with luck, had maintained a close relationship with Yao Na since childhood, and now they seemed to be growing even closer. However, none of them believed that Chen Yang could genuinely win Yao Na's affection. After all, how could a goddess like her ever regard someone like Chen Yang? Once outside the Swan Gala, Song Sinyu produced his car keys, illuminating a parked Audi A8. Before he could speak, Zhou exclaimed, Wow, Sinyu, an Audi A8. You can actually afford such a luxury vehicle. Zhou was visibly astonished. The Audi A8, valued at nearly 1 million, was something he, as a delivery driver, could hardly fathom. I just bought it for commuting, Song Sinyu replied, feeling a sense of pride. Although the car belonged to his company, he saw no harm in flaunting it. He glanced toward Yao Na, hoping to capture her admiration. To his surprise, she paid him no mind. Engrossed in conversation with Chen Yang, this infuriated Song Sinyu. What was so remarkable about Chen Yang? Why was Yao Na so invested in him? Unable to contain his frustration, He challenged, Chen Yang, didn't you just claim to hold a tin stake in Tianma, earning millions annually? You must drive an impressive car, right? Song Xinyu pressed on, and the others joined in. Zhou Yu, with a grin, remarked, if you're earning millions, you should at least be driving a Porsche 911 or a Mercedes-Benz. Chen Yang, what car do you drive? Show us, so we can see for ourselves. Sun Changkun added, yes, let's feast our eyes. They all anticipated watching Chen Yang make a fool of himself. Chen Yang merely smiled and replied, it's not anything special, but if you all wish to see, I suppose I can oblige. He entrusted the slightly tipsy Yao Na to Chen Jiu and made his way to the parking lot. Song Xinyu scoffed inwardly, confident that Chen Yang drove an unimpressive vehicle, perhaps even a BYD. He envisioned the moment Chen Yang returned with his car, ready to ridicule him, hoping that it would reveal the reality of Chen Yang's lack of ability. Just then, a thunderous roar of an engine erupted. All eyes turned towards the parking lot as a sleek, crimson supercar darted out, exuding an aura of advanced technology. Upon witnessing the stunning supercar, everyone was momentarily captivated. How exquisite it was! Surely, it belonged to some affluent young master or a socialite. However, to their utter astonishment, the crimson supercar emerged from the parking lot and made its way directly in front of them. It came to a halt, and amidst the crowd's astonished gazes, the window gradually descended to reveal the handsome visage of Chen Yang. With a smile, he remarked, this is my car, a Ferrari 812. Just a modest 5 million or so. While it is indeed luxurious, the space is limited to just 2 occupants, which is rather inconvenient. His words struck like a thunderclap to Song Xinyu and the others, leaving them dumbfounded and frozen in place. A Ferrari 812, valued at over 5 million. Belonged to Chen Yang? How could that possibly be? Wasn't he just an ordinary corporate worker? Could it be that Chen Yang was not merely boasting? Was his earlier statement truly credible? Was he genuinely a shareholder in a public company, earning millions annually? At that moment, despite their disbelief, the undeniable truth before them compelled them to accept it. Only Chen Jiu was left in a state of astonishment, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Wow, Chen Yang, this car is absolutely gorgeous. I've never seen such a high-end luxury vehicle in my life. May I sit in the passenger seat and experience it? She inquired with eager anticipation. Yet, Chen Yang chuckled, sure, but not today. Saying this, he assisted Yao Na into the passenger seat. Before departing, he cast a glance at Zhou Yu and jokingly remarked, Zhou Yu, do you think I've struck it rich? Zhou Yu, nearly petrified, gazed at the dreamlike Ferrari 812, his lips pale and unable to utter a single word. He was merely a delivery person, even with 300 years of hard work. He could never afford such a vehicle. The Ferrari 812 roared down the streets of Shencheng. Since Chen Yang was driving that evening, he abstained from alcohol. After the Ferrari's departure, Sun Changkun, Zhou Yu, and Song Xinyu remained rooted in disbelief, their faces a canvas of incredulity. Particularly, Song Xinyu stared at the Audi A8 key in his hand, plunged into a profound existential crisis. In comparison to Chen Yang's Ferrari 812, his Audi A8 seemed utterly insignificant. Ironically, this seemingly trivial Audi A8 was not even his. It belonged to the company. In that moment, he realized the absurdity of their previous arrogance in front of Chen Yang. The Ferrari 812 sped down the thoroughfares of Shencheng. Once inside, Yao Na appeared to regain some lucidity, her beautiful eyes shimmering with excitement. Chen Yang, is this really your car? She asked, still in disbelief. A Ferrari. It was an unattainable dream for many. How could Chen Yang simply buy one? Although she was aware that Chen Yang had become wealthy for some reason, witnessing him driving a Ferrari 812 worth over 5 million felt surreal. At that moment, it was as if a television drama had leapt into reality. The brother who once trailed behind her had grown into a veritable male deity. As Chen Yang drove with one hand, he smiled gently. Indeed, isn't it beautiful? It's remarkably stunning. I never imagined I would be sitting in the passenger seat of such a prestigious luxury car, Yao Na replied, her face still flushed with intoxication, but her eyes now sparkling with admiration. Chen Yang, you are truly amazing, she praised. Chen Yang felt a surge of warmth at her compliment, considering Yao Na was his dear sister, his former goddess. With dreamy eyes, Yao Na leaned closer and softly said, I'm tired. Let me rest for a bit. Could you take me to the hotel? Of course, he replied. A sweet smile graced her face as she drifted off to sleep. The Ferrari 812 continued its journey through Shencheng towards the Hua Qiao Intercontinental Sky Garden Hotel. the most extravagant establishment in the city. The most basic room cost 5,000 per night, lavish and opulent. The pinnacle of luxury was the Sky Garden Presidential Suite, priced at 88,000 a night. As the name suggests, this suite spanned an entire floor, transformed into a sky garden with amenities including a private cinema, gym, spa, and dining area, all replete with the services of a dedicated butler and world-class chefs offering diverse cuisines. Chen Yang and Yao Na checked into this magnificent suite. With personalized butler service, they ascended in a luxurious elevator to the presidential suite. The sight that greeted them was a collection of rare greenery, soothing to the eyes, and walls adorned with priceless artwork that radiated artistic flair. Upon entering the bedroom area, they were met with a panoramic floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the vibrant nightscape of Shencheng, furnished with the finest bedding from around the world. Even the air was infused with the top-tier fragrance brands. The luxury was beyond imagination. Here, Chen Yang turned to gaze at the sleeping beauty in his arms, only to find Yao Na awake, her enchanting eyes filled with a dreamy daze. "Sister Na," he finally addressed her as sister, wanting to say more. Yet, Yao Na placed her delicate finger over his lips, silencing him. With a blush, she murmured, "Good brother. Don't speak. Come here." Chen Yang felt a wave of heat rise within him as he softly replied, "All right." The next morning, as sunlight streamed into the presidential suite, the room was in disarray. Chen Yang awoke, greeted by the breathtaking early morning view of Shencheng and the vibrant rising sun. The moment he opened his eyes, he felt as if the skies had cleared, dispelling any lingering gloom. Is this the feeling of wealth? It was truly marvelous. However, a wave of emptiness soon washed over him. Yesterday's indulgence had left him feeling somewhat hollow. While he enjoyed the stunning early morning scenery, Yao Na snuggled into his embrace like a beautiful serpent. "Good brother, it's so early," she said, her hair slightly tousled and her delicate face weary. Though she was barefaced, her beauty was undeniably striking. Looking at his beautiful neighbor, his white moonlight, he smiled. "Are you still calling me brother? What should I call you?" Yao Na blinked her captivating eyes, puzzled. "Try calling me husband," Chen Yang suggested with a grin. Her cheeks flushed slightly at the thought of calling him husband, something she had never dared to imagine before. In her eyes, he had always been an innocent younger brother, yet now. Ultimately, she complied with a smile, playfully saying, "All right, husband." She delivered the words with a charming tone, sounding like a docile little woman. This utterance resonated deeply within Chen Yang's heart. He smiled gently, feeling a stir of excitement, and pulled Yao Na closer once more. As the morning sun ascended high into the sky, it was nearly 10 o'clock. "Darling, I'm feeling quite fatigued. I need a rest," Yao Na said weakly. Chen Yang smiled gently and replied, "Rest well. This presidential suite is available until evening. There is no rush." "All right, dear. You are truly wonderful," Yao Na exclaimed before drifting into a deep slumber, her sleeping posture graceful, reminiscent of a sleeping beauty. It must be said that Yao Na is exceptionally beautiful. Perhaps in the future, she might even enter the entertainment industry, although the industry is notorious for its chaos. With Chen Yang and the system by her side, he felt confident that Yao Na would remain unharmed. However, all of that was a matter for another time. As the night concluded, the system's voice resonated. Detected that the host has completed an indulgent expenditure. Reward, 160. This expenditure was indeed extravagant. Spending 88 and receiving a cashback of 160, with a profit margin of around 800,000, was quite delightful. Name, Yao Na. Height, 170. Weight, 51. Measurements, 48. Waist, 92. Bust, 90. Hips. Relationship, lover, loyalty, 75. Binding successful. Soon after, an intimate task was issued. Indulgent expenditure. Description: one must seize the joy of life and not let the golden goblet face the moon empty. Having embraced beauty, one naturally seeks to enjoy life with her. Requirement: complete an indulgent expenditure with Yao Na, amounting to over 5 million. Reward: 2 million. 2 attribute points, date funds. 10. This is a consumption task, rather appealing. With 10 million in date funds, spending 5 million is feasible. Additionally, there is a reward of 2 million and 2 attribute points, which is quite promising. However, spending 5 million does pose challenge, as purchasing houses or cars is not permissible. After all, it is about enjoying life together, and one must contemplate where to indulge. As he pondered, Chen Yang suddenly recalled that he had yet to complete the intimate task with Shencheng. Chapter 091. scenic views upon opening WeChat. He immediately received a daily greeting from Shencheng. Lemon sauce. Good morning, brother Chen Yang. Today is yet another day where I miss you super duper much. She truly is a vibrant girl, exuding energy every day. Simultaneously, she sent a photo from the campus, dressed in black, radiating youthfulness and sweetness. Chen Yang smiled gently. His dear sister provides immense emotional value. Such a beautiful sister. Are you financially supporting a student on the outside? Yao na teased playfully. Though her tone lacked any real anger. Chen Yang chuckled calmly. Just a schoolmate I have known for many years. Just a schoolmate? Yao Na's smile hinted at something deeper. Indeed, merely a schoolmate. Chen Yang maintained his smile. Just a schoolmate with a closer relationship. Since you miss me so much, I will visit your school tonight. You must be prepared. Lemon sauce, yay? Brother Chen Yang, I have been ready for a long time, just waiting for you to come. Shencheng's excitement was palpable. Chen Yang smiled slightly. It had been a few days since he last saw his dear sister, and he genuinely missed her. Yao Na, nestled in his arms, remarked with a hint of disdain, deceiving the innocent and lovely younger sister again. Chen Yang was taken aback for a moment before responding with a smile. Is she innocent and lovely? Nana, are you sure? Of course, what a lovely sister she is. Yao Na seemed to genuinely like Shencheng. Chen Yang smiled lightly and said, in time, you will see how lovely she truly is. What about me? Am I not lovely? Yao Na's breath was fragrant, her eyes alluring. Chen Yang shook his head and replied, not lovely. Why not? Yao Na's eyes widened in mock indignation. Are you starting to find fault after having me? No, Chen Yang smiled, because innocence is what makes one lovely. Nah, you're not innocent. Yao Na blushed deeply, shooting him a playful glare, exuding charm. Chen Yang and Yao Na did not rise until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. When Chen Yang awoke, Yao Na was already up, having completed her morning routine and donned a black nightgown, seated by the expansive floor-to-ceiling window that overlooked the entire city of Shencheng, taking photographs. The evening light streamed into the bedroom, casting a warm glow upon Yao Na's enchanting figure. She was already stunning, but in this lighting, she appeared even more breathtaking. Chen Yang, upon rising and witnessing this beautiful scene, found himself momentarily entranced. After admiring her for a while, Yao Na finally noticed him and flashed a charming smile, asking, awake? Yes, Chen Yang replied with a smile. Continue taking photos. You look wonderful. Yao Na's cheeks flushed slightly. Barefoot, she approached him swiftly, leaping into his embrace while laughing. Good brother, I am your little lover. While you sleep, I can indulge in a bit of vanity. But now that you are awake, I cannot neglect you. My sole purpose is to provide you with emotional value. Yao Na's tone was half joking, yet there was sincerity in her heart. She understood that Chen Yang, being young, handsome, and wealthy, was someone she could not possess entirely. She was a wise woman, aware of her role. Chen Yang smiled gently. Being able to lie on this grand hotel bed, admiring your beautiful figure, this emotional value is already immensely high for me. Upon hearing this, Yao Na also smiled sweetly. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes sparkled mischievously as she asked, would you like to see an even more beautiful side of me? How so? Chen Yang raised an eyebrow, intrigued. You will find out shortly, Yao Na replied with a smile, then gracefully walked to the large floor-to-ceiling window, gently tugging at the silk ribbon of her nightgown, letting it slowly fall away. The sunset and the beauty created the most exquisite scenery. However, Chen Yang did not linger too long in admiration, as he proceeded to freshen up before taking Yao Na to dine in the Sky Garden. The dining experience here was undoubtedly top-notch, with chefs from around the globe providing one-on-one service, catering to every culinary desire. Beauty, gourmet cuisine, and breathtaking views at this moment, Chen Yang was truly relishing the indulgent pleasures of life. It turned out that with wealth, the world was indeed so much more beautiful. Ah, the plight of the affluent. He mused, fortunately, I am equally fortunate. After dinner, as they prepared to leave the Hua Chao Intercontinental Sky Garden Hotel, Chen Yang and Yao Na rode in a spacious, luxurious elevator, accompanied by the hotel's female manager, who was diligently attending to their needs, fearing any semblance of neglect. As the trio approached the lobby entrance, Yao Na realized she had forgotten something and went back with the manager to retrieve it. Chen Yang waited briefly at the entrance when he noticed a familiar figure entering from outside. Mr. John, rest assured, the hotel I have reserved for you is undoubtedly the most upscale in our Longhua. The environment, service, and every aspect are guaranteed to satisfy you. came the obsequious words spoken with a bowing attitude. The speaker was none other than Chen Yang's old classmate, Song Sinyu. It was quite unexpected to encounter him here, adding an interesting twist to the day. This fellow was ingratiating himself beside a foreigner, his demeanor resembling that of a sycophant, while the foreigner carried himself with an air of superiority, gazing down at him as one would at a servant. Song Sinyu and the foreigner walked in, just in time to see Chen Yang standing at the door. Chen Yang? Song Sinyu was momentarily taken aback, his eyes filled with astonishment. He never expected to encounter Chen Yang here, especially at the Huqiao Intercontinental Sky Garden Hotel, one of the most prestigious hotels in Deep City. Regarding Chen Yang's driving of the 812 last night, he had spent the entire day yesterday and today pondering it, ultimately concluding that Chen Yang must have rented the car to maintain appearances. Otherwise, he couldn't fathom how Chen Yang could afford such an extravagant vehicle. Hell, now that they met again, it could be said that fate had cruelly intertwined their paths. He had no inkling of what had transpired between Yao Na and Chen Yang. For in his eyes, Yao Na would never be interested in Chen Yang. She merely regarded him as a younger brother. As for Chen Yang's presence here, was he a waiter? A valet? Yes. This fellow must surely be a valet at the Huqiao Intercontinental Sky Garden Hotel. No wonder he could drive such a high-end luxury car. With this thought, Song Sinyu smugly believed he had uncovered the truth. Chen Yang noticed Song Sinyu, but chose to ignore him, his gaze indifferent. However, this fellow approached him directly, dragging 2 suitcases and said, "Chen Yang, I'm calling you. Why are you dazed? Hurry up and help me take Mr. John's things upstairs." He pretended to hand the suitcase to Chen Yang. Chen Yang frowned, bewildered, unsure of the fellow's intentions, but he quickly realized that his outfit, entirely in black, bore some resemblance to the hotel's uniform. This guy mistook him for hotel staff? Chen Yang replied coolly, "I am not anyone's servant. Why should I help him carry luggage?" This remark was unreserved. There was no need for politeness with someone like Song Sinyu, who was pretentious and sycophantic. "You." Song Sinyu was utterly unprepared for Chen Yang's retort, his face reddening. He wanted to counter, but found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, he indeed resembled John's servant. John also noticed the interaction between Song Sinyu and Chen Yang, his brow furrowing and his expression turning cold as he spoke in broken Chinese. "Isn't it just about wanting a bigger tip? People from Huaxiao are indeed so greedy." As he spoke, he pulled out several crisp bills and tossed them at Chen Yang. "Pick them up. Consider this my tip. Serve me well, and the tip will be greater." John was an American, a quintessential traditional white man, inherently filled with a sense of noble superiority, believing that having white skin made one superior, thus regarding everyone of other skin tones with disdain. Before Chen Yang could respond, Song Sinyu, with a fawning smile, interjected, "Mr. John is indeed generous. But for someone like him, a few tens should suffice. Why give so much? It's too wasteful." He then turned to Chen Yang and coldly stated, "Chen Yang, why don't you thank Mr. John quickly?" This fellow truly was a loyal dog. No wonder the foreigner dared to be so arrogant. Chen Yang looked at the two, his expression icy as he declared, "You think a few hundred will get someone to do your bidding? That's barely enough to send a beggar on their way. I'll offer 1,000, no 2,000. Chen Yang pulled out a thick wad of cash from his designer wallet and placed it on the table, his smile turning frosty as he continued, "I don't need you to do anything for me. All I ask is for you to kneel and bark like dogs." Chen Yang's words were laced with arrogance, effectively trampling upon the dignity of both Song Sinyu and John. Their faces instantly darkened, with Song Sinyu paling the most. He could hardly believe that Chen Yang had the audacity to insult him and even dared to humiliate Mr. John. What a clueless, brash young man. "Chen Yang, you truly don't understand anything. Mr. John is offering you money as a recognition, an opportunity, if you just serve him well. Want to earn more in the future?" Song Sinyu chastised Chen Yang with the tone of a seasoned veteran. With his legs crossed, Chen Yang replied with a smile, "Sorry, I don't need to act like a dog to make money. You." Song Sinyu was on the verge of exploding with rage. "Foolish Oriental." John muttered a curse. "Mr. John, let us go. There is no need to argue with this guy." Song Sinyu continued to flatter John with a beaming face. Just as the two were about to leave, an extraordinarily graceful figure emerged from within the hotel. Yao Na completed her business with the female manager and was now making her way towards Chen Yang. Song Sinyu immediately spotted Yao Na, momentarily stunned, wondering why she would be in such a place. However, his face quickly lit up with joy. He was with Mr. John, providing him an excellent opportunity to show off before Yao Na. This was a marvelous chance. As Song Sinyu prepared to wave at Yao Na, A scene that left him utterly speechless unfolded. Yao Na walked directly up to Chen Yang, then threw herself into his embrace. Her pretty face adorned with a sweet smile as she said, "Darling, have you been waiting long?" Chen Yang, holding the beautiful Yao Na, smiled gently and replied, "Not too long." Meanwhile, Song Sinyu, witnessing this scene, was completely dumbfounded. What was happening? Why was Yao Na so affectionately embracing Chen Yang? And why did she call him darling? However, he quickly concocted a terrifying thought. Chen Yang and Yao Na were both at the same hotel. Could it be? As this notion struck him, Song Sinyu nearly lost his composure, his eyes fixed on Chen Yang and Yao Na, filled with fury. Yao Na was the goddess he had fantasized about for so many years. After a long pause, Song Sinyu finally managed to ask, "Nana, how come you are here?" "Song Sinyu, you're here too?" "I came here to have fun with Chen Yang. We stayed overnight, and the environment here is quite nice." Yao Na's words shattered Song Sinyu's composure completely. Here to have fun, stayed overnight. That was last night. Song Sinyu could not possibly believe Chen Yang was anything like Lu Xiaohui, who could share a bed with a top beauty like Yao Na and remain unruffled. Last night, Yao Na and Chen Yang had undoubtedly. Yao Na seemed to walk a bit unsteadily, further igniting Song Sinyu's wrath. This was his goddess. Chen Yang's subsequent words delivered a crushing blow to Song Sinyu. "The hotel environment is indeed nice, but I've been busy lately, not enough time." "Nah. Next time we should stay for a week. I'll accompany you to have fun every day, what do you think?" Chen Yang said with a smile. Yao Na, of course, understood that his words held a deeper meaning, her face turning slightly red as she replied, "Sure, we must have a good time next time." Song Sinyu felt as if he would spit blood. Damn it, they were absolutely shameless. Song Sinyu was left speechless. Meanwhile, John, upon seeing the stunning Yao Na, gazed at her with a burning intensity and said with a smile, "Beautiful lady, why remain with this worthless Huaxiao man? Come with me. Today, I came to this hotel to check into their Sky Garden suite, which costs over $100,000 a night, a truly magnificent presidential suite. I would like to invite this beautiful lady to join me for dinner." The arrogance of this American was glaring. He completely disregarded Chen Yang, openly inviting Yao Na before him. Yao Na had yet to utter a word when the sycophant Song Sinyu spoke up. "Nana, how fortunate you are to have caught the eye of Mr. John. You should express your gratitude to him." This fellow had bent his spine, transforming himself into a spineless creature. He actually believed that John's interest in Yao Na was a stroke of luck for her. Even if Yao Na were his goddess, he would offer her up willingly. "I'm sorry, but I have no interest in foreigners," Yao Na flatly refused. Chen Yang smirked and added, "Mr. John, if you wouldn't mind, could you share the contact information of your sister, older sister, or girlfriend with me? I could also reside in the Sky Garden presidential suite and take them to enjoy the view." Upon hearing this, John's expression darkened. During his time in Longhua, he had never encountered a local who dared to speak to him in such a manner. He could provoke the women of Longhua, but for a Longhua person to tease his women was an affront, a desecration. John shot Chen Yang a scornful glance and retorted, "You, a person living at the bottom of Longhua's social ladder. Do you have the means? Do you even have the funds to afford the Sky Garden suite, which costs over $100,000 a night?" Song Sinyu sneered, "Mr. John, this guy is merely putting on a fade. He is a bottom-tier pauper. He can't even afford the most ordinary room, let alone the Sky Garden presidential suite." Their words dripped with mockery, casting Chen Yang into the depths of derision. Yet, Chen Yang remained unperturbed, merely smiling as he turned to the female manager standing beside him. "At this time, our room should not have been checked out yet, right?" The manager finally responded, nodding in affirmation, "Yes, checkout is officially at 6 o'clock. "Excellent. Then please extend my stay for another 2 days." Chen Yang produced his Huaxia Bank Dragon card and handed it to the manager. The manager, taken aback, inquired, "Another 2 days? Mr. Chen, are you continuing your stay?" No. Chen Yang shook his head, yawning, "I won't be staying, but I also don't wish for a dog to stay." As he spoke, his gaze turned coldly towards John and Song Sinyu. However, the next word from the manager left them utterly astonished. The manager took out a device and completed the card transaction. Once the transaction was successful, she reverently addressed Chen Yang, "Esteemed Mr. Chen, you have spent $1,760,000 and successfully extended your stay in our Huaqiao Intercontinental Sky Garden Hotel's presidential suite for 2 days. You are now a black card member of our hotel. Henceforth, you can enjoy our services throughout the entirety of Shen City. We wish you a pleasant stay." This proclamation left both John and Song Sinyu speechless. Chen Yang had indeed extended his stay in the Sky Garden presidential suite. At a staggering cost of over $100,000 per night, this was beyond absurd. Furthermore, this meant he had already stayed there with Yao Na the previous night. With the additional 2 days, his expenditures had surpassed $2 million, enough to purchase a Porsche 911. Song Xinyu was rendered speechless by the shock. Meanwhile, John, regaining his composure, angrily exclaimed, "This is impossible. How could a bottom-tier Longwo person afford such a luxurious presidential suite? It must be fake. Where are the staff? I need to check into the Sky Garden presidential suite immediately." His arrogant nature revealed itself as he shouted in broken Chinese within the lobby. The female manager approached. Brandishing her ID badge, "Mr. John, greetings. I am Lin Yun, the general manager of the Hua Chao Intercontinental Sky Garden Hotel. I was the one who previously contacted you. You were indeed eligible to check into the Sky Garden presidential suite, but unfortunately, Mr. Chen has already occupied it. We sincerely apologize and hope you can switch to another room." The manager maintained a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. John, upon comprehending her words, realized that this was not a ruse. This Longwa individual had truly extended his stay in the Sky Garden presidential suite. He glared fiercely at Chen Yang, who, however, was completely indifferent to his gaze, wrapping his arm around Yao Na as they headed for the entrance of the Hua Chao Intercontinental Sky Garden Hotel. Before departing, he added, "Manager Lin, although I've extended my stay for 2 days, I might not necessarily return. Just ensure that no dogs are permitted to stay." The identity of the dog was unmistakable. The manager smiled softly. "Mr. Chen, you can rest assured." Chen Yang laughed heartily as he and Yao Na left the Hua Chao Intercontinental Sky Garden Hotel. Behind them, John was consumed by impotent rage, while Song Xinyu stood frozen, struck by the realization that Chen Yang had not been lying. Chen Yang's financial capacity far exceeded his imagination. In comparison, he was merely a jester before Chen Yang. The chasm between them had become insurmountable. The Ferrari 812 departed from the Hua Chao Intercontinental Sky Garden Hotel. It was evening, and the fiery clouds on the horizon were breathtaking. A gentle breeze wafted through, creating a delightful atmosphere. Chen Yang opened the convertible top of the Ferrari 812, enjoying the cool evening breeze with Yao Na, feeling blissfully content. Yao Na was elated, her beautiful face radiating joy. "Darling, that was exhilarating. Just look at that foreigner's defeated expression. It's utterly amusing. Those despicable foreigners have long deserved to be put in their place." Yao Na was a woman with a strong sense of justice. She was not against all foreigners. She welcomed friendly ones, but those like John, who were arrogant and greedy, repulsed her. In the past, she had always had to wear a smile for work. Today, Chen Yang had allowed her to vent her frustrations, and it felt liberating. Chen Yang smiled, feeling a bit giddy as he asked, "Is your husband amazing or what?" Yao Na instantly transformed into a sweet, demure woman, playfully responding, "Darling, you're incredible. I really like it." Chen Yang laughed heartily, driving the Ferrari with Yao Na, his former goddess, speeding through the evening streets of Shen City. At this moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Detected that the host has completed a bout of extravagant spending. Reward acquired, 2,200,000. The reward for his lavish expenditure had arrived. After spending over 1,700,000, the reward was over 2 million. This sensation was nothing short of exhilarating. Beautiful cars and charming women, a life of indulgence. At that moment, Chen Yang felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of existence. The happiness community was where Chen Yang and Yao Na had once resided. Unlike Chen Yang, who had rented there during his middle school years before moving away, Yao Na and Song Xinyu had owned property in the community, remaining there throughout the years. Chen Yang drove the Ferrari to the happiness community. After all these years, the place had remained unchanged. Chen Yang smiled sleekly. Yao Na sighed. What change could there be? The happiness community ISNT in the central district. It's in the suburbs. The demolition plan 1T reach here for at least 100 years. This place will forever remain the same. Chen Yang nodded in agreement. Indeed, the happiness community was an old area of Shun City, located within an urban village, and was unlikely to ever be demolished. Chen Yang parked his Ferrari 812 beneath the apartment building where Yao Na resided, and then alighted from the vehicle alongside her. "Shall we go up for a visit?" Yao Na inquired with a smile. "Of course. I haven't been here in years, and it's been quite a while since I last saw Uncle and Auntie," Chen Yang replied, grinning. He had previously enjoyed a good relationship with Yao Na's parents, often visiting them. "Great. Yao Na expressed her delight, suddenly feeling an odd sensation akin to meeting the parents. The two walked side by side into the apartment building, ascending the stairs together. How have Uncle and Annie been these years? Are they in good health? Chen Yang asked as they walked. My dad is fine, Yao Na replied, her beautiful eyes dimming slightly as she continued, but my mom's health has not been well. She fell ill a couple of years ago and has been undergoing treatment. Is it serious? Chen Yang furrowed his brow and asked. Not too bad. She's had several surgeries, but she constantly needs to buy various imported medications. Other than that, she's doing okay, Yao Na sighed. One could discern that the medical expenses were substantial. It was no wonder that Yao Na had remained at Jiang Shidentong for years without considering other job opportunities or pursuing her dreams. The pressure had evidently weighed heavily on her. Chen Yang nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. They soon arrived at the apartment. Upon opening the door, Chen Yang was immediately greeted by a pungent smell of traditional Chinese medicine. As he surveyed the apartment, he noted that while it was tidy, it bore signs of age. The living conditions were far inferior to that of a hotel, and even when compared to Xiaowan community, they were markedly lacking. It's a bit messy, please don't mind, Yao Na said as she turned on the light, illuminating the space. Yes, we used to play here and watch television when we were kids. I never expected so many years would pass. And now it's you who has taken charge, Yao Na remarked, her smile deepening at the thought of taking charge. Just then, a voice echoed from within the room. Na. It was a woman's voice. Chen Yang recognized it immediately as Yao Na's mother, Zhang Hua, also known as Aunt Zhang. I am here, Yao Na responded. A friend? Zhang Hua sounded somewhat surprised, followed by the sound of a door opening. The door to the bedroom swung open, and Zhang Hua emerged, her eyes sparkling with surprise. Is this your boyfriend? Chen Yang caught sight of Zhang Hua, who appeared drastically different from before. While she had once been quite beautiful, giving rise to a daughter of Yao Na's stunning looks, now she seemed frail, her hair graying, and her demeanor aged, clearly suffering from the ravages of illness. Aunt Zhang, it's been a long time, Chen Yang greeted with a smile. Zhang Hua scrutinized Chen Yang, her gaze filled with confusion. After a moment, she seemed to recognize him and said, You are Chen Yang? Yes, that's right, Chen Yang nodded with a smile. Upon realizing it was indeed Chen Yang, Zhang Hua's expression shifted to one of joy. It really is you, Chen Yang. I never expected you to have grown so much. And you look quite handsome, too. Chen Yang reciprocated with, Aunt Zhang, you still possess the charm of your youth. However, Zhang Hua sighed, Oh, don't flatter me. I know exactly what I look like now, aging and unwell. Mom, what are you talking about? You're almost fully recovered, Yao Na interjected hastily. Zhang Hua coughed a couple of times and said, I doubt this illness will ever fully leave me. It seems I will be reliant on medication for the rest of my life. Na, I'm counting on you to find a boyfriend quickly. Otherwise, I won't know how to manage my medical expenses. With that, she broached a rather sensitive topic, marriage. Indeed, this was Yao Na's foremost concern at present. It was clear that Yao Na had reached an age where societal expectations pressed upon her heavily, as she was approaching her 30s and was considered a leftover woman by societal standards. Chapter 095. Zhang Hua's thoughts facing such a direct nudge towards marriage. Yao Na's expression soured visibly, the pressure from her family's expectations weighing heavily on her. Mom, since Chen Yang is here today, could we perhaps refrain from discussing this? Yao Na attempted to divert Zhang Hua from the subject of marriage. Yet, Zhang Hua continued unabashedly, What does that matter? Chen Yang is not a stranger. Why should we hold back? Na, your aunt Shi has recently introduced you to a wealthy Mr. Wang who runs a catering business. He is very interested in you. You should arrange to meet him soon. Zhang Hua continued her monologue. Chen Yang listened nearby, frowning slightly. The Zhang Hua of yesteryear had been gentle and kind, deeply respectful of Yao Na, but perhaps the years of illness had altered her demeanor. Chen Yang, possessing considerable emotional intelligence, recognized that Zhang Hua's comments were meant to encourage Yao Na to move on from Chen Yang. Thus, he smiled and said, Aunt Zhang, Na, you two can continue your conversation. I should take my leave. Sensing Chen Yang's intent to depart, Yao Na's beautiful eyes glimmered with reluctance, and she instinctively called out, Oh, but caught herself before finishing the word. Chen Yang, won't you stay for a meal before leaving? She amended. No, I have a few matters to attend to. Let's get together another time, Chen Yang replied with a smile. All right then, Yao Na nodded. Zhang Hua chimed in, Do visit again when you have the chance. Chen Yang nodded and departed. After his exit, Yao Na expressed her displeasure, Mom. Why did you have to bring up all those unrelated matters while he was visiting? What do you mean unrelated? Isn't this the most pressing issue at hand? Zhang Hua retorted without hesitation. Such matters should be discussed privately. I can't fathom why you would bring it up in front of him, Yao Na said, somewhat irked. Zhang Hua, however, was unyielding. Do you think I am unaware? I fear that you might grow too close to Chen Yang, which is why I am trying to dissuade him. Is Chen Yang not good enough? He is young and handsome, Yao Na countered. But can youth and looks put food on the table? Zhang Hua scoffed. Nana, how old are you now? Your perspective seems rather naive. If you wish to live well in the latter half of your life, relying solely on youth and beauty is futile. Wealth is what truly matters. Without money, one is nothing. Yao Na, however, smiled and replied, Mom, how can you be so certain that Chen Yang lacks financial means? I know Chen Yang well enough. We used to live close by, always seeing each other. His family situation was modest, and he lived in a rented apartment in the community. Now that he's graduated and been working for a few years, how much money could he possibly have? Zhang Hua reasoned, not out of disdain for Chen Yang, but rather from a pragmatic standpoint. Yet, Yao Na's smile only deepened as she responded. But what if Chen Yang does have money? That's impossible. Zhang Hua shook her head resolutely. I said, what if? Yao Na reiterated. If Chen Yang were wealthy, then everything would be negotiable. Zhang Hua's tone softened slightly. Yao Na playfully suggested, as long as Chen Yang has money, I could be his mistress and let him support me. How does that sound? What kind of talk is that? You're so beautiful and fit. Why would you settle for being a mistress? Zhang Hua replied with discontent. Didn't you say we must face reality? I'm facing reality right now. Yao Na teased with a hint of mischief. Just say whether or not that would work. Mom, Zhang Hua pondered for a moment before breaking into a smile. It's not entirely out of the question. Outside the Xiaoyuan community, Chen Yang settled into his Ferrari 812. Having just settled down with the vehicle yet to start, a WeChat notification chimed. It was a message from Yao Na. Xiao Na, darling, I'm sorry, my mother is just like that. She has been unwell for the past few years, and since I Haven T found a boyfriend, she is becoming rather anxious. This thoughtful sister was clearly aware that the recent incident had unsettled Chen Yang. Muyang, it's all right, I understand. I just wonder if you plan to meet that Mr. Wang in a couple of days? Xiao Na. What a ridiculous Mr. Wang. Compared to my husband, he is nothing. I refuse to meet him. I belong solely to you, my dear husband. Her tender words transformed Yao Na into a delicate woman, greatly enhancing Chen Yang's emotional satisfaction. Fearing that Chen Yang might overthink, she added, besides, darling, I am very understanding. No matter how many women you have outside, I want to mind. I am merely your little lover. Whenever you feel lonely, come to me, and I will ensure you are immensely happy. Yao Na was an astute woman, fully aware of Chen Yang's affluence. She knew she could never possess him entirely, as much as she wished. After all, although she was Chen Yang's goddess, she was not his true love. That deep affection had already slipped away. She had no right to demand anything. As Chen Yang absorbed Yao Na's words, a complex expression crossed his face. The message that followed was not mere words, but a transfer of 300,000. The long card transfer from Huaxia Bank has no limit, ensuring no complications. Xiao Na, darling, what is this? Muyang, you wish to be a little lover, don't you? Since I am supporting you, how could I not provide financial assistance? Is 300,000 sufficient? For Chen Yang, 300,000 was not a significant amount. He had contemplated this. Initially, he considered gifting Yao Na bags and jewelry, for she had been a wonderful sister to him over the years, aiding him tremendously, and now that they had achieved a romantic relationship, she deserved some rewards. However, after considering Yao Na's family circumstances, Chen Yang concluded that a direct monetary gift might be the most effective means of assistance. Although it felt somewhat blunt, it was undeniably the most efficient way to aid Yao Na. Xiao Na, darling, such a sum is unnecessary. Just a few thousand or 10,000 would suffice. I am not worth this much. Her words revealed her embarrassment in accepting such a large amount. Muyang, what could a few thousand accomplish? Since you are willing to be my little lover, appropriate compensation follows. Henceforth, 30,000 each month. Will that suffice? Chapter 096. 300,000 Xiao Na what? 30,000 each month. That is far too much. Absolutely not. For her, an ordinary worker, 30,000 was an unimaginable sum. Muyang, sister Na, 30,000 is trivial for me, but it will greatly benefit you. Accept it, and use this money to improve your living conditions. You should relocate from this unsafe area. I worry about your safety. Also, ensure Aunt Zhang receives proper medical care. I believe Uncle Yao is still working, correct? I recall he works in a factory, which is quite demanding. He should not have to toil so hard. You both have helped me immensely over the years, and this money is a token of my gratitude. Chen Yang's heartfelt words expressed his sincere appreciation. In this world, he had few remaining relatives, and someone like Yao Na, with whom he shared a deep bond, was akin to family. She had devoted herself to him, and it was only right for him to assist her. Xiao Na Na. Thank you, dear husband. I understand. I will accept this money and will strive to serve you even more diligently. I will embrace this role as your little lover. Rest assured, my dear husband, I love you. Those 4 words elevated the emotional value to its peak, filling Chen Yang with a profound sense of satisfaction. He felt elated, invigorated, and as if the very air around him was fresh. Moreover, after indulging the previous night, he surprisingly felt little fatigue, indicating an improvement in his physical state. Everything seemed to be progressing in a positive direction. This was the essence of a truly liberated life, immensely gratifying. Yet at that moment, another message arrived. It was from Ning Mengjiang, also known as Chen Qingning. Ning Mengjiang, brother Chen Yang, tonight, both Tao Tao and I are all set for your arrival. You must not stand us up. Chen Qingning also sent a selfie of herself and Shen Tao. In the photo, Shen Tao and Chen Qingning were not dressed in their usual black and white, but rather in delightful black and white princess dresses. They were naturally pure and charming university students, and this attire accentuated their youthful allure. Sisterhood truly shines through. Mu Yang, do not worry. I will definitely meet you. Ning Mengjiang. All right, brother Chen Yang, both Tao Tao and I await your arrival. You absolutely must not stand us up, or I will be very, very heartbroken. Chen Qingning concluded with a reminder that she was not jesting. If Chen Yang failed to appear, she would indeed feel a profound sadness. Today was no ordinary day. It was Chen Qingning's birthday, although she had not mentioned it to Chen Yang. However, he was aware, having known for many years, and he had prepared a birthday celebration for his dear sister. The situation was nearly resolved. At New York International Airport, within a hotel, Giraud had donned her flight attendant uniform, standing before the mirror, slightly lost in thought. Giraud had always been aware of her beauty. She had been the center of attention throughout her life, excelling in every school she attended. With numerous admirers, she should have been destined for the spotlight. Regrettably, she had yet to achieve her aspirations. However, she did not blame Chen Yang for her circumstances. She could only conclude that her abilities were insufficient to pursue her ultimate dream. Meanwhile, a call came through from Qinlan. Sister Qinlan, how did things go regarding the last matter? Upon answering, Giraud immediately inquired. The previous matter involved her requesting Qinlan to contact entertainment companies in Shencheng to explore potential opportunities. I have reached out, but due to your age, many companies in Shencheng are not optimistic about you. Only a few companies found your looks acceptable and wish to give you a chance. Qinlan continued. I have selected Tian Ma as the most suitable option for you. Qinlan was quite professional, swiftly establishing contact. Tian Ma? Giraud was somewhat familiar with these companies and knew that Tian Ma's scale was neither too large nor too small, primarily focusing on the influencer domain, but having produced a couple of second or third-tier stars, indicating some potential for development. Qinlan added, Tian Ma is a decent choice. Considering you have been out of the game for so long, you should give it a try. All right, when is the interview? Giraud ultimately consented. Next week. Qinlan Zipli. By the way, Tian Ma has recently undergone some changes. I heard that the manager responsible for the interview is a newly appointed insider. Likely a rich kid, so be cautious. A rich kid? ZHRU's beautiful eyes dimmed momentarily. If that is the case, does it not render hope exceedingly bleak? One must understand that individuals like this sudden arrival of the young master are most fond of engaging in unspoken rules. It is highly probable that they already possess an internal list of predetermined candidates. Sighing, ZHRU lamented that even entering a mid-sized entertainment company has become a mere fantasy now. It must be noted that CHNY Ng is still an employee at TNM, albeit at the grassroots level, making it unlikely for him to have any interactions with these collaborations. Although ZHRU's fame has waned compared to her earlier days, her beauty, physique, and poise remain quite remarkable. If she were to sign with TNM, her direct contact would likely be a managerial-level supervisor. QN Ellen remarked. Are you? Back when you had just graduated from university, numerous companies sought you out. Yet you stubbornly chose to publicly announce a relationship and remain in Shencheng. Years have passed, and the situation is now vastly different. Do you regret it? The ZHRU of yesteryear was the brightest star at the Communication University, a goddess in the dreams of countless men. Her reputation in SHNCHing was quite significant. Unfortunately, a single misstep irrevocably shattered her career in the entertainment industry. ZHRU shook her head with a smile, responding, "What is there to regret? Life is about experiencing various things. My time with CHNYing was filled with countless sweet moments, though the final outcome was not as desired. But at least I had those moments. And that is sufficient." With a gentle smile, she gazed at her reflection in the mirror, exuding confidence, grace, and elegance. Meanwhile, within the SHWN community, CHNYing was also engaged in a phone call. Manager CHN, the batch of internet celebrities arriving this time, is of a slightly lower tier. In a week, another group will arrive, and their caliber will be significantly higher. If you wish to see them, I can arrange it for you. This was Deputy Director ZHUM, a very competent subordinate. She reminded CHNYing to consider checking out the female internet celebrities. If it were any other elite, her approach would undoubtedly be quite astute. Unfortunately, she was dealing with CHNYing. CHNYing did indeed plan to visit the company the next day. A new batch of internet celebrities had joined, and, as a manager, he needed to assess them. However, his intention was not to admire the beautiful female internet celebrities, but rather to explore opportunities to activate asset tasks and increase his shareholding in TNM. As a publicly listed entertainment company, TNM's shares hold significant value. Acquiring an additional 5 would elevate his stake to around 15, granting him substantial influence within the TNM group, which would greatly benefit his future development. "All right, I will drop by tomorrow," CHNYing confirmed. ZHUM subsequently ended the call. Time was of the essence. After changing his clothes, CHNYing prepared to head out. Just as he exited his apartment and was about to descend the stairs, he suddenly felt a soft collision from behind, as if someone had bumped into him, followed by a crisp exclamation. Before his eyes appeared a voluptuous figure, curvaceous and alluring, none other than the landlady. Helping the landlady to her feet and inquiring with concern, "Landlady, are you all right?" "I'm fine, really," the landlady replied, her face flushed. Then, with a hint of puzzlement, she asked, "CHNYing, you can recognize me?" CHNYing chuckled inwardly at her question. "How could I not recognize you? It's not like we're in a TV drama where a mask would obscure your identity." The landlady's cheeks reddened even more, as if she had been caught in a compromising situation. "What are you doing out at this hour, dressed like that?" he asked while picking up the parcel she had dropped. The landlady had dropped several packages, all tightly wrapped, concealing their contents. Upon noticing CHNYing retrieving her parcels, her face flushed deeper as she hurriedly said, "It's nothing. I just want to pick up a package." She quickly snatched the package from CHNYing's hands, clutching it to her chest, as if it contained something precious that she feared he might discover. CHNYing was taken aback, then smiled. "You seem rather anxious. It must be something good." "Not all, just some ordinary household items." "I must be going now," the landlady hastily replied and fled. CHNYing watched her graceful silhouette depart, teasingly calling out, "Landlady, take care. Don't bump into anyone else." "I know," she responded, but then paused, turning to CHNYing, "By the way, when do you have time to come take some photos of me?" As she spoke, a gleam of anticipation sparkled in her eyes. Indeed, she was quite eager. Although CHNYing had taken her out before, helping her ease her burdens, the shadows of the past remained. And only in his presence did she feel slightly bolder. She had prepared numerous beautiful outfits, eager to wear them for the photo shoot. Whenever CHNYing could come, she would be ready to showcase her alluring figure. After pondering, CHNYing responded, "It seems I am quite busy for the next couple of days. I have to attend CHNYing's birthday tonight, then visit the company tomorrow, followed by my sister-in-law's freshman conference the day after. How about the evening after tomorrow?" "All right, I'll be waiting eagerly. Please don't back out," the landlady said, her eyes filled with hope. "Rest assured, I will be delighted to take photos of the landlady. I would never miss such an opportunity," CHNYing teased. "Humph," the landlady huffed playfully, giving him a light reproach before departing. CHNYing then made his way downstairs and soon exited the SHWN community. Upon reaching the parking lot, he climbed into his Ferrari and drove towards the agreed meeting point with CHNYing. Meanwhile, at YON's home, her father, YOHI, had prepared dinner, calling out, and come eat. Coming, Y-O-N replied as she emerged with Zh-Ing-Hu, taking their seats at the dining table. As they began their meal, Y-O-H, I inquired with a smile. And I heard from your mother that Ch-N-Y-Ing came by today? Yes, he did, Y-O-N replied, nodding while casting a displeased glance at Zh-Ing-Hu. But he was chased away by Mom. Huh. Y-O-H, I looked perplexed. Turning to Zh-Ing-Hu, why would you send Ch-N-Y-Ing away? After so many years apart, why not let him stay for dinner? Zh-Ing-Hu retorted bluntly, what is the point of keeping him? You think the relationship between Ch-N-Y-Ing and N-N is that simple? It was never quite right before. Now, it's even more alarming. I can sense it. Sending him away is to protect our N-N from being deceived by this guy. Y-O-Hu, being N-N's mother, was astute enough to notice the underlying tension between her daughter and Ch-N-Y-Ing. Is that so? Y-O-H, I was slightly taken aback, looking at N-N with surprise. N-N, is what your mother's saying true? Don't listen to her nonsense, N-N replied, retorted directly, asserting that her relationship with Chen Yang was purely that of brother and sister, devoid of any other connotations. Upon uttering these words, her delicate face flushed slightly, betraying a hint of embarrassment. The bond between her and Chen Yang was indeed innocent enough to have transpired several times in one night. Stop pretending. I can see through you, Zhanghua confidently continued. Moreover, even if nothing is happening, I am merely being cautious, and there is no harm in that. Yao Hai interjected. Your claims are rather exaggerated. Chen Yang is not without merit. He is not as despicable as you portray. This was not to say that he looked down upon Chen Yang. Zhanghua bluntly stated, it is detrimental for both him and us if Chen Yang and Nana are together. You know Chen Yang's family situation is even slightly worse than ours. With our family currently in such dire straits and my health issues, in the future, only Nana will be able to earn and care for me. If Chen Yang and Nana are together, we will only become a burden to him, and he cannot offer us any assistance. Thus, this arrangement is unfavorable for both our families. Although Zhang Hua's temperament had changed significantly over the years, she was not devoid of reason. After a rational analysis, she turned to Nana and said, given our current circumstances, we can only seek a wealthy partner. It's not that I don't support you. We must bow to reality. In a place like Shencheng, finding a wealthy individual will greatly benefit our future. Moreover, with your appearance and figure, it is entirely feasible. With our family-esque conditions, we should not bring misfortune upon others. Zhang Hua attempted to persuade Nana. Yao Hai sighed beside her. Although your mother's words are rather blunt, they do hold some truth. Chen Yang is indeed not the most suitable match. In recent years, Nana's family had been in a precarious situation. Zhang Hua's medical expenses exceeded 10,000 every month, and after deducting daily expenses, Nana and Yao Hai's salaries barely sufficed, leaving no room for an improved quality of life. Residing in such a dim and dilapidated community had indeed contributed to their growing frustration. Thus, their thoughts were grounded in reality. Upon hearing this, Nana appeared outwardly calm, yet internally she felt a wave of sweetness. Previously, she regarded Chen Yang's generous monthly allowance of 300,000 as somewhat jarring, feeling that their sibling bond had transformed. After all, it was merely a night spent with her dear little brother. Was it truly necessary to shower her with money? Such a notion seemed so pedestrian. Nana's genuine feelings were evident. However, at this moment, she could only marvel at her astute little brother. In this world, material wealth trumped all, and real money was of utmost importance. 300,000. How enticing. A playful smile graced her lips as she remarked, Mom and Dad, are you implying that as long as there is money, I can be with anyone? Yao Hai replied directly, at the very least, they must be presentable. Zhang Hua added, as long as they're not elderly, of course, if he is exceptionally wealthy, that is also worth considering. With your reassurances, I feel at ease. Nana promptly produced a bank card and placed it on the table, stating, this card contains 200,000, sufficient to cover your medical expenses for a year and our household expenses. You can take this money for now, and I will continue to provide monthly support. I have but one request. Do not interfere with my romantic affairs, regardless of whom I choose as a boyfriend, whether as a mistress or a lover. You must not intervene. This is what you both agreed upon. Nana's smile bore a hint of mischief, feeling as though a scheme had come to fruition. 200,000? Zhang Hua and Yao Hai were momentarily taken aback, exchanging incredulous glances. Where did Nana acquire such a sum? Only Zhang Hua and Yao Hai remained in the living room. staring blankly at the bank card. "Thank you, my dear," Zhang Hua said. In Shencheng, at the Pengnu district by the seaside, night had fallen. The beach was still bustling with visitors enjoying themselves. Nearby, a striking red Ferrari 812, exuding a sense of technological sophistication, stood parked. Chen Yang sat in the car, engrossed in his phone. "Xiao Nana, thank you, my dear." "Muyang, is that all I get, just a thank you?" "Xiao Nana, what else would you prefer? Do you want me to come find you? Or shall you come my home? I can warm your bed for you, dear." Nana had completely succumbed, and not long after their previous encounter, she was already uttering such tempting words again. This was, after all, her true nature. From childhood, Nana had never been particularly serious. She was the mischievous neighborhood big sister who had not dated before, thus remaining uninitiated. Now, she felt completely liberated by Chen Yang. "Muyang, I have some matters to attend to tonight. I'll let you off this time. I promise to visit you personally another day." "Xiao Nana, sound good. My dear, I'll be waiting." After concluding her conversation with Nana, another message arrived from Miss Sinin, also known as Chun and Miss Sinin, esteemed member. "Want you join us for a workout today?" An NS message carried a teasing tone. "Muyang, I have some matters today, so I cannot make it." Miss Sinin, "No problem. I have everything prepared. Personal training, massage, stretching sessions are all set, just waiting for the boss to arrive." Anand's attitude had significantly shifted. The once thoughtful coach now exuded a hint of flattery, clearly reflecting the effects of spending money. "Muyang, I hope Coach Shannon provides me with a unique experience. Perhaps I will indulge further." "Miss Shannon, I guarantee it. Next time, I will ensure that you experience a new training regimen." Chapter 99. The birthday banquet. Chen Yang felt quite eager. Among the women he knew, Chanan boasted the most enviable figure, with a defined abdomen, a slim waist, and a perfectly shaped physique. What new experience would Coach Chen offer? After finishing his conversation with Coach Chen, yet another message arrived. This time from the main character of the day, Chen Qingning. "Ning Meng Jiang, brother Chen Yang, it's quite late. Are you not coming? I'm getting a bit anxious like a little cat." In Shencheng, outside a prestigious establishment near the Media University, music, the sound of dice rolling, and toasting resounded within. A crowd of approximately 20 to 30 individuals, predominantly handsome young men and beautiful women, mostly students, filled the venue. Among them, the most striking were Chen Qingning and Shun Tao, clad in princess-like dresses, one black, one white, their exquisite faces complemented by perfect figures, making them stand out among the crowd. Their beauty was unparalleled. Chen Qingning and Shun Tao were the most attractive among the girls, while a few handsome boys with striking looks were also present, all of whom occasionally cast longing glances at Chen Qingning and Shun Tao. "Is brother Chen Yang really coming?" Shun Tao inquired with a hint of urgency. As she asked, Chen Qingning chuckled softly. "Are you truly inquiring for my sake?" "Qingning Jia, please don't pry. It's quite embarrassing," Shun Tao replied, her cheeks flushing deeper. Since the last incident, she had found herself daydreaming frequently, often recalling moments spent with Chen Yang. Thus, tonight, she was filled with anticipation. Chen Qingning let out a delicate laugh, gently stroking Shun Tao's silky long hair, and remarked, "The youthful spirit of a girl in love is truly endearing. It seems my plan is nearing fruition. My sister will soon be with Chen Yang." "Qingning, please refrain from making inappropriate remarks," Shun Tao interjected, her heart racing. Unlike the enchanting Shun Tao, she was still somewhat innocent, hesitant to engage with Chen Qingning's teasing. She swiftly diverted the conversation, saying, "Qingning, it's nearly 10 o'clock. Chen Yang hasn't arrived yet. Perhaps he has forgotten?" At this mention, a hint of melancholy clouded Chen Qingning's beautiful eyes as she sighed. "I don't know. In truth, I never informed Chen Yang that today is my birthday." "What?" Shun Tao exclaimed in surprise. "Qingning, if you don't tell Chen Yang, how will he know? He probably thinks today is just an ordinary gathering and hasn't given it much thought." Chen Qingning rested her chin on her hands, her captivating eyes blinking as she replied, "If I were to tell Chen Yang, it would feel like a moral obligation, compelling him to celebrate my birthday. I dislike such an approach. Even if I am unhappy, I would never want Chen Yang to feel burdened." Her sentiments for Chen Yang were undeniably profound, not mere flirtations. Shun Tao, with a touch of envy, remarked, "Qingning, you are truly wonderful to Chen Yang. Of course, without Chen Yang, I can't imagine how things would be." Chen Qingning smiled brightly, seemingly unbothered. Just then, her phone rang, and both she and Yao Na brightened at the prospect of a message from Chen Yang. "Muyang, I won't be coming today. You two should come over. I will treat you to a late-night snack." With that, Chen Yang sent over an address. Doping New District, Deep Affection Midnight Spicy Hot Pot. Both Chen Qingning and Yao Na were momentarily taken aback, surprised that Chen Yang was not coming and instead inviting them out. Shen Tao's expression fell. Her mood dampened as she said, "It seems Chen Yang really has forgotten. He sends us to eat spicy hot pot instead of acknowledging that today is Qingning's birthday." Though Chen Qingning always complied with Chen Yang, a subtle sense of disappointment lingered within her. Ningming Jiang. All right, Chen Yang, we'll be there shortly. Mu Yang, okay. I'll wait for you. After sending the message, Chen Qingning set her phone aside and smiled at Shen Tao. Tao, let's get ready to leave. Huh? Qingning, is that appropriate? This gathering was specially arranged by Senior Zhou for you. Shen Tao replied anxiously. It's meant to celebrate your birthday. This gathering was organized by a senior named Zhou Rui, a member of the student council with a certain level of prestige within the school, specifically to honor Chen Qingning. Of course, he was also one of her admirers. Chen Qingning glanced around, her mind elsewhere, and shook her head. If Chen Yang isn't coming, it loses its significance. Let's go for a late-night snack instead. All right, Shen Tao nodded, reluctantly agreeing. Meanwhile, at a nearby booth, several boys were engaged in conversation. Zhou, today's arrangements are splendid. You remembered Chen Qingning's birthday well in advance and organized this gathering just for her. She must be incredibly touched. Indeed, Zhou's charm is unmatched. To pursue a goddess like Chen Qingning is no small feat. It seems he is on the verge of success. The boys all flattered Zhou Rui, who was slightly older, had some wealth, and was considered a figure of authority among them. Zhou Rui, dressed in a white suit and sporting slicked-back hair, basked in their admiration and said, "To win the heart of a goddess like Chen Qingning, sincerity and understanding are paramount. You all have much to learn." His roommates chorused their agreement. "Zhou, you are impressive. We will follow your lead to find love soon." Feeling buoyed by their praise, Zhou Rui continued, "Merely inviting someone out isn't enough. To truly enter a goddess's heart, one must possess skill. Watch and learn." He then stood up, strode to the karaoke stage, and selected the song Because of Love. Taking the microphone, he addressed the crowd. "Everyone, please be quiet. Today is Qingning's birthday, and this gathering is specially prepared for her. I hope everyone enjoys themselves, but most importantly, I hope Qingning has a wonderful time. I would like to dedicate this song to her and wonder if she might join me in a duet." The audience gasped in unison. Wow. Zhou Rui prepared a birthday celebration for Senior Qingning. How romantic. Zhou Rui was young, handsome, affluent, and showed great thoughtfulness toward Qingning, which made everyone envious of her. The message of the song was unmistakable. Zhou Rui was clearly confessing his feelings. All eyes turned to Chen Qingning, who had just finished packing her things with Shen Tao, seeking an excuse to leave. Under the spotlight, Shen Tao's face flushed, wishing she could disappear, utterly unsure of how to react. Shen Tao's devoted admirer, Zhou Hao, was among the crowd, watching her with a protective gaze. Tao must be longing for such a romantic confession. If I were more assertive, perhaps I would have a chance, he thought. Yet, the thought of being the center of attention made him shrink back, lacking the courage to act. Chen Qingning, however, remained composed, unfazed by the attention. "Qingning, I truly envy you. After 4 years of university, it seems your romantic moment has arrived," said a senior named Gao Yao, slightly older than Chen Qingning, who looked on with admiration. Everyone assumed Chen Qingning would gladly accept the duet invitation. To their astonishment, she merely smiled politely, albeit awkwardly, and stated, "I'm sorry, but I have a terrible singing voice. Tao and I have some matters to attend to, so we must leave." The room fell silent, stunned by her refusal. She turned him down. The crowd gasped collectively, taken aback by her flimsy excuse. After all, Chen Qingning had gained fame in school for her beautiful singing voice during her freshman year as a cultural department spokesperson, and many were well aware of her talent. It seemed her refusal was a mere pretext. The most shocking revelation was that not only did she decline, but she also intended to leave. What was going on? Today's gathering was entirely organized for Chen Qingning. Zhou Rui had even ordered a birthday cake and meticulously planned how to celebrate Chen Qingning's birthday later. Now, however, Chen Qingning was about to leave? What was the significance of today's gathering then? Zhou Rui's expression darkened, and he directly stated, "Qingning, this is not right. I specifically prepared this gathering for you." Chen Qingning replied, "I know, and I truly appreciate it, but I have something else to attend to today. I apologize." In truth, she was not trying to brush Zhou Rui off. She was completely unaware of the gathering's purpose. It was Zhou Rui who took the initiative to organize it, and she was invited through her roommate, Gao Yao. It was merely described as an ordinary gathering, without any mention of it being a birthday celebration for Chen Qingning. Zhou Rui's intention to surprise Chen Qingning depended on her liking it. At a loss for words, Zhou Rui felt utterly embarrassed, realizing he had made a fool of himself. Gao Yao quickly stepped in to ease the tension, cheerfully asking, "Qingning, the gathering is already at this point. Why are you leaving? Do you have other plans?" Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Did she have another engagement? Who could be so important as to make her ditch all these people? Gao Yao, surprised, inquired, "Qingning, whose invitation is it that you value so much?" "A friend's," Chen Qingning replied with a faint smile. "I'm going out for a late-night snack with Tao Tao. You all enjoy yourselves." With that, she exchanged a glance with Shan Tao, who promptly stood up and joined her side. Just as they were about to depart, Gao Yao chimed in, "Wait, Qingning, I'm a bit hungry too and would love to join you for a late-night snack. Can I come along?" This woman was quite inquisitive. She was eager to find out who could possibly capture Chen Qingning's heart. After all, during their 4 years in university, Chen Qingning had never dated anyone. Gao Yao's comment prompted several of Chen Qingning's close female friends to chime in, "Qingning, we want to go for a late-night snack too." Indeed, if someone could make Qingning turn down Zhou Rui, they must be exceptional. "Qingning, let us join you," they eagerly pleaded. In their eyes, Chen Qingning's refusal of Zhou Rui indicated that she had found someone superior. Even Zhou Rui, with a grim expression, said, "Since we are celebrating your birthday, why don't we all go together?" Chen Qingning was at a loss on how to decline. After all, these people had come to celebrate her birthday. Leaving now felt rather inconsiderate. Yet if everyone went, what about her brother Chen Yang? "Let me ask," Chen Qingning said, pulling out her phone to inquire. The reply came swiftly. "Sure, the more the merrier. I'm fine with it." Upon hearing this, everyone's faces lit up with excitement. Their curiosity was ignited. They all wanted to know who this mysterious person was that could command Chen Qingning's compliance. As the group departed, they each took taxis or drove towards Dapeng New Village. Chen Qingning, Shen Tao, and Gao Yao shared a vehicle. Gao Yao, with a smile, asked Qingning, "The person who has captured your attention must be a wealthy and handsome gentleman, right? The celebration tonight must be quite grand. Are we heading to a Michelin-starred restaurant?" Gao Yao was filled with anticipation. However, Chen Qingning was taken aback by the mention of a Michelin star. There was quite a disparity, as the address Chen Yang had given her was a place called Shencheng Malatang. Chen Qingning had dined there numerous times, mostly accompanied by Chen Yang. This Malatang stall was situated by the pier in Dapeng New Village, with a simple environment and average conditions, far from the luxury of a Michelin-starred restaurant. Chen Qingning, however, did not mind. As long as she was with Chen Yang, she was content with any meal. Yet, the thought of so many people accompanying her made her feel somewhat awkward. "I'm not quite sure. What we eat is not important. Michelin stars don't guarantee it's better than a roadside stall," she remarked. Gao Yao chuckled and replied, "That may be true, but for a birthday, some celebration is necessary. We can't really go to a roadside stall, can we? At the very least, it should be a Western restaurant." Chen Qingning smiled silently, unsure how to respond. Beside her, Shen Tao felt uncomfortable, as she was aware of the location Chen Yang had chosen. She could already picture the scene of their large group arriving at a roadside Malatang stall, which would undoubtedly be shocking. However, Shen Tao felt there was no good way to address it and could only wait quietly. After about half an hour, they arrived at Dapeng New Village, disembarking one after another. They looked around at the somewhat desolate surroundings, and each face displayed a hint of surprise. This place seemed rather forlorn and did not appear to host any upscale restaurants. "I've been to this harbor. There aren't any high-end dining options here," one remarked. "How could someone who makes Qingning so attentive not afford a nice restaurant?" "It's hard to say. Perhaps they're planning a high-end farmhouse meal," another suggested. The group buzzed with speculation, and Gao Yao asked with a smile, "Qingning, where is he? Let us there." "Yes, we're all looking forward to it," echoed one of Chen Qingning's friends. Even Zhou Rui and the others looked at Chen Qingning with complex expressions, eager to see who could make her forego the gathering and travel a distance for an appointment. Chen Qingning, unfazed, replied with a smile, "If I remember correctly, it should be this way. Follow me." She led the group deeper towards the pier, and after a short walk, they stumbled upon a roadside stall selling Malatang by the sea. This stall was run by a couple, busily attending to their business, and was named Shencheng Malatang. However, the stall was not bustling with customers, with only a couple of tables occupied. This was to be expected, as roadside stalls by the pier typically serve sailors during the late night and early morning, so there wouldn't be many patrons at this hour. To them, this shabby Malatang stall seemed unrelated to their gathering that evening. Yet, what happened next astonished them. As Chen Yang approached the stall, she excitedly waved her hand and called out Brother Chen Yang. A handsome young man, sitting at the stall and engrossed in his phone, turned to look. Upon recognizing Chen Yang, he smiled and said, Chen Yang, you're here. This handsome young man was, of course, Chen Yang. He had been waiting for a while. Chen Yang joyfully ran over, warmly greeting and chatting with him. The other students stood frozen in shock. What was happening? Why was Chen Yang so enthusiastically greeting someone eating at a roadside stall? Could it be that the person she was looking for today was him? This was unbelievable. It must be noted that Chen Yang went so far as to cancel the gathering specially arranged by Zhou Rui, simply to indulge in a bowl of spicy hot pot. Surely, there must be more to it than that. The crowd still harbored some fantasies. Even Zhou Rui could hardly believe that the person savoring the hot pot could possibly be his rival in love. However, Chen Yang was indeed not his rival, for Chen Yang had never regarded him as a competitor. Chen Yang noticed the large entourage accompanying Chen Yang and couldn't help but furrow his brow in confusion, asking, so many people? Chen Yang, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, today is a special day, so there are quite a few of us. A special day? What could possibly be special about today? Is it not merely Tuesday? Chen Yang feigned ignorance, a playful smile dancing on his lips. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang felt a twinge of disappointment, though she had no expectations of Chen Yang. Chen Yang Gij, you really forgot, she lamented. Beside them, Shun Tao eagerly interjected. Chen Yang Gij, today, is actually Qingning Jias. She intended to elaborate, but was swiftly interrupted by Chen Qingning, who laughed. Chen Yang Gij. Let's not dwell on that. Let us just enjoy our late-night snack. I'm feeling a bit hungry. All right, Chen Yang nodded, glancing at the assembled crowd. With so many people, I wonder if there will be enough seats in the shop. He then called out to the owner, Sun Ji. I brought you a big business. Please make arrangements. Sun Ji, the proprietor of the beloved hot pot establishment, felt his spirits lift upon hearing Chen Yang's words. Chen Yang, this truly is a considerable gathering. I'll make sure to accommodate you all properly. He promptly gathered several tables and chairs and addressed the group. Please, everyone, take a seat. If there is not enough room, just let me know, and I'll fetch more chairs. The enthusiasm radiating from Sun Ji left everyone momentarily speechless. What is the situation? The tables and chairs are all set up. Are they really going to sit down and enjoy hot pot? This was far removed from their initial expectations of a gathering. Gao Yao could not help but ask incredulously, Qingning, are we really going to sit down and eat hot pot? Chen Qingning nodded and smiled. Yes, didn't I say we were coming for a late-night snack? Hot pot is quite delightful. However, the others were perplexed. Eating hot pot is one thing, but who celebrates a birthday at such a place? This is utterly ridiculous. Even Shun Tao hung her head, her cheeks flushed crimson. What a disgrace, what a disgrace. How could Chen Yang Gij forget Qingning Jie's birthday? From now on, Qingning Jie would surely struggle to hold her head high at school. The person most disheartened by the unfolding events was undoubtedly Zhou Rui. What is this? Hot pot. The meticulously planned gathering he had organized paled in comparison to a humble hot pot meal. Has Chen Qingning lost her senses? The group, caught in a whirlwind of confusion, eventually settled in their seats. Once they were seated, Chen Yang cheerfully declared, everyone, feel free to order. Today, I'll cover the bill. Under normal circumstances, such words would elicit responses of gratitude, with remarks like thank you, boss, and how generous. Yet today, the gathering merely found it amusing, even if they ordered extravagantly. A roadside hot pot would hardly exceed a few hundred yuan, merely costing 20 or 30 per person. This hardly seemed appropriate for a birthday celebration. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, since we are here, let us eat. The students began to place their orders. Chen Yang, Gao Yao, Chen Qingning, and Shun Tao shared table. Chen Yang turned to Chen Qingning and Shun Tao, smiling. Qingning, Tao Tao, order whatever you like. Okay, Chen Qingning responded obediently, rising to place her order. However, as soon as she stood, Shun Tao hurriedly whispered, Chen Yang Gij, did you forget something important? Chen Yang raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Forget what? Just something very significant. Shun Tao stammered as she organized her thoughts. I don't think so. My memory is quite sharp, Chen Yang replied with a slight smile. Shun Tao fell silent. Gao Yao, sitting nearby, regarded Chen Yang with a complex expression, pondering his thoughts. Meanwhile, Everyone had finished placing their orders. Sun Ji and his wife worked diligently, preparing the various dishes. In no time, each table's orders began to arrive. This beloved hot pot establishment, having stood the test of time, boasted exceptional culinary skills, and the patrons could not help but praise the flavors. The taste is truly wonderful. I haven't had such flavorful hot pot in ages. This fare, indeed, surpassed any Western cuisine for a late-night snack. While the group chatted, they spoke in veiled tones. For despite the deliciousness, it remained merely a hot pot meal, hardly suitable for a birthday celebration. Shencheng, however, paid little mind to these musings. With a sweet smile, she remarked, Chen Yang, I didn't expect this hot pot to be so delicious after all these years. Chen Yang chuckled. What did you think? That I would invite you here for no reason? Deep Affection Hot Pot had been a favorite haunt for both Chen Yang and Shencheng during their university days. Even after graduation, Chen Yang had brought Zhiro here a few times, retaining confidence in its flavors. Hearing Chen Yang's words only brightened Shencheng's smile. Chen Yang, you're truly wonderful. Gao Yao, however, felt a sense of disarray. Was this truly the same Chengning she had known? The one who hadn't dated anyone in 4 years? Why, before this man, did she seem like an infatuated schoolgirl, beaming with joy over a simple hot pot? Zhou Rui's frustration was palpable. He could not fathom the allure of this hot pot that could lure Chengning away from the carefully planned gathering. Upon hearing Chen Yang's invitation, Chengning did not immediately agree. Instead, she turned to Chen Yang and asked, Chen Yang, do you wish to go? As soon as Chen Yang spoke, Chengning smiled and replied, all right, I'll follow your lead, Chen Yang. The expressions on Gao Yao and Zhou Rui's faces grew increasingly complicated. Chen Yang has other plans? What plans could those be? Perhaps a stroll by the dock after the hot pot? That seemed quite plausible. Zhou Rui could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, Chengning, it's your birthday. How can you celebrate in such a meager manner? Eating hot pot? I can't even imagine. If you stay with us, I have everything arranged. Not only will there be a grand birthday feast, but there will also be someone to celebrate with you, sing you a birthday song, and you'll have the chance to record it and receive everyone's blessings. And now, eating a roadside hot pot stand is utterly humiliating. Zhou Rui's outburst caught the attention of the surrounding students, who turned to look. Gao Yao glanced at Chen Yang, eager to see how he would respond. Before Chen Yang could say anything, Chengning, visibly annoyed, retorted, Zhou Rui, what nonsense are you spouting? I simply wanted to eat hot pot. What is wrong with that? Besides, Chen Yang didn't know today was my birthday. He just wanted to share a simple meal with me. You all insisted on coming along. Moreover, what is wrong with hot pot? Does eating hot pot mean I can't celebrate my birthday? Chengning stood firmly in defense of Chen Yang. Though she too felt that today's birthday celebration was less than ideal, she knew it was not Chen Yang's fault. He simply remained unaware. Chapter 103. The Princess Mary, if brother Chen Yang were no, he would undoubtedly make arrangements for her. The crowd present gasped at Cheng's words, as they never anticipated her willingness to go to such lengths to defend Chen Yang. The relationship between Chengning and Chen Yang must be quite extraordinary. Zhou Rui's anger intensified, and he exclaimed, Chengning, do you not understand? He is simply indifferent to you, showing no concern at all. It is I, who constantly thinks of you and organizes gatherings and various activities, who truly harbors feelings for you. How can someone who forgets your birthday possibly have the right to pursue you? He naively believed that Chen Yang was indeed pursuing Chengning. As Chengning continued to speak in Chen Yang's defense, the latter had already spoken up. Sitting on the chair, Chen Yang smiled and said, Who says I forgot Chening's birthday? The room fell silent in shock. His words implied that he had not forgotten her birthday at all. If he had forgotten, inviting her for a meal of spicy hot pot would be understandable. However, now that he had not forgotten and still chose to invite her for hot pot, it seemed even more abstract. Not only the others, but even Chengning was momentarily stunned, uncertain of Chen Yang's intentions. Did you really plan to spend Chengning's birthday eating spicy hot pot? Gao Yao could not help but ask. Chen Yang's lips curled into a playful smile as he replied, Though Chengning and I share no blood relation, we have known each other for so many years, and she is like a sister to me. Naturally, I would not allow her to suffer any indignity. As for what I have arranged, I'm under no obligation to disclose it to you. Zhou Rui could not tolerate Chen Yang's pretentious demeanor and retorted, What arrangements could you possibly make? After hot pot, are we going for barbecue? The university boys around them all smirked, as this notion certainly aligned with their expectations. Yet, Chen Yang paid them no mind, his attention fixed on his phone, where a message had just appeared. "Mr. Chen, we have arrived." Upon reading this, a smirk of mischief appeared on Chen Yang's face. "Since you all are so eager to see, let me open your eyes today." As soon as he finished speaking, a series of horn blasts echoed from the distant shore. All eyes were instantly drawn to the source of the sound. Against the dark sea, a magnificent white luxury cruise ship was slowly approaching. The vessel was stunning, adorned with colorful lights that resembled a rainbow and exuded opulence with its 8 lavishly decorated decks. This luxury cruise ship was renowned in Deep City, often frequented by the elite and socialites for gatherings, typically seen in the vicinity of Deep Bay. As the luxurious ship glided closer, the crowd erupted in awe. "Wow, it's the Princess Mary. It's so beautiful," they exclaimed. "I've only seen it in short videos before. I never imagined seeing it in reality would be so breathtaking. Isn't the Princess Mary usually active in Deep Bay? How did it end up here in Dapeng? Who knows? Perhaps a wealthy heir from this side is hosting a gathering." Their chatter grew increasingly uneasy as they noticed the Princess Mary heading directly towards them, seemingly as if they were the intended destination. This, coupled with Chen Yang's earlier confident tone, sparked a terrifying speculation in their minds. Zhou Rui's expression shifted as he thought. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Princess Mary is such a luxurious yacht. Generally, only the rich can afford it. There is no way Chen Yang could. He refused to believe it. However, reality soon delivered a resounding slap in the face as the Princess Mary, amidst the deep, resonant blasts of its horn, indeed made its way to the dock where Chen Yang and the others stood. As the ship drew nearer, the crowd could see the scene unfolding aboard the Princess Mary. Several banners had been unfurled, fluttering in the wind, proclaiming, "The Princess Mary welcomes the true princess of today, Miss Chen Qingning." All staff aboard the Princess Mary wish Miss Chen Qingning a very happy birthday. The Princess Mary welcomes Princess Qingning. We will do our utmost to ensure her satisfaction. And please, Miss Princess, board the ship. The appearance of these banners left all the students utterly stunned. Did this mean that the Princess Mary had truly come for Chen Qingning? Had the entire ship been chartered for her birthday celebration? At this moment, their worldviews were irrevocably shaken. Even when affluent young masters host events on the Princess Mary, they typically only rent a single deck. It is rare for someone to charter the entire ship. The cost of the Princess Mary is exorbitant. Renting just one level could cost upwards of 100,000. To charter the entire luxury yacht would start from at least 1 to 2 million. Such a price is indeed staggering. Yet today, it was a reality. The Chen Yang who had taken Chen Qingning for spicy hot pot had indeed chartered the entire Princess Mary. This was unfathomably extravagant. Among the most shocked were Zhou Rui and Gao Yao. Gao Yao's beautiful eyes could no longer conceal her astonishment. Chen Yang's actions had completely reshaped her previous impression of him. How could he possess such wealth? She had previously thought of Chen Qingning as a naive girl, but now she realized she was the truly naive one. Chen Qingning was far more astute than she had ever imagined. Zhou Rui felt as though his entire worldview was crumbling. He had thought that merely going to a high-end venue for karaoke was sufficient to feel wealthy and superior. Yet now, his sense of superiority had been shattered by Chen Yang. Chartering a luxury yacht for a birthday celebration was something he had never dared to dream of. At this moment, he felt cold all over, finally realizing that Chen Yang was not his rival, for he was never qualified to be one. Chapter 104. Selection. The Princess Mary gracefully approached the dock. As the majestic ship neared, Chen Qingning covered her mouth, trembling with excitement. Initially, she, like everyone else, thought that Chen Yang had forgotten her birthday, which was why he had chosen to take her for hot pot. However, it became evident that she had underestimated Chen Yang's thoughtfulness. Brother Chen Yang had not forgotten her birthday. Instead, he had prepared such a grand surprise that would be etched in her memory for a lifetime. Brother Chen Yang. Chen Qingning's eyes glistened with tears as she leaped into his embrace. Chen Yang held her close, smiling. "Why are you crying? Do you not like it?" No, it's not that. I'm just so happy and excited. Brother Chen Yang, you have been too wonderful to me." Chen Qingning sobbed like a little girl, her tears reminiscent of blooming pear flowers, evoking deep emotion. Chen Yang smiled gently. Over the years, Chen Qingning had been exceedingly obedient and had provided him with immense emotional value. She was indeed his dear little sister, and he would never let her down. Meanwhile, the Princess Mary had docked, and as the massive gangway lowered, a group of tall, graceful hostesses dressed in elegant kipeos emerged, standing respectfully on either side of the boarding ramp. After they stood in place, a stunning foreign beauty with golden hair and blue eyes, exuding an air of elegance and nobility, descended slowly from the deck. Dressed in a professional uniform consisting of a fitted skirt, black stockings, and high heels, she possessed a pair of long legs that drew attention. With a warm smile, she addressed Chen Yang and Chen Qingning with utmost respect, saying, "Mr. Chen, Miss Chen, I am Catherine, the stewardess of the Princess Mary. Tonight, I shall do my utmost to serve you. Should you have any requests or inquiries, please feel free to approach me. Now, on behalf of the Princess Mary, I extend a warm welcome aboard. Welcome, Princess Qingning." Following her words, the attendants behind her echoed in unison, "Welcome aboard, Princess Qingning. Welcome aboard, Princess Qingning. Welcome aboard, Princess Qingning." Although this manner of greeting was rather cliché, it undeniably elevated Chen Qingning's stature, truly bestowing upon her a semblance of royalty. Chen Qingning's cheeks flushed with delight. She had never experienced such treatment before. Meanwhile, her classmates gazed at her with envy, particularly some of the female students who were consumed with jealousy. "So dreamy, I truly envy Senior Qingning." Previously, when Senior Qingning rejected Senior Zhou Rui, I thought she was a bit foolish, but now it seems we were the foolish ones. Indeed, compared to this brother Chen Yang, Senior Zhou Rui is hardly noteworthy. Brother Chen Yang is quite handsome. I too wish to be one of his admirers. A chorus of infatuated gazes emanated from the group of female university students. Shen Tao was no exception. She observed the spotlighted Chen Qingning with an expression of hopeful anticipation. If she were to become Brother Chen Yang's woman, would she not also receive such treatment? This thought made Shen Tao feel bashful. The male university students, on the other hand, wore expressions of discontent. They had been thoroughly outclassed by Chen Yang, who overshadowed them entirely. Particularly Zhou Rui, who wished he could find a hole to hide in, realizing he had no standing to confront Chen Yang. After tonight, it was likely that Chen Qingning would gain considerable notoriety in the school of media, which was precisely the effect Chen Yang desired. If one is to indulge, one must do so in view of an audience. Gathering all these people together is essential for fulfilling one's vanity. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Chen Yang took Chen Qingning's hand and boarded the ship, with Shen Tao following closely behind, as others sought to embark as well. However, they were stopped by Catherine. "I apologize, but tonight the Princess Mary is exclusively at the service of Princess Qingning. To avoid any unnecessary complications, only women are permitted to board, and only those designated by Princess Qingning may come aboard," Catherine said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the male university students felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. They believed this was directed at them. After all, was not Chen Yang also male? Why was he allowed to board? Yet, they could only grumble. What status did they possess compared to that of Chen Yang? They could only blame Zhou Rui for his prior arrogance. The restriction on male entry and the necessity for female designation truly granted Chen Qingning a royal privilege. In other circumstances, other girls might have been quite upset, perhaps even resentful towards Chen Qingning. However, in this case, they dared not harbor any ill feelings. For it was the Princess Mary, a vessel most ordinary female university students would never have the chance to board in their lifetimes. This was an extraordinary opportunity. To charter the Princess Mary for a voyage across the sea was a dreamlike experience. Even merely taking photos for social media would greatly satisfy their vanity. Senior Qingning. Pick me. Senior Qingning. I have always admired and supported you. Senior Qingning, I can take photos. I can board to capture your moments. The eyes of the female university students sparkled with desire. It seemed that being chosen aboard would be an immense blessing for them. Chen Qingning, taken by surprise at this arrangement, paused momentarily before glancing at Chen Yang. Her eyes filled with uncertainty. Clearly, she was unsure how to decide. However, Chen Yang smiled and said, "Today, let everything proceed according to your wishes. Anyone with whom you are at odds or do not wish to see does not deserve an opportunity." Upon hearing Chen Yang's words, Chen Qingning nodded and replied, "Brother Chen Yang, I understand." Subsequently, Chen Qingning scanned the crowd of female classmates below and ultimately selected a few who had treated her well and had not previously slandered her. The chosen few were overjoyed, while the remaining female students were filled with envy and resentment. They truly regretted not having fostered a better relationship with Chen Qingning, whether by design or coincidence. Those selected to board were notably attractive, further aggravating the remaining male students. One remarked, Xiao Xian, this ship doesn't allow men aboard. It clearly lacks propriety. Let us go eat at the restaurant together instead. No, I must go aboard and see for myself. This is the Princess Mary. If I miss this opportunity, I might never get another chance. How could I not go? We must board. A throng of beautiful, innocent female students eagerly ascended the vessel, leaving behind a group of forlorn male university students, bewildered by the scene. At this moment, they finally grasped the power of wealth. The old adage rang true: with money, one could do as one pleases. The Princess Mary glided slowly through the waters near Shen City, braving the waves. Although it was already late at night, the beaches of Shen City were still bustling with tourists, who gazed upon the luxurious Princess Mary with admiration and longing. While they crowded the beach, those aboard the luxurious cruise appeared as if they were observing a spectacle. The world of the wealthy was indeed unparalleled. This feeling of superiority greatly gratified the vanity of the female university students standing on the deck, many of whom had previously lacked a clear understanding of wealth, but were now awakening to its profound allure. No wonder so many women become materialistic. This shift in perspective infused their gazes toward Chen Yang with a mix of admiration and fervor. Yet, Chen Yang paid little mind to the female university students. He, alongside Chen Qingming and Shen Tao, was guided by Catherine to explore what could be deemed the most opulent cruise in Shen City. The Princess Mary boasted 8 levels, each featuring exclusive areas for leisure, swimming, sauna, bathing, dining, accommodation, entertainment, and private cinemas. Everything one could imagine was available. Moreover, there were dedicated staff members at every turn to cater to their needs. On the Princess Mary, whatever one wished to do, for however long they desired, was entirely feasible. Unquestionably, the Princess Mary was a sanctuary of indulgence. This is magnificent. Brother Chen Yang, I never dared to dream I would board such a luxurious cruise ship. Chen Qingming stood at the bow of the Princess Mary, gazing at the vessel riding the waves, her cheeks flushed, suddenly engulfed in a romantic ambience reminiscent of the Titanic. The atmosphere was utterly enchanting. Chen Yang embraced her delicate waist from behind, smiling as he said, opportunities like this will abound in the future. Brother Chen Yang, you are truly wonderful. Chen Qingming's face radiated happiness. She turned around, her eyes shimmering with emotion, and suddenly stepped forward to plant a kiss on his lips. Chen Yang lowered his head and gently kissed her rosy lips. The two shared a kiss aboard the luxurious cruise ship, a scene reminiscent of Titanic. Shen Tao, observing nearby, was momentarily entranced and quickly took out her phone to capture the moment. After taking the picture, a sudden emptiness filled Shen Tao's heart as she gazed at Chen Qingming, her eyes brimming with envy. She wondered if she would ever have the opportunity to experience such treatment as Chen Qingming had. Once the kiss ended, the two parted ways. Chen Qingming suddenly turned to Shen Tao with a sweet smile, revealing her little tiger teeth, and said, Tao Tao, come here. Huh? Shen Tao was caught off guard by Chen Qingming's sudden call. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she approached and asked, Sister Qingming, what's the matter? With a smile, Chen Qingming replied, if you're secretly taking pictures from the side, there will be consequences. She then turned to Chen Yang and said, Brother Chen Yang, I'm feeling a bit unwell and need to use the restroom. Please let Tao Tao keep you company for a while, okay? Sure, Chen Yang replied, a smile playing on his lips. Sister Qingming. Shen Tao felt her face grow even warmer. She understood Chen Qingming's intentions. As they had trained together in the dormitory, Tao Tao, you must make sure Brother Chen Yang is happy, Chen Qingming instructed, waving her hand. I'll be off now. See you soon. Brother Chen Yang, you and Tao Tao enjoy yourselves. With a light step, Chen Qingming happily left, showing no signs of discomfort. Only Chen Yang and Shen Tao remained. Chen Yang gazed at the pure, yet alluring figure of Shen Tao in her white princess dress and remarked, Tao Tao, you look lovely today. Really? Shen Tao felt a rush of sweetness at Chen Yang's compliment. Brother Chen Yang, today's outfit was specially selected for me by Sister Qingming. She said you would like it. Indeed, Qingming understands me well, Chen Yang chuckled. What else did she say? After a moment's hesitation, Shen Tao summoned her courage, gently grasped Shen Yang's hand, and allowed him to wrap his arms around her slender waist, pulling her into his embrace. With a flushed face, she said, Sister Qingming also mentioned that Brother Chen Yang is a bit of a rogue. A pure and beautiful girl like me falling into your hands is surely unavoidable. Is what Sister Qingming said true? As she spoke, she blinked her lovely big eyes, appearing innocent and naive. Chen Yang smiled softly and tightened his embrace around her delicate waist, whispering, "Qingning truly understands me." Half an hour later, Shun Tao appeared disheveled. Her clothes torn in several places, her stockings ripped with small holes, and bruises mottling her knees. Fortunately, the luxurious cabin was filled with innocent young women, oblivious to any signs of trouble between Chen Yang and Shun Tao. "Tao Tao, what happened? Why you look so disheveled?" one of the innocent young women asked with confusion. Shen Tao's cheeks were flushed as she replied, I accidentally tripped outside, and Brother Chen Yang helped me up." "Tripped? How could that tear your clothes?" The innocent young woman looked even more puzzled. Just then, Chen Qingning appeared, exclaiming, "Oh no. Tao Tao, did you fall that badly? Should we get a doctor?" "No need. It's only a little tear in my clothes," Shun Tao said, feeling thoroughly embarrassed and wishing she could hide away. She had never done anything so bold in her life. "Then you should hurry and change into something else," Chen Qingning urged, quickly sending Shun Tao away. "Okay," Shun Tao replied. Meanwhile, Gao Yao, who had boarded the ship with them, added, "By the way, we should also change into swimsuits." "Why?" the innocent young women asked in bewilderment. Gao Yao smiled and said, "Since we're on a luxury cruise, how can we not wear swimsuits? I saw that there's a special dressing room on the ship with all kinds of swimsuits. They have everything from bikinis to sports swimsuits." Upon hearing this, the group of innocent young women flushed with shyness. As university students, they held more conservative views and were not as open as women in society. Most of them were hesitant to wear bikinis. If the ship had only women, it would be fine, but Chen Yang was still there. "Sister Gao Yao, isn't that inappropriate?" one innocent young woman said nervously. Another young woman glanced at Chen Yang, feeling shy, and added, "Brother Chen Yang is still here. It would be awkward if he saw us." Chen Yang, seated comfortably on the sofa, smiled and said, "How would he find it awkward at all? Wearing swimsuits on a cruise is perfectly normal." He was open to all, and how could he miss the opportunity for such a delightful view? Gao Yao chimed in, "It's just a swimsuit. It's nothing. It's merely for better photos. And besides, Brother Chen Yang is the big spender tonight. Even if something happens, I wouldn't mind. Brother Chen Yang, since they're reluctant to change, I'll be the first," Gao Yao said, her eyes sparkling with charm. "Do you prefer bikinis, sailor suits, or something even more beautiful?" This woman was more mature and daring than the other university girls, and she was indeed quite beautiful, tall, with fair skin. Chen Yang assessed her and smiled. "With your figure, a bikini would suit you perfectly." "All right," Gao Yao said as she left. After a moment of hesitation, the remaining innocent young women also decided to follow suit and went to change into swimsuits. Only Chen Qingning and Chen Yang remained. "Hee, Brother Chen Yang, tonight is going to be full of surprises," Chen Qingning said, lying in Chen Yang's embrace like a well-behaved kitten. Chen Yang glanced at her, teasingly asking, "Did you arrange all this on purpose?" "Of course not. How could I arrange something like this?" Chen Qingning replied, though a mischievous smile betrayed her. Chen Yang had already figured it out. The young women Chen Qingning had invited were not just her close friends. They were all attractive and well-endowed. Even Gao Yao was included. He could easily guess his dear sister's intentions. "Today is your birthday, not mine," Chen Yang said, pinching her cheek. "As long as Brother Chen Yang is happy, I am already satisfied," Chen Qingning responded, her smile tinged with infatuation. What a wonderful sister she was. Chen Yang stroked her hair, feeling his affection for Chen Qingning deepen. "Brother Chen Yang, I'm going to change into my swimsuit as well. Today, both Tao Tao and I have prepared swimsuits. Please judge who looks prettier later." Chen Qingning stood up from his embrace. "Go ahead," Chen Yang nodded. To be honest, he had yet to see Chen Qingning and Shun Tao in swimsuits, and he was indeed curious. Chen Qingning smiled lightly and turned to leave. With the innocent young women gone and only Chen Yang left in the luxurious cabin, he leaned back on the world-class designer sofa and snapped his fingers. Catherine, the blonde with blue eyes, promptly approached with a smile, asking, "Mr. Chen, what can I do for you?" As midnight approaches, please prepare the birthday cake, dishes, and red wine. I want a grand birthday celebration. Do not disappoint me, Chen Yang said coolly. Rest assured, Mr. Chen, tonight's birthday celebration will exceed your expectations. Catherine replied confidently, her exquisite face radiating assurance. Chen Yang nodded in satisfaction. After a brief pause, Catherine inquired, should we prepare red wine? Or would you prefer a cocktail instead? On the surface, this seemed like an innocuous question, yet Chen Yang discerned its deeper implications. Ordinary red wine, with its bitterness and high alcohol content, would likely be too much for these young female university students. In contrast, a cocktail would have a similar alcohol level but a far more palatable sweetness, making it easy for them to overindulge. As the stewardess of the Princess Mary, Catherine had attended to numerous wealthy young patrons and was well aware of these nuances. She was treating Chen Yang as if he belonged to that privileged class. Given the circumstances, he could certainly take advantage of the situation, but he found no necessity to do so. A fine red wine would suffice. Catherine nodded in agreement and continued, "What quality do you have in mind? What is the highest tier available here?" Chen Yang asked. Catherine beamed with a professional smile, responding, "On the Princess Mary, we boast a prestigious winery, offering a diverse selection of rare wines. The highest tier is the 1983 vintage Lafite, priced at $135. This bottle has been treasured aboard our cruise for quite some time and has yet to be uncorked." Before Catherine could finish her sentence, Chen Yang declared, "I'll take that one." "Huh?" Catherine was momentarily taken aback. "You mean the 135 Lafite?" Before she could fully process the situation, Chen Yang produced a dragon card from Huaxia Bank and casually stated, "Charge it." Catherine, her eyes wide with astonishment, took the dragon card and stepped away. "Mr. Chen, congratulations on your successful transaction. You have now become our most esteemed member aboard the Princess Mary. From this moment on, all our staff will be devoted to ensuring your satisfaction." Catherine's gaze toward Chen Yang transformed, radiating newfound admiration for his financial prowess. Chen Yang waved her off, and she departed. He waited for a moment, and finally, the first to arrive was Gao Yao. Chapter 107. The beautiful Tao Tao. It must be said that Gao Yao was indeed quite striking. Though her looks might rate around an 85, her figure surpassed a 90. Standing at 170 centimeters, her mature physique, with alluring curves and long, shapely legs, showcased a powerful allure. Most enticing of all was her black bikini, which left little to the imagination. "Chen Yang Gij, do you think I'm beautiful?" Gao Yao asked confidently, presenting herself before him for his admiration. Chen Yang glanced at her, but offered no significant reaction. While her figure was commendable, it paled in comparison to Giraud, Chunanin, or the landlady. "Not bad." Chen Yang acknowledged. Unfazed by the lukewarm compliment, Gao Yao immediately sat beside him, smiling. "If I couldn't satisfy you, that's my fault. I'll keep striving to improve. Once I develop further, I'll make sure you admire me even more." As she spoke, she leaned closer, her enticing figure practically on display before Chen Yang. This woman was certainly more mature than the other female university students, adept at providing emotional value and unreserved in her demeanor. Chen Yang nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. In contrast, the other innocent young women were nowhere near as bold as Gao Yao. While each was beautiful and possessed commendable figures, they were shy and hesitant, donning bikinis yet reluctant to allow Chen Yang to appreciate them, some even using their hands to shield themselves. This genuine sense of innocence added a layer of charm to these university beauties, creating a captivating allure that set them apart from women in the broader society. The luxurious cabin was filled with youthful, vibrant, and charmingly dressed university students, forming a stunning visual tableau. However, among these female university students, only two truly epitomized peak beauty, Shen Tao and Chen Qingning. To everyone's surprise, Chen Qingning was not clad in a bikini, but rather in a striking black strapless ensemble that was quite short, exposing her long, shapely legs and revealing a stunning back, which was both fair and captivating. Once in her swimwear, Chen Qingning showcased her nearly perfect figure with grace. "Chen Yang Gij, what do you think?" she asked, smiling as she twirled in front of him, displaying her exquisite form. "Very nice. Why have I never seen you wear something like this before?" Chen Yang remarked with a grin. "Wearing this in front of others would just be giving them a treat, which I am not inclined to do. Now that it's just you, I can wear whatever I like." Chen Qingning replied sweetly, revealing her adorable little fangs. In truth, she longed to wear even less. But such a thought remained unspoken, considering the presence of her classmates. Chen Yang smiled gently, pulling her into an embrace. Their relationship no longer needed to be concealed, as it had become common knowledge among their peers. The other female university students harbored no ulterior motives. They gazed at Chen Qingning with eyes filled with envy, each fantasizing about being the one in his arms. Especially Gao Yao, who felt a pang of inferiority, recognizing how she fell short in comparison to Chen Qingning. "Oh, is Tao Tao very beautiful?" Chen Yang asked blithely. "Of course. I helped her get ready. She will surely leave you exceedingly satisfied, Chen Yang replied, her face glowing with pride. Chen Yang felt a surge of anticipation. Shen Tao was already lovely, but now, after her meticulous preparation and dressed in swimwear, how stunning could she possibly be? Soon, a figure that exuded a hint of shyness appeared outside the luxurious cabin. Everyone turned to look. Upon seeing Shen Tao's appearance, they were all left in awe. Just as Chen Qingning had said, after her careful preparation and in her swimwear, Shen Tao was breathtaking. She was not wearing a conventional swimsuit, but rather a daring pink ensemble, extremely revealing, barely concealing her essential areas, and fitted tightly to her form. Among her peers, she possessed the most enviable figure, and dressed in such a daring outfit, she exuded an irresistible allure. Her toned legs were accentuated with leg wraps that highlighted her curves. Most notably, she had styled her hair into adorable twin ponytails, perfectly embodying the youthful and vibrant spirit of a university student. The combination of her delicate swimsuit, fair skin, and charming ponytails unleashed Shen Tao's innate beauty, making her stunningly beautiful. Yet, this was likely her first time wearing such revealing clothing, and her cheeks flushed with shyness and embarrassment as she dared not meet the gaze of her classmates, instead casting her rosy face downwards towards Chen Yang. With great trepidation, she asked, Chen Yang Gij, is it all right for me to wear this? Chen Yang smiled gently, replying, you look beautiful. Thus, Shen Tao was embraced. And with both Shen Tao and Chen Qingning present, the other innocent university beauties appeared to pale in comparison. The grand birthday celebration was finally set to commence, with an array of exquisite dishes being served one after another. In the realm of Cantonese cuisine, the exquisite abalone stands as a pinnacle, while in Fujian cuisine, the revered Buddha jumps over the wall is unmatched. Sichuan cuisine boasts the remarkable boiled cabbage, and Shandong cuisine presents the renowned scallion braised sea cucumber, among others. Beyond these traditional Chinese delicacies, an array of Western gourmet offerings exists, including the finest Wagyu beef, premium king crab, exquisite geoduck, and top-tier caviar. The portions of these dishes are modest, emphasizing the essence of luxury. The pure-hearted female university students, upon encountering these opulent dishes, could not contain their astonishment. Having grown up without ever having seen such high-end cuisine, they found themselves in awe. Chapter 108. Boldness personified. Each dish presented was worth more than the gathering meticulously orchestrated by Zhou Rui. Thus, it was only natural that the initial response upon their arrival was not to indulge in the feast, but rather to capture the moment through photographs, an incessant flurry of snapshots. Even Shen Tao and Chen Qingning were swept up in the excitement, eagerly pulling out their phones to share the experience on social media. Chen Yang was also drawn into the frenzy, posing for pictures from every conceivable angle. The incessant posts on social media left the male university students who were unable to board the vessel, as well as their female counterparts, utterly envious. My goodness, each dish must be valued at several thousand yuan. Such extravagance. How I wish I had insisted on boarding. Furthermore, the ambience aboard the ship was nothing short of splendid. Such a luxurious cabin was truly a dreamlike setting. The female university students lamented their missed opportunity to board, while the male counterparts seethed with resentment. How could such stunning swimsuits, worn by so many beautiful women, only serve one man, Chen Yang? It's absolutely infuriating. They longed to see just how revealing those swimsuits were, even to the extent of requiring censorship for social media posts. Xiaoxin has never worn such revealing swimwear in front of me. Chen Yang, you are truly something else. The male students were beside themselves with frustration. Although the posts shared by Shen Tao and others were largely censored, they could only imagine the boldness of the swimwear. Chen Yang had the privilege of witnessing it all. The majority of the campus beauties had essentially bestowed their favors upon him. How could they not feel agitated? Yet, what could their agitation accomplish? The Princess Mary continued its voyage undeterred, and the lavish gathering in the opulent cabin persisted unabated. Once the dishes were served, the red wine followed suit. A golden-haired beauty, Catherine, adorned in white gloves, appeared in the luxurious cabin, holding a beautifully packaged box. This foreign enchantress, with her golden locks and striking blue eyes, had donned a bikini, a stark contrast to the innocent university girls present. Good evening, esteemed guests. The bottle of red wine in my hand, Catherine began, recounting the history of the wine from ancient to modern times, sharing every detail about it. The pure-hearted female students listened, captivated yet somewhat detached, until Catherine unveiled the pièce d'arrestance, This is a limited edition Lafite from 1983, valued at 1,300,000 yuan. Tonight, Mr. Chen has specially opened it for the celebration of Princess Qingzhu. I wish you all a delightful dining experience. Boom! Catherine's revelation struck the ears of the pure-hearted female students like a thunderclap. 1,300,000 yuan for a bottle of wine. This figure exceeded all comprehension. It was astronomical. With such a sum, one could purchase a house in a county or even a luxury car. Yet, here was a single bottle of wine. An act of sheer madness. The financial prowess of Chen Yang had completely reshaped their worldview, leaving them to wonder if his life was an extraordinary version of reality. Brother Chen Yang. Chen Qingming's eyes sparkled with wonder, her voice soft and almost dreamy, as if she were about to dissolve into bliss. She was not a woman driven by vanity, yet who among women does not harbor a princess-like dream? Today, Chen Yang had fulfilled that dream for her. I promised I wouldn't let you suffer any indignities on your birthday, and that you would not be treated any less than anyone else, Chen Yang smiled. Brother Chen Yang. Chen Qingming, overwhelmed with emotion, burst into tears, throwing herself into his embrace, resembling a delicate flower weeping in the rain. Her tears a testament to her profound gratitude. With the dishes and wine now served, the birthday celebration commenced in earnest. The grand luxurious cabin transformed into their entertainment haven, where drinks were enjoyed, songs were sung, and dances were performed, even the exuberance of disco. Initially, the pure-hearted female students were somewhat shy, hesitant to reveal too much skin. However, as the evening progressed and the red wine flowed, they gradually loosened up, engaging in lively dances, particularly K-pop routines, exuding an intoxicating allure. Clad in revealing swimwear, they offered Chen Yang a visual feast. As the clock struck 12, the birthday cake made its entrance. Naturally, it was a custom creation, not without considerable expense. The social media feeds of the pure-hearted female students were inundated with posts, flooding their timelines. The Princess Mary docked gracefully in Deep City Bay, where a magnificent fireworks display awaited, prepared especially for Chen Qingming. Ecstatic as a young girl, she leaned in to kiss Chen Yang beneath the dazzling fireworks, their affections intertwined. After the fireworks, the revelry continued unabated for another 2 to 3 hours aboard the opulent yacht. Eventually, exhaustion took hold, and one by one, they reclined on the luxurious deck sofas, eagerly anticipating the sunrise. Chen Yang found himself with Chen Qingming on one side and Shen Tao on the other, while Gao Yao, emboldened, nestled behind him, offering a massage. The other pure-hearted female students had succumbed to intoxication, sprawled in disarray, their attire askew. In such an environment, temptation lurked easily. It is no wonder that the wealthy often host parties on yachts. As the dawn broke around 6 o'clock, a brilliant sun burst forth from the horizon, awakening all the pure-hearted female students, who promptly reached for their phones to capture the moment. How breathtaking! Observing the sunrise from a luxurious yacht was likely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them. Gao Yao was also busy snapping photos when she suddenly realized Chen Yang and Chen Qingming were missing, prompting her to curiously inquire of Shen Tao. Tao, where are Qingming and brother Chen Yang? They were just here. Shen Tao, still groggy, replied in a daze. I'll go find them, right? We cannot miss such a beautiful sunrise, Gao Yao exclaimed with a smile. Moments later, however, her cheeks flushed crimson as she seemed to have discovered something. Tao, what is wrong? Where are they? Gao Yao asked, puzzled. Shen Tao bit her lip, contemplating for a moment before responding. Then they went to a different spot to watch the sunrise. Gao Yao was even more perplexed. Isn't the deck the best place? Nevertheless, she refrained from probing further and resumed her photography, while Shen Tao's cheeks deepened in hue. Brother Chen Yang, Qingming, you are both so audacious. Chapter 109. Reward for the task as time passed. By 8 o'clock in the morning, the Princess Mary had already docked at the pier. All the pure-hearted female students had changed into their clothes and disembarked in succession. Yet, Chen Yang and Chen Qingming remained absent. According to Catherine, it seemed they had departed from the Princess Mary just as it docked, leaving their whereabouts unknown. The crowd was indifferent, busily capturing moments in front of the Princess Mary, commemorating an unforgettable journey. Chen Yang Gij, Qingming Jia, where are you? Shen Tao murmured, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. Although the night had been delightful, Shen Tao felt a tinge of fatigue. Having taken a day off with no classes, she decided to rest. Upon returning to her dormitory, she found it empty. Her roommates were either attending classes or out enjoying themselves. After refreshing herself, changing into her pajamas, and applying a face mask, she climbed into bed. To her astonishment, someone was already there. Huh? Shen Tao gasped, instinctively delivering a slap to the face of the person lying beside her. The crisp sound echoed in the room. Oh, Chen Yang, I was just begging for mercy. A familiar voice emerged from beneath the covers. It was Chen Yang, groggily peeking out, appearing still half asleep. Is it you, Tao Tao? Do you want to join me? Chen Yang asked drowsily. Join in what? How did you end up on my bed? Shen Tao was utterly perplexed. Well, this is your bed now, Chen Yang hazily replied. I thought I was in my own bed with Chen Yang. At this, Shen Tao paused, blushing as she grasped Chen Yang's implication, unable to voice her thoughts. Chen Yang yawned and said, Tao Tao, let us not talk about that. Come sleep with me. I'm so tired. No, there's a smell, Shen Tao protested, her cheeks slightly flushed. Chen Yang, however, smiled sweetly, revealing her small canine teeth. And reassured, what smell could there be? You'll get used to it. With that, Chen Yang pulled Shen Tao into the covers, embracing her tightly. After finishing her nightly routine and sitting on the sofa, the system's voice soon chimed in. Host has indulged in a heart's desire, completing a lavish expenditure, and received a reward of 5 million. This expenditure was indeed significant, including the chartering of the boat, purchasing alcohol, and the fireworks show. The total expenses exceeded 3 million. The reward amount was a generous 5 million, an increase of 2 million. This truly epitomized indulgence. Moreover, another system notification followed. Host has completed Chen Yang's intimacy task, receiving a reward of 1 million and 1 attribute point. This task was finally accomplished. Chen Yang allocated the attribute point to his physical strength, prompting a change in his body's resilience. He wondered how much he could bench press now and planned to test it soon. Before long, another task was issued. Chen Yang intimacy task activated. Family romance. Synopsis. After the innocent campus romance, familial affection follows closely. Requirements. Understand Chen Yang's family situation and complete a date at her home. Reward. 3 million and 3 attribute points. A family date? That shouldn't be too difficult. However, upon reflection, Chen Yang realized he knew very little about Chen Yang's family circumstances. Over the years, she seldom mentioned her family. He resolved to find an opportunity to inquire. With the issuance of this final task, the events of the night came to a close, leaving him fulfilled. Just from the task reward alone, he had accumulated over 7 million, a truly exhilarating indulgence. His savings were on the brink of surpassing 20 million. Once that milestone was achieved, he could engage in even grander expenditures and reap more rewards. The pinnacle of his life was within reach. And he had also added several contacts on WeChat, including some innocent university girls and even Catherine, the stunning foreign beauty who had been quite proactive the previous night, accompanying Chen Yang with drinks and leaning against him. He felt that if he desired, it would be effortless to bring her to his bed. Foreign beauties were indeed quite open-minded. Lost in these thoughts, fatigue soon enveloped him. Though the evening had been joyous, it had also been exhausting, and it was time to rest. Upon awakening, he found it was already past 1 o'clock in the afternoon. After a light lunch, he set out for the day, with tasks awaiting completion. First, he needed to visit the company to check on the selection of internet celebrities and see if he could activate the asset task. Additionally, he had to stop by Deep City University, where his kind-hearted sister-in-law awaited his assistance in arranging a stage show. The Ferrari 812 sped through the roads of Deep City. While waiting at a traffic light, a message arrived from Xiao Nana. Husband, work is so boring, I miss you. What are you doing? Since becoming a woman, Yao Na's personality had shifted slightly. While she still presented herself as the sexy and charming neighbor, she had developed a touch of clinginess behind the scenes. This contrast was quite appealing. Do you really love work that much? 30,000 a month, and you still go to the office? My work is quite easy, and without it, I wouldn't know what to do. You can't be with me all the time, and though I'm just your little lover, I need to be prepared for any misfortunes in your career. If you ever face bankruptcy, I could support you, she replied. Xiao Nana, with your thoughtfulness. Do you want a reward? What reward? Are you coming to see me tonight? I've been waiting. Not tonight, although my body has strengthened considerably. I'm not quite at my peak yet. After spending hours with Chen Yang last night, I wouldn't be able to move if I went to see Yao Na tonight. Let's postpone it. What other reward? Are you working at the store the whole day? Yes, I am, husband. All right, I'll visit later. Okay, I'll be waiting for you. After the call ended, Chen Yang contemplated that the company was not far from where Yao Na worked. Once he finished his business at the company, he would pay a visit to his dear sister. It had been a day since they last saw each other, and he missed her dearly. Her myriad charms were utterly captivating. The Ferrari 812 roared through the streets of Deep City, heading towards the headquarters of Tianma Entertainment. Meanwhile, in Melbourne Airport, Australia, in the lounge, Giraud received a call from Chen Yang. Dressed in a striking red flight attendant uniform, she sipped coffee, sitting gracefully. Upon hearing Chen Yan's words, a weight lifted from her heart. "Thank you, Sister Chen Yang," she replied with a smile. "It's no big deal," Chen Yang continued. "Although the manager from the business department is nominally in charge of your interview, he is rather indifferent to the company's affairs. The one who could truly influence your outcome is Zhang Sheng, the operations supervisor at Tianma, who holds considerable renown in the industry. His father is one of the directors of Tianma, wielding considerable power. To gain entry into Tianma, one must first pass through him. He contacted me yesterday, expressing a desire to dine with you. I wonder if you would be willing?" Chen Yan's words were rather candid. A meal? Perhaps some drinks, followed by a hotel visit. It was simply a common practice of unspoken rules in the entertainment industry. Giraud was well aware of this. She sighed deeply, astonished that even a mid-sized conglomerate like Tianma harbored such individuals. The entertainment circle was indeed chaotic. However, for Giraud, this was her last attempt. If it fails, so be it. She only sought to pursue her dreams and would not acquiesce to such hidden rules. At worst, she could resign herself to being a flight attendant. "I've been quite busy lately, flying around the world with little time to spare. I apologize." Giraud declined directly, wishing him good luck. At this juncture, the situation was nearly resolved. No matter how well Giraud performed, without giving Zhang Sheng face, her chances of being selected were virtually non-existent. It seemed that Giraud's dream was on the verge of shattering completely. Sitting in the lounge, her exquisite face was overshadowed by a suffocating sense of despair. Within Tianma Group, Chen Yang walked alongside his female subordinate, Zhou Man, through the department. Zhang Sheng. Chen Yang furrowed his brow. He had heard of this individual before. He was the operations supervisor at Tianma, known for his poor reputation within the company. Wasn't he from the operations department? Why was he involved with the business department? Zhou Man had mentioned that Zhang Sheng would also attend this interview, even overseeing the recruitment segment. This struck Chen Yang as peculiar. As an operations supervisor, he should be responsible for promotion and traffic, not meddling in interviews. This was a responsibility assigned to Zhang Sheng by the higher-ups, and it had been for quite some time. Moreover, behind Zhang Sheng was Manager Chen, as you should understand. Zhou Man, a quintessential professional woman clad in a black suit and trousers, adorned with black frame glasses, was both intelligent and beautiful. Chen Yang nodded in acknowledgement. He was somewhat aware of Zhang Sheng's background. Zhang Dong, a director at Tianma Group, was his father. However, Chen Yang was disinterested in the internal factions of the conglomerate. He only sought to see if he could activate a task. As for work, that was of little concern. Frankly, Chen Yang did not need to regard Zhang Dong or Zhang Sheng with any seriousness. With a stake in Tianma Entertainment, he was already among the major shareholders. If these individuals dared to act arrogantly before him, Chen Yang would not hesitate to show them the iron fist of capital. As the two continued their conversation toward the conference hall, Chen Yang suddenly noticed Zhou Man's figure. It was indeed remarkable, a perfect silhouette, undeniably alluring. With a more revealing outfit and a touch of makeup, she could easily captivate the workplace. Currently, her black-framed glasses and conservative attire concealed her impressive physique. Chen Yang could not help but chuckle. "Zhou Man, you are quite low-key." Manager, what do you mean by that?" Zhou Man inquired, puzzled. Chen Yang replied with a smile. "With your figure, if you wore a form-fitting black dress, your reputation in the company would certainly soar. Your current style is rather too conservative. Your beauty and figure are comparable to those online celebrities." Zhou Man, undeterred, smiled lightly. "After all, the company is a place for work. There is no need to flaunt oneself." "Your awareness is commendable," Chen Yang chuckled. "But does that imply you are different in private?" Zhou Man smiled coyly, leaving a hint of mystery. "If we meet privately, Manager Chen will know then." Chen Yang merely smiled in response, having jested without intent to delve deeper. They proceeded onward. Zhou Man remarked, "This interview is merely for internet celebrities, not particularly significant. The celebrity interviews next week will be more important. Manager Chen, will you attend?" "I should, but it depends on whether the asset task is triggered. If it does not trigger, attending the company holds little value." "All right, I will send you the resumes of the interviewees for the celebrity auditions in a few days." There is rumored to be a strong potential candidate who previously had a chance to become a top-tier star, but later withdrew due to certain reasons. Her beauty is exceptional, and her aura is remarkable, Zhou Man added specifically. This female subordinate seemed to believe that Chen Yang's presence at the interviews was solely for the allure of internet beauties and celebrity allure. Chen Yang acknowledged her statement. They soon arrived at the conference hall, entering to find 5 individuals already present. 3 were the evaluators, while 2 others comprised a middle-aged supervisor from the business department. Zhu Kai, and a young man, impeccably dressed and possessing a certain handsomeness, who was none other than Zhang Sheng. Chen Yang had seen him a few times at the company. Upon Chen Yang's entrance, everyone in the conference hall respectfully greeted him. Manager Chen, Manager Chen, Manager Chen. Even Zhang Sheng acknowledged him. Clearly, while Zhang Sheng was a second-generation scion, he was not without sense. Chen Yang nodded and took his seat, assuming the role of the lead interviewer. Zhou Man stood behind him like a diligent assistant. As soon as he settled in, Zhu Kai, the supervisor, promptly handed him several documents. Manager, here are the personal details of the interviewees for today. Please take a look. Zhu Kai, who had been promoted by Chen Yang, was naturally loyal to him. Chen Yang received the documents and casually perused a few pages. Most of the interviewees were internet celebrities, aged between 18 and 24, possessing varying degrees of fan followings, some in the hundreds of thousands, others in the millions, yet all had hit a bottleneck and sought collaboration with an entertainment company. The photographs revealed a uniformity of sweet, youthful faces, save for the last candidate, a woman named Li Wei, who stood out for her beauty, albeit at the age of 24, the oldest among them. After a brief glance, Chen Yang dismissed the matter, stating, "Let us commence directly." Understood, Zhu Kai responded, and the interview began. The process resembled that of a lavish gala, as one by one, the young women entered clad in various stunning and revealing outfits, showcasing their talents through dance or song, some even on the verge of crossing lines. 3 evaluators provided scores, which would then be reviewed by Zhu Kai and Zhang Sheng. Before Chen Yang made the final decision, any internet celebrity signed would secure a 3-year contract with the company, receiving substantial promotional support, which was quite advantageous. However, Chen Yang only glanced at their selections, not investing much concern. While he understood the dynamics of internet fame, he was far less proficient than the evaluators. With their expertise, there should be no issues. At this moment, Chen Yang's thoughts were primarily occupied with when he could activate the task. Little sweet sauce. Teacher Zhang, 5 points. Teacher Zhou, 4 points. Teacher Li, 5 points. Successful. As they progressed to the 3rd round, Chen Yang distinctly sensed something peculiar. This little sweet girl was indeed a flamboyant distraction. Her looks were unimpressive, yet her heavy makeup drew attention. Even her singing was off-key. Yet she managed to outshine 2 highly talented and visually appealing internet celebrities, receiving high scores that secured her selection. Chen Yang squinted his eyes, noticing that this little sweet girl occasionally cast flirtatious glances at Zhang Sheng. The answer was evidently clear. Even the interviewers were on his side, rendering the interview meaningless. Chen Yang scoffed softly. The entertainment industry was indeed a rather unsavory realm. However, he refrained from seeking unnecessary trouble. The industry had operated under such rules for years, far beyond just Tianma Group. As long as it did not affect him, he was disinclined to intervene. After all, in his view, Tianma Group was merely an asset that yielded dividends. Several rounds of selections ensued. Zhang Sheng did not overstep too much. The hidden rules were not excessively enforced, with only 1 or 2 instances, while the remainder followed the standard procedures. Finally, it was the turn of Li Wei, who initially appeared quite attractive. Li Wei was indeed stunning, boasting a score above 90, with an exceptional figure, a standard hourglass shape, and an elegant demeanor. She resembled a sophisticated beauty. However, her styling leaned towards a sweet, youthful vibe, which seemed somewhat mismatched. Respected teachers, greetings. I am Li Wei, a female trainee from Class 09, Phase 3. I am here for this interview in hopes of renewing my contract with the company. Today, I have prepared a performance of Sweetheart Cute for your enjoyment. Li Wei bowed deeply to the audience. Chen Yang had previously gathered information about Li Wei. She was already 24 this year, and unlike other internet celebrities auditioning, she sought a contract renewal. She had been with the company for 6 years, having entered Tianma at 18, trying various approaches but remaining lukewarm. Though there had been slight progress in the past 2 years, for reasons unknown, she was shelved by the company. With her contract now expired, She was left with no choice but to seek renewal. For a female internet celebrity who entered the industry at 18 without any academic qualifications or work experience, her age posed a significant barrier to opportunities in other entertainment companies. Renewing her contract was her only viable option. Chen Yang was somewhat surprised upon reviewing Li Wei's resume. With such commendable qualities, she should not have been overlooked for so long. Was there something amiss with his aesthetic judgment? Or was it possible that Li Wei lacked singing ability and often stumbled during her performances? Holding on to this curiosity, he observed her presentation. What unfolded was beyond Chen Yang's expectations. Li Wei's performance was remarkably polished. There were no flaws in her singing or dancing, suggesting countless hours of rehearsal. She far surpassed the previous subpar internet celebrities. Her only shortcoming was that her sweet girl style no longer suited her. Chapter 112. Shencheng's subtle maneuvers. Li Wei's beauty and physique had matured significantly. While she still retained a sweet charm, she could not compare to those 18 or 19-year-olds. Yet, this did not diminish her talent. Ordinarily, Li Wei's score should have reached a perfect 5. However, to Chen Yang's astonishment, the scores from the 3 judges were Teacher Zhang, 2 points. Teacher Zhou, 2 points. Teacher Li, 3 points. The total was less than the score awarded to the little sweet girl by a single judge. At this moment, Chen Yang understood the situation and glanced at Zhang Sheng, who was watching Li Wei with an expression that mixed sarcasm and anger. It was evident that this individual was manipulating the scores. Upon seeing her score, Li Wei's delicate face turned pale as she tugged at her clothing, pressed her lips together, and lowered her head, tears welling in her eyes as if she were about to burst into tears. Chen Yang frowned. He felt little regarding the elimination of other internet celebrities, as their skills were indeed lacking. They had likely not dedicated much effort to training and had low appeal. Moreover, they were young and had plenty of opportunities ahead. Li Wei, however, was different. Her singing and dancing showcased her hard work and minimal errors. Additionally, she was no longer young. These years represented her last chance. If she left the company, it would likely be a point of no return. Most importantly, with Chen Yang's extensive experience in the entertainment industry, he recognized Li Wei's immense potential. Just as he was about to speak, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Successfully detected a talent of high caliber. Asset mission triggered. Rise to fame. Description. The host desires to gain complete control over TM Entertainment. Fame and prestige are indispensable. Requirement. Create a viral short video and launch a top-tier internet celebrity. Reward. 5 shares in TMA Group. As soon as the system's message faded, information about Li Wei appeared before Chen Yang. Name. Li Wei. Level. Exclusive profession. Internet celebrity. Star. Special attributes. Mature. Pure desire. Upon seeing Li Wei's details, Chen Yang smiled slightly, feeling a sense of clarity. From the first moment he laid eyes on her, he sensed her potential, yet he struggled to define her specific direction. The sweet girl persona was surely not viable. No matter how beautiful Li Wei was, she could not compete with those youthful sweet girls. The mature and sophisticated style could work, but it still felt somewhat lacking. Given Li Wei's years at Tianma, she had likely attempted the mature style, but it had not garnered significant attention. The concept of a mature, pure desire persona was entirely unexpected for Chen Yang. In contemporary short videos, this style occupies a niche market, yet it had not produced a true blockbuster. Moreover, Li Wei appeared to have never been in a relationship. Who would think she suited the mature style? Nonetheless, as the system recommended this approach, Chen Yang found it increasingly fitting. Indeed, only the mature and pure desire persona could fully unleash Li Wei's allure. Currently, while this style was still niche, it was subtly trending towards popularity. As a high-caliber talent, Li Wei might just become a leading figure in this realm. Chen Yang envisioned a promising future for her. At that moment, Li Wei trembled, biting her lip, and pleaded with a tone of desperation. "Respected teachers, I may have made a mistake in my performance. Could I please have another chance? I truly need this contract." Her tone was profoundly humble, bowing repeatedly while her voice dripped with grievance. "Let us move on. Come back next time and try harder." This statement sounded noble, as if truly advocating for the company's interests. Li Wei fell into despair, her eyes reflecting a hint of fear as she glanced at Zhang Sheng, seemingly realizing something. Finally, she lowered her head in disappointment, preparing to leave. At this moment, Chen Yang chuckled softly and said nonchalantly, "Wait." All eyes in the room turned to Chen Yang, while Zhang Sheng's gaze revealed a hint of complexity, as if sensing something amiss. "Manager Chen, is there an issue?" Zhu Kai inquired. Chen Yang looked at Li Wei below and smiled. I quite like this contestant. I would like to have a private conversation with her, if that is all right. The crowd was momentarily stunned. They never anticipated that Chen Yang, who they thought was merely present as a mascot, would audaciously voice a demand. Zhang Sheng's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure and forced a smile, saying, Manager Chen, the company policy allows for only one opportunity. If we open this door, it may not be fair to the subsequent candidates. Yet, would Chen Yang be intimidated? With a raised eyebrow, he casually replied, Oh, I understand. I never claimed I wanted to disrupt the rules. I merely wished to have a conversation with her. Why the fuss? This statement effectively silenced Zhang Sheng. Ignoring him, Chen Yang turned directly to Li Wei and inquired, Would you like a chat? Li Wei regarded Chen Yang with little enthusiasm, her eyes betraying a hint of fear, clearly perceiving Chen Yang as akin to Zhang Sheng. Nevertheless, she eventually nodded and replied, All right. Chen Yang and Li Wei departed to a private meeting room. Observing their retreating figures, Zhang Sheng's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and intrigue. What scheme was this fellow concocting? Inside the private meeting room, Chen Yang and Li Wei sat opposite each other. Chen Yang's gaze was sharp as he scrutinized Li Wei, who appeared somewhat uneasy, unable to meet his eyes and instead staring at the ground. After a prolonged silence, Chen Yang finally spoke. Do you know why you were eliminated today? You are lying. He chuckled. Although Li Wei entered the entertainment industry at the tender age of 18, rendering her somewhat naive, she was not foolish. She comprehended the underlying reasons for her predicament. Chapter 113. Zhang Sheng's reaction lowering her head, biting her crimson lip, Li Wei hesitated before saying, Manager Chen, if you only wish to discuss this, I believe our conversation may no longer be necessary. I truly cherish this opportunity, but if it is unattainable, I will have to relinquish it. Li Wei assumed Chen Yang intended to exploit her and was prepared to leave. Chen Yang released Miled, remaining silent for a moment before earnestly stating, Li Wei, let me pose a different question. Do you desire fame? Her youthful face radiated determination. Achieving widespread recognition was the aspiration of every aspiring influencer. I can provide you with that opportunity, but I have but one condition. Chen Yang spoke calmly. Li Wei was taken aback, not expecting Chen Yang to make such an offer. She understood she had provoked Zhang Sheng, whose company wielded significant influence, and for years she had been relegated to obscurity. Yet here was Chen Yang, daring to offer her a chance. Did he not fear Zhang Sheng? After a moment of silence, Li Wei asked, What is your condition? Chen Yang replied with a faint smile, It is quite simple. I just need you to be obedient. Obedient? Upon hearing this, Li Wei immediately conjured unsettling thoughts. To be obedient meant to acquiesce to various forms of exploitation. She had already declined Zhang Sheng's unspoken propositions. So how could she possibly submit to Chen Yang? Just as she was about to respond, Chen Yang discerned her apprehensions and said, When I say obedient, I mean in terms of your career. You will determine your style, your direction, your attire, and the type of short videos you wish to produce. All under my direct guidance. You must not voice any objections, understood? This statement left Li Wei momentarily speechless. If that were the extent of it, it was indeed acceptable. After all, her career was already in disarray, and there was little room for further decline. As long as my boundaries are not crossed, I can comply with any arrangements. Li Wei bit her lip, her expression resolute. All right. Chen Yang nodded in satisfaction. With Li Wei's affirmation, he felt reassured. Why had he sought her out for this discussion? It was simple. He wanted to assess Li Wei's character. An influencer must not be too unruly. They must be compliant, lest they create unforeseen problems, leading to their downfall and dragging others down with them. Thus, Chen Yang aimed to determine whether Li Wei possessed a rebellious spirit. It appeared she did not. Li Wei seemed to be under immense pressure, teetering on the brink of collapse. Chen Yang had become her last lifeline. Let us go, he stated after their conversation concluded. Go. Li Wei was momentarily taken aback. She had anticipated a deeper discussion, yet it was surprisingly straightforward. But now a question lingered. Did Chen Yang truly possess the means to confront Zhang Sheng? Doubt filled her mind. They exited the private meeting room, where the crowd had been waiting patiently. Manager Chen, how did the discussion go? Zhang Sheng stepped forward, inquiring with a smile. And regarding Li Wei, he asked tentatively. Chen Yang maintained his smile and continued. I find Li Wei quite promising. I intend to sign her and mentor her personally. The moment these words escaped his lips, the entire conference hall fell into a stunned silence. Li Wei had clearly been dismissed, Yet Chen Yang now sought to sign her. This was a blatant exercise of privilege. While it was not uncommon to wield influence within the company, the surprising aspect was that Chen Yang showed no regard for Zhang Sheng whatsoever. The crowd turned their attention to Zhang Sheng, whose smile faltered slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes, though he quickly suppressed it and replied with forced cheerfulness. Manager Chen, this might not be advisable. Several instructors have already deemed Li Wei unsuitable for the company. Signing her now could complicate matters for the others. Zhang Sheng was no fool. Rather than confront Chen Yang directly, he sought to rally support from the so-called instructors. Upon hearing his words, they chimed in, asserting, indeed, Manager Chen, while Li Wei possesses beauty, her overall performance is mediocre. Retaining her in the company would yield no benefits. Manager Chen, Li Wei is already 24. Her prime is largely past. There is no need to keep her. The instructor spoke with unwavering conviction, seemingly championing the company's interests. Yet, Chen Yang understood that they were merely aligning themselves with power. They might be unaware of his background, but they certainly recognized Zhang Sheng's lineage as the director's son, and they knew where their loyalties lay. Li Wei listened to their remarks, her expression turning pained as she sighed deeply. Zhang Sheng had already taken such steps. She felt her chances slipping away. However, Chen Yang's next statement left her utterly astonished. In a calm voice, he declared, "This influencer interview is managed by our department, and as the department manager, I am qualified to select influencers. You believe Li Wei lacks potential, but I do not share that view. I see great promise in her, and I am determined to sign her for the sake of the company's future development. Do any of you have objections?" Chen Yang swept his gaze over the three so-called instructors, his expression devoid of emotion, as if he held them in utter disregard. The instructors, upon hearing his words, broke into a cold sweat. They recognized that Chen Yang, too, had connections, being an appointed manager they could not afford to offend. Thus, they turned their gaze back to Zhang Sheng. Zhang Sheng's expression was somber, as though he wished to express something, yet the words remained unspoken on the tip of his tongue. Ultimately, he forced a cheerful smile and remarked, "All right, since Manager Chen is so eager to sign Li Wei, I certainly have no objections. I hope Manager Chen can nurture Li Wei, allowing her to flourish and become a top star in the future." Chapter 114. Successfully signed. Zhang Sheng had yielded, which took many by surprise. At the same time, a sense of trepidation crept into their minds. If someone with a board member as a father could concede to Chen Yang, what terrifying connections might Chen Yang possess? "I will certainly ensure she works hard," Chen Yang replied with a smile, then turned to the three teachers and inquired, "Do you still have any objections?" At that moment, the three teachers dared not voice any dissent, collectively smiling and responding, "No, since Manager Chen holds her in such high regard, how could we possibly object? Indeed, I had long recognized Li Wei's exceptional talent. After Manager Chen signs her, she will undoubtedly become a leading star. Li Wei, your future holds great promise." The pace of change was astonishingly rapid, akin to the art of Sichuan opera mass changing. Even Li Wei herself could hardly believe her eyes. Was it truly this simple to be signed? After enduring rigorous training for over half a year in preparation for today's audition, she found her efforts rendered moot. Instead, it was Chen Yang's single statement that effortlessly resolved all issues. The harshness of reality was stark and unyielding. The audition concluded, and arrangements regarding Li Wei would follow in due course. As everyone departed the conference hall, Zhang Sheng, still smiling, shook hands with Chen Yang, exclaiming, "Manager Chen truly has a discerning eye. Upon reflection, Li Wei is indeed highly promising. Such talent should never be easily discarded." Zhang Sheng was clearly flattering Chen Yang. Chen Yang's gaze sharpened. He realized that Zhang Sheng was far more astute than he had initially perceived. Originally, he believed Zhang Sheng to be a mere playboy, a rich heir, but it seemed there was much more beneath the surface. Since Zhang Sheng was all smiles, Chen Yang had little to say. "Manager Zhang, you are too courteous." They parted ways. After Chen Yang and Zhou Man left, Zhang Sheng watched Chen Yang's retreating figure, and the smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by a cold demeanor. A teacher approached and asked, "Manager Zhang, why didn't you force Li Wei to leave earlier?" This teacher was perplexed. After all, Zhang Sheng was one of the board members. If he wished to deny Chen Yang face, it should have been an easy task. He certainly did not want Chen Yang's connections to surpass his own. Thus, Zhang Sheng's capitulation to Chen Yang was difficult for him to comprehend. Zhang Sheng smiled and replied, Chen Yang's background is enigmatic. Even I am unaware of the specifics. While it may not be particularly formidable, there is no need to confront him head-on. If he desires Li Wei, let him have her. I am indifferent. Zhang Sheng appeared magnanimous, adaptable. However, he was not particularly generous. Chen Yang's acquisition of Li Wei did indeed infuriate him. Had it been in the past, he might not have given Chen Yang the time of day. After all, he had coveted Li Wei for many years and had never succeeded in winning her over. How could he let her go so easily? Yet now, he found himself losing interest in Li Wei, as he had set his sights on a new target. The upcoming audition next week was of utmost importance and required meticulous planning to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Manager Zhang, rest assured, I have already spoken with the other judges regarding next week's audition. There will be no issues. We will follow your instructions, the teacher assured, displaying a sycophantic smile. Very well, Zhang Sheng nodded in satisfaction, then gazed in the direction Chen Yang had departed, muttering, I have given you face this time. I hope you can be perceptive in the future. Next week's audition would see Chen Yang as one of the primary persons in charge. Should this individual dare to act excessively proud, he would find himself devoid of any leniency. With Li Wei confirmed, the day's matters were nearly concluded. He would simply await Li Wei's readiness to sign various contracts and arrange for filming thereafter. There was no rush. He would take his time. As afternoon descended, Chen Yang prepared to leave the company. Before he departed, Zhou Man reminded him, Manager Chen, next week's star audition will involve cross-examination, with management from several departments collaborating for the interviews. You will participate in the second round, while the first round will be overseen by Manager Zhang and 2 other supervisors. Zhou Man succinctly explained the audition process, a query Chen Yang had initiated. Participating in the influencer audition had activated an asset task. If he were to partake in the star audition as well, it might also trigger further rewards, which would likely be even more substantial. Thus, Chen Yang was quite invested. So, they will eliminate candidates in the first round, and I will handle the review? Chen Yang grasped the concept. Yes, roughly, Zhou Man affirmed. A smile graced Chen Yang's lips, revealing a hint of amusement. This would prove entertaining. Given Zhang Sheng's character, if he manipulated the influencer audition, how could he resist doing the same with the star audition? Chen Yang was eager to see what tricks this individual might employ. Please remember to send me the files for the star audition in a few days. I would like to review their information. Chen Yang instructed. Through the materials, he hoped to discern Zhang Sheng's target. Rumor had it that this star audition would feature a particularly stunning individual, once poised to become a leading figure. He was genuinely curious to see just how remarkable her beauty could be. Understood, Zhou Man replied. With the company matters temporarily concluded, Chen Yang departed, driving his Ferrari 812 towards the shopping plaza where Yao Na worked. Along the way, messages began to flood in. Sad pork soup. Brother-in-law, it's already 4 o'clock. Where are you? You're not playing with me, are you? Brother-in-law, I'm counting on you to save the day. And there was more. Just seconds later, another message arrived. Sad pork soup, brother-in-law. If you don't arrive soon, I'm finished. My mind is blank right now. What am I supposed to do when it's my turn on stage? Quickly, yet another message followed. Sad pork soup, you wicked man. How dare you neglect me and stand me up? You are despicable. And finally, sad pork soup. Woo, brother-in-law, what am I supposed to do? Woo, please don't abandon me. Needless to say, this was his charming sister-in-law. The barrage of messages, oscillating between a mature and playful tone, indicated her urgency. However, Chen Yang remained unperturbed. As an employee of an entertainment company, he had managed countless performances. Participating in a freshman gala was merely a matter of preparation. With the right attire and props, he could be ready in an hour without any concern. Chapter 115, Emotional Value Muyang. I remember, I'll be over shortly. Sad pork soup. Shortly? It's already 4 o'clock. The welcome gala starts at 8. Brother-in-law, I'm not rushing you. I'm just pleading for a little mercy here. I truly have no way out. Zhemu Mu was anxious about the time constraints and wanted Chen Yang to arrive early, as the others performing had already begun their preparations. Muyang, don't worry, there is plenty of time. Trust your brother-in-law. Sad pork soup, all right then. With Chen Yang's reassurance, Zhemu Mu had no choice but to wait patiently. After a brief pause, Zhemu Mu sent another message. Upon reading it, Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback. Calculating the time, it indeed seems about right. Chen Yang does not reject the idea of meeting. A peaceful breakup does not necessitate a strained relationship. Muyang, all right, let your sister choose the venue. SHNGX and PIGTing. After a moment of silence, SHNGX-NPIGT-ing sent another message. SHNGX-NPIGT-ing, brother-in-law. I actually believe you and my sister have a chance. Muyong, let it be. He does not harbor much obsession towards the HRU. And she likely does not have much attachment to him either. Everything is left to fate. The call concluded. Chen Yang, driving a Ferrari 812, arrived at the shopping plaza where Yao Na works. Inside the Jaeger-LeCoultre flagship store, business was still as sluggish as ever, with no customers in sight. A few sales associates were gathered around the counter, seemingly engrossed in something novel. There stood Yao Na at the center of several female sales associates, holding a mysterious box. The packaging was exquisite, adorned with a large logo. Nana, this is Huawei's latest foldable screen phone, right? Wow, the box looks quite luxurious. Of course, this phone isn't cheap. Even a basic model costs over 10,000. What price did you pay, Nana? The group of female sales associates chattered excitedly. Yao Na smiled and replied. The top configuration, the 161 limited edition, with various insurances, costs around 20,000. 20,000 for a phone is certainly no small sum. The female sales associates were taken aback. Nana, you are too generous. Spending 20,000 on a phone just like that. Indeed, I wouldn't even dare to think about it. Nana is truly on her way to becoming a wealthy woman. The sales associates were filled with envy, assuming that Yao Na had purchased the phone for herself. Yao Na's observations were keen. Chen Yang had changed his outfit after binding the system, but he had indeed overlooked changing his phone. To him, a mobile phone was merely a daily necessity, and he believed its price should not be extravagant. There was no need for indulgence, especially since changing phones was bothersome, hence he had not done so. Upon learning that the phone was meant for Chen Yang, the sales associates were astonished. Are you giving it to Chen Yang? One of the sales associates asked in curiosity. Yes, Yao Na nodded. Another sales associate chuckled. Nana, I didn't expect you to be such a thoughtful woman. Usually it's men giving gifts to women, but here you are, a woman giving to a man. Exactly. Nana, Chen Yang is so wealthy. He doesn't need your gift at all. Just enjoy yourself. These women, somewhat influenced by toxic ideologies, have largely abandoned the notion of mutual contributions, believing that beauty alone suffices. Though Chen Yang is indeed affluent and does not require gifts, providing emotional value is something they do not comprehend. Yao Na pays no mind to their comments. No one understands her dear brother better than she does. She knows that gifting this to Chen Yang will certainly bring him joy. That is all that matters to her. After all, she is Chen Yang's little darling. And all she needs is to provide him with emotional satisfaction. All right, our Nana is indeed thoughtful, they conceded. Yes, that is why our Na Jie can find a young and handsome, rich second generation. We ought to humbly learn from her. As they walked away, Yao Na's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling a bit shy. Meanwhile, Chen Yang, dressed in a sharply tailored suit, entered from outside and remarked, "Quite lively in here. What's going on?" All eyes instantly turned to Chen Yang. He appeared even more handsome than before, having shed much of the previous frailness and exuding a more robust aura. Some young female sales associates dared not meet his gaze, feeling bashful. An older female sales associate smiled warmly and said, "We were discussing the gift that Nana is giving you. Chen Yang, you are truly fortunate to have one Nana's heart." The sales associates wore smiles as they looked at Chen Yang. Gift? Chen Yang was taken aback, somewhat surprised, and turned to Yao Na, asking, "You prepared a gift?" Yao Na's face flushed, and she nodded. "Yes." She glanced around and added, "There are too many people here. Let us talk over there." Yao Na then took Chen Yang's hand, and they made their way to a CAF on the side of the mall, while the sales associates behind them wore knowing smiles, as if witnessing a delightful scene. Inside the CAF, at a corner booth, "Darling, I miss you so much." Upon arriving, the formerly poised and refined Yao Na transformed into an adorably clingy woman. She did not sit across from Chen Yang, but squeezed into the same seat as him. Nestled close, Chen Yang naturally wrapped his arms around her slender waist, pulling her into his embrace, and smiled. "How much did you miss me?" Chapter 116. The Gift. Yao Na blinked her eyes and suddenly grinned mischievously, saying, "Like the waters of the Yellow River, endlessly flowing." This phrase carries a slightly risque connotation. This distinction reflects the difference between a mature woman and a young girl. Had it been Shun Tao or Chun Qingning, they would not have been able to make such suggestive remarks so casually. Yao Na, as a mature woman, is both charming and generous, completely unrestrained. Chen Yang smiled slightly. With so many people around, you truly dare to say anything. Yao Na replied playfully. What is there to fear when flirting with my husband? I want them to see that even a beauty like me is devoted to you. You are truly remarkable. Yao Na's face radiated happiness, as if she were a woman completely bewitched by love. Chen Yang tightened his embrace. One must admit, the joy and fulfillment derived from being with such a good sister is truly unparalleled. After a pause, Chen Yang inquired, Aren't you giving me a gift? What is it? Only then did Yao Na pull out the Huawei phone from her bag, saying, I noticed you were still using an old phone. Therefore, I bought you a new one. I hope you will like it. Yao Na was actually a bit anxious, uncertain whether Chen Yang truly wanted to change phones. Upon seeing the phone box on the table, Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback. He never expected Yao Na to understand him so well, knowing that he indeed planned to change his phone, but had simply not prioritized it. To note, his current phone was purchased years ago for 2,000 yuan and had become a bit sluggish. Now, seeing the phone box before him, a warm sensation surged within Chen Yang, and a smile crept onto his lips. A good sister is truly a blessing. You are so considerate. Do you like it? Yao Na blinked, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. Of course. How could I not like something my dear sister gifted me? Chen Yang's smile widened, genuinely said. That's wonderful. As long as you are happy, my dear. Yao Na planted a kiss on Chen Yang's cheek, filled with happiness. Subsequently, Chen Yang opened the box and took out the Huawei phone, admiring its excellent texture and exquisite craftsmanship, befitting a high-end flagship from Huawei. I initially intended to buy an iPhone, but then I thought about it. They are everywhere these days. They wouldn't showcase your status as my husband. Thus, I chose this one, Yao Na continued. One must say, Yao Na truly knows how to cater to Chen Yang's sentiments. Indeed, while switching to an Apple device is also an option, when it comes to prestige, this type of foldable screen smartphone truly stands out as a symbol of high class. It is unmistakably evident at first glance. Chen Yang was quite intrigued and enjoyed handling it for a while, expressing his fondness. Thank you, Xiao Nana. It's nothing, came the reply from Yao Na, but she quickly added with sincerity, I should be the one expressing gratitude. Without your help, I wouldn't know how to manage the affairs at home. Thank you, dear. Yao Na spoke earnestly. The burdens of family responsibilities had weighed heavily upon her for far too long. Each day, she toiled tirelessly for her mother's medical expenses, bowing to clients in submission. It was exhausting. Only after receiving this financial assistance from Chen Yang did she experience an unprecedented sense of relief. No longer would she fret over monetary concerns. She could now slightly improve her quality of life. Consequently, her gratitude towards Chen Yang deepened. No matter the means, as long as Chen Yang was happy, that was sufficient. Chen Yang simply smiled in response. Indeed, money can resolve a multitude of issues in this world. However, Yao Na continued, there is one matter that troubles me. Do share. Chen Yang inquired. Yao Na furrowed her brows and said, Ever since I gave the money to my family, they have incessantly questioned me about its origin, suspecting that I may have done something questionable. They have been relentless in wanting to meet my boyfriend. I refused. I suspect they will continue to pester me. Darling, please help me devise a plausible excuse to deflect their inquiries. Yao Na appeared quite distressed. Suddenly acquiring a substantial sum of money indeed raised suspicions. Chen Yang, however, chuckled lightly. Why deflect? Just tell them it was a gift from your boyfriend. Huh? Yao Na paused momentarily before responding. That might not be appropriate. If I say it was from my boyfriend, they will undoubtedly ask who he is and such. Can I even disclose that? She felt a tinge of guilt. Why not? We haven't done anything wrong, Chen Yang replied candidly. Just joking, he added, acknowledging that he was genuinely supporting Yao Na. Yao Na, not overly concerned about the matter, said, I'm not afraid. It's just that if I reveal it, they will surely want to meet you and insist on arranging a gathering. That would cause unnecessary trouble for you. My dear, Yao Na remained considerate of Chen Yang's comfort. Yet Chen Yang, with a bright smile, remarked, What trouble could there be? It's just a meeting, a meal. There is no need to hide. With a playful tone, he continued, Isn't money meant to be flaunted? Being low-key isn't my style. All right, but if anything arises, you cannot blame me. I am innocent. Yao Na playfully safeguarded herself. I won't blame you. How could I blame my wonderful sister? Chen Yang grinned. That's good to hear. A joyful expression emerged on Yao Na's lovely face. In truth, she had longed to speak openly about this, but had worried it might displease Chen Yang. Now that he had given his consent, she felt liberated. You are the best, dear. Yao Na leaned in and planted a soft kiss on Chen Yang's cheek. With a fleeting touch, she quickly tried to pull away. However, Chen Yang would not let her escape so easily, pulling her back into his embrace. Trying to flee? In the next instant, he pressed his lips against hers. Yao Na was caught off guard, her cheeks flushed, and she melted in his arms. The sensation was utterly delightful. After a brief moment, they parted ways. Darling, shall we dine together later? Yao Na asked, wiping her lips with a tissue. No, I have other matters to attend to. It's getting late. If I linger for another meal, my kind little sister might truly become frantic. Chapter 117. Valentine's Day? All right then, let us depart, Chen Yang nodded. As they stood to leave, they suddenly heard a commotion from the adjacent area. Don't you know what day it is? Let's break up. This statement immediately captured the attention of Yao Na and Chen Yang. What on earth? They exchanged glances and turned to look. A woman with average looks, dressed flamboyantly like a socialite, was confronting a timid man standing before her. Do you still not realize your mistake? Kneel, she shouted, to Chen Yang and Yao Na's astonishment. The man actually knelt down. The patrons in the CAF gasped in disbelief. How pitiful, to kneel over such absurd reasons. Indeed, there seems to be no bottom line. She's not even that attractive. I truly don't understand what he sees in her. It's quite common nowadays. Such couples are everywhere. I fear my own formidable partner as well. Others murmured, as if this behavior had become the norm. Meanwhile, Yao Na nestled closer to Chen Yang, sweetly declaring, Darling, I've taken care of everything at home. The child is settled, the floors are cleaned, the laundry done, and all chores completed. I've even prepared a candlelit dinner. This evening, I have laid out various outfits you enjoy, be it a bunny girl, maid attire, nurse uniform, or flight attendant's outfit. Whatever you fancy, I'm more than willing to wear for you. Yao Na deliberately raised her voice so that everyone in the CAF could hear. At once all eyes, including those of the quarreling couple, turned towards her. Upon witnessing Yao Na's stunning beauty, gasps of admiration filled the air. Wow, such a beautiful woman is so devoted to her husband. My heavens, this man must be remarkable. The contrast was stark. This is what a healthy relationship looks like. Not one where someone kneels or is berated. It resembles pet ownership. I envy him immensely. My wife lacks both beauty and temperament. The crowd's envy for Chen Yang was palpable as they contemplated how fortunate he must be to receive such treatment. Feeling the weight of their admiration, Chen Yang's spirits lifted significantly. He smiled and tightened his embrace around Yao Na's slender waist as they departed. His delightful sister truly knew how to entertain. After they left, the man who had been kneeling finally mustered his resolve, stood up, and declared, If you want to break up, then so be it. With that, he strode away. The woman's face fell, and she shouted, You dare to say you want to break up? Stop right there. After leaving the CAF, Yao Na escorted Chen Yang out of the shopping plaza. As they walked and chatted, they stumbled upon an event that was in full swing in the plaza's central hall. Chen Yang's attention was drawn to the presence of numerous security personnel in black suits, exuding an air of authority as if guarding something of great value. What kind of event is this? Such a grand display, he inquired, perplexed. Is there a top-tier luxury clothing brand from Jiangxia? He had not heard of it before. Yao Na replied with a smile, Of course. These domestic top luxury brands are quite niche, typically accessible only to the elite and affluent socialites. This event is organized by Jiangshan Yunjin. Jiangshan Yunjin primarily specializes in high-end qipao, with an annual production of merely 12 sets, equating to one exquisite piece per month. Each masterpiece is valued between 300,000 to 880,000 yuan. The garment featured in this event is the Ru Yin qipao, priced at 560,000 yuan. My colleagues and I have just had the pleasure of viewing it, and it is truly stunning, remarkably beautiful. By the end of her remarks, Yao Na's expression revealed a hint of yearning. Such niche luxury items possess a far greater allure for women than the likes of Prada. To possess one and walk down the street would undoubtedly instill a profound sense of confidence. Chen Yang casually glanced at the display from the periphery. Indeed, the showcase qipao was impressive, with its vibrant red hues exuding grandeur, impeccable craftsmanship, and a meticulous design that embodies elegance and poise. Most importantly, this qipao is exceptionally suited for Yao Na. Imagining her alluring figure adorned in this qipao, Chen Yang felt a rush of excitement, particularly at night when Yao Na might don it, evoking a unique charm. However, he concealed his thoughts and remarked, I see. Let us go. The two departed without lingering further. Nana, I was just about to ask the manager for your leave, but you're back so soon, several female sales associates teased. Yet, Yao Na replied with a hint of exasperation. He has other matters to attend to. What are you all thinking about daily? It's quite unprofessional. In front of her colleagues, Yao Na maintained her poised and mature demeanor. That asks too much. Our Nana is so proactive, yet Chen Yang remains oblivious to romance. One sales associate commented, "Indeed, Nana, at the very least, he should take you to a fine restaurant. This shows a lack of sincerity," the others chimed in. At that moment, several tall women clad in qipao approached, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Are they from Yunshang Jiangjin? What brings them here? Someone wondered. I'm not sure, but they seem rather formal. Perhaps they are here to shop? The representatives from Yunshang Jiangjin soon arrived. A sales associate greeted them with a warm smile. May I assist you, ladies? From their midst, a striking beauty in a blue and white porcelain qipao stepped forward, gracefully bowing. We are employees of Yunshang Jiangjin. We've come to seek Miss Yao Na. May I inquire if she is here? The blue and white porcelain qipao beauty spoke with a gentle tone, exuding an air of sophistication. Looking for Yao Na? The sales associates exchanged puzzled glances, wondering about the purpose of their visit. Yao Na, equally perplexed, stepped forward and asked, I am Yao Na. May I assist you? Upon seeing her, the beauty's face brightened with a smile as she assessed Yao Na and remarked, Indeed, you are a most exquisite beauty. After the compliment, she continued, Miss Yao, we have come to invite you to try on a garment. Try on? Yao Na was even more bewildered. Did Yunshang Jiangjin not have their own models? Why were they approaching her? This was her initial thought, and it seemed plausible. However, what followed left her utterly astonished. The beauty smiled and said, Yes, a Mr. Chen has purchased the renowned Ru Yin Qipao for 560,000 yuan from our exhibition, specifically requesting it be gifted to you, Miss Yao. We would like to invite you to try it on. Would that be convenient for you? This announcement sent shockwaves throughout the entire Jiangshi Dan flagship store. Mr. Chen had spent 560,000 yuan on the illustrious Ru Yin Qipao for Yao Na. It was evident who this Mr. Chen was, none other than Chen Yang. Goodness! Such a casual expenditure of 560,000 yuan on a piece from Yunshang Jiangjin was beyond their wildest imaginations. The sales associates were nearly left speechless. Having previously viewed Yao Na's act of gifting Chen Yang a phone as somewhat of a dog-like behavior, only to realize they were the true jesters in this scenario. Yao Na stood frozen in place, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. She had never expected that a mere offhand comment would lead Chen Yang to purchase such a luxurious gift for her. This felt like a scene straight out of a fairy tale. In that moment, an overwhelming warmth surged within her heart, and her affection for Chen Yang blossomed. Good brother, from now on, no matter what you say or ask of me, I shall always comply. At Shencheng University, Chen Yang parked his Ferrari 812 outside Gue, Miaonu village, and proceeded into the campus. Shencheng University is an open institution, allowing free entry until 10 in the evening. As he walked through the campus, he was greeted by numerous banners announcing the welcome party, alongside students bustling about, some busy with makeup, others rehearsing. The atmosphere was vibrant and lively. Zhemu Mu was at the direction of the university's sports field. However, Chen Yang chose not to head towards a sports field, but instead made his way to the university's security office to arrange a few matters. Meanwhile, within the sports field, the area was already filled with people organizing the stage and setting up audio and lighting equipment. A group of males and females stood to one side, with the center occupied by the stunningly beautiful Zhemu Mu, her lovely face etched with worry. Has your brother-in-law arrived yet, Mumu? Her classmate, Zhou Qin inquired. He mentioned he would come, but he also said he had some matters to attend to at the school first. Zhemu Mu replied, her face reflecting disappointment. Isn't it almost 6 o'clock? What matters could he possibly have? A fellow student wondered. Li Zhengyang, present among them, interjected, your brother-in-law doesn't seem reliable, Mumu. Perhaps it's best not to wait any longer. I can gather people to help you organize things. The others agreed that this suggestion was practical given the time constraint. With the clock nearing 6, there were still makeup sessions and rehearsals to complete, and waiting any longer could jeopardize everything. Yet, Zhemu shook her head, responding, Thank you all. My brother-in-law assured me he would arrive in time, so I believe he will. Li Zhengyang opened his mouth to say more, but found himself at a loss for words. With Zhemu Mu placing such faith in Chen Yang, what could he possibly say? Nevertheless, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of dissatisfaction. He was eager to observe the capabilities of Zhemu Mu, the so-called brother-in-law. With merely a few hours remaining, He found it hard to believe that Chen Yang could manage without the assistance of the student union. He would simply wait to witness the unfolding drama. Perhaps Mu would even seek his help later. Li Jingyang was brimming with confidence. After a brief pause, they finally spotted Chen Yang approaching in a casual white outfit from a distance. Chapter 119. The Fashion of the Century Brother-in-Law. The moment Mu laid eyes on Chen Yang, she felt as though she had found her savior and called out to him. Everyone turned their gaze toward Chen Yang. He remained composed and chuckled. "Are you all waiting?" "Of course we are," Mu replied, her anxious face slightly flushed. "Brother-in-law, it's almost 6:30. Where have you been?" "I am sick." In front of Chen Yang, she resembled a proud little girl, her tone laced with complaint. "There's no need to fret. We have plenty of time," Chen Yang reassured her. Upon hearing this, Mu felt a slight sense of relief. If her brother-in-law said there was time, then there must indeed be time. Li Jingyang interjected with a smile. "I estimate that Mu will likely go on stage around 9 o'clock. It's now 6:30, leaving us just over 2 hours. The clock is ticking." 2.5 hours, he continued, to complete makeup, wardrobe, and rehearsal. How could that possibly be enough? Other contestants have been preparing for days. With only 2.5 hours, it is an impossible task. Thus, Li Jingyang eagerly anticipated Chen Yang's downfall. However, while this may be an insurmountable challenge for the students, for Chen Yang, it was merely a trifling matter. "The time is ample," he remarked nonchalantly. The crowd chuckled silently, eager to see how Chen Yang would navigate the situation. Zhou Qinxin directly addressed him. "Brother-in-law Chen Yang, tonight's freshman gala is of great significance to senior Mu. Many freshmen are keenly interested in her and wish to witness the charm of the esteemed campus belle of Shen University. If anything goes awry, Mu will truly struggle to hold her head high in school." Zhou Qinxin shared a close bond with Mu and was genuinely concerned for her. The alluring beauty Lu Shu chimed in, "Indeed, this freshman gala is more than just an event. There will be live broadcasts and numerous dignitaries present. A stellar performance could significantly enhance Mu's reputation at Shen University and throughout the entire Shen city." Both of their remarks served as reminders to Chen Yang about the importance of the upcoming gala. Mu gazed at him with a pleading look. Although she had unwavering faith in her brother-in-law, the situation felt increasingly precarious. 2.5 hours. How could they possibly prepare adequately? Yet, Chen Yang said nothing further and merely checked the time. After a few minutes, he smiled and declared, "All right, they have arrived. Let us get started." "Who has arrived?" The crowd echoed, their faces filled with confusion. But soon it became clear. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of roaring engines filled the air. The crowd turned towards the source of the sound and beheld 3 white Mercedes-Benz trucks slowly entering the sports ground and coming to a stop at one side. "Let us head over," Chen Yang suggested with a smile. Although the onlookers were still perplexed, they followed Chen Yang over to the trucks. As they approached, several stylishly dressed men and women disembarked from the passenger seats of the trucks and walked directly toward Chen Yang. One fashionably attired woman in a sleek suit smiled and said, "Mr. Chen, everything you requested is ready." "Allow me to introduce," she continued, leading Chen Yang and the others to the first truck. In an instant, the back of the truck opened, revealing what resembled a spacious wardrobe, filled with a dazzling array of garments, hundreds in total. Moreover, a team of professional stylists waited inside, ready to assist. The students were left utterly speechless, unable to comprehend the scene before them. What is happening? Is this the wardrobe Chen Yang arranged for Mu? A whole truck? This is utterly outrageous. They knew that others had to rent outfits from outside, and securing even 1 or 2 was a stroke of luck. A single truckload was beyond imagination. But more astonishing revelations awaited them. The fashionable woman proceeded to the next truck and said, "This one is our makeup truck, containing all the cosmetics you could possibly need." As the back of this truck opened, it revealed a beautifully arranged space filled with an assortment of luxury brand cosmetics. A team of makeup artists was already inside, ready for action. The crowd was once again rendered speechless by the sheer extravagance. Finally, the stylish woman approached the last truck and announced, "This last one is our rehearsal and broadcasting truck." The back opened to reveal an array of broadcasting equipment capable of sound adjustment, rehearsal, and refinement. Everything was meticulously prepared. Once all 3 trucks had been unveiled, the woman smiled at Chen Yang and said, "Our staff from the Century Fashion team has been waiting for quite some time. Shall we begin now?" Chen Yang turned to Mu and asked with a smile, Mu, are you ready?" At that moment, Mu was still enveloped in a state of disbelief. She had initially thought that Chen Yang's offer to help with her makeup and stage preparation meant he would handle everything alone. The disparity between her expectations and reality was staggering. However, her cheeks soon flushed with excitement as she exclaimed, "Yes, I am ready." She could hardly contain her eagerness. After all, who wouldn't want to experience the sensation of being a star? "Let us go." Chen Yang instructed the stylish woman to escort Jamu Mu onto the truck. She first entered the rehearsal and broadcasting truck. Though it was just a freshman gala, rehearsing beforehand was essential to avoid any mishaps. Makeup could be done in the final hour. After Jamu Mu boarded the truck, Chen Yang turned to Li Zhengyang and the others with a grin, asking now, "Do you think 2.5 hours will suffice?" Li Zhengyang, Zhou Qinqin, Lu Shu, and the other students were left utterly speechless. 2.5 hours may be insufficient for ordinary students, but in comparison to someone like Chen Yang, who had 3 trucks at his disposal, it seemed that 2.5 hours would be more than adequate.